I just received 1.5 months salary and I'm so happy. After get off work, I decided to treat myself and bought 5 yuan worth of steamed buns, 4 cans of cold beer and 1.5 pounds of pork head. I also asked the boss to make the food more spicy. I returned to the small rented house, took a shower, took off all my clothes, opened my phone to find my favorite novel, held a steamed bun in my left hand and chopsticks in my right hand, and from time to time I picked up the wine jar and ate meat and drank wine in big mouthfuls. It was such a pleasure. I have a very poor alcohol tolerance and am known to be knocked down by 1 glass. But on this day, because there was meat, spicy food, and cold beer, I finished 4 cans without realizing it. Then, with a bang, his face hit the keyboard and he lost consciousness. When I woke up, I found myself in a pitch-black place, with no light, no direction, nothing. I kept walking, but I couldn't get out. I couldn't help but curse at the sky. I had no idea where I was. Was it the underworld? Or a crack in time and space? I felt the darkness flowing around me like a substance, and reached out to grab it, but I only felt a hint of coolness. I was hungover and my mouth was dry, so I took a bite of the darkness. Unexpectedly, the darkness tasted like jelly and turned into air after I swallowed it. After eating this, I became hungry and could not help but keep eating. I don't know how long it took, but I actually ate a crack in the darkness. After a few more days, I finally ate a big hole in the darkness and crawled out. There is light. But where is this? I didn't crawl through a hole from hell to heaven, did I? There was flickering white light and smoke everywhere. It was hard to see clearly in the distance and there was nothing nearby. I walked and observed for a long time, and when I was about to curse, I finally saw a khaki platform that was as high as a 9-story building. I climbed up with great effort and saw 2 beads suspended above. The red one was like fire, able to burn everything in the world, the white one was like ice, able to freeze the 3 realms of heaven, earth and man. What kind of treasure is this? I was thinking of all kinds of magic weapons and spiritual treasures in my mind. Just as I was about to run over, I found a red monster lying next to me. It was the size of a kitten but had 9 strange heads. The monster seemed to be seriously injured. Its 8 heads were shriveled, pale and lifeless. The head in the middle was also drooping, its face was pale and its eyes were closed. The red and white beads were just above the big head in the middle of it, as if they were giving it healing. It's over, the treasure has been taken. I didn't have the courage to snatch the treasure from this monster, and just as I was about to leave, the monster woke up. Run! I started to run, but the 9-headed beast opened its mouth and sucked me back, throwing me to the ground. The pain made me see stars. Don't be afraid. A huge voice rang out. I thought it was some other powerful being, but it turned out to be the 9-headed little beast speaking. Don't be afraid, I am talking to you. I looked down at the monster, confused. It said it was going to die, and I got so excited that I blurted out, then accept my condolences. But it called me mentally ill. It asked me where I came from and whether I wanted to take over its body. How could I have that ability? I just want to go home, drink wine, eat meat, read novels, and pick up girls. I complained about my ordinary life, and suddenly it occurred to me that this 9-headed little beast might be the descendant of a divine beast, and it had the magical power to send me back. I approached it with a smile on my face, trying to get closer to it, but it was only 1 day old and didn't know anything. It said that it only had 1 magical power, which was to eat a lot. After saying a few words, its body became much dimmer. I quickly asked it if it could send me back, but it said it didn't know where I came from, and it was almost dead, with only 1 soul and 3 spirits left, being nurtured by its natal spirit pearl. Alas, there was nothing I could do. I was feeling depressed when the little beast's body suddenly exploded. A huge amount of energy swept through the entire sea of consciousness, and the space became fragmented. Just before I was torn apart by the energy storm, I grabbed the red and white spirit beads and stabilized my soul. But the energy storms around me were still tearing at me, ready to tear me into pieces at any time. I could only ask the little beast for help. Do you want to live? Save me. The little beast said that I had to bear its love and hate. Before I could react, its last head exploded. The innate spiritual light split my body in the chaotic white mist, and the 2 beads stabilized the entire world of consciousness. There were white clouds floating in the sky, and among them there was a purple-black cloud, which contained the little beast's deepest obsession, revenge. And at the moment I was split into pieces, my consciousness dispersed and merged with this world, turning into a 9-headed little beast, receiving its memories. The 9-headed little beast lived for a long time in a red house which was filled with warm liquid. One day, a gentle voice came from outside. It was its mother, concubine Xian Qi Xian. She often told Xiao Shou about what this world looked like, the prosperity of the 10,000 demons empire, the struggles in the palace, her mother's family, the Qishui Tianlu clan, and the one she talked about most was her husband, the northern demon king Meng Xiong. She named the little beast Xiao Huai, hoping that it would grow up to be a man like the northern demon king. After Xiao Shou was born, I saw Qishuan. She was as gentle, virtuous and beautiful as my mother who died early, and she was full of love for Xiao Shou. The little beast is very happy, and I am very happy too. But before he had slept for long, someone came to kill the little beast. Qi Xian slapped the man's hand away and roared. The man, wearing scarlet eunuch's clothes, sneered and said that the little beast was a monster without spirituality, not a monster, and would bring shame to the northern monster king's mansion if he were alive. Nonsense. Qi Xian rebuked the man. My son's bloodline has returned to his ancestors, and he will have the ability to reach the sky in the future. How could he be a demon beast without spirituality? Hey, you don't have the final say now. If we say he is a monster, then he is a monster. If we say he is a livestock, then he is a livestock. Die. The eunuch sneered and rushed forward without saying anything. This man's martial arts skills were sinister, and as soon as he made a move, a gust of cold wind came up with it. The 9-headed little beast, which had just been born, was almost frozen to death in its cradle. Waya. He trembled all over and burst into tears. Son. Qi Xian was about to protect him when she was unexpectedly slapped by the eunuch again. Bang. Crash. Qi Xian and the 9-headed beast's beds were both smashed to pieces. Empress Xian, you have been pregnant for 10 years, exhausted your spiritual energy, and just gave birth. You are no match for me. Die now. Meng De yelled wildly. Puff. Qi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood after being hit hard on the back. The hot blood splashed all over the face and body of the 9-headed beast. The 9-headed little beast wanted to help his mother. But how could he have any strength when he was only born a few hours ago? Wow. He felt so helpless and uncomfortable that he could only vent by crying. Damn it. Seeing that she was no match for her opponent, Qi Xian's face changed instantly when she heard her son crying. For my son. She made up her mind and took off the pearl on her forehead and put it into her mouth. The gem melted as it entered his stomach, and huge amounts of energy burst out from the bead, tearing Qi Xian's body apart. Bang. Qi Xian's body could no longer withstand the impact energy of the orb and exploded directly. Hold head high. After a burst of red mist, Qi Xian turned into an auspicious beast with a body like a tiger or leopard, a dragon head and tail, and pointed horns on its head. This is her divine body, the one-horned Pishio. She forcibly borrowed the power of the pearl, and at the same time, she lost her cultivation and overdrawn her life force, thus becoming the Pishio divine body. Cut off your head. Qi Xian forcibly borrowed the energy of the gem to transform into the divine body of Pai Xiu, and his combat power increased greatly. A residual image flashed by, and before Meng De could react, he was killed instantly. Oh. However, as soon as Meng De died, she was knocked to the ground by a palm and rolled several times. Who hit me? As soon as she finished speaking, she spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Looking back, Qi Xian couldn't believe it. Meng Yi, I treat you well, how dare you hit me? She stared with red eyes and asked through gritted teeth. It turned out that Meng Yi, the second steward of the Northern Demon King's palace, had been hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Meng Yi glanced at Qi Xian and the 9-headed little beast lying on the ground without saying a word. Today, we must kill concubine Xian and her son. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately transformed into a demon dog that was many times larger than the Pishio's body. Woof. This demon dog has a black body, white teeth, and red eyes. It roars and exudes a sinister aura, which is extremely terrifying. Call. He slapped Qi Xian again. Ah. Qi Xian, who had been pregnant for 10 years and had a difficult labor for 7 days, was completely helpless in front of the giant demon dog, and several bones in her body were broken. Wow, wow. The 9-headed little beast wanted to help and wanted to loudly scold the person who came. But he was just born, what abilities does he have? The sound it made was just like a baby's weak cry. My son. Qi Xian, who was seriously injured, heard the child's cry and thought that he was hurt. She was immediately heartbroken and burst into tears. Empress Xian, it is better not to struggle, or you will suffer more before you die. The giant dog finally spoke. As he spoke, he took steps forward, his speed increasing, like a black light, attacking again. Bang. With a loud bang, the giant claw once again fiercely blew Qi Xian away. Qi Xian crashed into the palace in the distance, breaking several bones in her body, and blood oozing out of her mouth, nose, and ears. She is in pain. Hula. Another gust of black wind blew directly over her body. She couldn't dodge in time, and her back was like being scraped by a knife, taking away all the skin. Now her entire back was covered in bright red flesh, with a white spine exposed, which was extremely terrifying. Ah. The severe pain forced Qi Xian to open her mouth and scream. Empress Xian, you'd better go early. The king is still waiting for news. Meng Yi said to Qi Xian with a smile. That smile was full of cruelty. Qi Xian wished she could eat him right away. You bastard. You will die a horrible death. She placed the child, who was covered in blood, in front of her, and forced herself to stand up, glaring at the old dog in front of her. Ha ha ha. Seeing her so angry that even the hair on her body stood up, Meng Yi, who had always been servile in front of Qi Xian, could finally laugh out loud this time. What you are going through now is what people like this old slave have already gone through. After laughing, Meng Yi looked at Qi Xian with interest and said, do you think that being angry can change your fate? Do you think resentment can offset the difference in strength? He reprimanded Qi Xian in a condescending manner, just like the noble who once reprimanded him. Saying such words to someone like concubine Xian gave him an inexplicable sense of pleasure. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for giving birth to a good son. Who gave him such great potential? If he were to grow up, wouldn't we die without a burial place? This kind of pleasure made him want to say a few more words. You know. Qi Xian's eyes were filled with horror. She thought they all misunderstood her son, and regarded him as an ordinary monster and a disgrace to the Northern Demon King's mansion, so they came to kill him. Turns out, that's not the case. Haha, ever since we knew you were pregnant, we have used all kinds of natural treasures to perform divination. For the past 10 years, your every move has been under our control. Empress Xian, I'm afraid we know his potential better than you do. Seeing his former benefactor now panicking in front of him, Meng Yi felt relieved from the bottom of his heart. You. Qi Xian's pupils dilated again. Of course it's us. How many people has your concubine Xian offended in the palace over the years by relying on the king's favor? When he said this, Meng Yi's eyes turned cold. This concubine Xian Qi Xian had once executed his 2 most capable godsons. I enforce the law impartially and discipline the harem, all for the king and the Northern Demon King's palace. Qi Xian was angry and sad. Hee, how could we not be? Meng Yi didn't want to talk any more nonsense. It can't be that everyone is a bad person, and only you, concubine Xian, and the Tianlu clan are good people, right? Before he finished speaking, he suddenly swung his right claw, and a giant black palm, like a cannonball, flew across the sky and slapped Qi Xian. The giant palm of the cold wind was so powerful that it made her body creak and her bones seemed to be about to break. Does the king know? Qi Xian gritted her teeth, her whole body glowing red, and she fought back desperately. Snort. The giant dog snorted disdainfully. Who doesn't know? I'm here on orders. Meng Xiong, that's your biological son. Upon hearing this answer, Qi Xian was furious, and the last desire in her heart disappeared. Ha ha. You probably don't know how many interests of aristocratic families the Chishui Tianlu clan has encroached upon over the years, and to what extent they have developed. Even the king is wary of the Tianlu clan now. Meng Yi sneered. My Tianlu clan has always been loyal, brave and good at fighting. Oh. Meng Yi stopped talking and increased his strength. Not only did the gusts of cold wind erode her, but a few strands of negative energy also penetrated Qi Xian's protection and penetrated into the body of the nine-headed little beast. This baby, who just a short while ago was looking at the world with innocent eyes, immediately rolled his eyes, his muscles trembled, his face turned blue, and he was about to die. My child. Seeing that, Meng Huai's lips began to turn purple, Qi Xian's heart broke. She pushed her hands upwards and tried her best to break up the Yin Feng palm. Then, enduring the excruciating pain, he decisively raised his hand and broke off the horn on his head. He dug out the flesh from the horn of the Pixiu, crushed it into small pieces, and scattered it forward. The blood and flesh were stimulated by magic power and spread between her and Meng Yi, like a red river of fire, emitting dazzling light and blocking the black dog's progress. It's useless. The black demon dog pounced again. Snort. Qi Xian slapped the top of his head and released all his life essence and blood. She looked at Meng Yi with hatred and coldness. But when he turned around and looked at the nine-headed little beast again, he was filled with tenderness again. She gently touched her face to the nine-headed beast's face and murmured with sadness. My child, it's my fault. I didn't take good care of you. The road ahead is up to you to walk alone. Promise mother that you must live well, live well. After saying this, Qi Xian did not dare to hesitate. She used her blood essence to transform the horn of the Pixiu into a small boat, put the nine-headed little beast in it, and threw it towards the north. The Pixiu horn boat teleported and flew to the north. Looking at her son flying to an unknown place, Qi Xian felt extremely sad. Her smooth face was originally stained with blood, and now the tears flowing from her eyes washed out a series of grooves. The child is the flesh that fell from her body. How could she bear to throw her baby away when she was just a few hours old? There was an indescribable beauty in that weak and pale face after childbirth. Qi Xian is uncomfortable. The nine-headed little beast is in pain. Meng Huai also felt uncomfortable. But the enemy didn't care at all. It's useless. Meng Yi said with a sneer. He didn't know when a black banner with a picture of the Ghost King appeared in his hand. Shua. He just waved it at the nine-headed beast, and a black light emerged from the Ghost King banner. The black light penetrated the void, and at the moment when the Pixiu horn boat flew away, it captured the 2 souls and 4 spirits of the nine-headed beast. No. Just when his child was about to escape, he didn't expect that his soul would be brought back by the dog slave Meng Yi. My baby is going to die right after birth. Qi Xian could no longer remain calm. Her eyes were lifeless and tears instantly flowed down. Then how can I live? Let's die together. She roared with red eyes and shattered her own demon pill with one palm. Bang. The body and soul exploded together, and the spiritual energy was violent, sweeping the surroundings like a tornado. Qi Xian's self-explosion also caused some damage to Meng Yi. How dare you, bitch? If you dare to hurt me, I will send people to chase you thousands of miles away and chop your little bastard's body into powder. A sharp voice echoed back and forth in the smoke and dust. Mother. Mother. Seeing Qi Xian dead, Meng Huai burst into tears and couldn't help but cry out softly. At this time, he was completely in the perspective of the nine-headed beast, his heart filled with hatred for the enemy and reluctance to leave his mother. The horn of the Pixiu flew northward with a red light until it exhausted its spiritual power and soul power, and then it dissipated in the air. The nine-headed little beast also fell down. But with only 1 soul and 3 spirits, the nine-headed little beast no longer has complete intelligence. How can it survive on its own? He lay under a big tree in a daze. He was so young that he could only cry, and the more he cried, the weaker he became. It never rains but it pours. In the evening, the sky was covered with dark clouds, like black ink. In a flash, wind and rain gathered, and thunder and lightning struck. Boom, crack, crack. The lightning was brighter than the last, the thunder was louder than the last, as if they were determined to split the sky in half. Wow, wow, wow. The nine-headed little beast was hungry, tired and cold. Its skinny body, which had only been born not long ago, was shivering in the storm. Crack! Amidst the thunder, a purple lightning bolt struck down from the void. As luck would have it, the purple lightning struck directly on the head of the nine-headed little beast. From the perspective of the nine-headed little beast, he saw a figure coming to his sea of consciousness along with the lightning. It's Meng Huai. You're here. I can't hold on any longer. Revenge, revenge, revenge. Live well, live well. The sounds of curses and blessings rang in his mind at the same time, shocking Meng Huai's soul. Ah! After a loud scream, Meng Huai woke up. Wow, what a big tree! He shook his aching head, opened his eyes, and found himself lying under a big tree that was more than 200 meters high and more than 10 meters in diameter. Looking up, there are all kinds of trees and vegetation everywhere. Is this a primeval forest? Meng Huai looked around in confusion. All the trees are lush and green, especially the green that is so green that it almost touches his heart. The air is fresh, the birds are singing, the flowers are fragrant, the scenery is picturesque, like a fairyland, and everywhere is filled with the kind of vigorous and upward life force. It turns out I wasn't dreaming. Patting the ground, the thick feeling made Meng Huai realize that this was the real world. I have traveled through time now. Meng Huai withdrew his gaze with a bitter face, shook his head, and sorted out his memories. I am now taking over the body of the nine-headed little beast. For a moment, he couldn't accept his current situation. Hey, can we go back? He still wants to return to the modern era. I'm afraid I can't. At least, not now. But after his analysis, he came to this conclusion. But don't be discouraged. This world is full of extraordinary power. My body has 9 heads, which must be very powerful. As long as I work hard. Ouch! Meng Huai, who was comforting himself, suddenly screamed. Where's my head? Where's my head? With his eyes wide open, Meng Huai looked around and found that his shoulders were bare and there was no head. What is this situation? Meng Huai was really frightened, his heart was beating wildly. He quickly ran to a puddle and looked at himself in the mirror. Where are my 8 heads? After seeing this, Meng Huai was even more shocked. I clearly saw that the 9-headed beast had 9 heads before, why does it only have 1 now? And, why does it look so much like a little red pig? A slender, pink figure appeared in the small water surface. Looking closely, it has a short nose, a flat mouth, small eyes, and big ears, and looks very much like a red piglet. Where's my dragon head and tiger head? How did this turn into a pig's head? Meng Huai Xuan is Q. The one who took over the body was clearly a 9-headed divine beast, but now it has become like this. No. No. Definitely not. Meng Huai shook his head, exhaled, and quickly shook off the image of the little red pig. I am the body of a divine beast. He stood up and spoke loudly to himself. A 9-headed beast. It looks like they are from the Qilin clan. Yes, a dragon head and a pig body, that's a Qilin. A Qilin with 9 heads, do you think it's powerful? He tried hard to recall the appearance of the 9-headed little beast in his sea of consciousness. I'm just a kid now, and my bloodline probably hasn't been activated yet. Yes, it must be. I have clearly seen his soul in my sea of consciousness. It looked like a 9-headed beast. Transmigrating into a divine beast was Meng Huai's greatest comfort after traveling to this strange place. But the shadow in the water still reminded him. Now he is just a pet with only a head, the size of a kitten, and looks like a miniature pig. After staring at himself in the water for a long time, a sentence popped up in his mind. It's kind of cute this way. But then he knocked his head. Puffed. Why should I be so cute as a man? I stand tall and proud. I don't eat free food. Even if I have to eat soft rice and hard food. He set flags for himself like crazy. If I want to live off someone who doesn't want me to be a gigolo, then bah. If I want to be a hero, I need to be strong, have black fur, long teeth, and thick skin. When I grow up, when I become rich, when I regain my divine body, I will look down upon the world, dominate the world, swallow up mountains and rivers, and look down on all heroes. Ha ha ha, I saw it, I saw it. I saw a blue sky, a rising sun, a grassland stretching to the distance, a dancing girl looking at me with hot eyes. My majestic figure was invincible and majestic. I was galloping like a horse. The endless horizon was free for me to roam. Meng Huai was thinking about his future in his mind, painting a big picture for himself, with an uncontrollable smile on his face. After a long time. Gurgle, gurgle. Meng Huai was lost in thought when his stomach suddenly growled. Are you hungry? It's not embarrassing, who can not eat? What to eat? Logically, my body is only 1 day old, so I should be drinking milk. But where can I find milk in this desolate mountain? Meng Huai stood up and looked around. There were trees and grass everywhere, but he couldn't see the white milk bottle and pink pacifier anywhere. Alas, that thing is hard to find here. He listened carefully again and heard the faint sound of flowing water. There should be a river ahead. Catch some fish and eat them. I am now the size of a cat, so I can probably only beat the fish. Thinking of this, he ran towards the river as fast as he could. When he got there, Meng Huai realized that the river was very wide. He didn't know how wide it was. Anyway, he couldn't see the other side. There are a lot of water plants by the river and the water flow is not very fast. I lowered my head and took a sip of water. It's quite sweet. Take another sip. He put his head in the river again. Crash. There was a sound of rapid water flow. Hey, what is this? Suddenly, a big fish jumped out of the water and pounced towards Meng Huai. This fish was more than half a meter long, with a slightly raised back and a shallowly curved belly. It had 3 rows of teeth and 2 pairs of long whiskers. It looked like a carp, but its body was golden yellow. It should also be a different species. Damn it, I can't even drink water peacefully. Meng Huai cursed in his heart. I'm a divine beast, and I haven't eaten you yet. You're a fish, and you still want to bite me. He was still a little depressed. Why don't you ask around? A divine beast like Grandpa is born to eat fish, okay. Meng Huai jumped back to avoid the attack of the golden carp, then pounced forward and stepped on its body with his 2 front hooves. Hey, maybe I can't beat you in the water, but on this shore, I can beat you with ease, right? You don't have to go back into the water. Just leave it for my lunch. After saying that, Meng Huai opened his mouth and bit the golden carp. Oh my god. So strong. I don't know what kind of carp this is, but it's really strong. Before he knew it, Meng Huai hadn't pressed it. He was knocked over. The golden carp also seems to have a bad temper. It didn't even think about going into the water. Instead, it twisted its body, opened its mouth wide, swung its tail, and rushed towards Meng Huai again. In the grass by the creek, the kitten and the big fish were in a stalemate, unable to defeat the other. Although they were all small, the battle was very intense as they fought back and forth. At some point, 2 people appeared in midair. Their faces were hidden in the white mist and could not be seen clearly. You can tell it's a woman by looking at her clothes, especially her curvaceous, heart-throbbing figure. Sister Baiyu, look at that. The woman in red said to the one in white, in a voice as clear as a bell, there's a pig and a fish fighting over there. The woman in white hadn't spoken yet, but Meng Huai heard it from below. He was annoyed. Without even raising his head, he yelled over there. I am a divine beast. 9-headed beast, do you know? You are the pig, your whole family is pigs. Hee hee, Sister Baiyu, look, that pig seems to be angry and is barking at us. The woman in red covered her mouth and giggled. You. Meng Huai wanted to curse again. But then he thought that he had not yet refined the transverse bone in his throat, and the moment he opened his mouth, he started to cry out. I guess no matter how much I curse, the other party won't understand. Never mind. He was holding back his anger and turned around to attack the golden carp more fiercely. On the shore, the golden carp could use less than 30% of its full strength, and immediately, a few golden scales fell off. The golden carp was also angry. It somersaulted and hit Meng Huai, then took the opportunity to jump into the creek. Even if you jump into the water, it won't move away. It raised its head in the water and shouted at Meng Huai. Although Meng Huai didn't understand, he knew from the expression that he was saying, "Come down if you dare, and we'll fight again. Do you think I'm stupid? Come up here if you dare." Meng Huai was also fighting excitedly, standing on the shore and yelling into the water. "Come down. Come up here." As he was shouting, Meng Huai suddenly woke up. Is this carp a spirit? His eyes rolled rapidly. Why else would you be arguing with me here? He raised his head cautiously again, and when he saw the woman floating in the air whose face he couldn't even see clearly, he was even more frightened and broke into a sweat. It's over, run. I can't even beat a carp that hasn't transformed. Those two flying creatures are either powerful demons or cultivators. Anyway, they are people that I cannot afford to offend right now. I am now in the form of a red pig. If these two like to eat roast suckling pig, and they eat me, I won't be able to complain. Thinking of this, Meng Huai no longer dared to yell. Xiao Yuer, wait for me. I'm hungry today. I'll come and fight you after I'm full. After saying these harsh words, Meng Huai turned around and ran away. Sister, look, the red pig is trying to escape. The woman in red pointed at Meng Huai and shouted. You are the pig. Meng Huai was slandering the woman in red. He didn't dare say anything, nor did he stop, and continued to run without even raising his head. These golden carp and little red pig should be natural alien species. Sister, let's take them back to Dragon Palace. The woman in red spoke again. Whatever. You didn't care about this little thing at all. The woman in red stretched out her hand and pointed, and two transparent bubbles appeared out of thin air. Call. The water bubbles covered the golden carp and Meng Huai in the blink of an eye. The woman in red waved her slender hand again, and Meng Huai and the golden carp were pulled in front of them. This magic bubble seems to have the effect of an illusion. The golden carp and Meng Huai didn't even realize that they had been caught. They are still running away. Sister, look at them too, they are so silly, so funny, said the woman in red with a smile. You took a look and showed little interest. Sister, I want the goldfish, you take the red pig, we can each have one. I don't want it. You refused. Sister, it's boring for me to raise them all by myself. Let's each have one, and next time we sisters meet, we can let them fight for fun. We can even have a competition to see who can raise a better one. The woman in red seemed to have thought of something very interesting. The woman in white sighed, rubbed the hair of the woman in red, and then said. Hong Yu, have you forgotten? Sister, you are now a criminal. I was driven to this desolate land bordering the 10,000 monsters empire by my father. Every day I have to guard this empty Qingying lake. It can be considered as exile. I don't have the conditions to raise a monster pet. Sister, are you still crying poor to me? Hong Yu adjusted her hair and curled her lips. Then I'll raise it myself. I raise them as pets and let them play around when I have nothing to do. Seeing that his sister was in high spirits, Yu stopped trying to persuade her. Let's go. The two continued to fly north on the cloud. Meng Huai already sensed something was wrong. What's going on? How come after running for so long, there are still the same few trees, the same grass, and the same scene? After Meng Huai stopped, he looked up. Is there such a beauty in the world? Through the thin bubble membrane, he saw a woman's face at a glance. Her beautiful face was otherworldly, her long hair like a waterfall swaying in the wind, her expression was dignified, yet full of fairy spirit. Meng Huai was greatly shocked. He was stunned for a moment. Sister, look, this red pig is peeking at you. Hong Yu said in a tender voice. Yu slowly lowered his eyes as clear as autumn water. In Meng Huai's eyes, her eyes were the fountain of holy light, and even the sun in the sky seemed much dimmer. Where did this beauty come from? Why do you have such a charming face? He looked at her so intensely that all his attention seemed to be sucked away. Being stared at by the scorching eyes of a male monster, a hint of suspicion flashed in the eyes of the dragon girl Yu. She waved her hand, and ripples appeared on the bubble, blocking Meng Huai's sight. Sister, throw this pig away. She opened her red lips and spoke. Ah. Hong Yu was a little surprised. Why, sister? This golden carp can be raised in the spirit pond. But there is no place to raise this pig. Father and mother will not let you raise pigs in the dragon palace. It's okay. I'll keep it in my bedroom. No. Why? This pig is so horny. He is a male. So what? Hong Yu really wanted to let the red pig and the golden carp fight for fun. Hong Yu, this is not some dumb little beast. Bai Yu tried to persuade him again. He is intelligent and male. If you, an unmarried dragon girl, were to be found hiding a lustful boar in your bedroom, it would damage your reputation. Besides, if my father and mother find out, they will definitely execute him. Bai Yu said a little seriously. All right. Hong Yu no longer insisted. Anyway, she liked the golden carp more, so she went back and let the golden carp fight with her own lobster. Sister, where should I throw it? Just throw it into the oak forest below. There aren't any big monsters there, so it should be able to survive. Bai Yu stopped talking, pointed his finger downwards and said. Hong Yu stretched out her hand and threw the bubble that was wrapping Meng Huai away. Meng Huai was still savoring the charming light in the beauty's eyes when he suddenly fell from the sky. I don't know if the dragon girl Hong Yu's magic power is not pure. When it was more than 200 meters away from the ground, the bubble burst. Meng Huai fell directly down. Ah! He smashed directly into a large oak tree. The pink body flew quickly through the leaves and branches, scratching them painfully. You can't fall to death within a day of crossing here, right? Meng Huai, who had bumped into the treetops 2 or 3 times, thought with grief and anger. Hula. Although the thick branches slowed down Meng Huai's falling speed, they also almost broke his whole body. Bang. As if he had fallen from a 30-story building, he smashed directly into the thick leaves and mud. Bang. As luck would have it, with the last blow, his neck hit directly onto an extremely hard tree root. Crack. The bone at the back of his neck was broken, and Meng Huai immediately felt a pain like his flesh was being torn apart. But the pain didn't last long. Then, the entire back of my neck and body became numb. It's over. I can't move. Meng Huai tried hard to twist his body, but it didn't respond. No consciousness at all. Did I fall and become a high-level paraplegic? His eyes were wide open. Isn't this worse than falling to death? Meng Huai couldn't believe it. This is his first day after traveling through time. Hi. Beauty. Fairy. Grandma. Don't leave. I was broken by you. Please save me. Looking at the cloud flying away, Meng Huai shouted hurriedly. Unfortunately, the dragon girl was riding on a cloud at such a fast speed that she disappeared in the blink of an eye. You cruel and vicious little girl, don't let me catch you next time. If I catch you, I will spank you severely. Meng Huai couldn't help but curse. He tried to shake his head gently to see if he could get up. I don't know if there was a nerve that was useful, but my head actually moved a little. But then, with a click sound, the head bent directly to the right. All of a sudden, Meng Huai's world was tilted. I'll go. What's going on? Is the neck completely broken? There was only a piece of skin where his head and shoulders were connected, and all the muscles and nerves were severed. My head fell off. He felt dizzy. What should I do? Hiss. Meng Huai, with his head hanging like an inverted gourd, was just about to think of a solution when he suddenly heard a rustling sound. What's that sound? He couldn't move his head, and his eyes moved around left and right and up and down, searching everywhere. What? Something cool crawled onto the left side of his face. When the thing raised its head, Meng Huai saw the triangular black head and blood-red tongue. Where did this poisonous snake come from? Why did you come so quickly? Sweat immediately broke out on Meng Huai's head. Didn't I just fall? Are venomous snakes so dedicated to hunting now? He was so frightened by being stared at face to face by a poisonous snake that he couldn't move and the muscles on his face trembled unconsciously. How do you drive away poisonous snakes? The Indians who are good at snake handling seem to play flutes or whistles. Let me try it too. Sh. His mouth just pursed up and made a little whistle sound. Swoosh. The poisonous snake jumped up and bit his mouth. Woo. Whistling, no use. Meng Huai's eyes widened. Pain. The lips bitten by the poisonous snake stung at first. It's numb. Then, numbly. It's wooden. I couldn't feel it afterwards. Is this thing poisonous? Meng Huai drooped his eyelids and looked down, and saw the snake biting his mouth hard, staring at him with its waxy yellow eyes. You are violating me. The snake's mouth was facing his mouth, its fangs were biting his lips, and its tongue was constantly drilling into his mouth, like a wet kiss. It was so disgusting. But he didn't care about the nausea. Because he clearly saw a purple-black line starting from his lips and spreading towards his nose, face and eyes. This snake is extremely poisonous. It's highly poisonous. It's all over now. I am paralyzed and bitten by a poisonous snake. What should I do? Who can give me some advice? I don't have any tricks left. Meng Huai thought about his current situation and really didn't know how to survive. Oh my God. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt, and Meng Huai couldn't help but roar at the sky. What evil thing have I done that you have to treat me like this? You took away my happy life in my last life, why are you making me suffer so much in this life? I don't accept it. I don't want to travel through time and die in such a cowardly way. Meng Huai was furious, staring at the sky and yelling in his heart. Perhaps God heard his cry, and he heard a ding-dong sound in his mind. A crisp voice rang out. The system master disk is loading. Please wait patiently. Meng Huai's eyes suddenly lit up. Here you come, standard for time travelers, you are finally here. System environment scan. Please wait patiently. System environment scan completed. Depending on the host's current situation, 2 systems are provided for selection. Hearing this, Meng Huai's heart was filled with joy. My system is really advanced. Not only is there no lag, but there are also 2 systems to choose from. Just as he was thinking, the mechanical voice continued. System Mother Disk, Invincible Combat System, Top Level, /Connector System, No Level, please think carefully and make a choice. Please note, you only have one chance to choose, and once you choose, you cannot change it. What the hell is a joint system? This was the first time Meng Huai heard of this system. Is there any need to think about this? Even a fool knows how to choose. I will definitely choose the invincible combat system. I want to be invincible from the start, then show off, slap people in the face, and start a harem. After all this, I'll be so excited. Thinking of this, Meng Huai spoke directly in his heart. Choose the invincible combat system. System Mother Disk, since this is the first time the host has loaded the system, this System Mother Disk kindly reminds you, the Combat Power Invincible system only has combat power, which means, the best defense is offense. There is no defense and no treatment. Meng Huai was a little confused. What's the meaning? System Mother Disk, choose the invincible combat system. You can kill the poisonous snake in front of you with a breath, but you can't connect the broken neck, you will not be able to move, and you can't detoxify. Meng Huai, does this mean that I will become a paralyzed person who is poisoned and about to die, but is invincible? System Master Disk, correct understanding. What's the use of the joint system? System Mother Disk, the connector system, is a system specially designed for the host's current situation. Because the host's only head is now broken. Meng Huai was about to ask more questions when suddenly his alarm bells rang. Beep, beep. Warning. Warning. The host's internal organs are about to be attacked by snake venom. Please make a choice as soon as possible. Please make a choice as soon as possible. Please make a choice as soon as possible. What a shit choice. There is only one answer. Select joint system. Meng Huai quickly shouted in his mind. The host has been chosen. Connector system is loading. Connector system is being activated. Ding. Connector system is bound successfully. Connector system, where would you like to connect, host? Meng Huai was a little confused. What do you mean by connecting it to where? Isn't it connected to the neck? Connector system, the host currently has 9 connector positions, all of which are vacant. You can choose to connect at any place. Special reminder, the host currently only has one head available, so it is best to connect it in the middle. Otherwise, it would not look good to have a head on the shoulders. You are talking nonsense. Meng Huai felt that the snake venom had begun to burn his heart and lungs. He didn't want to waste time talking to this system, so he said directly, connect it to the original position. Ding. Connecting. As soon as the mechanical sound passed, Meng Huai felt a magical energy emanating from his mind and rushing directly to the back of his neck. With a few clicks and bangs, the connector system connected Meng Huai's broken nerves and muscles, and healed Meng Huai's injured cervical vertebra. This is better than what the traditional Chinese medicine practitioner of 30 years has done. There was no time to listen to the system introduction. The moment he was able to move, Meng Huai turned over, grabbed the venomous snake with his front hooves, then lowered his head and bit off the snake's head. If you dare to bite me, I will bite you. Looking at the poisonous snake twisting back and forth on the ground, he kicked it away, venting his anger. Ouch! But then, his eyes went black, he felt dizzy, and fell down again. The snake venom has not been resolved yet. System, quickly detoxify me. Sorry. This system does not have this function. A mechanical and cold voice sounded. So what functions do you have? Connection. Besides that. Sorry. The voice experience time of this system has expired. If you want to continue to use the intelligent voice, please purchase it. Damn, you still want to spend money to talk. What is your Zhou Pa Pai system? Meng Huai couldn't help cursing in his heart. He felt another wave of venom attacking his brain. He did not dare to hesitate and quickly opened the system panel to see how to deal with it. A blue light screen appeared in his mind. Name, Meng Huai. Race, 9-headed beast cub, disabled, degenerated. The first 2 lines made Meng Huai's face twitch. I'm disabled. I've regressed. Then am I still a cub of a divine beast? It hurts. Connector position, center, normal, left 1, left 2, left 3, left 4, right 1, right 2, right 3, right 4, vacant. Status, 20%, weak, poisoned, dying. Physical fitness, 40, height 15 centimeters, length 30 centimeters, weight 60 caddies. This Chun-Chun is the size of a kitten. Soul power, 80. Cultivation, none. Skill, none. Skills, none. Innate magical power, able to eat, slightly, primary glutton. Oh my god. Not to mention that the supernatural power is eat, y slightly. Meaning, the function of eating rice is not powerful either. What the hell is that glutton at the back? Who has the time to give a grade to a glutton? Universal points, 0. System level, no level. System function, connector. System tip 1, the non-level joint system, can only connect your own head. The high-level joint system can connect the head of other creatures to your own body. Please upgrade as soon as possible. Meng Huai was numb. What the hell? You only have the connector function now. Can you only pick up your own head? Is my head so easy to fall off? Need to give yourself a refresher more often. Also, why should I attach someone else's head to my body? System prompt 2. This system has 4 levels, namely, non-level connector system, level 1 real connector system, level 2 plug system, and level 3 head replacement system. What is this? When Meng Huai saw this introduction, he felt like dying. Other people's systems are all like, become the king, omnipotent in all worlds, invincible devouring, what is mine? Are you using your head as a light bulb or electrical plug? It's connecting, plugging, and replacing. System prompt 3, universal points need to be exchanged for spiritual stones, demon cores, golden elixirs, magic tools and other spiritual objects. System Tip 4. Universal points can be used in all upgradable options. They are your magic weapon for dominating the world and rising quickly. Please redeem them as soon as possible. Is the universal point so important? But I'm completely naked now, I have nothing on. Just as I was thinking this, the clear voice rang out again. Non-graded joint system. The newbie gift pack has arrived, do you want to accept it? Ha! I told you the system couldn't be this bad. Open it now. Meng Huai was overjoyed. Ding! The no-level connection system novice gift pack is now open. Already enabled. The host has acquired the animal language skill, can understand, but cannot speak. Get 3 days of intelligent voice interaction experience. Get the body scan experience 3 times. Receive 1 random, universal point. The gift package has been opened. Meng Huai had a bunch of question marks in his mind. What to play? That's all. What kind of gift package is this? I gave you a useless skill, you can only listen but not speak. How stingy can you be? I was given 1 universal point as a gift, just 1 point. Why did you ask for it with such good intentions? Meng Huai felt that if he wasn't killed by the snake venom, he would be pissed to death by this stupid and stingy system. This body scan is for medical treatment, right? I guess this is of some use. I'm poisoned now, so this is just right for me. Meng Huai quickly said to himself. Activate body scan. Beep. Body scan has started, please wait. Ding. Body scan completed. Scan report, the host is penniless and a poor man. He only has 2 spirit beads in his sea of consciousness, which contain the energy of yang fire and true water. Would you like to exchange them? Meng Huai felt like cursing. Is this a body scan? This is a personal scan, right? I only have these 2 treasures left by the 9-headed brothers, right? You're thinking about this life-protecting spiritual bead. Do you want to exchange it? The mechanical voice ignored his complaints. Meng Huai didn't want to exchange it. But he is now poisoned and dying, what else can he do? I can only exchange the universal points first, and then go to the system mall to buy antidote. The most important thing is to stay alive. I'm sorry, Brother Giotto, in order to save your physical body, I have no choice but to sell your companion's spirit treasure. Don't worry. I will definitely get you some good ones in the future. After mumbling a few words in his mind, Meng Huai suppressed his heartache and said those 2 words. Exchange. System, start redemption. Meng Huai felt a tearing sensation in his brain, and the yin-yang spiritual pearls that were floating above his sea of consciousness were pulled away. His sea of consciousness shook, his body swayed, he felt dazed and dizzy. The system is quite efficient. It's done. System, exchange completed. Exchange for 588 universal points. Swindler. Meng Huai couldn't help but curse. System, why can such a good precious bead only be exchanged for such a small number of universal points? System, although the level of the spirit pearl is high, it has not been fully nurtured, and it has been severely damaged and lacks energy. Well, you're on par with those pawnbrokers. You can always say one thing about a brand new down jacket, it's just an old jacket that's been eaten by insects and bitten by rats and is now tattered. System, warm reminder, the snake venom has further invaded the brain. Please exchange the antidote as soon as possible, otherwise there is a risk of immediate death. When Meng Huai heard this, he broke out in a sweat. Only then did he realize that his lungs and brain were burning with pain, and his mouth was full of the taste of rust. When he lowered his eyes, he saw that blood was coming out of all 7 orifices. Exchange for snake venom antidote. Meng Huai quickly shouted at the system. Sorry. The system level is too low, the system mall has not yet been opened, and it cannot be exchanged. What? I'm screwed. If you can't exchange them, why did you take my 2 spirit beads? Are you teasing me here? Meng Huai was so angry that he spat out blood. If possible, he really wanted to take a knife and kill this shameless system. Give me an explanation. Meng Huai shouted at the system in his mind. Hearing Meng Huai's question, the system's voice changed a little, becoming crisper and more ruthless. Anything produced by the system must be of high quality. What nonsense are you talking about? System, the system will never make a loss-making deal. Then you shouldn't have fooled me. Meng Huai was furious. System, my rules are the rules. I grabbed another handful of grass. I really can't refute what you said. Ahem. After spitting out another mouthful of blood, Meng Huai felt his vision beginning to blur. No way. He could only look at the system panel again. After reading it several times, only the physical condition item is still useful now. He had no choice but to click it while cursing. There is no antidote. We can only rely on our physical strength to bear it. Bang. I clicked on the plus sign behind Constitution, and the universal points were subtracted by 10, and the Constitution increased by 1. A mysterious force rushed out from his brain, then traveled back and forth in his body, slowly improving his body, making his muscles and bones stronger and his body size and weight growing. He clicked the buttons continuously. As the universal points decrease, the physical numbers are also increasing rapidly. Meng Huai's body grew bigger as if a balloon was being blown up. When the number behind his physique became 98, his body had more than doubled in size. I'm strong. Meng Huai could feel the surging power in his body. But he had no time to get excited. Because the snake venom is still there. Hold on, hold on. I must hold on with my current physical condition. Meng Huai prayed in his heart. I can't just disappear like this. As the thought flashed through his mind, Meng Huai, who was so angry and anxious, lost all his strength. His eyes went dark and he fainted. The place where Meng Huai was located had many mountains, much rain, much water, many rivers, and many swamps. The wild grass was tall and dense, the trees blocked out the sun, and there were countless animals and plants living there, and there were dangers everywhere. Just when Meng Huai fainted, not far from him, a gray viper was slowly climbing up the tree trunk. This gray viper is more than 1 meter long, as thick as a fist, with a triangular head, and looks very ferocious. There is a bird's nest on the tree, and in the nest there are 3 light green eggs, which are the eggs of the blue-spotted spirit bird. The bird's nest is clean and tidy, and the eggs are crystal clear. A happy family of blue-spotted birds should live here. The gray viper quickly crawled into the bird's nest and rolled its eyes. Instead of choosing to eat the eggs now, it squeezed itself into the bird's nest. The bird's nest was filled with dry branches and leaves, so it crawled in and hid there. Because of its color, the gray snake blended into the bird's nest when it lay motionless. Chi-chi-chi. A blue-spotted bird flew out of the woods at a very fast speed. Chirp, chirp. Perhaps it was afraid that no one would take care of its eggs, so as soon as it caught a green worm, it ran home anxiously. Swoosh. It was so fast, like a flash of black lightning. Just as the bird flew above the nest and was about to land, the gray viper swooped out, bit its body and pulled it down. Chi-chi-chi-chi. The blue-spotted spirit bird screamed and struggled. The gray viper didn't care. It flipped over a few times, wrapped it up and strangled it tightly. It was only a minute or two before the blue-spotted lark stopped struggling. Its eyes were wide open, and it looked innocent and surprised, and it was dead. After death, it still looks at its children in its nest with reluctance. After making sure the blue-spotted lark was dead, the gray viper let it go, opened its mouth wide and swallowed it. No need to chew, eat it whole. After eating a big bird, it was still not satisfied. It turned its head and looked at the 3 bird eggs with an indifferent expression. Then, he swallowed them one by one. After eating, the gray viper uses its neck muscles to crush the eggs, sends the egg yolk and egg white into its stomach, and then spits out the indigestible eggshell and egg white membrane. He spit it into the bird's nest where a few blue feathers had fallen. Only after that, it feels good. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The gray viper was spitting out its tongue and exploring left and right. After confirming that there was no more food in the bird's nest, it slowly crawled down. Not full yet. It still has to go looking for prey. Hiss. The blood-red snake's tongue was moving in and out. The smell of meat. It smelled Meng Huai's scent, grinned, and crawled over quickly. Suddenly, the gray viper seemed to sense some danger. Hiss, hiss. It suddenly raised its head, its tongue flickering in and out, constantly probing the surroundings. But after searching for a long time, nothing was found. A human-like expression of doubt appeared on the face of this fierce gray snake. Although I don't know what's coming, the feeling of danger is getting stronger and stronger. Hiss. It looked nervous and couldn't help but curl up its body. Then, he raised his head high and tilted it back slightly, as if he was ready to attack at any time. But after waiting for a long time, I didn't feel the ground shaking, and I didn't even smell anything. For snakes, if the upper body is raised for a long time, it will feel tired. It slowly lowered its body, wanting to take a rest. Just as it was about to get close but had not yet gotten close to the ground, a black mass came floating in the wind with a whoosh sound and rushed straight towards it. Gray vipers are extremely alert. The moment the shadow came down, it did not choose to continue to lower its head to avoid it, but rolled over immediately. After rolling around, it rolled the black shadow away and stopped rolling. Instead, it rushed forward without hesitation. It wants to escape. Unfortunately, he didn't run away. Puff. The fleeing gray viper crashed into a large net. It turns out there was a trap ahead. Hiss. The spider web was very strong. The black viper rolled over rapidly, but could not break free, and instead the spider web became more and more entangled on its body. Although the spider web had not trapped it yet, it had slowed down its speed. The huge, inky black spider behind him swung its 8 long, thin legs and rushed over. The black spider climbed directly onto its back and opened its mouth to bite its neck. Hiss. The severe pain made the gray viper roll over and over. The black spider, the size of a football, didn't make a sound but just held onto it tightly and kept injecting venom into it. 2 minutes later, the black viper became weak and limp. At this time, the big black spider slowly crawled forward a little. After crawling to the snake's head, it raised its head, then suddenly lunged down, with its mouthparts deep in its skull, where it happily drank the brains. After sucking out the brain matter, the black spider didn't hesitate any longer. It opened its mouth and spit out silk, wanting to wrap up the snake, take it back, and store it as food. Hiss. Suddenly, a very slight rustling sound was heard. The black spider, which was processing its prey, moved its leg hairs slightly, as if it had discovered something. It looked around very alertly. After a moment, the black spider seemed to smell something and was startled. It didn't even want the snake it had worked so hard to hunt, and quickly ran up the tree along the silk. A small group of ants came. They were slowly approaching the bloody snake with indifference on their faces. This ant is extremely large, about the size of a little finger, and looks different from ordinary ants. It resembles a bumblebee. These are the wasp ants, a group of mutant ants with high intelligence, fierce temperament and strong combat power. They are the overlords of this forest. Except for a few ants that snatched the black spider's prey. There was also a wasp ant whose antennae were swinging back and forth, detecting a huge flesh and blood creature in front of it, which was its food. So it rushed towards Meng Huai, waving its big pincers. Hey! As soon as the wasp ant came behind Meng Huai, it used its powerful jaws to bite the ball behind his butt. Ah! The sound of slaughtering a pig immediately spread throughout the woods. The ant was still not satisfied, and it clamped his wrinkled skin with its 2 pairs of large pincers, and then poked its stinger, which was as sharp as a syringe needle, into his body, pouring venom into his body. It was ready to kill Meng Huai alone. Ouch! 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 Meng Huai is in so much pain. He was sleeping soundly and had no idea what was going on. What the hell is this? Who fired the shot? Where did the bullet come from? Why do I feel like I was shot in the back? Or is someone trying to stab my baby with sandalwood? Ouch! Oh my god, it hurts so much. The location chosen by this ant is very clever, as it is the weak point of all male creatures. Hiss! Meng Huai was in so much pain that his legs and all the muscles in his body were shaking. Bang! Unable to bear it any longer, he yelled and ran into the tree. Meng Huai thought about knocking himself out so that he could survive this disaster. Unfortunately, he underestimated the toxicity of the wasp ant. He was knocked unconscious, but the severe pain from behind immediately woke him up. Oh! Meng Huai screamed with blood and tears all over his head. Help! Someone come quickly! What should I do if an ant bites my baby and won't let go? I'm anxious. Pinch it off. I don't have hands now, how can I pinch it off? Meng Huai is going crazy. That wasp ant is also a warrior and a determined one. Seeing that the prey was not dead and was still moving, it refused to let go and stuck to it like the nails of a stapler. Meng Huai had no choice but to jump around and scream. A quarter of an hour later, he finally thought of a solution that was not a solution. Fortunately, he is still young and his body is soft. He also couldn't do it if it was a big wild boar with a very long and thick body. He endured the severe pain and steadied himself, then slowly moved his head and carefully stretched his mouth in front of the big ant. Then, bite it gently, you may bite the wrong place or break the skin, which will be the end of you. After testing it a bit, he pulled extremely slowly. The wasp ant felt threatened and bit with all its might, and the venom in its abdomen began to pour into it desperately. It felt like another electric drill drilling into my butt. The severe pain went straight from the back of his butt to his brain, making Meng Huai's hair stand on end. But this also made him ruthless. Hey! He gritted his teeth, slammed his head, and tore the wasp ant off. Looking back with tears in his eyes, he saw that his perineum had swollen to the size of a red peach, and it was crystal clear and very scary. Not only that, but there are also the mouthparts of a wasp ant, 2 large claws, and a stinger with a bit of flesh on it, flowing with black, yellow, and red water, hanging there. Meng Huai was angry. He didn't want to eat ants, but he just chewed the wasp ant and swallowed it into his stomach, making it a meaty meal. This isn't the end yet. The poison needles and the like are still embedded in his flesh. There was no way out. Meng Huai could only stare with red eyes, twisted his body and moved behind the buttocks, using his little tongue and little milk teeth to lick off the big claws, mouthparts and poisonous stinger of the wasp ant bit by bit. During this short while, he burst into tears. Looks like he's heartbroken. If the wasp ant dies, will it stop hurting? How is that possible? Its poison has been injected. Ah, hum. At this moment, Meng Huai felt a wave of red-hot iron rods poking his buttocks from behind, one higher than the other. It's so sour and refreshing. Moreover, it wasn't just his buttocks that hurt, even his back and shoulders began to feel a burning pain. It was clearly my butt that was bitten, but even my head hurts, what's going on? Meng Huai, lying there twitching in pain, was completely puzzled. He no longer had the strength to shout, he could only lie there limply and hum. He doesn't want to move. I can't move even if I want to. The venom of wasp ants also has an anesthetic effect. He could no longer control his muscles. This wasp ant is really poisonous. Because he chewed the poison needle with his mouth, his tongue and lips were all swollen. Ouch, oh. Ouch, la. His lips turned into sausages and his tongue became like ham, everything became numb and straight, making it difficult for Meng Huai to even hum clearly. What's going on? Meng Huai didn't dare to speak, as he felt pain when he spoke, so he could only think about it in his heart. What kind of woods is this? How come even an ant is so hard to deal with? This is a monster. I wonder if my universal points will increase after eating this ant. A blue light flashed, and Meng Huai's system panel was opened again. Name, Meng Huai. Race. After checking it again, nothing else has changed, except status, 85%, poisoned. Oh my god, I'm poisoned again. Meng Huai really wanted to curse. Physical fitness, 95, height 45 centimeters, length 80 centimeters, weight 145 kgs. My physical fitness has improved a lot. Now I don't have to worry about being poisoned to death. Universal points, 9 points. Why didn't the universal points increase? Can't eating increase universal points? What kind of crippled system is this? Meng Huai was very depressed. But he didn't stay depressed for long. Because not long after, he fainted from the pain. If Meng Huai had not experienced it himself, he would never have believed that being stung by an ant could cause pain for a whole day and night. Yes. That's it. Even more than that. It was almost dusk of the next day that he was able to stand up after waking up and sleeping again. Ouch. The moment he stood up, Meng Huai shuddered. Go out. Revenge. He didn't dare look back at the bell behind his butt, so he turned around and ran forward. I have to destroy this ant's nest. No matter what, I have to avenge this deep hatred. Meng Huai thought bitterly. But after sniffing for a long time and following the smell, he finally found another group of wasp ants going out. The excruciating pain that penetrated his bones yesterday frightened him. He let out a loud cry and turned around and ran away. Humph. Just you wait. Just wait till Grandpa becomes powerful. I will dig out your queen ants and eat them. He ran while uttering harsh words. The ants waved their tentacles, and it was unclear whether they understood his arrogant words. Probably he didn't understand. Those little guys were still hunting for their own food and ignored the enemies running around. Don't bully the weak. Meng Huai comforted himself in his heart. But I have to become strong. I can't be unable to defeat an ant. This place is so magical, with such tall trees and such crazy ants. I wonder if there are any spiritual roots or fruits. It would be great if there were ice spirit leaves, evergreen flowers, Tianyuan fruits, Xiang roots, Tianshan ginseng, star lotus, ascension vine, etc. These things are standard equipment for time travelers. Eating one will help you achieve supernatural powers. Meng Huai recalled the things in the novel in his previous life. When the time comes, I will go out and pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger, and get slapped in the face everywhere. Hee hee, how satisfying will that be? When he thought of this, Meng Huai's eyes began to shine and his mouth unconsciously broke into a smile. Success comes from doing, not waiting. Go ahead, Meng Xiaochang. He turned over and ran out. Meng Huai was not unprepared. As of now, he does not have the fangs, thick skin, long hair, great strength, or magical powers of the mythical beast. But he already has a nose with a keen sense of smell. After a rough try, I found that I could at least smell roots and rhizomes 2 or 3 meters underground, and the fragrance of wild fruits 70 or 80 miles away. Hum, hum, hum. Meng Huai walked while smelling, avoiding all dangerous areas, places with tiger feces and wolf urine, places with rotten stench, and even places with the fishy smell of snakes. He would not go there. Now, he was still weak and couldn't run over to give them snacks. He wasn't that kind. Ha! There's the fresh fragrance of spiritual fruit over there. This is his goal. After walking more than 60 miles to the south, Meng Huai smelled a particularly strong aroma of ripe fruit 40 miles to the southwest. He is more careful. Start running slowly towards that direction. Every few steps, stop and look around. After a few more steps, sniff around. He only has one life, so he has to be careful. Oh my God. When he finally got there and saw the bright red fruit, Meng Huai was so angry that he wanted to curse. There are fruits here, but they are all on the trees. I saw a tree in front of me towering into the sky. At a glance, it was about 90 meters tall and occupied an area of about 100 meters in radius. This spiritual fruit tree has no leaves and no branches, just a bare trunk. How can I eat this? Can I climb a tree as high as a 30 or 40-story building with my bare hands? Meng Huai stared at the tree and thought, with a helpless look on his face. By the way, can I climb a tree? Meng Huai looked at his hands that were like pig's feet, and suddenly thought of a slanderous saying about men are reliable, and sows can climb trees. I think so. He shook his head to get rid of the image of the sow climbing the tree, and then walked towards the spiritual fruit tree. When he got to the tree, he tried hard for a long time, but he was still on the ground. I can't get up. Is there any time traveler more miserable than him? I finally found a spiritual fruit tree, but I couldn't climb up and reach it. Isn't that infuriating? Look on the ground, in case there are any fallen wild fruits. Meng Huai was still optimistic and began to sniff the ground. Unfortunately, This tree should indeed be a spiritual fruit tree, as there are no fruit cores from previous years piled up under the tree like other wild fruit trees. If there's nothing on the ground, is there anything in the soil? Turn up the soil and look for it. Meng Huai started digging the soil under the tree again. I searched the soil thoroughly but didn't find a single fruit. I'm going to curse. Oh my God, you are such a bully. Meng Huai, covered in dust, stood under the tree, looking up with his head raised. There are more than 30 blood-red, longan-sized fruits on the top of the branches. They look very tempting and smell very fragrant. But he just can't eat it. Don't you feel angry? Hi. Suddenly, Meng Huai's eyes turned and he shouted at the tree. Big tree, I am loosening the soil for you. Can't you give me a fruit to eat? Unfortunately, this tree that only bears fruit and no leaves is still shaking its branches there, but not a single fruit drops. I'm so pissed off. I arch. It was already dark. Meng Huai, who had been busy for half a day, didn't dare to run around in the forest at night, so he couldn't go back. He sniffed around and didn't sense any ferocious beast coming, so he began to dig the ground with his nose under a big tree. Humph. As long as I use the hoe well, there is no corner that I can't dig down. Oh, no, as long as I, old Meng, dig well, I can dig down a towering tree. He was determined to eat the spiritual fruit. At least it can move something weighing over 100 kilograms. The power of his nose is beyond imagination. Even on this hard ground, he could dig a hole easily. When he encountered a very thick tree root, he would first bite it with his teeth and then use his nose to push it apart. The darkness did not affect his work. In the darkness, his eyes glowed green, and from a distance they looked like two flashing emeralds. By midnight, Meng Huai had bitten off all the side roots of the tree. Don't let go of the taproot either. Crack, crack. Hee hee, hee hee. After working for half the night, he had bitten off half of the thickest root of the tree. Bang, bang, bang. At dawn, Meng Huai bathed in the first rays of light from the east and began to bump into trees. It hurts. He was still too small now, less than 50 centimeters tall and less than 1 meter long. Every time he hit the tree that was nearly 100 meters tall, it was like hitting the leg of a chair with a pencil. But he didn't give up. After hitting it a few times, stop and bite it with your teeth a few times, then continue hitting it. If this side of my body hurts, I'll use the other side to hit it. This can be considered as you go moving the mountain. Meng Huai thought to himself. When the sun shone overhead, the tree finally made a crackling sound. When Meng Huai heard this, he quickly ran away. Plop. When he ran to the edge of the clearing, the red fruit tree was swaying in the wind and then fell down. Finally I got to eat it. Meng Huai ran back and took a bite of the fruit. Tasty. After swallowing 3 or 5 spiritual fruits whole, Meng Huai, with his mouth full of fragrance, began to savor them carefully. He was not very good at it and had no idea about exotic fruits. After eating it for a long time, he just felt his mouth watering and did not recognize what kind of treasure it was. Since the fruit is red, we simply gave it a name, red fruit. There are 36 in total, and I've already eaten half of them. Did your power increase significantly? I'll give it a try. After saying that, Meng Huai lowered his head and pushed hard against the fallen tree. But he twisted his head and but left and right like an earthworm, and tried his best to get the tree to move at all. Hee hee. Meng Huai, exhausted and out of breath, was disappointed. He lay there, staring blankly at the sky. What on earth is going on here? What about cleansing the essence and marrow? What about the great improvement in skills? Why is there nothing? He is very angry. I worked so hard for so long, but all my efforts were in vain. Meng Huai was very angry. What am I wearing? Why is the protagonist's halo so weak? He had no appetite. Directly opened the system panel again. After the blue light flashed, he looked carefully and found that nothing else had changed. The status has recovered to 100%. He looked at it again and found a little difference. The note slightly after can eat in the innate magical power is gone. What do you mean? This rare-looking red fruit has only one function. Strengthen the spleen and stimulate appetite. After eating more than 10 spiritual fruits, the biggest benefit is that I can eat more in the future. Meng Huai was very depressed. Beep. The system suddenly made a sound. System, warm reminder, the system has detected something with rich spiritual energy around the host. Do you want to activate the scan function? Start. Meng Huai said weakly. System, the system scanned and found that there are 18 spiritual fruits containing energy next to the host. Do you want to start the exchange? Ha. Can this be exchanged for universal points? System, of course. Any spiritual object rich in spiritual power can be exchanged. How do I redeem it? System, put the spiritual object in your mouth and start the exchange. Do you have to put it in your mouth? System, you can put it in your palm if you have hands, but do you have hands? TSK, you are discriminating against our divine beasts. Can't claws and hooves be considered hands? The system ignored him and continued to mechanically ask, do you want to enable the exchange? Meng Huai quickly put the remaining red fruits into his mouth one by one. Start the exchange. Beep. Exchange begins. Meng Huai felt the red fruit in his mouth disappear out of thin air, as if it had been taken away by someone remotely. The exchange is over. This exchange is for 360 universal points. It's not too little. With the experience of exchanging 2 spirit beads for more than 500 points last time, Meng Huai's expectations were much smaller. He looked at the system panel again and saw that only the 2 items, physique and soul power, had plus after them. After thinking about it, he still chose constitution. Pa pa pa. After a sound, the number behind Meng Huai's physique changed to 131. His body also grew bigger. He was 62 centimeters tall, 110 centimeters long and weighed 199 caddies. He looked like a calf. Meng Huai felt his current condition. Ha, I am full of strength now, very powerful. The sudden improvement in his physical condition gave him full confidence in himself. It rained heavily and the water on the ground flowed like a stream. This place is also strange. There are no clouds to be seen, but the rain is heavy, pouring down like a bucket. Perhaps the appetite-stimulating effect of red fruits was evident, and his stomach started to growl again. Meng Huai is hungry again. I think I could eat a whole cow. He wanted to eat very much. Unfortunately, there are no cows here. He didn't consider whether he could beat the bull. What should I eat? He wants to find someone he can beat. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. That ant bit me for no reason. How can I just let it go and ignore it? As a man, you must take revenge. This is the reason Meng Huai gave himself. These ants are quite large and taste great, like small sausages. Meng Huai drooled just thinking about it. After a slight hesitation, he became determined again, turned around, and ran eastward. Judging from the smell in the air, Meng Huai knew that the large group of wasp ants should be about 20 miles east of the red fruit tree. But when Meng Huai saw the ant nest, he didn't rush up. No. You can't go. The wasp ant's nest is on a hillside, and the anthill alone is more than 10 meters high. It's as high as a 3-story building. There are at least 100,000 ants in it. Meng Huai had seen how powerful those ants were. He doesn't have the ability to challenge such a group of berserkers. I just wanted to take advantage of something, but I didn't intend to die. Let's see if there are any ants blocked by the heavy rain and pick up a few to satisfy our cravings. With the faint light from the sky, Meng Huai observed his surroundings. Ha, there it is. There were 3 wasp ants under the leaves in front, and they were exhausted after being drenched. Put on my armor. After saying that, Meng Huai lay down in the mud pit and rolled around, covering every part of his body with mud, even his nose. Then, he walked over with a smile on his face. Crack! Before the 3 wasp ants that were holding up their big pincers to protest could react, he bit the one in the middle. Then, he shook his head to take a bite to the left, then to the right, and then ate the other 2. It's crispy, tender and juicy. Especially after the meat enters the stomach, it feels warm and comfortable. Too little. For Meng Huai, who now weighs nearly 200 kilograms. Eating 3 ants is just like filling a gap between his teeth. Eat more. He looked around and found a few wasp ants under a big tree and started eating them happily. Crack, crack. The lone wasp ant had no way to deal with him as he was covered in mud. Next, he really ate a lot. It's not satisfying. Eating like this won't digest quickly enough. He was a little disgusted with this way of eating in 2s and 3s. Let's have a good meal. In the heavy rain, Meng Huai, who felt invincible, became more and more excited. In other words, he was addicted to eating wasp ants. Life is all about eating and drinking. Eat to your heart's content. So he rolled on the ground again and again, putting on thicker mud armor for himself. Pour it for me. He quickly ran to the wasp anthill and collapsed a large part of the nest with his nose. I'll eat it. He simply stuck his head into the ant nest, closed his eyes and started chewing. Crack, crack, crack. Ah, delicious Sanzi. He was ecstatic with the food. Meng Huai enjoyed the meal very much. But the group of wasp ants were disturbed and they all went crazy all of a sudden. With red eyes and shouting slogans, they rushed towards his head and face. Ah! Meng Huai was so busy eating that he forgot that although his nose was covered with mud, it did have holes. Ants are also particularly good at drilling. As luck would have it, 2 slender ants crawled directly into his nostrils and started biting him, causing him to shake his head in pain. It's better to leave first. After being bitten, Meng Huai quickly ran away, sticking his nose into the mud on the ground as he ran, trying to drown the 2 ants. But the 2 ants were determined to teach the invader a lesson and refused to give in. Ahem. I can't eat it anymore. We need to leave quickly. The pain this time is different from last time. This time the wasp ant bit into my nostril, and the pain went straight to my head. Waves of pain, like a sledgehammer, hit Meng Huai's head directly through his nasal cavity, again and again. Every time this happened, Meng Huai felt a little more dizzy. After running a few steps, he felt like he wanted to fall asleep or just crash to death. However, his human consciousness and survival instinct told him that he could not choose either of those 2 options. At this moment, he could only run for his life and get away from here as soon as possible. The heavy rain was still falling, washing away the mud on his body and the ants stuck in the mud. It hurt so much. I wouldn't have eaten it if I had known. Tears came out of his eyes due to the pain, and Meng Huai felt a little regretful. Run quickly. Otherwise, you will definitely be bitten to death by these ants. There was no time for him to daydream, especially when there was an ant 2 fingers long stuck in his nose and an army of ants chasing after his butt. That is today. It was raining heavily in the sky, making it difficult for the ant army's air force to fly, and for the ground troops to march. The rain also washed away the smell on Meng Huai's body, allowing Meng Huai to escape. After running for dozens of miles, Meng Huai accidentally returned to the place where red fruits grew. Hi! He let out a long sigh and immersed his head in the pit of the red fruit tree. It took a full half-hour of soaking before the 2 wasp ants were drowned and slid out of his nose. But at this time Meng Huai was already dying. This time the poisoning is even deeper. With his swollen face and head held high, he lay in the puddle, not wanting to move at all. System, I've suffered so much this time, and my consciousness seems to be there and not there now. Can you give me some enlightenment? Meng Huai asked the system while holding on. System, low-level systems don't have this function. Meng Huai, then can I exchange it for the wasp ants in my stomach? System, no. Meng Huai, why? System, it's not for me. You ate and absorbed all those wasps and ants and turned them into your own energy. How can I exchange it? Hi, you make a lot of sense. Meng Huai, then if I catch a wasp ant with spiritual energy and hold it in my hand, can I exchange it for universal points? System, this system can only exchange items, not living things. Meng Huai, what do you mean? System, not alive, but dead. It's too crippled. There are too many restrictions. It's a good system, you just need to make me happy. Why doesn't this work and why doesn't that work? However, this also made Meng Huai more aware of the system's exchange conditions. Keep doing your best in the future. After saying this, he fell asleep again due to poisoning. The rain was heavy and lasted for a long time. It didn't stop until the next day, nearly 30 hours later, when Meng Huai woke up. After waking up, he didn't feel any changes in his body, nor did he feel that something had suddenly happened to him. He even looked left and right, front and back, and saw that there was no difference at all except that the red skin was still red and the white hair was still white. If we talk about changes, we can't say there aren't any. That means you can eat more. He was hungry again now. Also, the pain tolerance seems to have been enhanced. In the forest without wind, rain, or fighting, there are birds singing and flowers blooming everywhere. Especially after a rainstorm, the plants that have absorbed water and the animals that have escaped the storm are thriving. Looking around, you can see vibrant scenes everywhere. Meng Huai looked at the white clouds in the sky. The clouds looked like white gauze, sometimes like dark dogs, and sometimes like fine horses, changing rapidly, which was really magical. If only I could fly to the sky. This desire arose in his heart. When will I be able to fly and dominate the world? Powerful. Powerful. I want to make myself stronger. I want to go out. I'm going to take revenge on those two women and spank them. He made a vow to himself. I want. Ouch. Before he could finish his sentence, Meng Huai suddenly screamed again and jumped up and down again like a madman. Waves of sharp pain came from the back of his buttocks, making him want to twitch and run around. You are still alive. After a few minutes, Meng Huai suppressed his trembling body and turned his head to look. The two wasp ants that were covered in mud were not really drowned, they were just pretending to be dead, and now they are alive again after being exposed to the sun. While he was not paying attention, the wasp ants attacked at the same time. One ant was biting his left ball, and another was biting his right ball, injecting venom there. You guys still want to add water to this thing? No matter how big it is after it is filled with water, it won't work. Meng Huai had tears in his eyes. I should have chewed you up and eaten you first. He hated himself for only thinking about big things and ignoring the threat in front of him. Meng Huai had no other options when the ball was bitten by the wasp ant. Eat you. He could only turn his head back and bite them off one at a time, chewing and swallowing them, just like before. Do you still want to pick out the stings? He then used his tongue to pick out the stings that had penetrated into the flesh bit by bit. But it hurt so much. Then, he could only lie there and hum. I'm hungry again, what should I do? He had no choice but to stagger to the red fruit tree and eat the leaves and branches of the spiritual fruit to satisfy his hunger. But the toxicity of wasp ants is really too strong. After a while, he had no strength left in his whole body. After a while, Meng Huai found that he couldn't even eat anymore, his tongue was swollen. Why am I so miserable? Why am I so miserable? His consciousness began to blur again, and he couldn't even speak clearly. Meng Huai was poisoned and fell asleep again in a daze. At dawn the next day, Meng Huai climbed out of the puddle with sleepy eyes. After a good sleep, I feel refreshed. Goo goo. Everything is fine, but I'm hungry again. He shook off the mud and water on his body and looked around. There was no food around, so he had no choice but to run over and gnaw on the red fruit tree again. There is no other way, this is the most convenient food to satisfy your hunger. What to do next? Meng Huai was thinking. Well, just two urgent matters. One is, to fill your stomach. The other is to find a way to exchange spiritual objects and spiritual fruits for universal points in the system, so that I can grow quickly, and then I can avenge the nine-headed beast and spank those two women. When Meng Huai closed his eyes, dozed off and had wild thoughts, he didn't know that danger was approaching. A small team of ants consisting of a flying ant, 4 soldier ants, and 10 worker ants, followed the smell left by Meng Huai and the signal sent by the 2 ants that drilled through his nose yesterday, and arrived at the edge of the open space. The flying ant Huang Shan is a slender but brave and strong female ant, and she is also an ant that is infinitely loyal to the colony. In every battle, she always rushed to the front and even broke one of her front legs. But she is still one of the most powerful fighters in the wasp colony. This time, she was the first to obtain information about the enemy attack the day before, and she was also the first to lead a team over. When Huang Shan saw Meng Huai lying there eating leaves, Her eyes immediately turned red. This guy had eaten 100 or 200 people in her family the day before yesterday. What's even more infuriating is that it knocked over the anthill, allowing heavy rain to pour into the nest, washing away more than half of the little ants and ant eggs, including several months of stored food. What a shame. This is Huang Shan's team's understanding of Meng Huai's behavior. A life and death feud. This is how Huang Shan's team defines Meng Huai. Seeing her enemy right in front of her, Huang Shan wished she could fly over, bite him to death, and drag him back to eat. This is also the decision of the colony. Without food, the queen ant cannot lay eggs, and there will be no new ants, which will greatly reduce the strength of the wasp ants. In this forest, the law of the jungle prevails everywhere. If the strength of an ant is greatly reduced, the entire hill ant colony may face extinction. Taking Meng Huai back, cutting him into pieces and turning him into food was the inevitable choice for the wasp colony. But a good commander never acts on impulse. Huang Shan, who was a scout, suppressed his anger at this moment. He first flew high into the sky, releasing his pheromones and transmitting them back to the ant nest. After doing all this, she was still not at ease, so she asked the 5 strongest, youngest and fastest of the 10 worker ants to go back and report the news. Then, it flicked its antennae and gave orders to the remaining ants. A worker ant waits on the spot to be picked up. 4 worker ants followed the battle team and slowly moved towards the enemy. He flew forward gently, patrolled around the enemy, and passed the observed intelligence to his teammates. 4 meters high in the air, Huang Shan informed the 4 worker ants of all the surrounding situations. Then, she ordered them to return immediately to deliver the information and meet up with the main force. She herself had to hold a combat meeting with the 4 soldier ants. Under a large leaf about 3 meters away from Meng Huai, 5 ants were having a heated discussion. "Captain, we must adopt the swarm ant strategy. This guy is hundreds or thousands of times bigger than us, with long hair, thick skin, and is fat. Our venom and fangs are not fatal to it. Besides, there is a big mud pit next to it, and the terrain is not favorable for us," said an ant with a red dot on its head and a broken pincer. "Yes, the most important thing is that if he is not knocked out by the anesthesia, our strength, even the large force coming, will not be able to stop him," another ant with a red abdomen followed up. "Hey, red head, red belly, you two are the ones who are always troublesome. Why are you being so scared? Just do it. Kill me to death." An ant that was completely black and twice its size said with disdain. "Huang Booby, you are a fool. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense." The redhead was very dissatisfied when his analysis was interrupted, and cursed, "Who in our team is afraid of death? But if you die, you have to die meaningfully. We can't drag down the main force." Huang Shan, who had been silent, took over the conversation. Seeing the captain speak, the remaining 4 soldiers fell silent and looked at her together. "First, if you can live forever, then live forever. Second, it must not be a wasted death. We lost a lot of troops and let this big guy, who is related to the survival of the tribe, escape. That is not advisable." After thinking for a long time, Huang Shan set a principle, and all the ants nodded in agreement. "Our strategy is to first, injure the enemy, inflict as much damage as possible on the enemy, and reduce the enemy's harm. Second, delay the enemy, slow down the enemy's movement speed, and create opportunities for the large forces. Third, stop the enemy. That big puddle is our abyss and also our meat grinder. We must prevent the enemy from escaping into it." Huang Shan formulated a strategy. "What should we do specifically?" "Captain, you tell me," asked the fattest ant who had been squatting in the corner without saying a word. "To hurt the enemy, you have to find his weakness. To delay the enemy, you have to cut off his legs. To stop the enemy, you have to find the right direction to attack," Huang Shan continued. The 4 team members stared at their captain, thinking that she was right, and waited for her next words with serious faces. "Now, I command," Huang Shan shouted. All the team members immediately raised their heads and chests, ready to receive orders. "Yellow red head, yellow red belly, you hide in the enemy's left and right nostrils respectively." "Yes." The 2 brothers looked at each other and answered in unison. "Huang Booby, your target is the enemy's buttocks. You know where that place is vulnerable?" "Yes." Huang Bubi smiled strangely and added, "Don't worry, Captain, I will definitely make the enemy unforgettable for the rest of their lives." Huang Shan ignored him and continued to issue orders. "Fat Huang, your target is the enemy's left front leg." "Yes." Fatty Huang also stood up to answer, frowned and thought for a while, then asked again, "Is it the thigh or the calf?" "Neither. It's the joint of the left front leg. You must hold it tightly. Do you understand?" "Clear." Fat Huang shouted loudly, and the two tentacles danced rapidly, as if they were thinking about the details of their actions. "I will now announce the steps of the battle." When Huang Shan started speaking again, all the team members looked solemn and listened attentively. If there are no accidents, the battle will start when the large force surrounds the enemy. Since the enemy is lying there with his buttocks facing the puddle and his head facing the outside, the first attack must be initiated by Huang Bubi, who will force the enemy to take 2 steps outward and away from the puddle. "Yes." Huang Bubi responded. Step 2, yellow-red head, yellow-red belly, yellow fat. Because the opportunity is fleeting, you must climb on top of the enemy at the moment when the enemy is in pain. When the enemy takes 2 or 3 steps, we must immediately launch an attack. We cannot let the enemy go far and escape our encirclement. "Yes." The remaining 3 team members answered. Except for Huang Bubi's first attack, which must wait for my order, you can adjust the remaining attacks as appropriate. "Yes." The team members answered in unison. As for me, Huang Shan also explained the arrangement for herself to the team members. "My target is the enemy's right eye." "Why the right eye?" Fat Huang waved his tentacles, not figuring it out. "Left leg, right eye, to confuse the enemy." "Oh, so that's how it is." The team members understood. Those who didn't understand, such as Huang Bushai, pretended to understand, and all looked like they agreed. Everyone was digesting their combat missions when Huang Bubi suddenly shouted, "Captain, you are in a good position. You can face the enemy directly. Unlike me, I can only lie on the back of the enemy and eat their farts." Ha ha ha. This sentence caused all the members of the team to laugh. "You are destined to be nothing but a piece of shit." The laughter and scolding from the comrades alleviated a lot of the tension before the war. Just as they were laughing, a message came in the air: the large force had arrived. Huang Shan quickly flew up, saw the signalman from afar, and passed on his team's battle plan. After waiting for a while, the order from General Huang Dikao of Tuchio came, "Accept." He also added, "Comrades, be careful." Huang Shan was very excited, and she sent back a message saying, "For the sake of the clan and the family, I will sacrifice my life." Then, he cut off the signal and came to his team to make the final battle mobilization. "The general thinks we have done a good job and has agreed to our battle plan. The original plan remains unchanged." The ants were very excited to be recognized. When the team members calmed down a little, Huang Shan waved her tentacles to quiet everyone down, and then continued seriously, "Comrades, we are a special reconnaissance force, and we are also a spearhead force. There are some things we must do. I don't know any big principles, and I won't talk too much nonsense. I only know that as a soldier, I must be brave." "What is bravery?" "It means that I dare to fight against enemies that are 100 or 1,000 times bigger than me, just to protect my family. That's what I consider bravery." Huang Shan yelled loudly. "Blood stains the battlefield and turns into rainbow. He who sacrifices his life for his people is a hero. It is hard to sacrifice one's life for home, but to treat death as returning home. Comrades, we shall either succeed or die." "We'd rather die than fail," the 4 ants shouted in unison. "Set off." At the captain's command, he flew away first, and the rest of the team members also began to approach the enemy quickly. Success or death. The scout who was transmitting the signal received the slogan of the Huangshan team. His eyes suddenly soared, and he passed the slogan back to the central camp. General Hornet Ant also felt Huang Shan and his men's determination to risk their lives. He was deeply moved and immediately passed this slogan to all the troops in this beast hunt campaign. Success or death. Go. Shouting such passionate slogans and knowing that their friendly forces had already rushed forward, the entire Wasp Ant army was in an uproar and immediately sped up their march. When Huang Shan's team and the army of Wasp Ants were closely deployed, Meng Huai didn't know it yet. He ate a few ants that day, but he didn't care much because he never thought that ants were conscious. Even if he knew that this group of ants had consciousness, he would still go, because it was the wasp ants that invaded him first for no reason, and he was just going for revenge. Meng Huaiku has never been a saint. By the time the sun rose overhead and the white clouds disappeared, Meng Huai was full. After eating, he felt lazy and didn't want to move. Hey, this day is so peaceful. Besides, I've only been born for a few days. It's not suitable for me to do strenuous exercise, right? What baby doesn't sleep? Eat and sleep well, that's what I should do most at my age. Thinking of this, Meng Huai felt happy. He groaned twice, prepared to stand up, turn around and find a place to sleep. The puddle was neither too hot nor too cold, a good choice for sleeping. Is it going down into the mud pit? Huang Shan discovered Meng Huai's movements. She looked around and saw that the encirclement had not yet been formed, the vanguard was still 5 or 6 meters away from them, and frowned. There is water and mud in the mud pit, which sticks to the body and is like armor for the ants. Kill. Based on the principle of not allowing the enemy to strengthen their defense, Huang Shan could only send out an attack signal in advance. Ah! With a scream, Meng Huai was bitten by Huang Bubi on the big ball from behind. Ah, ah. There were 2 more screams, and Meng Huai, who was about to turn around, felt his nose hurt twice more. His tears have already come out. Ah. With another scream, he was about to run away when he felt a sharp pain in his left leg. His body went limp and he fell. What bit me? As soon as he fell, he quickly got up and shook his nose vigorously. The yellow-red head in the left nostril was not grasped firmly enough and was thrown out in a few strokes. Again, you ants. Meng Huai was furious. Is it never going to end? Why do you always come to provoke me? And you always find my most vulnerable spot. You are bullying me. I ate you. After saying that, he immediately lowered his head and sucked the yellow-red head that was struggling on the ground into his mouth. He chewed it twice and swallowed it into his stomach. Ah. When he was eating the ant, Meng Huai felt a pain in his right eyelid and couldn't help but scream again. I'll go. What do these ants want to do? Are they crazy? Meng Huai hasn't figured out the reason yet. But the pain prevented him from thinking too much. He shook his head vigorously. Can't get rid of it. Just slam your head to the ground. Only then did he knock the flying ant down. I ate you. The severe pain in his right eye made Meng Huai lose his mind, and he wanted to eat Huang Shan to vent his anger. But before he could take a bite, Huang Bubi behind him changed his position and took another bite. Meng Huai was so angry that he wanted to curse, but he was in so much pain that he couldn't say anything. I had no choice but to sit back. Oh. After a dull cry, the black ant sat down. He turned his head and put it into his mouth, swallowing it in no time. Oh. As soon as I ate it, I felt a sharp pain in my left front leg. I'll kill you. Meng Huai, who was in great pain, blushed and lowered his head. He put Huang Pang into his mouth and chewed it. This big ant tastes like cheese, sour and delicious. Oh. Good God. Just as Meng Huai was thinking about finding a few more to try, he suddenly saw groups and teams of ants on the ground, rushing towards him. Most of these wasp ants are the size of a finger, and a few are about the size of a child's arm. They were all full of anger, as if they had a deep hatred against him. You are not here for revenge. It was only then that Meng Huai remembered that this group of ants might be punishing him because of his behavior of digging up the ant nest that day. I can't beat him. He immediately recognized the situation. Run first. This was his next thought. Meng Huai turned and ran. Although the ant was not moving very fast, he had a swollen leg and was limping, so his movement was also slow. Children, charge. Kill the enemy. Avenge your comrades who died tragically. The general of the wasp ant colony, Huang Decao, roared. Revenge. 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 All the ants roared and rushed forward, their speed twice as fast. But he still couldn't catch up with Meng Huai, who still had an ant stuck in his nose. Squadron, attack. General Huang Dicao gave the order decisively. This small and extremely precious squadron of flying ants was originally lying in ambush and on guard at the front. Now that they saw the enemy was about to break out of the encirclement, they had to appear in advance to intercept them. Whoa! The battle horn sounded. Team 1, attack the enemy's left eye. Team 2, attack the enemy's right eye. Team 3, attack the enemy's left front leg. Team 4 and Team 5, follow me and focus on attacking the enemy's right front leg. Sisters, it's time to serve the tribe, charge! Huang Hu, the captain of the flying squadron, gave an order and flew towards the red pig first. Call. All the flying ants set out together and followed with high morale. Ah! Meng Huai's 2 eyes and entire face were instantly pierced by countless steel needles. Thanks to his long eyelashes, the bullet blocked the eyeball. But even so, he was in unbearable pain and kept screaming. It really hurts. It hurts more than being stung by a wasp. There was no choice but to stop. First, it opened its big mouth, and then bit the flying ants from left to right, up to down. At the same time, he was jumping around and banging his head and face on the mud. The advantage of size is difficult to make up for by any technique. In an instant, this enemy, which was extremely large compared to the ants, disrupted the formation of the flying ant squadron and trampled, hit, and bit many flying ants to death. The flying ant squadron suffered heavy losses. Huang Hu felt grief in her heart as she looked at her comrades who had been eaten by the enemy, who were lying on the ground groaning with missing limbs, who were already dead or about to die. But in an instant she became firm again. Go! She screamed, stared at the legs that were swinging wildly, flew straight up, then hugged them tightly, shook her head violently, and then swung her tail. Almost at the same time, she stabbed her mouthparts and tail needle into Meng Huai's body. Hold head high. Another sharp pain. Meng Huai ignored everything else and simply lowered his head to bite the right front hoof. He stretched out his tongue and rolled the ant, which was as big as a bird, into his mouth, chewing it and eating it. When Huang Hu was eaten, she felt relieved. Because she knew she had injected poison into the enemy's body. With its toxicity far exceeding that of other ants, it can definitely delay the enemy's escape, or at the very least make the enemy's right front leg inoperable. In fact, Huang Hu's judgment was accurate. After being stung by the big ant, Meng Huai felt dazed. If his body had not been strengthened by the system, he would have fainted and been swarmed by other ants. The system is still useful. Otherwise, my weak body, which was only a few days old, would have been eaten by these ants long ago. Meng Huai shook his head, which was sometimes clear and sometimes dizzy, and sighed. He no longer wanted to eat the sausage and ran away quickly. Huang Hu's other judgment was also correct, that is, Meng Huai's right front hoof could not touch the ground. But what she didn't expect was that Meng Huai had been a human before. He can stand up. Although it is not very stable, it is indeed possible to walk using only 2 legs. The remaining 3 members of the flying ant squadron were all filled with grief and anger when they saw Meng Huai running away like an upright ape. The vanguard troops on the ground were still just a little bit away from the enemy, and hadn't yet caught up with it. For the tribe. Among them, a flying ant with both legs broken roared and pounced forward. Success or death. The 2 behind followed closely and rushed forward. This time, the 3 flying ants can only choose the enemy's back. Although the hair there is thick and the skin is dense, it is also the easiest place to attack. As for the enemy's hind legs, it was impossible to target them at this moment, because not only were they covered with thick mud, but they were also swinging rapidly, making it impossible to lock onto them. Hold head high. Hold head high. Hold head high. Meng Huai was in unbearable pain again and screamed 3 times. I won't stop. He knew very well that there were thousands of ants chasing him from behind. Come on. To survive. Taking advantage of the pain, Meng Huai accelerated and ran forward again. What's in my nose? While running, Meng Huai felt a long object swinging out of his right nostril. And ants. He pulled out the yellow and red belly. Replenishing energy is important. He didn't mind the dirtiness and just threw it into his mouth, chewed it a few times, and swallowed it. His behavior was discovered by the wasp ant scouts. The enemy is on the way to escape and is still eating our brothers and sisters. This information was instantly transmitted to all the wasps and ants here through pheromones. Kill. Revenge for our people. The army of ants became angry again and immediately sped up their pursuit. Ha ha. Looking at the army of ants approaching again, Meng Huai roared and quickened his speed, aiming towards the southwest, where there were fewer ants. All troops, prepare. Seeing the huge monster running towards them, none of the more than 400 soldiers of the 7th Battalion of wasp ants defending this place retreated. All of them had red eyes, and formed a fan-shaped formation to meet the monster. Huang Shui, the captain of the 7th team, is a fierce general. Seeing the enemy coming at her like a mountain, she rushed forward without hesitation, roaring, and was the first to make contact with Meng Huai. She jumped up and bit his upright hind leg. Meng Huai twitched all over in pain and went crazy. He didn't care about his injured front hoof and pounced forward, opening his big mouth and biting the group of ants from the 7th Brigade. How can ants stop the mad red pig? Even if all the wasps and ants are ready to die, it won't work. He harvested them with a crunch sound just like eating burnt rice sticks. Kill the enemy. An unnamed soldier ant from the 7th Battalion roared, seized the opportunity and climbed onto Meng Huai's butt. The ant latched onto a piece of tender flesh there and wouldn't let go, constantly releasing venom that represented the life force of the wasp ant. Ah! Meng Huai was furious. But as he saw his enemies increasing in number, he no longer had the heart to vent his anger. Break through this encirclement first. He endured the pain and ran forward. But there was no way the ants from the 7th Squadron would let him have his wish. Although Captain Huang Shui didn't loosen her mouth, her tentacles were still there, and she used them like sending telegrams to continuously send messages to all the team members. Stop it. Block it. We must not let the enemy escape. For the tribe. For the family. Comrades, let's fight. After saying that, Huang Shui stabbed Meng Huai's skin with her claws, and no longer injected venom anesthetics, but bit him with her sharp teeth. The teeth of this big ant are very powerful. It can eat a small piece of meat in one bite. She didn't eat it either, she just spit it out on the ground, then took another bite, then bit off another piece of meat and spit it out on the ground again, and so on. She kept biting and spitting. While biting, she sent a message to her teammates, don't hesitate. Destroy the enemy's manpower. Bit off as many as you can. After sending this message, Huang Shui plunged into Meng Huai's flesh, treating his body as land, and began to dig holes there frantically. All the members of the 7th Battalion who were on the madly running enemy began to follow suit. Suddenly, blood began to flow from Meng Huai's body. Ah! Meng Huai roared in pain. The pain this time was completely different from the previous ones. This is the pain of tearing flesh. It's not poison, it's direct, cutting into pieces. It's over. This was the only thing Meng Huai could think of. It was almost over, as 5 big ants started digging holes in his body. The flesh was getting less and less, the blood was flowing more and more, and he was getting weaker and weaker. Why am I so miserable? Why can't I come here with a system like other time travelers and show off? Meng Huai feels uncomfortable. At this point, he couldn't even defeat a group of ants. It's all because of this damned crippled system. What should I do now? It's bad enough that I can't beat this ferocious ant, but now I can't even run away. What's going on? I'm not going to be trapped to death and eaten alive by a group of ants, right? Meng Huai was a little depressed. System, if I get eaten, can you still let me live once? He asked quickly. The system's mechanical voice replied, friendly reminder host, this system only provides connection services. Please don't be delusional. Your system is truly worthy of its name. It's called a connector system, and all you can do is connect. Forget it, it's better to rely on yourself than to rely on others. There is no dead end ahead, hope is around the corner. I turn. Meng Huai, who was running forward, suddenly made a sharp turn and threw the 3 ants off his body. I'll turn again. After running 7 or 8 meters, it drifted a bit. The large group of wasp ants following closely behind had no time to turn, and many of them collided with each other. They were not bleeding, but they were all a little dizzy and rolled over together, forming a black mass without any trace of the original formation. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, you little ants, how are you smarter than me? Meng Huai said with a big laugh. After saying that, he sped up a bit. Seeing the enemy's rampant appearance, Wang Shui was almost furious and could only keep his head down and bite again and again. But maybe Meng Huai was immune to pain due to his high excitement. He didn't care, instead he sped away at an even faster speed. Go that way. The genes of the mythical beast make him want to go crazy from time to time, but his human wisdom makes him begin to return to rationality. Meng Huai's mind was always analyzing. I tricked the ant army in the south and moved them to the southeast. Then I jumped over and broke through the empty defense in the northwest. He did what he said. He was running towards the west, but then he turned around and ran towards the southwest. When the army of ants following him was about to catch up, he turned around and ran to the northwest. Haha, I finally escaped. This is the weakest point in the defense of the ant army coming from the southeast. Even though the initial breakthrough from the 7th Battalion was just a feint, he had always been thinking about breaking out from the northwest. At this moment, his plan was successful. He broke the siege of thousands of ants by himself. He couldn't help but feel proud. Haha, little guys, just eat dust behind Master Meng. Use your brain more in the future, Grandpa is leaving. Meng Huai said with a big laugh. Swoosh. But before he could finish his sentence, a poison needle flew towards him and shot straight into Meng Huai's forehead. Ouch! Meng Huai was feeling smug about his escape when 20 super-large flying ants suddenly jumped out from the front. Each one is about the same size as Huang Coral. There was even a large ant with a red body, almost as big as a pig's hoof, and no one knew how it managed to fly. These are the Queen's guards in the wasp ant colony, the most powerful flying ants. In order to capture Meng Huai, the mound ant colony really spent a lot of money. Meng Huai, who was running just now, was accidentally stung on the head by Huang Hongye, the captain of the Ant Guard Corps. Puff! Her tail stinger was the sharpest and longest, like a black hollow dagger, which pierced directly through the hair, the skin, the fat layer, and the skull. Countless venoms were injected directly into Meng Huai's brain. Well. Meng Huai's eyes widened as wide as they could, as if his eyeballs were about to pop out, his mouth opened wide, and he let out an extremely long groan. The venom of the wasp ant directly corroded his brain nerves. Bang! He fainted and fell to the ground. Let's go together. Maybe Meng Huai was too brave just now. Even though he fainted now, Wang Hongye did not dare to relax. In addition to injecting venom into Meng Huai's brain himself, he also called all the members of the Ant Guard team to join in. The other team members, including Huang Shui who was tearing meat before, and several unknown wasp ants, stopped their original actions and started releasing venom at Meng Huai. Even though their tail spikes were not as long as Wang Hongye's and could not pierce directly into the brain, they were also trying hard to pierce their tail spikes into Meng Huai's flesh and inject their own venom into Meng Huai's body. The venom of more than 20 wasp ants is extremely unbearable for Meng Huai, who is not yet a big boy. Even though he is gifted and has been strengthened by the system, it won't work. He no longer felt the pain. Even the ant bites were not felt. Instead, my whole body felt soft and warm, as if wrapped in hot water. Especially for a brain that has been poisoned, there is an indescribable sense of comfort. I don't want to stop. This is how he truly feels as his brain is corroded by the venom. More please. This is his inner desire. Whatever you want to do, it's fine. It seems that this kind of thing is also addictive. No one in the army of ants cared about his thoughts. At this time, the main force had arrived. Under the command of the pheromones secreted by the tentacles, everything is in order. Following the order of General Wasp Ant, a group of worker ants were cleaning up the battlefield. Just when Meng Huai went crazy, in the center of the battlefield, many ants were missing limbs and unable to move due to various reasons such as being stepped on, bumped, pushed, and bitten. These ants can still be rescued and carried back by some worker ants. But some ants are in a miserable state, such as those that are stained with the smell of decay, or those with all broken antennae. Because they cannot be recognized by their own people, they are abandoned. Most of the ants, including soldier ants and worker ants, were queuing up, standing in rows. They are waiting. They were waiting for the general's order so that they could start cutting up the huge prey in front of them. At this moment, Meng Huai felt no danger. He felt good, especially when his brain told him. He is very good. Very comfortable. Very happy. Life has no meaning. You're free from all the pain. You got what you wanted. The brain with an ant's poisonous stinger still stuck in it told Meng Huai. Not only did his brain tell him so, his body also told him so. So is what your brain is telling you true? Are the feelings in the body real? Is the pursuit of the brain the pursuit of your life? Is physical desire your ultimate desire? Is there any spiritual sublimation in this world that transcends the conscious thoughts brought by the body and brain? What are the consequences of giving in to your brain? Should we give in to the desires of the flesh? Meng Huai's mind was in chaos, and he began to think about things he had never thought about before. No. Cannot. Don't give in. Meng Huai suddenly opened his eyes. It's not that he relies on the consciousness of a divine beast, but simply as a beast, this is the moment to enjoy the peak of his life. He woke up thanks to the essence of human thought from the excellent books he read over thousands of years in his previous life. I can't give in to desire. As this thought came to mind, consciousness reacted on matter, and Meng Huai's body began to undergo new changes. The body that had been out of control and fighting fiercely before suddenly became docile, as if all the chaos had been sorted out. The blocked area also started to flow again. The cells no longer fight off those incoming toxins. The wasp and ant poison accumulated in his body, including his brain, seemed to have found an entrance and began to enter various parts of the nine-headed beast's body. It's just that these toxins are all in order, directed by an invisible consciousness, just like the ants queuing outside at this moment. Although there are many of them, they are not chaotic. What's wrong with me? When the poison began to wreak havoc, Meng Huai's body immediately showed symptoms of poisoning. White foam appeared at the corners of his mouth, he vomited continuously, and his whole body turned black and purple. The red pig instantly turned into a purple pig. Meng Huai's entire body was covered in bruises, which frightened the ants including Huang Hongye on his body. The wasp ants hurriedly jumped down to report to the general. General Huang Decao, who had just organized the army and was about to give the order to divide the prey, received the news and had to let the entire army rest on the spot while he came to check it out. Although wasp ants are poisonous, it does not mean that they are not afraid of poison. If they eat poisonous things themselves, they will be poisoned to death. This is a matter of life and death for the ethnic group, and we must be cautious. In fact, although Meng Huai's symptoms were terrible, they were not actually that serious. Not only because in that moment just now, he reached the utmost emptiness and maintained deep stillness, and inadvertently had an epiphany and touched a little bit of the way to cultivate harmony between men and nature, but also because the remaining red fruit core in his stomach exuded endless vitality and was repairing his body. What is the fruit of a tree? It's all the essence of this tree. Especially the fruit core, which is the true offspring of the fruit tree and where all the mysterious things are. This is why spiritual fruits often bear fruit only once every hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. Low-end spiritual fruits like red fruit can only bear fruit once in a lifetime, and once it bears fruit, all the good things are concentrated in the core, making the fruit itself extremely fragile. If the red fruit tree had not produced 36 fruits in one go, and had not died after the fruits matured, and if its body had not become like an ordinary tree, how could a spiritual fruit tree be knocked down by Meng Huai now? Even if he did it for days and nights it wouldn't work. Meng Huai was also lucky. In addition to strengthening the spleen and stomach and strengthening the body, the red fruit also has another effect of removing heat and cooling blood, clearing away heat and detoxifying, which can just restrain the toxicity of the wasp's and tail's sting. Unfortunately, it can only detoxify, not relieve pain. As time went by, the dark blue color on Meng Huai's body gradually began to fade, but the anesthetic effect of the ant poison also disappeared. At this time, all that was left in his body was pain. It hurts, but he doesn't dare to scratch it. That's how he feels now. I'm so strong. After fighting for so long, I'm still full of strength. While detoxifying, Meng Huai gained a benefit, which was the replenishment of energy. After all, not to mention the red fruit core, even the ant poison, to a certain extent, is also a kind of energy. It depends on whether you can subdue it. Still can't move. Detoxification always starts from the core parts such as the internal organs and the brain, and ends with the limbs and the skin. Unfortunately, General Huang Dicao would not give him the time. The old guy had someone use a large pair of pliers to cut off a piece of meat from Meng Huai's buttocks, and then he organized a death squad to start tasting the meat. Amid Meng Huai's screams of "ong ong ong," the 5 wasp ants that had fought bravely and were now disabled, at the signal of the captain of the guard, began to eat the blackened meat without hesitation. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, a quarter of an hour. After 2/4 of an hour, the 5 wasp ants were fine except that they felt a little hot and crazy. There was too much energy in Meng Huai's flesh, and they were all alive and well. "All troops, listen up." The old general stood up straight, his eyes shining, and began to give orders loudly. "Arrange in teams, advance in order, kill the prey, divide the food, feed my comrades, and strengthen my tribe." The messenger was flying high in the sky, conveying the order with his antennae. For a moment, the entire red fruit tree battlefield was filled with excited voices, and all the ants responded. "Arrange in teams, advance in order, kill prey, divide the food, feed my comrades, and strengthen my tribe." Every ant was shouting this sentence, including those that were injured, disabled, or even dying. At this time, a military band of more than 100 ants appeared out of nowhere and lined up in a long row. They stood at the front of the long team that was about to tear the flesh off Meng Huai, and began to play passionate music and sing majestic songs. The loud ant army song sounded, and the warriors of the Queen's Golden Guard at the front became even more excited. Especially the biggest one, with yellow and red leaves. She raised her head as high as she could and walked towards Meng Huai, who was lying there with a proud step. "Are you preparing to harvest the spoils?" He opened his eyes and was shocked to see the densely packed army of ants lined up and marching towards him. "What the hell? Why are you still singing?" With the help of the animal language function given by the system, Meng Huai actually heard the pre-meal song of ants. "The army is vast, a vast ocean, colorful flags are flying, our military is the most powerful. The army is majestic, full of heroic spirit, trumpets are playing, and uniforms are in place. The spirit is strong, standing on the battlefield, looking forward with a bright medal." The command was clear. They lined up in a row, pointed their poison needles at each other, and the big turtle was busy. "Step forward, with high morale, do good and bring blessings, all feet are in unison." Together, it was normal. When the enemy died, my fangs were sharp, and I cut my flesh and felt my heart ache. I got what I wanted and saved enough food for half a year at a time. TSK TSK TSK, this song has some flavor. Meng Huai hummed along twice and thought this pre-meal song was pretty good. "It looks really good, the team is neat and tidy, it looks good. It sounds good too, the sound is loud and powerful, it sounds nice." Meng Huaixian praised from the bottom of his heart. "But your target is me, and you want to carve me up and eat me, that's not so good." This sentence is even more sincere. "Now I am paralyzed, what should I do? System, can you help me? Save me." He begged his system again. "No." The system's mechanical voice sounded again in his brain, "Life and death are up to you." Meng Huai really wanted to curse. What should I do? Poisoned again. Meng Huai, who was trying to find a solution, suddenly had a piece of meat pinched off by Huang Hongya's big jaws. Hold head high. It hurt so much. Cutting flesh alive. However, Huang Hongya's forceps also had their benefits. At least it activated Meng Huai's muscle reaction, allowing him to control his body again. "You want to eat me? Then I'm going to eat you first." He just jumped up with a gulp, opened his mouth and ate the nearest ants, including Huang Hongya, the ant guard and the military band, into his mouth. "And you too." Before the wasp ants could react, he bit the largest ants, the old general, a few more times. Then, regardless of how injured he was or how much he had eaten, Meng Huai immediately ran away. This sudden change, especially the act of devouring Huang Hongya, the strongest captain of the ant rear guard, frightened quite a few wasp ants and caused chaos among the ant army. Unfortunately, Meng Huai was unable to hurt the old general at all. Soldiers are the body, generals are the mind. If the mind is calm, the body will be calm. If the mind is at peace, the body will be at peace. If Huang's nest is fine, the army of wasp ants will be fine. This old guy hid quickly and came out quickly. When he saw Meng Huai running away, he immediately began to comfort and call him with his tentacles. General Huang Decao began to issue orders again. Warriors, did you see that? What was that just now? Is that a behemoth? No. That was just one of your larger captives, just a defeated enemy, just food for you. But, because of your mistakes, including mine, we let it get away. Not only did it run away, it killed your comrades and ate them right in front of you. What's this? This is humiliating. If you don't kill it, you will never be able to erase the humiliation even if you die. This mud horse. Meng Huai, who was running away, heard Huang Decao's mobilization with the help of the animal language function given to him by the system, and couldn't help cursing out loud. You are just an old ant, where do you get so many brains? You define my resistance as the shame of the wasp ant soldiers. Doesn't this drive these ant soldiers crazy? Sure enough, when that old but firm voice spread throughout the entire red fruit tree battlefield, all the wasp ants, including the worker ants, those with broken legs, and even those with ruptured stomachs and intestines, could not stand this insult. Kill. Kill it. They began to run like crazy, shouting and crawling, chasing the fleeing enemy. We can't let it get away. After being stimulated by Huang's nest, the wasp ant army is now marching faster than ever before. And it does so at all costs. Every ant is overdrawing its life in pursuit. I don't even know why I should chase her or what I can do if I catch up with her, but I just want to catch up with her. Even if they can only bite the enemy or pull off a hair of the enemy, they will feel satisfied. Hold head high. Hold head high. Meng Huai felt severe pain in his buttocks and the balls behind his buttocks. He didn't expect that the ants could march so fast, and he didn't expect that the flying ants were really risking their lives this time. Fortunately, this time there were no wasp ants that suddenly attacked him from the front, nor were there any super large ants that could sting his head. In addition, his ability to resist pain has improved a lot now. So, even though his butt felt like it was burning, it didn't stop him from running. It's not okay to keep running like this. The pursuers were too eager, especially the flying ants, which were extremely fast and had strong poison. If they continued to run, they would either be exhausted or fall down from the poison again, and they would not be able to escape the fate of being eaten again. Hey, got it. As if he remembered something, Meng Huai suddenly turned and ran towards the northwest. What should you do when there is an enemy chasing you relentlessly and you can't get rid of him? Then we can only divert the trouble to someone else. Yes. This was Meng Huai's plan. He planned to lead this group of ants to the snake's nest in the west. To the west of the big oak tree where Meng Huai first fell, he once smelled a very pungent smell. It smells terrible, like earthy. Meng Huai judged that there must be a group of snakes living there. Hey, fellow ants, follow me. I'll take you to a feast. Meng Huai ran and shouted to the back. The flying ants chasing behind him couldn't understand what he said at all. Even if they understood, they would not pay attention to him because most of these warriors were not male. They still tried their best to chase after him. Many of them were speeding up desperately, determined to kill the enemies in front of them who were destroying our homes and eating our comrades. They are different species. Even if there had not been the previous brutal war, Meng Huai and the army of ants could not communicate at all. It would be nice to become a demon. If I become a demon, have demon consciousness, and have true spiritual intelligence, I will be able to communicate, and maybe there won't be so many problems. Meng Huaiban is not that cruel in his heart, and he doesn't like to cause trouble. If he can live a quiet life, he would rather be a homebody. Hold head high. But the pursuit behind him will not change no matter what he thinks. Any wasp ant that could get close targeted the fragile ball behind his butt. Humph, what's the point of a group of people beating me alone? Meng Huai was very depressed. 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. Wait a minute, if you can defeat those snakes, then you will be considered capable. You ants are a group, and those snakes are also a group. It's a good opportunity for you to have a group fight so that no one will bully anyone else. Thinking of this, Meng Huai smelled the scent and ran towards that direction faster. When he looked at the snake's nest from afar, he realized that it was a rocky hill of medium height. The rocky hill was filled with snakes of all sizes. He didn't know what species they were, but he could tell there were a lot of snakes there just by smelling them. When he got closer, he could see clearly. The snakes here have white bellies, red scales, black spotted backs, and a few slightly raised ridges on the back of their bodies, like dragon scales. They look eerie yet have an indescribable domineering aura. These snakes looked unusual, and their smell was even more unusual. When you got closer, you could smell the stench of rotten fish from each of them. So many rotten fish gathered together, just imagine how it smells. Oh my God, this snake is so unhygienic. When approaching the snake hill, Meng Huai saw a lot of shit on the ground. Snake's poop, too. He didn't know it before. Still pulling it everywhere. It was dark here and there, everywhere around the snake hill, leaving no place to step. If you lift your foot, you'll step on snake poop. That's not all, there's also the stench. Why does snake poop stink so much? When the wind blew over, Meng Huai frowned because of the smoke. At this time, it was almost noon, the sun was shining brightly, and the temperature was rising. The snakes on the rock hill were originally curled up in their nests to cool off. Suddenly, there were rumbling and rustling sounds coming from afar. Especially the shaking of the ground, which woke up many snakes all of a sudden. They straightened up one after another, like rows of sticks suddenly standing up, and extended long, forked, fiery red tongues. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Start to sense the various smells coming from the air and distinguish what is coming. Meng Huai led the army of earth-mound wasp ants and headed straight towards the snake's nest from the southeast. The red phosphorus snake sensed danger. They passed information to each other, and then, arranged by a giant snake with a triangular branding iron-shaped head, began to lie in ambush and line up in formation, ready to meet the enemy. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The snake, which was 5 or 6 times thicker than the other snakes, stood in the front and roared at Meng Huai, who was running towards him from a distance. The snake's mouth opened and closed. It was yelling, "Don't come any closer. Go away. If you come any closer, we will attack." Meng Huai understood the threat from the giant snake. But there was nothing he could do. There's an entire army chasing after him. Meng Huai could only ignore it. He lowered his head, exerted all his strength with all 4 hooves, and rushed forward in a flash as if there was wind under his feet. The army of wasp ants behind, whether they were flying ants in the sky or soldier ants and worker ants on the ground, saw that the enemy was running faster, so they also tried their best to speed up. "Hi, friends from the snake tribe, I've brought my ant friends to visit us." Meng Huai howled. If the snakes could understand, they would definitely curse his ancestors. Has anyone ever brought a large army to visit someone else's home? What's more, you rushed directly in the direction of our leader, as if you wanted to wipe us out. All the snakes sensed danger. Especially the one with the triangular iron head. It seemed to be more intelligent than other snakes, with its eyes darting around, and no one knew what it was thinking. But it doesn't stop it from giving orders. All the red phosphorus snakes stretched their bodies slightly backward, like sharp arrows ready to be launched, ready to attack at any time. Of course Meng Huai is not stupid. He certainly would not rush directly into the group of poisonous snakes alone. Instead, when he reached the edge of the snake hill, he made a sharp turn, turned around, and ran away from the side. The army of wasp ants following behind him was a group, and it was not as easy for them to turn around as he was as an individual. The wasp ant vanguard troops plunged directly into the snake hill. Then, Meng Huai didn't run far. He ran around the snake hill in a sneaky manner. In this way, even some wasp ants that did not rush into the snake's nest at the beginning will encounter the red phosphorus snake. This red phosphorus snake does not have a good temper. It is well known in this forest for its violent temper. Seeing the invasion of foreign enemies, they didn't care about anything and didn't wait for the leader's orders. As long as the wasp ants approached, they would start attacking them. Are wasp ants good-tempered? Of course not. Especially since the wasp ant colony appears in the form of an army, there is friendship between the battalions and squads, and between comrades in arms. Seeing your teammates being attacked, how could you not fight back? In an instant, the battle between the ants and the snakes began. The red phosphorus snake is not ordinary. Each one is basically more than 2 meters long, and many are 4 or 5 meters long. If they are thick, most of them are as thick as an arm. Especially its big mouth and sharp teeth. When facing wasps and ants, it eats them one by one like a big man eating dumplings. But wasp ants are not ordinary either. Most wasp ants are the size of fingers, basically around 10 centimeters. They are not big in size, but they are numerous, can work together, and have large jaws and poisonous tail stingers. A wasp ant team of about 50 ants can kill a 4-meter-long snake if they attack together. If the snake is more than 2 meters long, it can be killed with just a dozen wasp ants. Not only did the soldier ants kill the snake, they also didn't waste it. The larger number of worker ants behind will immediately begin dragging the snake back home. In fact, many snakes were not completely dead yet and were still rolling on the ground when they were carried back by the dense swarms of ants below. Don't let any of them go. It's all our food. The battle between the army of ants and the red phosphorus snakes is so brutal. This is a real life and death battle. No matter how powerful a single red phosphorus snake is, it cannot withstand the swarm of ants. What's particularly terrifying is that ants don't care about death, every one of them is willing to die. When one ant dies, the remaining ants won't even look at it, let alone know what fear is. Facing an enemy that is hundreds or thousands of times larger than themselves, they still move forward bravely. If they can bite, they bite. If they can inject a little venom, they inject a little venom. Everything is aimed at defeating the enemy. Under the attack of the army of ants, the red phosphorus snake's expertise in hiding, ambushing and sneak attacking was completely useless. With a few hissing commands from the triangle leader, all the snakes in the snake hill appeared, even the small snakes. They couldn't hide anyway. What's more, no matter how small a snake is, it is still larger than an ant and can eat some ants. But the situation is still overwhelmingly unfavorable to the red phosphorus snake. Because wasp ants are so powerful, most snakes don't need to be stung to death. Once the wasp ant stinger bites into the snake will immediately roll over in pain, losing most of its ability to attack. All snakes listen. The triangular-headed leader, who was eating ants one by one, saw this and roared. After attracting the attention of the snakes, he began to issue commands. Don't hold back. Start spraying poison. It turns out that the red phosphorus snake has a special ability, which is that after a short period of charging, it can contract the muscles near the venom sac. Then, the venom in the venom sac is forced toward the fangs, and sprayed out from the hollow tip of the fangs like a water pipe. However, this venom is too precious, just like the life of the red phosphorus snake. Moreover, each snake has a limited amount of venom in a certain period of time, and no one is willing to spray it out of the body and waste it. But now it has come to a critical moment of life and death, and they have to use this skill. Puff. The snakes on the entire snake hill sprayed venom together. Call. A yellow and black poisonous rain fell from the snake's den. In an instant, the entire snake hill turned into poisonous soil. The wasp ant colony, which was small in size, large in number and densely packed, suffered a disaster in an instant. The venom of the red phosphorus snake is extremely toxic. Even if a wasp ant walks over a dead companion, or tries to pull a comrade who is not yet dead, it will be poisoned again. In a blink of an eye, there were pieces and strings of wasp and ant corpses on the ground. The situation on the battlefield suddenly reversed. Back off. Back off. The whole army retreats. Retreat 3 meters and wait where you are. After the new situation emerged, the wasp ant General Huang Dicao roared. After a brief adjustment, the army of wasp ants still surrounded the snake hill. There was just a 3-meter buffer zone between the red phosphorus snakes and the army of ants. Many injured red phosphorus snakes were trying their best to crawl towards their side. More wasp ants that had been poisoned but not yet dead received orders to stay where they were and wait for death without moving. They could not return to the queue for fear of infecting their comrades with the poison. The tragic scene was clearly seen by both sides, but neither side was moved. War is never about treating people to a meal. War is about destroying the enemy, or being destroyed by the enemy. There is never any room for nonsense or relaxation. The leader of the triangular head of the red phosphorus snake knew his own situation and did not pursue the victory. It retracted its defense line and simply ordered all members to start eating all the wasp ants within the coverage of the poisonous rain, dead or alive. The group of red phosphorus snakes needs to replenish their strength quickly. The old general looked coldly at the scene of the snake eating the ants, but his mind was not on it. Instead, he was analyzing. We came out in full force this time, and so many warriors died. If the food we carry back is not enough, and the queen ant cannot lay more eggs and the new generation cannot grow, my own tribe will be in great danger. But that big prey that looked like a red wild boar seemed to be immune to the ant poison that had always been useful to us, and was able to escape again and again. Without a good encirclement, it is difficult for ants to hunt wild boars. What if the pig runs away? Old General Huang Dicao was pondering. There's no good way. This is his conclusion. How can we minimize the losses? Perhaps. The snakes in front of us are also good food. The old general rolled his eyes and muttered. But, this group of red phosphorus snakes is not so easy to deal with. Looking at the wasp ants still struggling in the venom, Huang Dicao frowned and fell into confusion again. But in a moment, he made a decision. Choose the lesser of two evils. The old fellow raised his head to take a look at Meng Huai, who had long disappeared, and then received the signal transmitted through the air. The vanguard could not control the enemy, and made up his mind. The wasp ant general Huang Dicao issued a new order. No more pursuit. All troops return immediately. Meng Huai was running away quickly, not knowing what was happening, but he felt that the army of ants behind him suddenly disappeared. Without any pursuers, he stood there resting, panting heavily. I'm afraid I'm the first person to be chased by ants for dozens of miles. This is a hateful system. It's useless and makes my life so miserable as a time traveler. Meng Huai, who was in great pain all over, cursed in his heart. It's better to be free of ants biting me. Meng Huai checked his body. He had been bitten by at least 70 or 80 big red bites, and there were countless holes of all sizes, all covered in blood. It was so scary. I don't know what that red fruit is, but it's really good at detoxifying. The wounds are recovering quickly, and there are no symptoms of poisoning. It just hurts like being stabbed by a knife. Ah. Meng Huaiben was twisting his buttocks left and right to check himself when he suddenly screamed. I said, why do I feel like there's an extra tail behind my butt? So it's you, the snake, who is still biting my perineum. A small red-scaled snake had attacked Meng Huai at some point and was still biting him from behind. My butt has been numb for a long time. His butt was no longer pink, but had become black. No wonder we didn't find it after running for so long. Damn it. Damn it. Why do every one of you know that's my most vulnerable spot? Meng Huai screamed and went crazy, turned around and bit the red phosphorus snake in one bite. The body of this red phosphorus snake was broken, but its head was still alive and had not loosened its grip. It was still tightly nailed to his back, twisting half of its body. I ate you. Not daring to pull the half of the snake hard, the furious Meng Huai chewed the half of its body in front of the little red phosphorus snake and ate it into his stomach. Can't get down. Are you afraid? Meng Huai twisted his body and yelled at the snake while eating. Unfortunately, the ants couldn't understand what he said, and the snake couldn't understand what he said either. What's more, there is not much body left of the snake, and it will die soon. Who would care about his threats? After a while, Meng Huai also discovered that the red phosphorus snake was dead. Now it is just dead but not stiff, and the snake head still retains the muscle memory of biting. Why would you bother with a dead snake? There was no other way. He had to adjust his mentality, relax, turn his head, and gently bite the snake's head with his teeth, but he couldn't use too much force. If he scratched the thin skin that was now swollen to a transparent state and the two small balls fell out, he could call it she. Use your big teeth to squeeze the snake's head, causing its mouth to slowly open, and then carefully take the snake off. Eat it. Meng Huai saw that the ball was still there, and he felt a little happy inside. He grinned and ate the remaining half of the snake. He ate the snake just like he was eating sanzi, with a lot of crunching sounds. Not bad. It tastes delicious. Meng Huai seems to have an instinct to eat snakes. After eating one, he discovered, snakes are much more delicious than ants. How about going to the Snake Hill and taking a look? Thinking of this, Meng Huai, who was still very hungry after eating the little snake, sniffed his nose, smelled the various snake scents in the air, and couldn't help drooling. Are you going or not? The children who can't get enough food are pitiful. Meng Huai was really hungry. Go and have a look. He decided to go anyway. Take a look at the battlefield situation so that I can do things more conveniently in the future. After thinking about this, Meng Huai started to walk back. He was sneaky, walking through the grass and under the big trees. Finally, they found a good place. On a hillside 3 or 4 miles away from the Snake Hill, there was a big rock, and next to the rock there were many big pine trees that grew so big that they blocked out the sun. The location here is just right, not too far away, very hidden, and high enough to observe the battle at Snake Hill. Meng Huai rolled on the ground a few times, and after his body was covered with mud, he quickly climbed up, pricked up his big ears, stared with his small round eyes, and looked ahead nervously. The Wasp Ant Army's central tent. After all the troops came back, an anxious mood spread among the Wasp Ant Army. In particular, the 7th Battalion headed by Huang Shui and the Ant Guard team headed by Huang Hongji. After Huang Hongyi's death, his sister Huang Hongji inherited the position of guard captain, were somewhat dissatisfied. But in the army, obedience is the first rule for soldiers. Despite their emotions, they still obeyed orders and all returned to gather on time. General Huang Decao, who was experienced and wise, naturally knew about these situations. He also knew that these two armies believed that they had chased the enemy all over the mountains and plains, and that the enemy was about to be exhausted, and they were about to kill the enemy and win the victory. But he knew better that this understanding was a misunderstanding. The guy that looked like a red wild boar was definitely not that simple. Hatred can occupy the hearts of soldiers, but it can never occupy the heart of the commander. As a veteran who has fought for many years, Huang Decao understands this truth very well. As a decision-maker, he has to make choices. Compared to that big guy, the snake in front of it is what the anthill can get, although, it will also come at a terrible price. This is the truth, but the morale of the army cannot be ignored. So the old general summoned all the Sinalmen, waving his 2 antennae rapidly, and began to shout. Warriors, everything created by heaven and earth is beautiful, and we, the Wasp Ants, are the most beautiful race in this world. When Huang Decao said this, although most of the Wasp Ants didn't know what this sentence really meant, they all felt that they were becoming more noble. Warriors, do you know what we are about to face? Let me tell you bluntly, we are about to face an extremely cruel war. Any one of us, can die at any time, anywhere. The outcome of this battle will determine whether my family will be hungry or full. The outcome of this battle will determine the lives of your loved ones. The outcome of this battle will determine your life and death. The outcome of this battle will determine the survival of the tribe. After hearing these words, the entire army fell silent, and a depressing atmosphere quickly spread. But Huang Decao acted as if he didn't see it and continued. Are our enemies strong? Look over there, how can you not be powerful? Every enemy is thousands or hundreds of times bigger than us, warriors. After saying this fact, the Wasp Ant army, including Huang Shui and Huang Hongji, who were much larger than ordinary ants, felt a little depressed. They were born much smaller than almost all enemies. This almost physiological defect made them easily at a disadvantage in battle. But we won't be timid, and we won't back down. Why? Because the enemy is chewing up our loved ones and devouring our comrades right in front of us. Do you see? Today the enemy eats your comrades, tomorrow they will eat you, and the day after tomorrow they will eat your family. This is their cruel and greedy nature. They can never change. These words were spoken by General Huang Decao in an extremely sad yet calm tone. Here, I want to ask you, are we born to be eaten by them? When he said this, Huang Decao's voice suddenly became louder, deafening and extremely loud. You'll tell me, won't you? No. The army of Wasp Ants was enraged and roared loudly, among which Huang Shui and Huang Hongji's voices were the loudest. Some people rely on their so-called power to wantonly bully us. Are you angry? Huang Decao asked again. Anger. All the ant warriors roared together. Seeing that morale was high, Huang Decao continued. Warriors, you are brave, you are the ones who create the future, and you are the hope of our people. I believe that if you are given a chance, each of you can start this war. Let defeat be to the enemy and victory to us. My children, you are warriors. Warriors must be passionate. When a warrior is angry, he must release it. The warriors will pour out their anger on the enemy. The warriors shall win. No matter the cost, no matter what, win the victory. Others fight for enjoyment, but since we are born small, we must fight for survival. We may be small, but we are not weak. We are truly strong because we have infinite faith and a belief in justice. I'll say it again, we are truly strong. We are truly strong with strong minds. Warriors, the weak wait for opportunities, the strong create opportunities. Every one of us wasp-ant warriors who has our home in our hearts is the greatest strongman. Comrades, let us use our honor and blood to tell all the so-called powerful enemies, the ants on the barren hills can never be bullied. Comrades, the truly strong never retreat. Historical experience tells us, retreat means failure, failure means death, death means genocide. Comrades, let us roar to the sky, get out of here, you failure. There is no place for you beside the strong. Go away, you failed. There is no place for you beside the strong. All the wasp-ants were roaring at the top of their lungs. Meng Huai, who was watching and listening from afar, couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Is this an ant? So arrogant. So good at talking. It makes my blood boil. I even want to go up and kill the enemy. Follow my orders now. After the army finished roaring, Wang Dekao gave an order and all the wasp-ants stood at attention, even those with broken legs forced themselves to stand up, and waited with full concentration. Appoint Huang Hongji as the captain of the flying brigade, lead all the flying ants, spray formic acid on the snake hill, and set off immediately, and never return until the end. Huang Dekao said seriously. Yes. Huang Hongji responded and immediately shouted, all sisters, follow me now. A group of female soldiers followed closely behind. Appoint Huang Shui as the chief captain of the death squadron. Promote the squadron leaders of the 7th and 8th battalions to battalion leaders, squad leaders to squadron leaders, and soldiers to squad leaders. Select 100 worker ants to lead each squad. You, make a way for me. Huang Dekao said as he looked at Huang Shui and the soldiers from the 7th and 8th teams who were covered in wounds. Yes. Huang Shui answered without hesitation. Do you understand your mission? Clear. Repeat that. Yes. All the members of the death squad will use their bodies and their lives to pave a way for the main force to welcome victory. Okay. Go ahead. Yes. Huang Shui responded and turned away. All the people from the 7th and 8th teams followed her and lined up without being asked. The worker ants became even more self-aware. Once the pheromones were exchanged, the weak, disabled, and lacking fighting power automatically came out. Even so, they knew that if the snake venom touched their bodies, they might die. There is really not a single coward among them. Of course, they didn't just go up and die. Even ants are not that stupid. The venom of the red phosphorus snake is an alkaloid, which is an alkaline substance, while formic acid is acidic. After the acid and alkali are neutralized, it can detoxify. This is what the wasp ants have tried out when they faced snake venom before. However, the formic acid sprayed by the flying ants cannot be so evenly distributed. There are always places that are not sprayed, or due to various reasons such as wind, the amount of formic acid in some places is too little and fails to completely neutralize the snake venom. This requires Huang Shui and others to walk in the front and risk their lives to explore the way. Kill. Seeing that the densely packed ants on the ground were preparing to attack again, the red phosphorus snake leader also began to prepare. The well-fed snakes lined up, held their heads high, squeezed their venom sacs, and prepared to deal a fatal blow to the army of wasps and ants. Puff, puff, puff. Call. Unexpectedly, a large army of flying ants began to spray formic acid from high above. Sizzle. Formic acid is too acidic. Not to mention how much snake venom on the ground has been neutralized, just take the red phosphorus snakes for example. Once they come into contact with this colorless, transparent, irritating water mist, they will immediately feel a burning pain. For a moment, The entire snake hill was filled with snakes rolling and running around, like a tangled ball of hemp rope. Don't be afraid. The enemy's formic acid is not infinite, just like our snake venom. Dig a hole. Tangle. Faced with the ants' air attack, the triangle-headed leader immediately shouted an organized defense. Needless to say, there are those who drill holes. Snakes that had no holes or did not have time to dig holes began to entangle with each other and hug each other, letting the ones on the outside use their bodies to withstand the formic acid and protect their fellow snakes inside. The response of the triangle head was timely and correct. Each ordinary flying ant has only a little over 100 milligrams of formic acid, and 10 of them have only 1 gram of formic acid. It takes 10,000 of them to spray 1 kilogram of formic acid, which is only 2 kilograms. Even the flight team leader, the squadron leader, and even Huang Hongji, the largest wasp ant, are only equivalent to 100 ordinary ones. This caused considerable damage to the snake mound, which was very large and full of venomous snakes, but it was definitely not fatal. The skins of many red phosphorus snakes had been corroded by the acid, turning into strips of flesh and blood. However, the formic acid had not killed any snakes yet. Hiss. Even because of the pain, the red phosphorus snakes went crazy, each with red eyes, ready to tear all the ants in front of them to pieces. The leader of the triangle head felt their anger and shouted directly. Kill. 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 Charge out. Children, our home is behind us, we have nowhere to retreat. Kill them. Tear them apart. Eat them. The ground, which had been baptized by snake venom and formic acid, was now slightly warm. When walking on it, the formic acid would corrode it again. Every snake felt like it was being roasted on a charcoal fire. Hiss. This makes them even more manic. Tear these ants apart. Eat them. Leave no one behind. A group of snakes are dancing wildly. Kill. After sending someone to test and finding out that the venom remaining on the ground was no longer able to kill the ants, Wang Shui waved her antennae, roared, and rushed forward with her suicide squad. Both sides have irreversible reasons. The battle became extremely brutal in an instant. The red phosphorus snake used its huge mouth and sharp teeth to eat the wasp ants one by one, especially the triangular-headed leaders, and could even eat 2 or 3 in one bite. The angry ants didn't care about all this and just filled the gap with their bodies and lives. If one can't beat them, use 2, if 2 can't beat them, use 10 or 20 together. When this one died, the other one continued, one after another, without retreating. At the same time, the snake, which has not yet sprayed out all its venom, is trying hard to squeeze out the last bit of venom from its venom sac. The flying ants that have not yet finished spreading the formic acid are also desperately trying to squeeze out the formic acid in their stomachs. From the snake hill, which was the size of a basketball court, there floated a cloud of yellow acid mist, followed by a cloud of black poisonous mist, and then a cloud of red blood mist formed by the evaporation of snake blood. The entire battlefield suddenly became colorful. Beautiful, really beautiful. It's a cruel kind of beauty. If the wasp ant comes into contact with the poisonous mist, even the slightest bit of it will cause it to die instantly. If a red phosphorus snake comes into contact with acid mist, even just the slightest bit, its entire body will rot. 1. Quick relief. 1. In excruciating pain. It's so bloody. Well. Meng Huai, who was lying on his stomach and watching from a distance, couldn't help but sigh. He had started the battle, and both sides had suffered heavy casualties, but he had not felt any joy in it. I don't know why, but after coming to this cruel and strange world for these days, Meng Huai has forgotten many things about his past as a human being. He can even eat leaves, ants, and snakes like a pig, but from time to time he misses the feeling of being a human being. What is a human being? A human being is a benevolent person. A benevolent heart and benevolent behavior are what make one a human being. As a human being, one can kill people, but one should have a compassionate heart. This is something that was engraved in Meng Huai's bones in his previous life. Rustle, rustle. Meng Huai, feeling very heavy-hearted, was watching the tragic scene over there, not noticing at all that danger was approaching. A bluish-gray mass was slowly sliding down above his head. This thing is as big as a wash basin, covered with fine hairs, and glowing with a seductive blue light. It is quite terrifying. Looking closely, it turned out to be an extremely gorgeous blue widow spider. The blue widow slid silently along the spider silk to about half a meter above Meng Huai's head, and then kicked its 8 legs. Swoosh! Jumped directly on his head. Then, without hesitation, he stabbed it directly with his 5-centimeter-long fangs. Puff! The hair on Meng Huai's head was of no use, and the hard skull was like a thin membrane and was pierced instantly. The blue widow spider then began to inject venom into it frantically. That's not all. This spider actually has a tail stinger, which pierced into Meng Huai's flesh at almost the same time. Hold head high. Meng Huai was in pain and couldn't help but scream. Humph, 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 humph. But after a while, his vision became blurred, his muscles became weak, his whole body became limp, he began to twitch, and he could no longer scream. When the poison invaded the stomach and heart, the red fruit cores that Meng Huai had eaten before finally reacted, instantly consuming the energy of the fruit cores and began to help Meng Huai detoxify. After a cool feeling, Meng Huai felt better and regained consciousness, and he did not faint. What's going on? Meng Huai, who was once again in deadly danger, no longer had the mind to feel the bloody cruelty of war. He lamented about himself. What's going on? Why are you poisoned again? What's even more infuriating is that I've become the prey again. After 9 years of compulsory education, Meng Huai originally loved peace. When he first came here, he even had the idea of becoming a peaceful cultivator who only ate wild fruits and drank mountain spring water in his heart. Some things are just damned. But in the past few days, he has been hunted by various creatures all the time, and his life is always on the line, which has made him very angry. Why do you want to bully people? What's the matter? Do you think I'm easy to bully? What kind of people, cats, dogs, ants, spiders, and snakes, dare to bully me? Meng Huai was very angry. He stood up and shouted to the front. Believe it or not, Grandpa Meng will bite you all to death and eat you. Ah. Meng Huai, who was just getting angry, was hit by Blue Widow again and collapsed again. It turned out that the Blue Widow spider was annoyed when it saw that its prey did not go into shock or unconsciousness, but was still moving around. It thrust its long fangs directly into Meng Huai's brain again, injecting all its venom more violently. This venom not only corrodes the anesthetic nerves, but also contains something that seems to dissolve brain tissue. Ah, what happened to me? Why do I feel so comfortable now? The erosion and dissolution of the brain made Meng Huai feel as if a ventilation hole had been opened in his head, and something extremely comfortable was gurgling out. What's flowing away? Is it trouble? Yes, that's the trouble, that's the tragedy of life, and what remains are the beautiful things in life, his brain told him. My sensing abilities have improved. My consciousness has expanded. It is no longer restricted by that skull. I have discovered the permanent instinct inside my body. This is what his brain told him. There's really no pressure anymore. It's that feeling of permanent relief. With more energy, better inspiration, and a calmer and more rational self, I will definitely have a more ideal life. Even, I saw God. Over there, right over there, in the sky over there, the one that is always there, omnipresent, shining, isn't that God? After a poisonous spider made a hole in Meng Huai's brain and injected venom into him, he had extremely strong hallucinations, as if he had eaten poisonous mushrooms in Yunnan. It's definitely a miracle. I saw a miracle. God, are you here? The spider that attacked Meng Huai saw that he had lost the ability to resist, so it bit its teeth twice and began to spin silk to weave a web. A few minutes later, it wrapped him tightly and hung him on a big tree. When spiders eat food, they always like to wait for their prey to soften and liquefy, so that they can drink to their heart's content. The white cocoon, shining with silver light, fluttering in the wind under the branches, is so beautiful. When Meng Huai was caught by the spider Lan Kuer, the war between snakes and ants at Snake Hill was nearing its end. A large number of ants can kill an elephant, and of course a large number of ants can also kill a snake. The victory was won by the large number of wasp ants. Except for the triangular-headed leader who was still struggling desperately relying on his huge body to break out of the siege of the ant army, the rest of the snakes were all dead. Comrades, hurry up and do it. Everything here will belong to us. At this moment, the army of wasp ants was cleaning the battlefield and transporting the spoils. I saw many soldier ants cooperating with worker ants to use their huge jaws to cut the red phosphorus snakes, or tear their flesh directly. Then, they either carried or pulled the things, forming many queues and moving them back to the anthill. Even the newborn snakes in the snake mound and the unhatched snake eggs were not spared and were counted. Don't delay. Go ahead. Wasp Ant General Huang Dicao watched a group of soldier ants and the triangular heads fighting for a long time without any victory, so he gave orders to the guards around him. The 20 wasp ants that had not moved since the war began, each with a head as big as an adult's fist, immediately rushed forward after receiving the order. When he got to the triangular-headed snake, he sprayed formic acid directly at its head while it wasn't paying attention. 20 nozzles were aimed at one place, like a heavy rain, corroding the snake's head into pieces in an instant. Hiss! The snake's skin was festered, flesh and blood were turned inside out, and even the triangle head's eyes were blind. It rolled on the ground in pain. Let's go together. The general's guards did not hesitate either. Half of them climbed onto the belly of the triangle-headed tail, while the other half jumped up and landed accurately on its head. Die! The general's guards stabbed the snake's body with their large claws and then continuously injected venom. Hiss, hiss. The triangle head hurt so much that I turned over and over. Unfortunately, it's all useless. After a while, it became motionless, ending its life as a snake. After seeing the enemy dead, the 20 guards did not stop, but turned around and stood behind Huang Dicao quietly without saying a word. At this moment, their eyes were full of murderous intent, and their black armor was covered with red snake blood, giving them an awe-inspiring and inviolable majesty. After a cheer, the other soldier ants and worker ants rushed forward. In less than a minute, the triangular head was cut into a pile of bones. Even the bones were not left behind. The big bones were being pulled by the worker ants in an attempt to transport them to the nest. Countless snakes share the same fate as the triangle head. Of course, there were even more wasp ants, perhaps 10 times more than the red phosphorus snakes, who left their lives on this battlefield, including those that were crippled and those that were infected with the poison but not dead. No one came to rescue them. In the world of ants, the life of an ant is the least valuable. They have neither the ability nor the habit to provide treatment. Of course, if you can walk back to the nest by yourself, as long as you can still be treated as one of our own, the scent of your own kind is still there, you will not starve to death. The smell of countless ant corpses, especially the blood of countless red phosphorus snakes, spread far and wide with the wind. Ah, wow, quack, quack. The smell of blood caused all the surrounding carnivores to become agitated, and they were howling from near and far. In this forest, the wasp ants are powerful, but they are by no means invincible. Even if they have caught the prey, another predator may jump out and snatch it away. At that time, they may not have any good options, either give up the prey or fight to the death again. For the wasp ant colony that has just fought a fierce battle, neither of these is cost-effective. This is why General Huang Dicao ordered his troops to speed up. But the action of clearing the battlefield is still too slow. Because not far away, where Meng Huai found a place to observe the battle between snakes and ants, was the nest of a group of alien spiders. At this moment, countless blue widow spiders, including the one named Lan Kuer who caught Meng Huai, were all stimulated by the smell of blood and formic acid in the air. Delicious. Delicious. So much deliciousness. The feeling from the fine hair on their legs drove them into a bloodthirsty and crazy state, with red eyes and screaming. They emerged from tree branches and cracks in rocks, running slowly at first but then faster and faster towards the Snakehill battlefield. Unlike many spiders with poor eyesight, blue widow spiders have 8 eyes on their heads. The 2 largest ones are on the front and 3 on each side, to ensure that they can see things in all directions. Combined with the tactile hairs, hearing hairs, smell hairs, and olfactory hairs on its legs, it is definitely a hunting machine with extremely sensitive reactions and movements. What's more, they have an unparalleled secret weapon, an extremely tough spider web. Round them up. Just at this moment, the blue widows know that they are going to steal food and capture the army of ants. When they are close to the edge of the anthill, they begin to weave webs as they move forward. Huang Hongji, a member of the ant guard team, was patrolling in the sky when he suddenly saw large nets spread out in the grass and on the branches at the edge of the battlefield. The net was erected around the snake mound at an extremely fast speed. This speed was as if the net had been lying there in ambush and was just suddenly pulled up at this moment. In Huang Hongji's eyes, the most terrifying enemies in the world appeared, those poisonous spiders with big webs. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Spiders are coming! Huang Hongji's tentacles quickly waved, sending signals to everyone. In an instant, all the wasp ants stopped what they were doing and became alert. Unfortunately, it's too late. Puff. 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 After 3 sounds, 3 huge blue widow spiders jumped onto the path that the wasp ants had to take to return to the nest, and without caring about the panicked ants, they opened their mouths and started spitting silk. Block the exit. Don't attack. Weaving a huge web up and down. An order came from the spider swarm. Thousands of alien spiders acted together, and even the not-so-small Snake Hill battlefield was surrounded in a very short time. In an instant, a huge, upside-down white bowl appeared on the Snake Hill battlefield. When the net was woven, led by a giant spider the size of a millstone, with a blue body and black hair and a V-shaped white pattern on its head, 7,000 or 8,000 spiders stood quietly at the edge of the web, motionless. They were looking at the panicked ants, but none of them took these ants seriously. The leader of the blue widow spiders is called Lan Linger. Although her brain is small, you can't imagine how smart she is. She doesn't need so-called wisdom. She just follows a basic principle: what do I have? What do I want? What can I do with what I have? How can I do it? Lan Linger, who follows her instincts and is extremely efficient, ruthlessly exposes the so-called sense of superiority of many so-called advanced creatures. Advanced creatures always think that they are the ones who can think, are the smartest, and other creatures are fools. Lan Linger has sharp eyesight. She was carefully observing the situation in front of her. Formic acid, hindering. Snake venom, obstruction. After neutralization, there is minimal obstruction. Snake carcasses, food, ant carcasses, food. The swarm of riotous worker ants had slightly obstructed food. Ground soldier ants, jump up and kill. Flying ants, trapped and killed by spider webs. The most likely outcome is that at 1/10 of the cost, all living things here can be destroyed and a great deal of food can be obtained. This is a good deal. After coming to the conclusion that no one should be left behind, they are all nutrients, Lan Linger immediately gave orders: weave a web, advance, build a new nest, and lay new eggs. All the spiders climbed onto the web again, ignoring the ants running around on the ground, and began to hang from the top and spin silk. Hiss, whoosh, the big white net, layer upon layer, pressed down from the top of the head. Build a 3-dimensional spider web and directly destroy all the ant armies. This is the safest and most effective way. Push. Every trapped wasp ant was terrified. This seems to be a catastrophe for them. Those spider silks are very strong and sticky, you can't escape once you get stuck. How can an ant the size of a finger fight a spider that is at least the size of a wash basin? Those big claws are like iron pliers. Once they clamp them, their bodies will break. How to break it? Who can give them an idea? Only the wasp ant General Huang Decao did not panic, not because it had any good ideas, but because it knew that being nervous was useless. Everything is learned through practice and trial. Huang Decao said this to himself, then he looked at the army of ants that had already lined up and gave the order. The squadrons are reorganized. The 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th squadrons form the Arrow Squadron, with Huang Shui as the captain, responsible for opening the way out. Yes. Huang Shui, who had a broken leg but was still full of fighting spirit, answered loudly. Then, the tentacles moved slightly, and all the troops began to regroup again. Huang Hongji leads the flying ant brigade to control the flight altitude, fly low, dive from above to kill the enemy, and provide assistance. Huang Decao continued to order. Yes. Huang Hongji, covered in snake blood, answered and immediately went to integrate and deploy his troops. All the remaining people follow the principle of soldier ants outside, worker ants inside, form a long snake formation and follow the commandos closely. Yes. 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 The teams responded continuously. General Huang Dicao nodded, turned around and said to the hornet ant standing behind him, "The ant guard and the general guard will serve as a mobile brigade to support the arrow at any time." The ants didn't answer, but all looked at him. "Go ahead. I don't need your protection. If you can't get out, it's no use following me and protecting me." "Yes. General." A dark brown wasp ant among the general's guards stood up, clasped his fists and said to Huang Dicao, "But the general is the backbone of the army, and he must be protected. Please leave this humble general, Huang Jiao, here." Huang Dicao frowned, but nodded in agreement, and then said, "The rest of the people, led by Huang Yong, should hurry up and get ready." The spider webs above my head grew more and more numerous and thicker. To the ants below, the sky was getting lower and lower, and darker. Lon Linger knew clearly that as long as the big web was woven, none of the ants would be able to escape, because here, the extremely tough, intertwined web that connected everything represented the sky. Who can turn the world upside down? Looking at the ants below who were busy lining up and deploying troops, Lon Linger looked down on them. No one. No one. No one can. Of course, she wouldn't say these words out loud. She is not that shallow. She knew her goal, to weave a good web, catch prey, eat and enjoy herself. Huang Dicao, the general of the ant army, did not try to guess what those high-ranking spiders were thinking. He wants to do the best he can. Seeing that the team in front of him was ready, he waved his antennae vigorously and shouted to the people below. "Warriors, what is about to begin is an unprecedented battle. The enemy is strong and we are weak. The disparity in strength is huge. This is the reality we are going to face. This is the truth. Is there any other trick to get around it? I tell you with my lifetime of combat experience and military literacy, no. Really not. We are surrounded. If we want to survive and see our families again, we can only fight with blood. We can only fight with all our strength. We can only fight our way out. On the battlefield, the brave will live, and the cowards will die. Every soldier in our wasp and ant army is brave, can survive in death, dares to fight, and has the guts. The order I give you is that even if there is only one soldier left in the whole army, and it is scattered and defeated, you are not allowed to retreat, and you must die on the way to attack. We must work together, we must join hands to kill the enemy, we must fight to the death to be a clan, and we must regard death as home." When Huang Dicao said this, he raised his voice and shouted to all the ants. "Our battle slogan this time is very simple, just 2 words, go home. Go home. Go home. Go home." For a moment, loud roars rang out one after another on the battlefield. Huang Dicao also had the Sinalman constantly pass pheromones through the air to inform every ant. The action must be excellent, and the completion must be perfect. The enemy's strength lies in their bodies, our strength lies in our hearts. There is no unbreakable encirclement in the world. If you want to, you can break out of it immediately. What iron wall? It's just a thread. The iron head breaks open the new world, and the 2 pliers cut off the old world. The ants were so excited that they all danced towards the sky and responded. "Follow me." Huang Shui, who led the arrow team, received the signal from Huang Dicao and rushed out first, holding a piece of snake skin. If we have to die, we should die first. Before she touched the spider web, a dozen wasp ants that had been poisoned but were not dead and might still be alive struggled and rushed to stick to it. After these wounded soldiers got stuck on the spider web, they began to pull it to the left and right. They were using their own lives and bodies to tear apart the spider web and open a passage for their subsequent comrades. However, the characteristic of a spider web is that the more it moves, the stickier it becomes, and the tighter it becomes, and the more it moves, the more spider silk it will pull in. Almost in an instant, the dozen or so wasp ants were wrapped tightly. Even if they tried their best, they could not move at all. Their dedication was not in vain, as it also tore a hole the size of a plate in the spider web. But the effect is not that great. Because the enemy had already thought of this, the webs woven by the blue widow spiders are not one layer at all, but one layer within another, like a pile of fishing nets. Go. Huang Shui shouted again and stirred the snake skin vigorously. The remaining vanguard troops, some holding snake meat, some holding wooden sticks, and some holding the bodies of dead ants, were all desperately pulling at the spider silk. 1 floor, 2 floors, 3 floors. This spider silk web becomes thicker as you go further out, and becomes harder to tear apart. Therefore, the entrance becomes smaller as you go further out. Gradually, it became the mouth of a bowl, then a fist, then a finger, until there were no gaps at all, and if one wanted to open a point, the entire net had to be broken. But how much power do ants, even big ants, have? It can't be opened at all. How can we break open such a huge net that covers the sky? Huang Xue's heart was broken. But she didn't dare show it. Because she is the tip of the arrow of the entire team. No retreat allowed, no retreat. Spray acid. Without hesitation, Huang Xue gave the order decisively after confirming that she could not tear apart the remaining spider webs. Several wasp ant warriors that followed behind with formic acid immediately sprayed out all their formic acid from the anus of their abdomen. Puff, 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 puff. After a few sounds, all the ants stared at that direction. It's useless. Some soldier ants screamed. Captain, what should we do? This formic acid, which can even corrode steel, has little effect on spider silk. No one expected that spider silk would have such strong anti-corrosion effects. This situation made everyone in the vanguard feel depressed, and many soldiers had a look of despair on their faces. It's not useless. Huang Xue stared at the spider web intently. Seeing that the spider silk was still corroded a little, she said, it's just that the effect is not that great. A large amount of formic acid will do. Yellowhead, but our formic acid has been basically used up in the previous battle. We can't spray it out. A soldier ant nearby said nervously and ashamedly. Huang Xue also thought of these things. While waving her tentacles to report to General Huang Decao, she was carefully thinking of a solution. What to do? I can't knock it open, and I can't tear it open. What should I do? What to do? Huang Xue, as the leader of the vanguard, was particularly anxious. Because based on rational judgment, she also felt that the chances of escape for this group of ants trapped in the three-dimensional web of the poisonous spider were not that high. Heap. Heap. Just as Huang Xue was thinking, news came from General Huang Decao. There is only one word, heap. She couldn't help but shout out in her heart. In fact, she, who had experienced many battles, had also thought of this, but she just hadn't made up her mind how to pile it up. All of them were piled up with life. But now that the order had come, she dared not hesitate. Huang Xue's tentacles swung rapidly a few times, and with a glare, she made up her mind and chose a way that might result in casualties, but was the most efficient way and most likely to open a passage for the army. Prepare immediately and act according to the fourth plan. At Huang Xue's command, a warrior with a huge body but a broken tail needle rushed forward first. It wrapped itself in spider silk, and then other soldier ants began to line up and pull its companion with all their might. With the gripper, the spider silk is not so difficult to handle and it is easier for the ants to exert their strength. Slowly pull the spider web until it deforms, becomes a taut film, and then turns into a pointed hat shape. When they couldn't pull any further, all the ants tried desperately to pull back. Another ant with 2 broken legs found a spot and jumped directly on it. The spider web, like super glue, stuck to it in an instant. It did not move, but lay quietly on the spider silk. Another ant with half of its mouth rotted crawled over the previous ant, and then, following its head, it also jumped onto the spider web. The third one is the same as before. In this way, hundreds of injured wasp ants quickly formed a big circle on the spider web with their bodies. Superior. Seeing that the road was paved, a team that had been prepared beside Huang Xue ran up. They stepped on the bodies of their comrades, with their buttocks facing inside the circle and their heads facing outside the circle, also forming a circle. Preparation. All the wasps and ants who are standing on the bodies of their comrades on the internet should raise their heads together. Bite. They suddenly lowered their heads. With a soft puff sound, the spider web was bitten off in an instant. Under the powerful elastic force, the spider web shrank instantly, causing this layer of the web to tremble constantly. It's lucky. The rhythm is basically the same. This caused all the ants on the spider web, including the big ant in the middle, to fall down together. The worker ants rushed forward and bit off the spider silk on their companions to rescue them. Huang Shui didn't have time to look at those things. Instead, she stared at the hole in the spider web that was about the size of a round table, and breathed a sigh of relief. But she immediately tensed up again and gave a cold order, "Continue." Another injured ant jumped in, and the others stood in the same arrangement as before. Preparation. The ants on the spider web raised their heads together. Bite. All the ants attacked at the same time. Unfortunately, this time one of the ants had bad teeth and was unable to bite off the spider silk it was responsible for in time. The entire spider web was folded back by the spider silk. With a pop, it stuck to the thick net next to it. More than 100 ants, including the one with slow teeth, all stuck to it. None of them escaped and could only be stuck there waiting to die. Well. Huang Shui just glanced at his comrades and sighed in his heart. There's no good solution. She turned her head hard and continued to order, "Come again." Maybe the arrow had bad luck, or maybe the first time it was good it was abnormal, and now it is normal. Although they made holes in the following few times, they were never able to achieve the theoretical state of success and no damage. They were never able to have just 100 or so ants bite through the spider silk together. This has resulted in the white spider web now being covered in patches of wasps and ants. We all struggled at first, but later we were all exhausted. I hope our efforts paid off. We are dead, I hope you can get out. They can only watch from above. The Arrow commandos suffered heavy losses, but the holes in the spider web continued to expand. It seems that this group of ants can finally break out. But is this really the case? The blue widow spider is not dead, nor is it not here, nor is it stupid. After seeing that the spider web had more than 20 layers and was difficult to break through with the power of ants, Lon Linger led more than 500 big spiders and jumped into the middle of the wasp ant colony. Seal it. Many spiders faced the hole and started spinning silk directly. Almost in the blink of an eye, the silk they spit out blocked the hole that Huang Shui and the others had risked their lives to open. Even Huang Shui herself and the thousands of vanguard troops she led were trapped in the cave, unable to struggle any longer. It's all stuck. What awaits them is the fate of being trapped to death if there are no ants to rescue them. Kill. For the tribe. Go home. The army of wasp ants naturally would not sit idly by. Led by Huang Hongji, they rushed straight towards the enemies. He. Lon Linger smiled grimly, and with great effort, she sprayed out tough spider silk from her stomach. The other blue widow spiders followed suit. Just spray. They don't care about the spider web shape anymore. There are so many enemies in front of us. As long as we spray it out, it will entangle them and be effective. Kill. The wasp ant colony is passionate and not afraid of death, but faced with such dense spider silk, no matter how many ants charge, it won't have much effect. Take the always brave and warlike Huang Hongji for example. He dodged left and right, flew up and down, and his skills were very skilled, but he still couldn't avoid it. Soon, the right wing became entangled. When it flapped its wings again, it failed to free itself and its entire body was pulled into the spider web. It was difficult for it to move its wings. She was still not convinced and continued to bite the spider silk madly with her big jaws. But as soon as I bit off one, countless more stuck back. It's really hard to break free. At the same time, her comrades, the countless flying ants, suffered the same fate. Ah! She yelled angrily. But in war, especially a life-and-death battle, getting angry is never useful. I only believe in absolute power. After Lon Linger spit out the first mouthful of silk, she stopped spitting out. She stood in the center of the battlefield, observing the situation on her side and the ants' side. And absolute fire suppression. From beginning to end, Lon Linger did not make any arrangements for physical combat with the army of ants. She thought that was unnecessary. She could obviously get what she wanted through three-dimensional means and dimensionality reduction attacks, so why bother to be a hero? What I want to do is to prevent the enemy from even having a chance to move. Lon Linger crawled forward a little, walked to Huang Hongji, and looked at the particularly large ant in front of her that was struggling particularly hard. Oh, incompetent. A flash of disdain passed through her eyes. She opened her big claws and, with a click, she directly clamped Huang Hongji's neck off. She extended her mouthparts and injected a lot of digestive fluid into it, then turned around and went back in style. Woo-woo. Huang Hongji's legs trembled a few times and then stopped moving. After her death, she was destined to become a delicacy for the spiders. You're dead. You are still lucky. Lan Linger smiled as she thought about Huang Hongji whom she had just killed. I will make you into a cradle, and let my people lay their eggs in you. Soon, you will hatch a lot of little spiders and contribute to our spider offspring. No surprises. This is the real world. Huang Hongji was gone before she even had time to react, and her body would become food and nourishment for the enemy in the foreseeable future. It can even be said that Huang Hongji's experience was just the most ordinary in this massacre. At the same time, nearly half of the wasp ants have been killed or trapped. Snort. This situation made Huang Decao extremely angry. He had expected there would be losses, but he had not expected the losses to be so great, and he had certainly not expected the losses to happen so quickly. You didn't even manage to break out. These damn spiders are too greedy. Huang Decao cursed in his heart. You want to catch us all in one fell swoop, but I don't know if you have such strong teeth. After saying that, he turned his head and started giving signals to the back. The heavy armored brigade is going to attack with the goal of destroying the spider's manpower. Go together. Huang Decao has no more tricks up his sleeve. He directly sent out his last trump card, 1,800 heavily armored ants. Each of these wasp ants is as big as a child's arm, covered with hard black armor, with a small belly and a large front body, especially the two pairs of obviously disproportionately large pincers, which make them look indescribably majestic. The heavy armored brigade marches slowly but has strong combat power. At this moment, the army is trapped and needs to break out, so it is just right for them. Yes. Huang Dezhong, captain of the heavy armor brigade, responded and immediately led his team out. Huang Dezhong took the lead and rushed towards the largest spider, the leader of the spider army, Lan Linger. Seeing the big ant rushing towards her, Lan Linger quickly spit out silk. However, these temporary silk threads, which were not fixed and reinforced with each other, could not stop the powerful heavy armored soldiers at all and were all torn apart by them. Huang Dezhong came so fiercely that Lan Linger was startled. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. She jumped onto the huge net behind her that covered the sky and climbed up as if she were walking on flat ground. But the other spider in front of her, Elisa Lam, was not so lucky. The spider that caught Meng Hui also wanted to escape, but unfortunately it was a step too slow. Huang Dezhong bit its hind legs and then pulled it off the net. It's your turn to die. Then the three wasp heavy armored ants cooperated and bit off all 8 of her legs in a few bites. Squeak. It hurts, Elisa Lam screamed. Puff. Then, Huang Dezhong's tail hook pierced her stomach directly. Died instantly. Come down. Come down and fight. Huang Dezhong was still waving his large pincers and roaring at the many blue widow spiders above his head. After the heavy armored brigade killed 20 or 30 blue widow spiders and scared away the rest, they began to clean up the spider webs on the ground. These webs had not yet become entangled with the webs overhead and most of them were independent, making them easier to clean. The ground became unobstructed, making it convenient for the ants to move back and forth. However, even they have no way to break through the multi-layered network that is connected together and linked vertically. There are only more than 1,000 heavy armored troops in total, and if one is stuck, there will be one less. Their purpose is to confront strong enemies head-on. But you can't sacrifice your life just to break the net. Only 5 people can patrol in a group to prevent sneak attacks from the spiders above their heads. The army of wasp ants was on the ground, and the group of blue widow spiders was in the sky. For a moment, the two major races began to confront each other in the air. The wasp ant general Huang Decao was also thinking about what to do. Wait. That's a way. There is plenty of food here. If we can wait until a storm comes, even though we ants will have difficulty moving, these spider webs will definitely be scratched with big holes by raindrops, leaves, branches, etc. That would definitely be a good time for our army to break out. But if we wait, as time goes by, this big net will surely become thicker and thicker, pressing lower and lower, and encircling tighter and tighter. Huang Dicao looked up at the spiders still busy spinning silk and frowned. Besides, the wind and rain depend on the weather. No one knows when it will come. Can we wait for it? Can we afford to wait? Can we afford to wait? Can our family afford to wait? Will the anthill be attacked by other enemies? Can the queen ant wait? Many soldier ants and worker ants are trapped in the snake hill. How will the queen ant supply food? How will she take care of her offspring? Oh! This is not easy. Huang Dicao walked back and forth with a worried look on his face. What about the breakout? Well, we have to break out. We can't afford to wait. Huang Dicao made up his mind. But how do we break out? You still have to think about it carefully. While the Wasp Ant General was thinking of a countermeasure, the Blue Widow leader Lon Linger gave another order. All spiders are not allowed to come down to the ground. Keep weaving the web. Lower the sky. Humph. You have more people, huh? You guys are strong in combat, aren't you? I won't fight you head-on. I'll just use my natural advantages to crush you step by step. I'm going to have you in my hands anyway. After Lon Linger made the arrangements, she did not sit idle. Instead, she led the remaining spiders to inspect the entire web. Wherever there is weakness, wherever there is a hole, wherever there is a breakthrough from below, she will immediately start repairing it. This net does have inherent advantages for ants. On the Snakehill battlefield, the army of wasp ants and the army of blue widow spiders temporarily entered a stalemate. And Meng Huai, the divine beast caught by the spider, was still hanging under the big tree. The white cocoon and the red pig sway in the wind. It is amazing to watch from afar. He is also one of those trapped in the net. At this moment, Meng Huai was confused and in a strange state. He was said to be asleep, yet very awake. He was sober, but not only could he not control himself, he couldn't control his thoughts either. The blue widow spider lamb had made a hole in Meng Huai's head and injected venom and softener. Fortunately, his physique had been strengthened by the system, and the red fruit core he had eaten earlier was still there. After the last red fruit core had consumed its energy, it finally managed to control the spread of the spider venom. However, the brain, like a block of tofu, showed a tendency to liquefy. It became soft and melted, like soy milk, and many things turned into water. His brain cells turned into tiny tadpole-like creatures swimming in the water. But if you look closely, you will find that it is not. Instead, all brain cells turned into two kinds of small fish. One is white and transparent and cannot be seen, and the other is black and can be seen. These two kinds of fish did not form a multidimensional entanglement like the yin-yang fish, but were arranged in rows and rows, appearing and disappearing on a plane. Meng Huai naturally didn't know this. At this moment, he only knew that he could see, not with his eyes, but with his mind, many strange people. There are some whose entire face is just a mouth, without even a nose or eyes. There are those who have nothing on their heads and countless eyes. There are those that are made of steel on the outside and hay on the inside. Some are split in two but can walk normally. There are people with dog heads and wolf hearts but wearing suits. Some have two faces, one smiling and one crying. There are those who are normal in other aspects, but a ferocious ghost head emerges from their chest. There are those whose heads grow on their buttocks, and where their heads should be, there is only a can of dirty water. There are those who look righteous but whose hands are covered in blood, tearing up human flesh and eating it with a smile. Is there anyone with a big speaker on his head or shoulders? Some have clothes on their upper body that can't be seen, but their lower body is clearly visible with two dog legs. There are those who hold a book in their hands, talk about morality, but their lower body is naked, and their thing is swinging around. There are countless people who are as transparent as water. And countless people who are exactly the same. Wait. He doesn't want to think about this. But at this moment, he was poisoned and couldn't control his thoughts. So scared. Ah. What the hell is this? How could this be in my mind? Who put that in my head? How terrible. Meng Huai deeply felt that he was also living among those monsters at this time. He had begun to tremble. He is scared. Even when he was almost bitten to death by ants, poisonous snakes and spiders, he was not as scared as he is now. This is a fear of not daring to look at the real world. Fortunately, the black and white fish in his brain are still evolving naturally. The countless yin-yang fish, which are completely different and cannot be cloned, are entangled with each other, and slowly reach a mysterious state that conforms to the Great Way. It allowed him to quickly escape from the endless nightmare and enter a state of intense yet calm chaos. Originally, if things continued to develop in this way, Meng Huai might be able to obtain the most powerful system in the endless universe. Unfortunately, due to the existence of Meng Huai's human autonomous consciousness, the normal spin of the Pisces was interfered with, causing the black and white fish to become decoherent, forcibly interrupting the mysterious evolution. Of course, Meng Huai did not get nothing from it. At least in this process, a magical potential in his body was stimulated: eat more and sleep longer. This is the innate magical power of the nine-headed beast. From then on, Meng Huai was able to eat, sleep, and grow better. This is not easy. Being able to eat represents an exponential increase in energy intake. The ability to grow represents the exponential enhancement of the body's functions. Being able to sleep means doubling the body's ability to repair itself. When the whole thing is superimposed, it will be absolutely infinitely terrifying. For example, now, at the moment when the mysterious evolution was interrupted, Meng Huai suddenly opened his eyes, opened his mouth, and bit a big hole in the spider silk cocoon wrapped around his body. He chewed it and swallowed it like eating cotton candy. Blue widow spider silk is rich in various proteins. Once it enters his stomach, it is instantly absorbed by his strengthened gastrointestinal tract and immediately converted into energy, giving him strength. Then, he pushed hard with his forehooves and tore the soft but tough spider silk apart. Haha, Master Meng is out again. Meng Huai, who had just stood on the ground, said with a big laugh. With another push of his forehooves, he jumped up. He would never have been able to jump that high before, but now it was easy. He opened his mouth and bit off the large spider silk cocoon, chewed it in his mouth, and swallowed it down his stomach. It's a bit soft, like eating old fried dough sticks. After eating the spider silk cocoon, Meng Huai felt full of strength. Who dares to stop me? The sudden energy made him arrogant and a little overbearing. Not even big trees. Meng Huai looked at the row of big trees in front of him that served as the nests of blue widow spiders. He jumped off the stone, ran suddenly, and quickly crashed into them. Bang. There was a loud bang. Hold head high. Scream. I was careless. Meng Huai fell dizzy under the tree. He didn't expect that he still couldn't break the big tree. He stood up shakily, looked up at the cocoons and eggs of the blue spider hanging high up, and tried to jump up. Still can't reach it. After a few strokes, he sighed. Oh. No. If I can't take revenge on these spiders, then all my suffering is in vain. Meng Huai felt uncomfortable. I was lying on a rock watching the fight between snakes and ants. When did I ever provoke you? When it comes to the fight between the wasp ant and the spider, there is back and forth, with both sides taking their own actions, but between the spider and the blue widow spider, it's all the spider's fault. It was the spider that attacked him for no reason. Humph. I will take revenge sooner or later. As soon as Meng Huai finished saying this, he looked up and saw a large, bright, white cover placed over there on the Snakehill battlefield that he had been paying attention to. What is that? Could it be that some immortal cultivator has come? Or has a real god come? He still doesn't understand what's going on in this world, so he starts to have wild thoughts. It would be nice if it was the water god's white jade bowl. I, Meng, can swim and am good at water. Meng Huai ran over there while talking nonsense. It would be even better if it was ownerless. Then I'll just take it away. Hee hee, let's also get a magic weapon to play with. His active brain cells began to boil again. As he got closer, Meng Huai discovered that it was an extremely large spider web, the same one he had just eaten. Hey! Not baby. He was a little disappointed. But this stuff still tastes good. As he savored the taste, he started drooling again. Eat more. The most important thing is that he is really hungry now. Meng Huai hummed twice, began to gather strength, and then started to sprint from 100 meters away. At this time, the wasp ants inside are in the most dangerous situation. No spider came down, they all stayed in a safe place and watched. All they had to do was push the endless web down little by little. At the beginning, there were not many spider webs hanging down, and the ants were able to tear them apart with all their strength. But as more and more spider webs fell down, it was like the sky was falling. Even the strongest wasp and strongman like Huang Dezhong, the captain of the heavy armor brigade, could no longer pull them up. Huang Dezhong wanted to break out and organized more than 10 desperate breakouts, but under Lan Linger's constant surveillance and pursuit, it was of no use except killing 100 enemies and suffering countless casualties himself. The army of wasp ants seemed to be covered by a huge ball of cotton at this moment. As the cotton became compacted, they no longer had a chance of survival. Boom, 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 boom. A huge sound was heard, and the wasp ant sticking to the ground and the blue widow spider that used its leg hairs to sense everything felt the movement. They raised their heads together and looked towards the northeast. General Wasp Ant's expression remained unchanged, but he still felt a little eager in his heart. It is praying, God, give me a chance. What? The one who least wanted anything to go wrong was Lan Linger. She was on the verge of success. How could she tolerate anyone disturbing her? Lan Linger quickly crawled out through the reserved passage and saw a monster with a pink base and blue and purple patches running towards her. Haha, Master Meng is here. Here comes revenge. After saying that, Meng Huai rushed forward directly, trying to knock the white cover open. Puff. After a sound, he was submerged in the white spider web. Awkward. No penetration. He was stuck there. Ah. What's going on? You can't knock down a tree, and you can't even break a spider web. Oh my God, this is so sad. Meng Huai felt depressed and had a new understanding of his own abilities. Don't blame me, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame that shitty system. He quickly cursed the system with zero sense of existence in his heart to comfort himself. In fact, it cannot be said that Meng Huai's attack was completely useless. At least the big web shook, and a few unaware spiders fell down and were instantly swallowed up by the wasps and ants underneath. Kill it. Lan Linger was very angry. A foreign pig dared to challenge her army. You three, go kill it. She gave the order to kill directly. 3 spiders as big as robot vacuum cleaners crawled over quickly. Hey, don't come over here. Look at your thin arms and legs, you can't withstand my attack. Meng Huai, who was struggling, shouted loudly. Don't come over here. Come over here again, I won't be polite. Unfortunately, the spider couldn't understand his cry. Ah. A blue widow spider suddenly jumped behind him, opened its big teeth and bit the ball behind his butt. Meng Huai screamed in pain. Again. Meng Huai was very sad and angry. How come everyone knows how to attack my weaknesses? As he finished his words, another spider jumped onto his back and bit directly at his spine. Hold head high. It hurts. It made him want to turn around and bite. The moment he turned around, the last spider bit directly on his neck. This spider made a mistake. Hey. I'll kill you. Meng Huai turned his head and pushed his neck onto his shoulders, squeezing the blue widow into a pulp, with the juice flowing down his body. When it died and was about to fall, Meng Huai lowered his head, grabbed the spider in his mouth, and swallowed it into his stomach like a fried fruit. But the 2 on the back and buttocks are difficult to deal with. All 4 hooves and body were entangled in the spider web, making it difficult to move. Meng Huai also got annoyed, so he opened his mouth wide and started biting the spider web in front of him. Eat them all. He ate a big piece of the spider web in front of him like eating ice cream, and soon he had eaten up all the spider web in front of him. This behavior stunned all the spiders. It was also the first time they saw prey eating spider webs like this. But Meng Huai didn't care about that. He shouted at the nearly 20 blue widow spiders that appeared above his head, "Come on, come together. I'm not afraid." After shouting, he immediately turned around and ran, without even having time to get rid of the 2 big spiders on his body and behind his butt. Hey, you think I'm stupid? I'm not going to stand here and let you kill me. Seeing the red strange pig running away, Lan Linger was extremely angry. But the first requirement for being a leader is to control your emotions. She quickly called back the spider army that wanted to chase them and changed the order. This big web is our foundation. Start repairing the web immediately. The army of wasp ants smelled Meng Huai's scent, but they were not grateful to it. If it weren't for it, they wouldn't have fallen into this deadly situation. However, General Huang Dicao felt that the red monster pig came at the right time. At least its disruption slowed down the attack of the spiders. The longer the better. Huang Dicao prayed again. Unfortunately, Meng Huai is not strong enough. He couldn't break through, and he couldn't defeat the spiders either. In less than a quarter of an hour, he was scared away by the blue widow spiders. Alas! There is nothing we can do. Let's just live as long as we can. Seeing the troublemaker's voice getting farther and farther away and smaller, Huang Dicao sighed. I command. Huang's nest waved its antennae quickly, transmitting information, and all the wasp ants were listening. The heavy armored troops will gather at the central army tent. Yes. Just now, while the blue widow spiders were diverting their attention, Huang Dezhong was rescued by other ants. The 1st to 4th battalions, gather quickly and assemble on the left side of the center army. Yes. All worker ants, gather on the right. Yes. The wounded fight where they are. After this order, there was silence. Some injured soldier ants and worker ants that originally wanted to move stopped again. Huang Dicao blinked hard and stopped looking at them. Instead, after seeing the first team of worker ants successfully gather, he immediately stepped aside and let this team of worker ants go first. It turns out that the old guy had already arranged a second plan, digging a hole. This matter was handled by the mobile force that had never appeared. After seeing that the arrow could not successfully break through, Huang Dicao called back the mobile forces and began to dig holes under the cover of a few leaves. These giant ants, mainly the rear guard and general guard, are powerful and strong. They are responsible for digging the soil in the front, while the worker ants are responsible for transporting the soil, which is very efficient. During the short period of fighting outside, they had dug more than 50 meters. Worker ants are temporarily not allowed to enter. After 3 teams of worker ants entered, Huang Dicao gave new orders. Soldier ants begin. The 1st brigade of soldier ants went in first. A blue widow spider discovered the unusual movements of the wasp ant army and informed Lan Linger. You've got food in your mouth, and you still want to run away. Skynet is coming. Lan Linger immediately ordered the rope of a large woven net to be bitten off and fell down. Not only did this net catch many wasps and ants, but more importantly, it turned the Skynet into a ground net. The spider web with clear longitude and latitude, shaped like a bagua, was like a tripwire, making it difficult for the ants to move. Lower again. Seeing that some ants were tearing apart a lot of spider webs with their lives, Lan Linger spread out another big web. Another one. After the 3 large sticky nets fell, many ants could hardly move. However, the spiders found it even smoother walking on this surface than on the mud before, which immediately turned the geographical advantage completely to the blue widow spider's side. Sisters, it's time to hunt. Let's go down together. Let's kill as much as we want. Lan Linger roared and rushed out first. Sand. Thousands of blue widow spiders followed behind, surrounding and killing more than 200,000 wasp ants. Huang Dicao did not panic when he saw the army of spiders rushing up. The 2nd and 3rd battalions of soldier ants retreat quickly. The 4th to 30th teams of worker ants will follow in order. His antennae moved rapidly as he soothed the worker ants and issued orders. The 4th battalion will meet the enemy. The heavy armored brigade will meet the enemy. Almost in an instant, the army of ants and the army of spiders came into close combat. Taking advantage of its size and location, the blue widow spider swept over like a sickle, unstoppable. In the end, it was Huang Dezhong who led the heavy armored brigade to hold the line in the middle, and it was the countless injured soldier ants and worker ants who fought desperately that finally stopped the decline. The blue widow spider is like the silent god of death, without much sound, just waving its huge fangs and long claws. Swish. 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 With each swing, an enemy is killed. From time to time, they spit out a lot of silk from the silk holes on their abdomens, directly wrapping around the wasp ants. Of course, the most common way is to slap the ants with their large pincers and thrust their heads forward, attacking them with their fangs while they are off guard, injecting venom and digestive enzymes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. An ant can be killed in almost the blink of an eye. But it was lively on the wasp ant's side, with shouts of killing and cheers everywhere. Kill. Most wasp ants shout like this. I'll bite you to death. These are the cries of some wasp ants that have crawled onto the body of a blue widow spider. Want to get over there? Go over my dead body. This is the cry of the heavily armored brigade of ants who are fighting the enemy head-on. Go ahead, I want to go home. This is the cry of many ordinary, injured ants. General Huang Dicao also went into battle personally. Although he is old, he is also an extremely strong ant. Huang Dicao sprayed formic acid while shouting. Warriors, the time to test us has come. Ants, there is life and there is death. As soldiers, we must live with honor and die heroically. Comrades, nothing can really stop us. As long as we really want to do something, we will definitely be able to do it. We are born ordinary, but we cannot die ordinary. We also have the future we want. Comrades, fight hard, the future will eventually come. Kill. Kill forward. Fate. We never believe in fate. Ants believe in themselves. This old voice spread throughout the battlefield. Every ant was biting madly. If you can't beat 1, 2, or even 10, then use 20 or 30 of them together. If you can't bite the enemy's armor or pierce the enemy's flesh, then hold on to the enemy's thinnest leg and don't let go, the kind that won't let go until you die. Even if I die, I will bite your legs to slow down your speed of hurting my family. This was the thought of a worker ant that had no name at all. Before it died, it was still proud of being able to be close to the enemy leader. Humph. Incompetent. Lon Linger looked at it with disdain, opened her big mouth and clamped its body in pieces. The body is gone, but the little ant head is still hanging on it. The blue widow spiders were not unscathed, but their injuries were extremely minor. Even if all the wasp ants were fighting with their lives, the gaps in geographical location, size, equipment, and strategy could not be made up by the so-called morale. The outcome of this battle cannot be reversed. A wave of silk, entangled, a row of needles, stabbing straight, a pair of pincers, killing, plus, the tactics of not entangled at all, the blue widow spider team left behind a pile of ant corpses. Although they advanced slowly, they were always moving forward. General, let's go. Seeing that the defensive line was about to collapse, the captain of the general's guard, Huang Jiao, quickly gave a warning. Huang Dicao looked at the tens of thousands of worker ants that had not yet retreated, and then looked at the battlefield ahead that had begun to advance rapidly, and sighed, I tried my best. Then, without any hesitation or show, he turned around and crawled into the hole. Huang Jiao ordered his men to follow closely. Huang Jiao breathed a sigh of relief after all the general's guards had gone in. She looked back at the white sky where nothing could be seen, and then looked at Huang Dezhong, the captain of the heavy armored guards who was her coach when she was a child and was very kind to her. Then she waved her antennae and sent a string of messages. The general has been evacuated safely. The heavy armored brigade is the rear guard. Find an opportunity to retreat. Huang Dezhong, who was biting a blue widow spider's pincer, looked at his few remaining teammates, then looked at his broken stomach and one of his broken tentacles, smiled, and sent a message with his remaining tentacle. This is the return to the earth. Don't worry. See you in the next life. Don't let down your people and your family. After saying that, he jumped directly onto the spider's back and bit off its waist in one bite, killing another enemy. But in the blink of an eye, another blue widow spider bit off its head. After Huang Dezhong died, his feet were still clawing and moving around. Although his soul was gone, his body was still instinctively trying to grab an enemy. Jane. Before Huang Jiao could finish saying, take care, she saw Huang Dezhong's death. She was very sad and in tears, but she couldn't say anything. She could only turn around and go into the cave to chase the general. Do what you should do. This is the best reward for the sacrifice of our comrades. After the heavy armored brigade was destroyed, the remaining wasp ants had basically no resistance and were completely killed in a very short time. When Lan Linger arrived at the entrance of the cave, she discovered that the ant hole was built ingeniously. The beginning section is very thin, about the thickness of an arm, just enough for a large group of heavily armored ants to pass through. The inner section is a bit bigger, so only 2 heavily armored ants can pass through. However, it is difficult to get into the blue widow spider's round belly. Even if you get in, you can't stretch your legs. Lan Linger sent 3 little spiders to explore the way, but they were all killed by the army of wasp ants lying in ambush. For prey that can't resist, the more alive the better. Wait until they grow bigger and reproduce, then find a way to harvest them. Lan Linger understood this principle, smiled slightly, and stopped chasing. Instead, she ordered people to seal up the ant hole. Clean up the battlefield and reap our spoils. On the Snakehill battlefield, there were countless red phosphorus snakes that had not been transported away and hundreds of thousands of wasp ants, which were enough for the blue widow spiders to enjoy for a long time. Hang up all the snakes and ants, inject venom, and soften it into water. There is plenty of nectar tonight, enjoy it to your heart's content. At Lan Linger's command, the group of blue widow spiders suddenly became excited. They began to prepare for tonight's carnival, a carnival that required mating. Although blue widow spiders are social and live in groups, they are still bound by nature. Each of them has an extremely strong biological instinct. Now that there is so much food, they must lay more eggs and give birth to more children to expand the population. The army of wasp ants suffered a crushing defeat this time. They chased the red monster pig but failed to kill it. They fought with the red phosphorus snake, resulting in many casualties, and they fought with the blue spider, but not only did they lose the spoils, they also suffered countless casualties. Today, what Huang Dicao brought back was less than 1/5 of what he had before the expedition, and he even lost all of his heavy armored troops, the flying squadron, and countless outstanding commanders and fighters. Well, General Huang Dicao was in an extremely heavy mood. But he didn't show it on his face. He still looked serious yet a little kind. He kept comforting the military members along the way. The real exit of this escape tunnel is 90 meters away, and there is a fork 50 meters away just in case. When General Huang Dicao walked out of the cave and saw the blue sky and white clouds again, he couldn't help feeling dazed. He turned his head to take a look at the giant spider web that was still dazzlingly white, and felt very upset. But he turned around and led his troops back home. This weird pig is the enemy of my anthill. Looking at the still clear footprints on the ground, Huang Dicao's eyes turned red. At this time, Meng Huai, who was being envied by General Wasp Ant, had already run back to the big oak tree where he first fell. When he turned back, he saw that the 2 blue widow spiders were still biting him diligently. "Come down," Meng Huaixian said to the blue widow spider on his back. Unfortunately, the spider really couldn't understand what he said. Bang! Seeing that the spider ignored him, Meng Huai got angry and slammed into the tree trunk, smashing the spider into pieces. Then, he lowered his head and ate it. Did you see that? Is it scary or not? Are you going to get off? After eating, Meng Huai turned his head and yelled at the other spider that was still biting his baby. The spider was frightened, not by his words, but by the mutilated limbs of its companion in its mouth. It quickly loosened its claws, fell to the ground with a plop, and ran away. How could Meng Huai let it go? He kicked off his 4 hooves, ran over, opened his mouth to grab it, bit it hard, and swallowed down the juice in his mouth, both thin and thick. At this time, the spider venom has fully taken effect. Even though his resistance to poison had increased significantly, without the red fruit to detoxify him, he still began to twitch all over, foam at the mouth, and fell into a coma. Just like the last time I was bitten by a wasp ant, I was about to faint when I was woken up by the pain. For the rest of the night, Meng Huai woke up and felt dizzy, and woke up again and again. No. I've only been in this world for a few days, and I've been poisoned so many times. Now that there is no spiritual fruit that can detoxify, I won't be poisoned to death by these spiders, right? Thanks to his body being strengthened by the system, he managed to survive. When Meng Huai woke up at noon the next day, his first feeling was hungry, extremely hungry, uncontrollable hunger. Before he opened his eyes and was still a little dazed, he shouted loudly to the sky. "I want to eat, Sanzi." He thought of those long, thin red phosphorus snakes. I'm going to eat bratwurst. He thought of the big, fresh ants. I want to eat fruit. He also thought about those juicy blue widow spiders. But I don't dare. He even shouted out his true feelings. The red phosphorus snakes were all wiped out, as were the social wasp ants and blue widow spiders. He really couldn't defeat them at this time. Go north. The pain brought to him by the spider venom and ant venom was unforgettable. When he thought about it, his body twitched unconsciously. Meng Huai instinctively didn't want to go south or west, so he turned and walked north. He. He walked and hummed, carefully distinguishing the smell in the air. Unfortunately, there is no scent of spiritual fruit coming from here today. What's going on? Why are there so few spiritual fruits? At this time, he was thinking about finding 1 or 2 spiritual fruits so that he could exchange them for universal points with his system and upgrade and grow quickly. Is this forest a barren place? Impossible. No. After walking more than 10 miles, Meng Huai looked up at the towering trees and expressed his doubts. It was also because he had too little experience. If there were no accidents within a radius of 30 to 50 miles, it would be great if there was a spiritual fruit tree with special effects growing there. How can so many grow? Spiritual fruit is not like growing cabbage, how can it grow one after another? Why are they all the same? He walked for more than an hour and sighed. A distance of 20 or 30 miles makes no difference to this vast forest, the trees are still trees, and the grass is still grass. Forget it. Let's eat first. After saying that, Meng Huai lowered his head and began to chew the grass and tree roots, humming. It's not tasty. The energy contained in these ordinary grass roots and young leaves is too little to satisfy his appetite. I'm a fucking divine beast, not a sheep. Why am I always eating grass on the ground? Looking down at the grass leaf again, Meng Huai rolled his eyes and spat it out. We still have to eat meat. At least it's good to eat some berries. They're sour and sweet, that's good. He raised his head and looked around. There were some green fruits on the tree, but they were not ripe yet and he couldn't climb up. It wasn't a spiritual fruit, and he didn't want to spend days and nights digging trees for this little thing. He got angry and continued running forward. An hour later. Hey, got it. Meng Huai suddenly became excited, his eyes wide open, looking towards the northeast. I sniffed hard, and suddenly there was a slight earthy smell after the rain in the air, not that strong, just a light one. Only snakes have an earthy smell. He made a judgment, this is probably a small snake. That's it. After saying that, Meng Huai took the initiative to attack. It was almost dusk, and the warm sunlight illuminated the entire forest. Meng Huai, like a little red tiger hunting, moved slowly and carefully through the grass, keeping his body close to the ground. Where? The smell is the strongest here, why don't you see it? Meng Huai arrived at the place where the fishy smell was coming from, and looked around but found nothing moving. All I saw was an empty space. The open space was littered with rotten leaves and dirt, and in the center there was a flower with few branches. This flower is beautiful. After just one look, Meng Huai was attracted. The middle of this flower looks like a big jar, with 5 large fan-like petals around the edge. The whole flower is pure white, like the wings of a white butterfly, very beautiful. And the snake. But no matter how beautiful the flowers were, he never forgot to eat them. Could that fishy smell be coming from this charming flower? Meng Huai's eyes widened in disbelief. After sniffing carefully again and confirming that there was no other smell, mainly no dangerous smell, Meng Huai walked forward a few steps and came to the flower. Can this flower be eaten? Hey! What's going on? How come I can't smell the stench now that I'm here? A puzzled expression appeared on Meng Huai's face. This flower not only doesn't smell bad, but also has a sweet and fragrant smell. As Meng Huai spoke, he stuck his head into the pistol and sniffed greedily. Ah. Yes. There is honey here. When Meng Huai put his head into the big jar, he saw that there was, mostly half a jar, of nectar inside, at least 20 kilograms. The creation is miraculous, and God has been kind to me. Meng Huai was excited. He put his mouth into the flower pot and started sucking with a gulp. It's very sweet, it is indeed honey. Eat first. After I'm full, I'll ask the system if this honey can be exchanged for universal points. If I can exchange it for 1,000 or 800, then I'll be rich right away. Meng Huai, who was busy licking the honey, did not notice that the moment he put his head into the jar, the mouth of the jar came alive. The mouth of the jar began to wriggle, like a monster's mouth, slowly shrinking. The 5 petals seemed to be made of white flesh and were also elastic. The originally tiny black thorns on the edge of the petals slowly stretched out and became like large steel needles, each as long as a finger. The tip of the black thorn was glowing green, and it was obvious that it was highly poisonous. When the mouth of the jar was about to strangle his neck, the 5 soft fleshy petals suddenly stood up, contracted violently, and wrapped Meng Huai directly. Hold head high. Meng Huai, who was eating honey, also noticed it. He screamed and tried to move back, but his head was tightly clamped by the mouth of the jar, and his body was tightly wrapped by the 5 pieces of flesh, so how could he move back? Oh! What's more, the large black thorns on the edges of the petals all pierced into his body in an instant. The pain is unbearable. Ah! That was not all. The soft down on the petals had hardened at some point and were pricking at him like fine wool needles. Oh, it's over. Meng Huai could feel that these thorns, whether big or small, were not solid, but hollow, like needles. At this moment, anesthetic is being injected into his body. Ah, it doesn't hurt at all, it feels numb and a little comfortable. Oh! He couldn't help but groan. What is all this? His body told him that he was fine now, he was not injured, he was lying in hot water, comfortably, don't move, don't leave, just enjoy it. If he were just a small animal, he would have believed it. But he is not just a little beast. He still has human consciousness and can think rationally beyond sensory stimulation. I'm in danger. Think of a solution quickly. Tell him rationally. This is not the previous wasp ant, red phosphorus snake and blue widow. At that time, no matter how many there were, they only received dozens of shots at a time, and most of them only received 1 or 2 shots. And now, my whole body is pierced with big and small needles. There are at least tens of thousands of them piercing in at the same time and injecting venom at the same time. What to do? Meng Huai was asking himself. Why are my muscles so sore? I can't even move my neck or my tongue. Is this one poisoned again? Oh no, it's not just poisoning. Why do I feel like those little needles are sucking my blood? No. Is this white flower a vampire flower? What to do? Meng Huai was indeed anxious. This strange flower was just injecting anesthetic into its prey, and now, seeing that its prey was unable to move, it actually began to suck it back in. The suction was so huge that Meng Huai couldn't control his body at all. He wanted to tense his muscles and squeeze those poison needles, but he couldn't do it no matter how hard he tried. I can't. I just took a few sips of your nectar, and you want to suck my blood dry. Meng Huai felt that a lot of his blood was drained away in an instant. He barely managed to open his eyes and saw that the flowers in front of him were beginning to turn from white to red. Who can save this pink? Oh no, it's not red anymore, it's starting to turn white, divine beast that's been trapped and is about to be sucked dry. The greatest reality in the world is that when you fear bad things, they will always happen soon, and when you desire good things, those good things will never come. In the former case, there are no surprises, in the latter case, there are always surprises. The lines on this flower were like water pipes, madly sucking Meng Huai's blood. He lost too much blood and his consciousness was gradually fading. But there is still one thing he hasn't done. This is very important and it is what he wants to do when he wakes up in the morning. But my stomach was empty at that time and I couldn't do it. I didn't eat much today and I'm not in a hurry. But now, he was tightly wrapped by the petals, especially when his stomach was tightly squeezed, he felt it. Very strong feeling. Well. How shameful. I can't hold it anymore. When this thought flashed through Meng Huai's mind, he heard a loud thump. Hula. Thick and thin liquids, yellow, black, green, white and purple, spurted out from the back. Doing this, Meng Huai, who has already grown up psychologically, feels extremely ashamed. But after the muscles behind his buttocks were anesthetized, they became soft and he couldn't control himself. Cough, cough, cough. Fresh shit and urine, so smelly and pungent, so extraordinary. Meng Huai choked so much that he started coughing. This stimulation made the white butterfly flower wrapped around him even more confused. The white butterfly flower paused in its blood-sucking action, and then began to shake wildly, as if it had been doused with boiling water at 100 degrees. It's not that Beidiewa hasn't captured large prey before, and there have even been cases of feces and urine flowing everywhere, but none of them were as severe as the feces and urine of the small red monster pig in front of it. Who could have imagined how many times Meng Huai had been stung by poisonous ants, snakes, and spiders, and how many poisonous substances he had eaten in the past 2 days? The accumulated excrement is simply a mixture of arsenic and concentrated sulfuric acid. This kind of fertilizer will burn the roots of flowers if applied to them, let alone if it is sprayed directly on the stamens. Never encountered that before. Heartburn. This is how Beidiewa feels at this moment. It shook, and then threw the limp Meng Huai out. Ah, ah, ah. Meng Huai breathed in heavy breaths after breathing in fresh air again. Just you wait. When I recover, I will eat you. Looking at the petals dyed bright red with his own blood, Meng Huai thought angrily. However, this white butterfly flower did not give him this opportunity. Meng Huai underestimated the power of his own excrement. I saw the 5 fleshy petals of the white butterfly flower begin to turn from red to black, and slowly, the black area became larger and larger. After all the petals, including the pot, in the middle of the pistil, turned black, the flower softened. After a few rustling sounds, the flowers withered and turned into a pile of corrupted black matter. The foul-smelling black water flowed everywhere, revealing many white bones on the roots of the white butterfly flowers. Some bones were still hard, but most of them were soft, even extremely fragile. Without the cover of beautiful petals, the bones turned into white ashes when blown by the wind, and flew around, forming a small ball of gray smoke with a kind of eerie beauty. Ouch! My blood. Meng Huai was heartbroken. In order to make himself stronger, he has endured so much suffering, endured so much pain, and put in so much effort in the past few days. Not only was it sucked away by a flower in the end, but it was also wasted in just a short moment by the flower. It would be strange if he didn't feel distressed. At this moment, Meng Huai's face was pale, and it was obvious that he had lost too much blood. Blood was still oozing out of almost all the pores on his body, especially the wounds caused by the black thorns on the edges of the petals of the white butterfly flower. Although they were not that big anymore, they were still bleeding. No. I want to make it up to you. Meng Huai couldn't bear this loss. He endured the severe pain, moved forward, lowered his head and pushed the ground open, then began to search in the pile of black water and white bones. Is this also a kind of spiritual fruit that I have never seen before? Will eating it greatly increase my power and make me immune to all poisons? Meng Huai thought that this flower was so strange and ferocious, and he couldn't help but have some thoughts. Unfortunately, reality told him, what good things are you dreaming about? Stop dreaming. This thing doesn't have any roots. There won't be even a tuber. After searching for a long time, Meng Huai found nothing. It was as if the flower had died and turned into black water, seeped into the soil and disappeared. Meng Huai was disappointed and started to turn over the bones again. It stinks, and there are some unknown animal hairs, snake heads, wild boar teeth, and other things that are difficult to weather and absorb. Hey! What kind of luck is this? There's not even a single treasure. After searching carefully for a long time among the dead branches, leaves and rotten soil, Meng Huai found nothing. This is cheating. This is illogical. Let's not talk about time travelers, just take any novel. If you jump off a cliff, go into a cave, or encounter danger, you will get a treasure from heaven and earth. How many dangers have I experienced these days? Yellow ants, red snakes, big rocks, blue spiders, man-eating plants, how many have I encountered? Why are there still no adventures? I didn't even get a spiritual stone. Oh my God, what are you doing? Are you kidding me? Meng Huai cursed at the sky. I quit. I want to go home. Did you hear that? I'm going home. I committed suicide. I'm going to kill myself. Meng Huai rolled his eyes and pretended to commit suicide. Unfortunately, even after hitting his head against a tree, there was still no sign of anything happening. It seems that no one is in control of my life. After coming to this world for no reason and traveling through time to the body of this nine-headed beast that looked like a red wild boar, Meng Huai had always felt a little uncomfortable. He was afraid that there was an invisible hand controlling him. If not, I will have to face everything alone. There are still two main goals. One is to find as many spiritual things as possible to exchange for universal points, the other is to eat and refuel. Eat as much as you can and try to grow up as soon as possible. Hee, I must show off my power in this forest. He is motivating himself. After Meng Huai left, a seed that was invisible to the naked eye was buried at the place where the white butterfly flower was before. This seed contains spiritual power. After sensing that Meng Huai had left, it quickly sprouted some tender buds, and then countless roots spread out in all directions, beginning to frantically absorb the black juice in the soil and growing at an extremely fast speed. I believe that it won't be long before an extremely beautiful flower containing sweet nectar will bloom here, attracting animals of all sizes to come, and then be eaten by a flower. Those are things Meng Huai doesn't know. Even if he knew, he had no intention of seeking revenge now. Because at this moment, his heartbeat quickened, his hooves were cold, his body was weak and powerless, his spirit was listless, and even the more he walked, the more dizzy he became, his ears were ringing, and his vision was blurred. What's going on? You can't bleed to death, right? Meng Huai felt like he was losing his mind. What's going on? Oh my God, why is everything spinning? No. I can't leave. Let's find a place to rest. Seeing a big tree in front of him and some deep weeds under the tree, Meng Huai moved there, leaned against the tree, and fell asleep. There are many things that cannot be done in the wilderness. But one of the things that should never be done is definitely no bleeding. The smell of blood can attract all animals that make a living by hunting. For example, the most common pure carnivore in the woods is the snake. The red phosphorus snakes in the snake hill were killed by wasp ants. Does that mean there are northwest snakes in this place? How is that possible? Snakes are always one of the most common predators in the woods. At this moment, 30 meters west of Meng Huai, a green snake with a head like a gray branding iron, a tail with white spots, and green scales on its back with net patterns smelled the blood in the air. Its appetite was stimulated and it was swimming towards this side rapidly. At the same time, in this forest, the ground within a radius of 100 meters was full of rustling sounds, and no one knew how many predators were running towards this side. The white-tailed green snake came under the big tree and saw a wounded pink monster pig in front of it, and immediately became excited. But it was cautious, and it stretched out its fiery red forked tongue and hissed at the air. It's not dangerous. As soon as it had this feeling, it pounced straight towards Meng Huai. Snort. When the white-tailed green snake opened its mouth wide, showing its fangs, and was about to bite Meng Huai's head, he suddenly turned his head and dodged. It turned out that thanks to his powerful recovery ability, he had woken up long ago and was just lying there resting. Heh! Master Meng is just hungry. Are you bringing me some snacks? Meng Huai jumped up and roared at the white-tailed green snake, deafeningly. The white-tailed green snake was startled. But it is more than 3 meters long and as thick as a human thigh. How could it be afraid of this injured red monster pig? It retracted its head, coiled up its body, raised its upper body high, and stared at Meng Huai. Judging from the posture, as long as Meng Huai moves slightly and reveals a flaw, it will definitely deliver a fatal blow. This guy is really big. I may not be able to defeat him in a head-on fight. But I'm a human being, so I need to use some skills. Meng Huai also stared at the big snake in front of him, thinking to himself. The snake was very patient and did not move at all. Meng Huai's eyes rolled and a plan came to mind. I saw him deliberately stretching his head forward, then suddenly pulling it back. The white-tailed green snake was fooled, and when it pounced forward, there was a snap sound, and its fangs collided and bit nothing. Hey, good opportunity, now is it? Meng Huai stretched his head out again, opened his mouth, and bit the white-tailed green snake's neck. "Ha, you're still not dead." Hiss. But the white-tailed green snake did not accept its fate. The moment it was bitten, it curled its body backwards and wrapped around Meng Huai's head and neck, as if it wanted to strangle him to death. Unfortunately, it's still too late. Crack. With a crisp, teeth-grinding sound, Meng Huai bit off most of its neck. Crunch, crunch. Then, he chewed it with his big teeth and completely bit off the white-tailed green snake's neck. Go. He shook his head and threw the fanged snake head aside. In the grass, the white-tailed green snake's eyes were still wide open, and its mouth was still opening and closing constantly, like a fish out of water. But the snake's body had already softened, and it slid off Meng Huai's body, swaying left and right on the ground. "It's time to eat." Meng Huai was not polite at all. He lowered his head, grabbed the body of the white-tailed green snake and started chewing it in big mouthfuls. "It's delicious. It's like old fried dough sticks, but soaked in hot pot sauce. Fresh snake meat tastes really good. This white-tailed green base is already an adult. Excluding the part at the end, the remaining meat weighs about 50 to 60 kilograms. Under normal circumstances, this would be enough for Meng Huai to eat for a day. But today, after he wolfed down the snake, he didn't feel full at all. What's going on? Did I get the golden finger of being able to eat? Meng Huai, who still felt very hungry, was thinking about it. That's not right. I remember when I was in the Sea of Consciousness, the nine-headed beast said that his innate magical power was eating. But this isn't right. Why can't I super-evolve after eating it like the book says? It didn't even suddenly grow up or anything. Meng Huai was a little puzzled. Also, I feel like even after eating so much, my fighting power hasn't increased that fast. This was what hurt him the most. Today, he was almost killed by a flower. Tell me, how can we justify this? Hold head high. Meng Huai was thinking about this when he suddenly felt something biting him on the back of his butt and he couldn't help but jump up. What is this? Why are you biting here again? Meng Huai looked back and saw another snake biting the ball on the back of his butt. How many times has this happened? Will I be able to do it in the future? Looking at the baby that was swelling again, Meng Huai was really sad and angry. This snake doesn't look very big, with erect pupils, a distinct head and neck, and a purple body with some brown spots. Seeing Meng Huai looking at it, it stared back at him with its extremely innocent big eyes, as if it felt very aggrieved. Hee, what's your name? Let brother Meng go, okay. Really not wanting his ball to get hurt again, Meng Huai tried his best to smile and spoke to the snake. Unfortunately, the purple snake ignored him and bared its fangs, suddenly injecting a large amount of venom. Hold head high. Meng Huai screamed in pain. I'm so pissed off. I bite. With a crack, the snake also broke. Meng Huai said as he chewed his food, humph. A venomous snake pretending to be cute. Do you think I'll be fooled? When she transformed into White Snake, she looked more or less the same. But now she has this thin and long body, where can you see any bumps on it? Where's the attraction? After eating the little purple snake, Meng Huai still didn't feel satisfied, mainly because he was still hungry. He began to look for the snakes on his own initiative. There were a lot of snakes attracted here before, and there were many species in this place. Meng Huai could recognize more than 10 kinds of snakes, including black-tailed snakes, silver-ringed snakes, white-browed snakes, red-necked snakes, etc. He also welcomes everyone who comes. Article 9. Article 10. Article 30. Article 60. He counted while eating, and only after eating 50 or 60 did Meng Huai feel full. But there were still many snakes on the ground. Finally, he thought about it and decided to continue eating. The meat he could put into his mouth was not easy to find. In the end, I ate more than 90 of them before I couldn't eat any more. But he was not idle either. He killed all the snakes within a 3-mile radius by biting them with his teeth and stepping on them with his hooves. He then gathered them under the big fir tree and stored them there. Ah. That's great. After eating, Meng Huai felt less tired, and even the holes on his body that were pierced by the poisonous flowers were not as painful anymore. This snake meat seems to have anti-inflammatory effects. Looking at the snake meat that looked like a small mountain in front of him, Meng Huai thought of his system. A flash of blue light passed by, and he saw his system again. Hey, it felt like I hadn't seen it for a long time. System panel. Name, Meng Huai. Race, 9-headed beast cub, disabled, degenerated. Am I still disabled and degraded? I don't know when things will return to normal. Connector position, center, normal, left 1, left 2, left 3, left 4, right 1, right 2, right 3, right 4, vacant. Status, 100%. Physical fitness, 150, height 70 centimeters, length 126 centimeters, weight 227 kgs. There's no need for a panacea, I can improve my physique just by eating. In this case, I can just use the universal points to improve my skills in the later stages. It saves a lot of money. Soul power, 81. Well, my intelligence seems to be improving. Cultivation, none. Skill, none. Skills, none. Innate magical power, can eat, a lot, primary glutton. What does this mean? Have I become a better eater? Then why is he still a beginner? Why hasn't this been upgraded? Universal points, 9. System level, no level. System function, connector. Really, this universal point really hasn't changed at all. I have so many snakes now, I should be able to exchange a lot, right? System, start the exchange. Meng Huai shouted at the panel. Beep. The host renews the intelligent voice interaction function, 1 universal point per day. What the hell? Looking at his universal point of 8, Meng Huai frowned, isn't the voice chat free? System, 3 free days have passed. Enable the intelligent voice interaction function and collect 1 universal point every day. Why don't you go and rob? The system's mechanical voice, it would be great if the charges were reasonable and legal, why bother to rob? What you said makes a lot of sense. Can I redeem it without opening it? System, yes. I won't turn it on. The system suddenly changed, no longer mechanical, and actually started to act coquettishly, then you won't be able to hear Xiao Cici's voice. Even if your voice becomes Lin Chiliang's, I won't open it. Forget about it today, shut it down tomorrow. Meng Huai doesn't have that many universal points to cause trouble to the system. Open the universal point exchange for me now. System, please follow the instructions. The voice was even more mechanical and cold than before. This crippled system is so snobbish. What do you want? Meng Huai was confused and angry. System, bite it in your mouth. Oh my god. I forgot. The system mentioned this last time I exchanged red fruits. Meng Huai had no choice but to open his mouth and bite a red snake. This snake has a small bump on its head. It should be an alien species with spiritual power. System, exchange begins. Swoosh. Without any feeling, the snake, which was more than 1 meter long, disappeared out of thin air. The system is still a bit magical. It's a bit like telekinesis. Before he could finish his compliment, the next moment, Meng Huai was so angry that he was fuming. System, exchange completed. Red snake, exchange for 1 universal point. What? Meng Huai was furious. Such a big snake, and you only exchanged a little for me. What business are you in? You are trying to kill me. Even the guys in northern Myanmar are not as cruel as you. Meng Huai just kept inputting to the system. The system was very calm, the goods are genuine and the price is fair, no deception. Don't say that's useless. 10 universal points are needed to improve one's physical fitness. If I eat this snake myself, the meat I get will be more than what I exchange with you, okay. Why should I exchange with you? System, the system level is too low, and the exchange fee is high. Meng Huai was confused, this thing has an exchange fee. System, of course. Do you think the system is doing charity? Makes sense. The system suddenly changed its tone, and said gently like a young lady next door, host brother, please upgrade as soon as possible. After the upgrade, the system will provide more high-quality services, such as free voice interaction, lower exchange rates, and more efficient head-changing connector technology. You can enjoy the service of changing your head for fun. This system is too shameless. And the one with the temptation of voice actors. Is our old Meng that kind of person? I'm not. How much? Meng Huai said proudly, I got promoted. The system said in a charming voice, the non-level connector system is upgraded to the first-level connector system. The original price is 199,999 universal points. Now it is a big discount. Don't pay 199,999, don't pay 99999, and don't pay 99.99. Just 999. Why don't you hurry up and grab it? 999 universal points, you won't suffer any loss or be fooled. Place an order now and get another one for free. The head is broken, it's free, why don't you light it up quickly? Is the market so bad now? When did the system start selling? I don't want it. Glancing at the single-digit number on his system panel, Meng Huai yelled at the system. I just want this ungraded one. With this system, I can still dominate the world. After saying this, without waiting for the system to reply, he closed the system interface. The spiritual power of these things is too low. It's too disadvantageous to exchange them with the system. Meng Huai looked at the pile of snakes in front of him and analyzed them. More importantly, he doesn't have a set of skills yet, so even if he has universal points, they are used to enhance his physique. It's better to eat it directly. It also saves the system as a middleman from making a profit from the price difference. When he thought about eating, Meng Huai felt hungry again. He lowered his head and ate 5 or 6 more snakes. These snakes are not big, each weighing only about 60 to 70 kilograms of meat, and can be eaten as a bedtime snack. After eating and drinking, it was already past midnight, and Meng Huai, who had been busy for half the night, was also tired. He didn't mind the fishy smell, and he lay down in front of the pile of snake meat and fell asleep. I can sleep well today. The pure white moonlight spread down. Perhaps because there were too many poisonous snakes and not many predators dared to enter the snake den, the woods were completely silent at this moment. But it's not that quiet. Under the pile of snake meat, some small creatures like scorpions, centipedes, and ants came and stole the meat. They didn't think of directly hunting living huge prey like Meng Huai. They were stealthily moving and eating the scraps of flesh from the dead snakes. The sky is hazy, and every life is trying its best to stay alive and to bloom its own beauty. And to achieve this goal, growth is needed, especially growth that can withstand ups and downs. The world gives you pain, and you are indeed in pain, but you must learn to forget the pain and accept it. Meng Huai is such a person. When he woke up the next morning, full of energy, he forgot all the unpleasantness of yesterday. Especially when he wakes up, he can eat meat with big mouthfuls, which makes him feel very happy. After eating almost 200 or 300 kilograms of snake meat, when he saw centipedes, scorpions, and the like that were still on the ground, he nodded his head and pushed them towards them, eating them up like sesame seeds. After dinner, Meng Huai went to find a big pine tree and started rubbing his itch on it, letting the resin stick to his body. Then he rolled on the ground, got covered in sand, and rubbed the tree again. In this way, in a short while, a layer of hard, resin mud armor was formed on the body. Humph! Master Meng is not afraid of anyone now. He was very satisfied with the thick layer on his body. Why are you in such a hurry to dress yourself like this on such a hot day? It's because of the snake meat I ate in the morning that the snake had died overnight. The dried snake meat had too little blood and was a bit dry, so I just ate it like that. Hi, I'm thirsty. I'm thirsty, what to do? Drink water when you are thirsty. But Meng Huai is not a fool. He knew from his previous life that the places where wild animals drink water are the most dangerous. That's why she tried so hard to recall and got herself this gray armor. Hee hee. Meng Huai sniffed the air and felt that the air in the north is more humid. There should be a large pool of water to the north of where he is now. Set off. Meng Huai said to himself with a smile, then twisted his body and walked over there humming. The sky here is so blue, and the white clouds are floating slowly above like fluffy cotton. It was just that the sun, although he didn't know what season it was like a huge fireball, scorching the earth and making him feel a little uncomfortable. Thanks to the dense branches and leaves, which blocked the sunlight with their green bodies, leaving only numerous large and small spots of light on the ground. If it's summer, the shade of the trees will be wonderful, Meng Huai thought as he ran in the woods. Ah! Why is it so far? Meng Huai walked for half a day but still didn't reach the pool. He was very thirsty, so he had to look for some fresh roots to eat to quench his thirst. For Meng Huai, this has already whetted his appetite. It would have been fine if he hadn't eaten it, but once he started eating it, he couldn't stop. So he was no longer in a hurry to leave. Instead, he lowered his head, hummed, and began to eat happily. We ate until the evening. He was also tired after a day's work, so he climbed up a small hill and lay down there to rest. What is this sun and moon glory? After eating, Meng Huai was obviously in a good mood, staring at the moon and daydreaming. I remember that animals can absorb moonlight to become spirits, and werewolves can transform on full moon nights. But how do we absorb this moonlight? You can't just open your mouth and point it at the moon, right? TSK, how is that possible? That posture is too stupid. He may say something disdainful, but his body is sincere. He looked around secretly and saw no one, so he raised his head and aimed at the moon. Even its thick neck was stretched straight, like a wolf, performing the red wolf howling at the moon performance towards the sky. Maybe at midnight. Hang in there. Meng Huai was very determined, as he had been struggling for half the night to no avail. He was still thinking of ways to comfort himself. Unfortunately, even though he tried very hard and read countless Confucian, Buddhist, Taoist and witchcraft scriptures, it was of no use in the end. After a night, I only got cervical spondylosis. His neck was so sore and swollen and painful that Meng Huai didn't get up until dawn. He was angry and slept for the whole morning. But he has a good attitude. No matter how many worries you have, you can forget them after a good night's sleep, especially when you are hungry and want to eat. We still have to go to the north to have a look. There's nothing good to eat here. He just wanted to get familiar with the surrounding environment. Anyway, he had nothing to do and was alone, so where couldn't he eat, sleep, or go? Go north, what if we come across something good? It would be best if there is some magical herbs. If not, you can also see if there is any meat by the pond to try. This is his little thought. In this way, after walking and stopping for 5 or 6 days, Meng Huai finally got close to the water source. When he was about 100 or 200 meters away from the pool and could hear the sound of waves, Meng Huai became cautious again. He walked and stopped from time to time, looking left and right. He would not take a step forward unless he was sure it was safe. Maybe it was because the predators had eaten their fill last night, but when he reached the lake, which was very big, not a pond, nothing came to disturb him. He raised his head and looked into the distance. The lake is so huge that you can't see the end in front, left or right. The sun is shining overhead, the lake is radiant with golden light, fish are jumping in the deep water, reeds are swaying in the shallow water, and there are countless water birds, red, green, and colorful, but white is still the majority, singing, calling, and flying freely in the water, on the river bank, on the reeds, on the trees, and in the sky. We can't see any cruelty of nature, but what we can see is that such a beautiful place, after a night of silence, what we think is silence, has ushered in another vibrant, prosperous and lively day. Ah! The vast view, the breeze, and the beautiful natural scenery put Meng Huai in a very good mood and he couldn't help but start shouting. I like. The surface of the lake is calm, like a mirror, the water is silent, as if motionless. There were no rough waves, nor any majestic momentum. But at this moment, Meng Huai fell in love with her from the bottom of his heart. The lake water is very clear and you can clearly see the busy swimming fish. Meng Huai stared at the water for a long time, but did not find any hidden crocodiles or water monsters, so he went to drink the water with peace of mind. After drinking the water, I realized that the sun was no longer covering my body. It had revealed its entire face and was emitting all its heat. Meng Huai was feeling uncomfortable due to the heat. Seeing that the water was not deep, he observed for a while and saw that there was still no danger, so he jumped in. Aha! So cool! How nice it would be if I were a fish. He swam happily in the cool lake water. Meng Huai swims very fast and can even catch up with wild birds. But instead of eating the caught bird, he let it go. Meng Huai was so excited that he even went diving underwater for a while and caught a big fish weighing more than 50 kilograms. Haha, forget it. I'll just be a fish eater. After bringing the big carp with its tail wagging ashore, Meng Huai was in a good mood, thinking while chewing. It's much better here than in the woods. In the forest, if you want to eat dozens of kilograms of meat, such as snakes, spiders, and big ants, you will probably have to fight hard to do it. Meng Huai was still self-aware and didn't think about hunting large animals. It's not as convenient as here. We can catch big fish just by going into the water. Not yet poisonous. He has been psychologically traumatized by being bitten by poisonous snakes, spiders, and ants these days. I want to live here. He thought to himself. This is my home. Just do it. Meng Huai swallowed the big fish in a few gulps and started walking towards the shore. The concept of home is first and foremost to prevent intrusion by outsiders and to be safe. Meng Huai, who was once a human being, had this awareness even more. So he began to walk west along the lake. After walking for half an hour, he found a cave at the foot of a hill. The entrance to the cave was not big, but it was pitch black inside. He sniffed around and found a foul odor inside and a few hard yellow hairs on the ground. He guessed that either a tiger or a leopard had lived there, so he ran away quickly. Even though the smell was very faint, and even though the original owner might have been gone for a long time, he still instinctively disliked that place. Where to? Choose a good place. Where can I grow up next? Walking further, we found another big tree hole, but when we stuck our heads out, we saw several mutant black bears more than 6 meters tall inside. This is also something you can't afford to offend. Meng Huai turned and left. Continuing forward, they encountered a snake mountain. It was hard to tell what kind of snake it was. Its whole body was red as fire, a beehive. These were big hornets, each one looked like a little sparrow, wild wolves, a small group of 3 or 4, all pitch black, a monkey nest. These were the most ferocious. Meng Huai did not provoke them, but this group of monkeys saw Meng Huai from a distance and threw stones at him, etc. It was already dark, and Meng Huai had walked more than 100 miles, but he still hadn't found a suitable one. All the satisfactory places were inhabited by the original owners, whom he couldn't afford to offend for the time being. Finally, Meng Huai found a stone more than a mile away from the monkey. This is a large blue stone, and no one knows how it was formed. It is square, green and lush, and stands on the shore like a jade platform. Is this a treasure? Meng Huai was attracted by the stone at first sight. His eyes lit up and he felt that his luck had come. System, can I exchange this stone? He lay on the stone and opened the system panel. System, intelligent voice interaction is turned on, and 1 universal point will be deducted every day. What the hell? Did nothing. Deduct money again. Do you also automatically deduct money? Did you tell me? Meng Huai looked at his empty panel, with only 8 universal points left, and wanted to curse. Forget it, forget it. Now that I have a great treasure, I won't bother with you for now. Meng Huai suppressed his dissatisfaction and spoke again. Start the exchange. System, please put the item you want to exchange in your mouth. Hold it in your mouth. You hold it in your mouth. This piece of stone is about the size of a small car. Can you hold it in your mouth so I can see it? Meng Huai was so angry that he said, can you not contain it? The system's voice was extremely cold. No. Meng Huai, why? System, this is my territory, I have the final say. Are you J-Cho or Dynamic Zone? How dare you say such things? Isn't this an old joke from more than a decade ago? Meng Huai was helpless. You are intelligent, right? Then can I ask you a question? System, excuse me. Tell me, is this stone a treasure? Meng Huai thought, even if it cannot be exchanged, if it is a treasure, he will find a way to get some benefit from it. The system's voice was cold and hard. No comment. I have no comment. Meng Huai was annoyed. Then what else can you do? The system instantly changed into a mezzo-soprano voice. Dear host, is your head broken? This system specializes in undertaking joint projects, adhering to the basic principle of what suits you is the most beautiful, and is willing to use perfect materials and champion services to ensure that you will have luxurious joints and tasteful enjoyment. Your head is up to you, but your heart is up to me. Use my unrestrained passion to fill your head with wisdom. Same connector, different efficiency. Don't hesitate, choose me, it's no problem to cut it off and then connect it again. Are you crazy? Are you advertising yourself? Is this your system? I think you're from a decoration company. Just as Meng Huai was about to curse, the system came back. I will design your hairstyle for you. A beautiful head makes a beautiful person. Your wonderful life is shaped by my joint system. Finished. This system has definitely been used in a decoration company before. I have nothing to do but watch your decoration advertisement. I don't even have a home in this world. Meng Huai was so angry that he raised his hand and closed the system panel. He swore that he would never turn on this system unless it was absolutely necessary, so as to avoid getting angry to death. Catch some fish and eat them. After looking at the clear lake water, Meng Huai went into the water and caught 4 more big fish. After eating, he had nowhere to go, so he climbed up onto the big blue stone and lay there to rest. Alas! The fangs haven't grown out yet. The moonlight above was bright, reflecting on the blue stone like a mirror. Meng Huai looked down at his face and sighed. It has fine fur, a pink face, and even bright red lips. It looks like a cute little pig. But in the jungle, cuteness is not popular. Meng Huai felt very aggrieved. He has no fangs, which makes him look better, but he is actually bullied everywhere. In fact, he was overthinking it. As for him now, although he is still pink, he has grown to almost 300 kilograms. He is a big guy. How can he be cute? I don't know when I can grow to 1,000 pounds. When that happens, I will go back and take revenge. Let's not talk about the group of ants, especially the group of spiders. I'm going to kill them all. Meng Huai always harbored resentment towards the blue widow spider for almost killing him for no reason. I calculated that I can gain about 10 pounds a day now. If that's the case, it will take another 60 to 70 days. Or more than 2 months. No. Too long. I want to eat more. After saying this, Meng Huai climbed down the big blue stone, jumped into the lake, and dived into the water. Walala. Puff, puff. Meng Huai was running around under the water. He wanted to catch the biggest fish. The moon is bright and the water is clear. Especially when the bright moonlight shines into the lake, the entire shore becomes clear and deep. The water moves with the wind, making it look hazy and dreamy. As the night deepened, white mist gradually rose above the water. The fog came quickly and violently, covering the entire lake almost instantly and spreading towards the shore like water. Why is there such a thick fog? Meng Huai had never seen it before. He was in the water, only 3 meters away from the shore, but at this time he could not even see the big blue stone. Meng Huai hurried to the shore with a big fish in his mouth. As soon as I reached the shore, I looked back and saw 2 searchlights lit up in the middle of the lake, flickering and swaying from side to side, and there was a huge, long body swaying below. What is that? The strange scene in the middle of the lake startled Meng Huai so much that the fish he was biting dropped. Isn't it a snake demon? Or are there really dragons? This was the first time Meng Huai saw something he had never seen in either world. The spiders, ants, snakes, carnivorous plants, etc., although strange, I had seen them more or less in the animal world in my previous life. But Meng Huai had never seen the figure in the center of the lake before. Meng Huaixin looked at the black shadow that danced in the air a few times, then disappeared into the white mist with longing eyes. He made up his mind, I also want to cultivate to become a demon and an immortal. If you want to practice cultivation, you must first grow up. For a monster, if you are not big or old, you are not qualified to be a monster. He lowered his head and bit the fish that was struggling on the shore and trying to escape back into the water, then he opened his big mouth and ate it. After eating, Meng Huai climbed up the big blue stone again, and began to raise his neck, looking at the full moon in the sky, with his eyes wide open and his mouth open, ready to absorb the light of the sun and the moon. Today's moon is very round. It should be a full moon night or something like that. Even the old dragon-like monster in the lake has come out. It must be the time when the moonlight is at its peak and perfect for absorbing. He has a very active mind. Sun and moon, come quickly and get on my head. In fact, Meng Huai's guess was half right and half wrong. The creature that appeared in the lake could not be considered a dragon, but just a small dragon. It was 33 meters long, with 4 legs and 3 claws, no horns, and its whole body was snow white with a red stripe on its back running from head to tail. This is Mi Baiyu, the owner of Qingying Lake, the youngest daughter of Mi Yongtao, the Dragon King of Malangza. She is also the sister who disliked Meng Huai for being a bit lustful when she found him by the river. Qingying Lake is known for its 800-mile-long blue water, but in fact it is just one of the many lakes in Mamangza, and a very small one at that. Mi means long and full, wide and ultimate. Mang is originally used to describe the vastness of a flood. Mamangza means that this marsh is large and has a lot of water. It is as vast and broad as the ocean, covering more than 10 million square kilometers. There is a water palace at the bottom of Qingying Lake. In addition to the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, there are also some servants such as shellfish and nuts, but there are no elders and no one can control Baiyu. What's more, although she was nominally punished, she actually had a secret mission, to monitor everything within her jurisdiction, and any unusual movements or objects had to be reported. This was the order her father Mi Yongtao gave her in secret. The specific reason was not mentioned, she just vaguely heard her father and mother use words like, a warning from heaven, anomaly in the way of heaven, bloody storm when they were chatting. From his father's nervous look, Baiyu knew that this matter was very important. So, she works very seriously. On every full moon night, or when it rains heavily, she would come out of the water palace, and use the spiritual power of the water palace to sense the entire area with her true body. The lantern that Meng Huai saw was Baiyu's eyes. It seemed very close, but in fact it was about 100 miles away. At this time, Baiyu, who was hidden in the white fog, was also looking towards the shore. She was also a little confused. How could a pig climb up that big blue stone? Is it the red pig that my sister and I left behind that day? It's only been a few days, and you've grown so big. Baiyu was also a little surprised. Is it considered a foreign object? Baiyu was thinking. This stone is part of the 1,000-stone mirror, a treasure of a dragon elder. It was only later destroyed in a war that it lost its power. But even so, the things used by the dragons were stained with dragon power. Local creatures, even birds, would fly around it. So, this stone has always been there, clean. Try it. After saying that, she exhaled towards the blue stone. The dragon energy in the blue stone was stimulated and suddenly surged. Meng Huai was looking up at the sky when he suddenly discovered from the corner of his eye that he seemed to be glowing. What's going on? Could it be that I can absorb the moon essence and moonlight? Meng Huai was very excited, he thought the light was coming from him. Haha, then I will become a demon in no time. His eyes were shining and he used all his strength to open and close his pig mouth towards the sky, as if this would allow him to absorb more moonlight. Baiyu was full of questions. What is this pig doing with its big mouth? Eating moonlight. Isn't it afraid of the dragon's might? Patrolling year after year is not only boring, but I have also never discovered anything. Come again. This time, he finally encountered a special one. Baiyu also became interested. He opened his mouth and spit out a breath of dragon's breath towards Qingshi from a distance. The light of the large blue stone became stronger, like a large glowing gem, illuminating the surroundings. The invisible dragons might frighten all living things within a radius of 4 or 5 miles, and even the fish in the water dared not swim, but stuck to the mud at the bottom of the water to show their obedience. Seeing the light getting brighter, Meng Huai cried out, "Ao Lao! Ahaha! I did it! I learned it all by myself. I finally understand how to practice. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha." Baiyu stared with wide eyes at the red pig that was lying there and trying to stretch its neck but couldn't lift its head very high, its neck was too short. Suddenly, it went crazy and started barking at the moon, which surprised him even more. What's so special about this red pig? She thought as she looked at Meng Huai, whose skin was very pink and different from other pigs. Try it again. Baiyu turned his right claw upwards, and a sesame-sized drop of water condensed on the tip of the middle claw. He flicked it lightly, and, whoosh, it flew over. The seemingly light little water droplets contained enormous energy, and they hit Meng Huai's shoulder with layers of air ripples. Oh! The sudden and violent collision caused Meng Huai to fold in half like a compass and fly away. Hold head high. Bang! Meng Huai screamed and flew hundreds of meters away. After landing in the monkey's den, he rolled on the ground for more than 10 meters and hit a tree before stopping. Then he fainted. Ah! This was something Baiyu had not expected. How come there is no magic power at all? She thought that this pink pig that was not afraid of the dragons might have at least some special abilities, but she didn't expect it to be no more than an unenlightened wild boar. Not even a demon beast. Just a pig that grows faster. A first-level monster can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, transform it into spiritual power, nourish its body, and make it extremely strong. But from the disheveled look in which Meng Huai flew out, it was obvious that he did not look like a monster with spiritual power. Ha! Fortunately no one saw it. After saying that, she dived into the water. Baiyu felt a little embarrassed for accidentally hurting her own people. All living things within a 5,000-mile radius around Qingying Lake nominally belong to her. The Qingying Lake Lord's Mansion is located 5,048 meters in the center of the lake. It is magnificent and splendid with high walls, bronze doors, pavilions, and terraces. The most peculiar thing is that there is a large rectangular mirror hanging high in the water above the roof of the palace, which is 5 kilometers long and 3 kilometers wide. It was impossible to tell what material it was made of. One could only see that it was constantly emitting a soft light, illuminating the entire Qingying mansion. You should give it some benefits. I, Baiyu, never cheat anyone. Me Baiyu, who had just returned from swimming, was thinking as he enjoyed the maid's dedicated service. People who practice cultivation should avoid having any deficiency in their heart. At this moment, she transformed into a Taoist human form and lay diagonally on the white jade couch in the center of the hall. Her face was moist and tender, her curves were exquisite, and she had nothing else on her body except a piece of red gauze, which was looming, covering but not needing to be covered, and exposed but not at all obscene. The pair of clear eyes under the red lips were twinkling, and instead had a kind of lovable, naive sweetness. What to give it? She thought as she looked at the huge but empty mansion. Although the dragon clan had many treasures, Mi Baiyu was just a small dragon, and Qingying Lake was a place like a cold palace. In order to conceal her tracks, she was not even given many resources for her own cultivation. Of course, Mi Baiyu is not without treasures. Any drop of dragon blood on her body is a treasure to any mortal being. But Meng Huai was just a pig she met by chance. How could she give him her blood so easily? Should I give this? The urine of a real dragon is also very useful. If you eat it, you will turn into a dragon, and if you get the taste, you will live longer. Do you really want to give it a drop? Mi Baiyu's pretty face turned slightly red. Even so, it is normal to enlighten ordinary things. Even 300 years ago, this was a common method used by the dragon clan to expand their power, but she always felt it was a bit weird. Baiyun, how do you practice? Unable to think of any good idea, Mi Baiyu picked up a grape with her slender hands and put it into her mouth, then asked casually. This maid was brought from Mamang Dragon Palace by her. She is a cloud shell spirit. Princess, I am a servant of the Dragon Palace. After being enlightened by the Eel Commander and awakened to spiritual wisdom, I was taught a set of transformation techniques to focus on practicing Qi and transforming into a human form. After transforming, I started to learn all kinds of knowledge and skills to serve people. Baiyun replied. These Dragon Palace maids do not require any combat power, nor are they expected to have high levels of cultivation. Here, their practice is basically to look good and work harder. Mi Baiyu frowned and asked again, are all your transformation techniques the same? Mi Baiyu was born into the dragon clan and was a divine beast cub. Although he had no cultivation, he had the ability to transcend tribulations and transform. Moreover, the dragon clan had their own skills and magical powers and did not need to learn from outside. In addition, she was young and had never paid attention to these things, and she knew nothing about the cultivation of ordinary monsters. "Princess, it's different," Baiyun said with a smile. "The monsters in the world are different. Not only do they have different bloodlines, but their meridians are also very strange. Even the most basic properties are different. For example, my Yunbei transformation technique and Lear's fire carp transformation technique are completely different. One is a water-based technique, and the other is a fire-based technique. The nature of the techniques is opposite." Mi Baiyu became impatient before Baiyun finished speaking. Forget it, forget it. Don't think about it. Mi Baiyu dislikes these theoretical knowledge the most. Every time I think about it I get a headache. At this moment, after listening to a little bit, I find it boring. She thought about it and decided to solve the problem in the simplest way. Let's see which full moon night, when I'm out, there will be a magical rain in the south of Qingying. This is what I should do. I have been here for several years and have done nothing for the local people. This time I will do something to spread the blessings of the Dragon Clan. As she thought this, she slowly closed her eyes and fell asleep. While Mi Baiyu was sleeping, Meng Huai also slowly woke up. He didn't wake up on his own, but was woken up by the group of monkeys hitting him with sticks. Ouch! Before he even opened his eyes, Meng Huai screamed. A damn monkey hit his wound with a hard clod of earth. "What are you doing?" Meng Huai asked loudly. Get out, invaders, get out of our territory." The monkeys were howling. "I came to your house by accident. I was beaten here by someone. Look, I was blown here from the big rock over there." Meng Huai pointed to the large blue stone over there and explained. Bang. There was a loud bang. A tall monkey, more than 2 meters tall, holding a hard wooden stick as thick as an adult's thigh, hit Meng Huai directly on the head while he was speaking. "Who are you?" Meng Huai was furious. "Are you mentally ill?" Feeling the burning pain on his head, he yelled, "Didn't you hear my explanation? Are you a pig brain?" Bang. This monkey had white eyebrows, long arms and black hair, well-developed limbs, and a simple mind, and seemed really a bit stupid. Seeing that Meng Huai dared to yell at it, it smashed it down again without saying a word. Oh my god. Seeing the stick coming again, Meng Huai was furious. He put all his strength on his forehooves, rushed forward and crashed directly into it. The white-browed monkey was caught off guard and was knocked 4 or 5 meters away. Squeak. A sharp monkey cry was heard, and the whole monkey group was in an uproar. Some of them took clods of earth, some took stones, some took sticks, some took green fruits, and they attacked Meng Huai together. These monkeys are incredibly strong. Even Meng Huai's body had been strengthened and he couldn't bear it. Ouch! Hold head high. With a long cry, he fled in panic. "You bunch of damn monkeys, wait until I come back." Oh! The monkeys looked at the red pig limping away, knowing that they had driven away the invader again, and they all roared excitedly. Including the big fool, they all stood up and shouted together. Meng Huai was very angry. He was not only annoyed about being beaten, but also about the lack of communication. The ants, snakes, spiders, etc. before were all unable to communicate, and the same was true for the monkey this time. Let's talk about it, have a chat, explain it, and live together in harmony. Isn't that great? Why do we have to fight when we meet? Having lived in peace for many years in his previous life, he couldn't understand it. Killing. Killing is really important. I don't think so. As he walked back, Meng Huai thought that if he had nothing to do every day, it would be okay even if he didn't eat ants, snakes, spiders, etc. Ouch. Hold head high. I'll go. When passing under a tree, a wandering wasp suddenly stung Meng Huai. Why did you sting me? He was just walking, not provoking anyone. The hornet was about 20 centimeters long, almost as long as a ruler. It has a narrow chest and a very large head like a tiger's head, and a long and thin belly with golden rings on it. It is the golden tiger wasp, which has few natural enemies here. This golden hornet is a worker bee, called Golden Ring. He was just out to patrol the territory, but when he saw a pink mutant wild boar limping around, he couldn't help but fly down and sting it on the head. I'm just sitting around doing nothing anyway. The tail sting of the golden ring fish has no barbs and is not connected to the internal organs. It stings the body to expel toxins and promote circulation. I'm so pissed off. But Meng Huai couldn't bear being stung. He felt the area where he was stung begin to swell. What's even more annoying is that the big lump is not only extremely painful but also itchy. The kind of itching that goes all the way to the bone. But he couldn't scratch it, he had no hands, and he didn't dare to scrape it with his hooves. I just said something wrong. In this world, it's a life and death struggle. I will kill you all. Meng Huai swore. When the itching pain began to spread and covered his entire head, Meng Huai couldn't help it. He ran quickly forward for a while, left the hornet's nest, lowered his head and began to dig the soil with his nose, and then sprinkled the soil on his head. It was a kind of helpless first aid. But he didn't expect that the golden hornet was so poisonous. Soon, a rash began to appear on his body, the originally pink skin was covered with small dark blood-red bumps, his heartbeat began to speed up and slow down, and his consciousness became blurred. I want revenge. Meng Huai's mind gradually became unclear, he became restless, his face turned pale, and his limbs were cold. This was the thought that flashed through his mind before he fainted. After fainting, he turned over with his back on the ground, his neck raised, his mouth wide open, his forelimbs stiff, as if he had turned into a wooden man or even dead. Damn, this wasp's venom is more powerful than ants, spiders, and venomous snakes. Your skin is swollen this time. I can't be stung to death by this wasp here, can I? Fortunately, it is almost noon now and the wild beasts have not yet appeared. The sun was getting hotter and hotter, shining on him, and his body gradually warmed up. He slept for 2 or 3 hours, and Meng Huai woke up at around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. He looked up at the sun, then at the hornet's nest in the distance, then back at Qingying Lake in the north. Alas! He sighed and limped south. We can't defeat the wasp for now. There are still old monsters in the lake, especially those who are not so friendly to me. I can't stay by the lake anymore, even though there is plenty of food here. Yesterday he just lay on a rock by the lake for a while, and was thrown hundreds of meters away by a monster in the lake and almost died. The bone in my right shoulder is still broken, and I dare not even push hard when walking. Let's go back. It seems to be quite safe near that big oak tree. I am practicing there. Anyway, I can already absorb the essence of the sun and the moon. Meng Huai set a development direction for himself and started walking towards home. In fact, it's not that you keep walking, but you eat while walking. Along the way, he destroyed many exotic flowers and plants, poisonous snakes and scorpions. Meng Huai let go. He is no longer shy. He dares to eat anything that can fit into his mouth and is not picky at all. Moreover, whenever you are hungry, you start eating, when you are full, you keep moving forward, when you are tired, you sleep, and after you have slept well, you continue eating. When he arrived near the big oak tree, Meng Huai wandered around it, still eating whatever he saw. In the past 2 days, he also found that his appetite was getting bigger and bigger every day. The day before yesterday he could only eat more than 100 kilograms of meat in one meal, yesterday he could eat more than 200 kilograms in one meal, and today was even more exaggerated, he even ate almost 300 kilograms in one meal in the morning. This forced him to expand his roaming range. He ate all the surrounding snakes, mice, centipedes, scorpions, hares and other animals, and even ate a sika deer that had a broken leg. This is still eating meat. If you eat vegetarian food such as grass roots and young leaves, you cannot stop for a moment. Because these ordinary plants will be digested immediately once they enter his stomach. In sharp contrast to eating more, you poop less. Oh! It stinks. And it stinks extremely. Every time he had to poop or pee, Meng Huai couldn't stand it. All living creatures around the feces, including ants, will immediately scatter and flee. Of course, he is not without little brothers following him. A mutant dung beetle the size of a football has taken a liking to him. That means he followed him with his whole family. Wherever Meng Huai goes, their family goes. As you please. Although Meng Huai eats everything now, he really can't bring himself to eat this nest of dung beetles. Besides, dung beetles can't affect him at all. On the 10th day after returning from the lake, Meng Huai, who had grown taller by eating and sleeping every day, was already more than 2 meters tall and weighed 370 to 380 kilograms. What made him even more gratified was that he had grown longer and thicker hair. It was no longer the 2 or 3 centimeters of fluff as before, but had begun to harden and was now almost 5 or 6 centimeters long. Humph! I'm going to take revenge. After sweeping away the small animals around him, Meng Huai felt that he was ready now. Let's start with the spider. He planned to take revenge on the blue widow spider first. In Meng Huai's opinion, this group of spiders is relatively the easiest to deal with. As long as he doesn't get stuck in the spider web, it won't trap him. The only thing you need to be careful about is to avoid letting the spider crawl onto your head and inject venom into your brain. Meng Huai sneaked out of the bushes and lay on a high slope. There were no big trees. This time he checked carefully, looking at the place in front of him that was originally a snake hill and now a spider's nest. He began to feel a little timid again. Oh my God! What is this? Why is it thicker and denser than before? The spider web that originally looked like a big white bowl now still looks like an upside-down bowl, but it is no longer white, but blue, black, gray and white. The white is still a spider web, the blue is densely packed with small spiders, and the black and gray are the corpses of various animals. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that the spider web was clinging to not only a large number of giant ants, long snakes, mice as big as roosters, and colorful birds, but also a few wild sheep the size of calves, and even 2 adult animals that looked like leopards but had cat faces. The cat-faced leopard was still moving, and it was unclear whether it was moving on its own or being moved by the spider cubs crawling up and down. Can we still fight this? Meng Huai felt unsure. Bang. After saying that, he hit himself. How can you think that? How can I succeed? Have a brave heart. Meng Huai kept filling himself with chicken soup, and he began to believe it as he spoke. The brave are invincible. Kill. After a loud shout, Meng Huai rushed down the hillside and ran towards the spider web as big as a gymnasium. Kill. Kill these murderous and looting bandits. He is extremely fast. The shouting and the sound of footsteps attracted all the blue widow spiders. They all stopped what they were doing and looked over here. Brother cat-faced leopard, don't be afraid. In fact, he was a little frightened by the stare of countless compound eyes. I'm here to save you. When it ran up to the leopard, it turned around quickly, bit the bigger leopard on the neck, shook its head hard, and ran away pulling the cat-faced leopard with it. This leopard was hunted by the spider leader Lon Linger and dragged here to feed the little spiders. It was already dead. It was just fixed on the spider web, and it was not entangled very tightly. Is there anyone who dares to come to the blue widow spider's lair to steal things? This was something none of the spiders had expected. So, when the leopard was snatched away, everyone, including Lon Linger, was stunned for a moment, and then they became furious. Chase. Chase me. Chase him to death. Lon Linger, furious, gave the order and jumped out first. Hold on, brother cat-faced leopard, let's go together. Meng Huai said as he ran. If this cat-faced leopard could speak, he would definitely curse, you stupid pig, you bit my neck and shook it around, even if I was alive, you would kill me. The spider can't run as fast as Meng Huai. But even so, Meng Huai was unable to take the cat-faced leopard back because the leopard had already been injected with a softener. It had only run 2 miles when the leopard's neck was severed. The cat-faced leopard had been poisoned by the spider, and its body had long since liquefied, leaving only a piece of skin wrapped around it. Now that it had rotted, it poofed, and juice flowed all over the ground. This also gave Meng Huai an opportunity to escape. Spiders are not good at chasing prey, but they are good at weaving webs and waiting for prey. I can't bear to waste this leopard. With delicious food in front of them, they all lie there and suck it up. Even Lon Linger thought that the red mutant wild boar had given in and put down the stolen things, so she did not continue to chase it. Instead, she glanced at Meng Huai and turned back. Hee, spiders seem to be smarter than ants. After running southeast for a long time, panting heavily, Meng Huai stopped when he saw that the spiders were not chasing him. Originally, he wanted to lead this group of spiders to the wasp anthill and have another spider ant war. Too bad the spiders didn't come. Ouch! Suddenly, Meng Huai felt a sharp pain in his body. What bit me again? He had just stood under a big tree near the anthill for a while when a wasp ant bit him on the thigh. What's going on? Meng Huai lowered his head, bit the ant to death, and ate it into his mouth. Why does this ant always bite me? He was still wondering when a yellow figure jumped down from the tree like lightning with a whoosh. It knocked down Meng Huai, who was chewing a wasp ant, and bit him on the back with its mouth. Who bit me again? Meng Huai was so angry that he cursed. He felt like the flesh on his back had been bitten through. From the corner of my eye, I saw a very sturdy leopard. This leopard is about 1.8 meters tall. Its yellow body is covered with black rings. Its streamlined body is full of strong muscles. It has a big mouth and sharp teeth. It looks like a ferocious beast. But what's a bit inconsistent is that it has a cat face, which makes it look a bit cute. The cat-faced leopard is called a leopard, but it looks more like a big cat. Unlike the cheetah's long face and big mouth, this leopard has a round face and a small mouth. However, its canine teeth are extraordinary, being 7 or 8 centimeters long. It has bitten through my flesh and reached my bones. It was also thanks to the fact that he lowered his head when the leopard pounced on him just now, so it didn't bite his neck directly. Otherwise, I would have bitten his neck off. If that happened, he would probably die in an instant. Hold head high. But even now, he felt that his bones were about to break and it hurt so much. What to do? Listening to the leopard's woohoo, intimidating sound, Meng Huai's mind was working rapidly. I'll turn. This was the only move he could think of. Taking advantage of its own weight, the donkey rolls on all fours in coordination with its body. The lighter cat-faced leopard was pinned down by Meng Huai. Ouch! When it felt the pain, it couldn't help but cry out and let go. Meng Huai jumped up and did not run. There was no way he could outrun the leopard, but instead lowered his head and bumped into the leopard which had not yet gotten up. Ouch! The leopard rolled over on the ground. It also didn't expect that Meng Huai, who looked cute in front of it, could actually overcome its natural fear of carnivores and attack him without hesitation. Meng Huai did not dare to take it lightly. He endured the severe pain in his back, pointed his nose at the cheetah and pushed it hard, sending it flying more than a meter high. Then, it went straight forward, and when the leopard fell to the ground with a bang, it opened its big mouth and bit the leopard's thin waist directly. Ah! This time it was Cat Face who cried out in pain. But its response speed is not slow either. Before Meng Huai could retract his mouth, it suddenly stretched out its neck and bit Meng Huai like lightning, but the position was not perfect, and in a panic, it only bit his right shoulder. Hold head high. Meng Huai also cried out in pain. But this also aroused the ferocity in the 9-headed little beast. Regardless of the pain in his shoulder, Meng Huai leaned towards the cat-faced leopard lying there. This arch made the cat-faced leopard fly up. But it was also ferocious enough that it bit Meng Huai tightly and refused to let go. Hold head high. Meng Huai's shoulder was already covered in blood. He had just been pulled hard, which directly pulled the flesh and tendons, and it was very painful. But the stubborn nature came out, and he ignored it and started to push again. Just like playing with a bouncy ball on a string, Meng Huai kept nudging the cat-faced leopard. One doesn't let go, the other doesn't stop, one bites desperately, the other struggles hard, both are persisting. This is also struggle. But this is the most real, fighting for life. Meng Huai was covered in blood and kept screaming. It seems like we are going to lose. But in fact, the cat-faced leopard was more seriously injured, not to mention the waist that had been bitten off, even its internal organs were pushed by his nose and thrown on the ground, and the damage was gradually getting worse. Especially when 2 of its ribs were also broken. Meow. After a cat-like cry, the cat-faced leopard with blood in its mouth and nose finally opened its mouth. A large part of Meng Huai's right shoulder was rotten, revealing the white bones. Even the 4 tooth marks on the bones were clearly visible, especially conspicuous and scary. But Meng Huai didn't have time to check. He lowered his head again, opened his mouth, and bit directly at the cat-faced leopard's neck. Crack! The slender neck broke immediately under his powerful bite. The blood flowed out automatically like water from a tap. At this moment, Meng Huai had a blank expression on his face. He lay directly on its neck and gulped the bright red blood into his stomach as if he was drinking herbal tea. I'm hungry. After being chased by the blue widow spider for such a long distance and fighting a life-and-death battle with the cat-faced leopard, Meng Huai had no other feeling but hunger. As the leopard died completely, its heart stopped beating and the blood from its neck began to flow more slowly, so it could no longer drink as much. I'm still hungry. He licked his bright red lips with his long tongue, stood up, turned his head, and bit the cat-faced leopard's belly again. With a pop sound, the cat-faced leopard's belly was pierced. With one poke of the teeth, the belly was torn open. He pushed his head in again and ate the fresh flesh and blood again. I'm not full. After eating a leopard, Meng Huai felt that he was only 80% full. This leopard should be an adult. Although it is a bit magical, it is not that magical. When it was alive, it only weighed 300 to 400 kilograms. Now that it is dead, it has only produced 100 to 200 kilograms of meat, which is not enough for him to eat now. Go find some more from another enemy. Meng Huai, who had just experienced a life-and-death catastrophe and seemed to have been fished out of blood, seemed a little confused at this moment. Ignoring the wound on his shoulder, he staggered towards the anthill. The big tree is still the same big tree, still swaying its extremely green branches and leaves stretching towards the sky in the sunshine. But compared with before, there is an extra leopard skin, some bones with meat threads on them, and a leopard head with eyes wide open, which came to hunt but was killed instead, and died with its eyes open. Some of those that were not eaten were too hairy and tasted bad, while others were too hard to chew. In fact, this is a leopard with a male cat face. It originally lived with two blood-related brothers, hunting and living together. But who would have thought that after the two brothers came out this morning, they never came back, as if they were dragged away by something. It followed their smell. It is the one that truly comes to save its family. Meeting and intending to hunt Meng Huai was just an accident caused by hunger. But life in the forest doesn't allow you to consider what might be unexpected. Life is life, death is death. If you can win, you can win. If you can't win, you can't win. It's very realistic. Herlong. When Meng Huai broke the wasp anthill with his mouth again, there was no need for the anthill General Huang Dicao to give any orders, and a large number of soldier ants and several new flying ants rushed towards him together. Kill. Let's go together. Kill the pig. We can't let it get away. Kill. Go. Kill the pig. Destroy this invading enemy. There were sounds of fighting and killing everywhere in the army of wasp ants, and everyone rushed forward. Fight if you can, fight if you can't. Wasp ants have this kind of bloodiness. Meng Huai was not quite sober after being stimulated by sucking leopard blood and eating leopard meat. The large claws and stinger of the wasp ant woke him up. Hold head high. It hurt so much, especially the technique of still biting the ball on the back of his butt and drilling into his nostrils. Ah. After waking up, Meng Huai realized that he was surrounded by a large army of wasp ants, so he quickly turned around and ran away. It was also because his size had increased a lot, and he had just eaten a full meal and was full of energy. In addition, he came suddenly and left quickly, and the army of wasp ants had not yet organized their offensive. Otherwise, considering the bravery of the ant army, he really wouldn't be able to leave today. He ran for dozens of miles and stopped near the big oak tree. He even did not forget to bring back his trophy, the leopard skin. This thing is very useful now. How many things in this world can be more joyful than fishing? He first walked to a place about 3 or 4 kilometers north of the tree hole, opened his mouth and bit off the upper half of several brambles, leaving only the lower half, about 10 centimeters long. Then, he held the leopard skin in his mouth and spread it flat on the brambles. Fresh leopard skin is so delicious. It especially attracted snakes, ants, centipedes, spiders, and the like. Meng Huai just happened to be lying nearby waiting. Baji, baji, baji. He eats one bite at a time, just like eating peanuts. Crunch, crunch, crunch. He chewed it with great energy, as if he was eating crispy bones. Hum, 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 hum. These were all meat dishes served to his mouth, and he was so happy that he wanted to sing. He had patrolled the area within 30 to 50 miles, and there were no ferocious beasts. Even with this little bit of blood, it can't attract big prey that's too far away. But in the forest, the most abundant things are these little creatures that burrow into dead branches and leaves and underground. The little guys in this small area were slow to arrive, so Meng Huai took the leopard skin and walked about 100 meters to another place to continue setting traps. So many things are poisonous. They changed to another place and saw that the people coming were still poisonous: snakes, scorpions, centipedes, and the like. Meng Huai said with emotion. I won't turn from red to black, will I? He said this casually while White Fang was still chewing a twisting red scorpion as big as a palm, although his mouth was already a little swollen. What a shame. It's not as delicious as cat-faced leopard meat. This cat-faced leopard looks average and has average combat power, but its meat is amazing. It is sweet, very sweet, similar to sugarcane. After eating it, it can replenish qi, calm the mind, strengthen the bones and muscles, nourish the kidneys, strengthen the body and strengthen the 5 internal organs. No wonder blue widow spiders will go specifically to hunt. Humph. I won't offend anyone unless they offend me. But if someone offends me, I will definitely offend them. Next time a cat-faced leopard attacks me, I will definitely fight back. Maybe because he really wanted to eat the meat, Meng Huai had prepared himself mentally in advance. That night, Meng Huai changed positions 20 times, ate and digested food at the same time, and had bowel movements 3 times. According to his own calculations, including the leaves and roots around him, he ate at least 400 to 500 kilograms of food. In terms of weight, he probably gained 50 to 60 kilograms in just one day and one night. If you can eat and sleep, you can grow. Meng Huai thought as he shook his waist, which had grown bigger. First set a small goal, grow to 1,000 jin. Set another medium goal, grow to 10,000 pounds. If possible, I'd like to grow to the weight of a 10-ton rhino. By then, I wonder who in this forest will dare to challenge me. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Thinking of this, he felt happy, as if all good things were right before his eyes, and he laughed wildly at the sky. The cat face and leopard skin slipped out of his mouth. Looking at the leopard skin that had no blood smell and could no longer be used as bait for fishing, Meng Huai's eyes rolled. He rubbed it, folded it, and held the leopard skin in his mouth. A blue light flashed, and he opened the system panel. Intelligent voice interaction is not allowed. He first gave the order to the system. Buzz. There was a dull sound in the system, which seemed very dissatisfied, but after struggling for a long time, it finally stopped. Meng Huai was very happy. Exchange now. After a ding sound, the leopard skin in the mouth disappeared, and the universal points directly became 11 points. Ha, that's great. This leopard skin that was emitting a foul smell and was about to be thrown away was exchanged for 3 points at once. Isn't it pretty good? Meng Huai did not delay and clicked directly behind the physical fitness. The universal point became 1, the physical fitness was 330, the height was 154 centimeters, the length was 277 centimeters, and the weight was 500 catties. Ha ha ha, the 9-headed little beast's eating ability is quite powerful. It hasn't been long since I've grown this big. As long as there is enough food, won't I be able to fly in time? Seeing that he now looked a bit like a mountain beast, Meng Huai was extremely happy and set out again to look for food. Wow, wow, wow. Suddenly, a group of crows flew in the sky, landed on a tree above Meng Huai's head, and started screaming. Unlucky. Seeing the inky black crow, he actually didn't care that much. You can't eat it either. That's what he really hated. It's hard to find without tools. Meng Huai sighed as he wandered in the woods, digging here and there, looking for food. If there is not enough food, then we will grow slowly. If we grow slowly, we will not be able to protect ourselves. What should we do? He is very distressed. If you ask me, the fish from the big lake are the best. They are easy to catch and easy to eat. Meng Huai missed those 2 days when he ate fish. But there's a monster in the lake. There was heavy fog in the lake that day, so he couldn't actually see clearly what was inside. I can't even beat an ant right now. If I anger the Demon King, I'm afraid he will swallow me whole. To some extent, in this primeval forest, he was still timid and afraid of death. I wish I could practice it, too. This is his deepest desire. Do animals have to practice in specific places? He had tried it many times in the moonlight these days. Unfortunately, it was no longer able to absorb the light of the sun and the moon, and never shone again. When can I go to that big rock again? The pig, which was digging the grass roots with its nose, was still thinking about the magic stone for cultivation. One day, I will pay you back for the blow you gave me. Meng Huai turned his head and looked towards the northern sky, imagining the scene of him successfully practicing and beating up the Demon King. Just as I was thinking about it, for some reason, the monster's butt turned into the dragon girl's butt. Can I spank the dragon girl's butt or not? Hee hee, and the woman who threw me down and nearly killed me that day, I'll fight her together then. That woman was so beautiful. Just thinking about it made him smile brightly and his eyes sparkle. Oh, don't think so much. Meng Huai said that what he saw that day was a monster, but in his heart he already regarded me Baiyu as a dragon. The dragon didn't like him, and he felt very uncomfortable, but he had no way to challenge it. It's better to grow up a little, grow stronger, and then go to a farther place to look for opportunities. Everything is left to the future. He was very clear about how big the gap was between him and the dragon now. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the distance was 100,000 miles. There is always a way out. If I am not welcome here, there are other places that will welcome me. I'm going to another place to become a disciple. Meng Huai has a very good personality and has started to set new goals. What if I become a disciple of Bodhi Patriarch like Sun Wukong? Wouldn't it be possible for me to become an immortal in 3 to 5 years? Then I will use a spell to freeze the dragon girl. I won't just eat peaches like a monkey. Hee hee, my favorite thing to eat is. His brain cells started to go out of control again. I want to grow up first. I want to have some self-protection power to go far away. Traveling long distances in the forest is not easy, as there are dangers everywhere. I eat. I eat. I eat. He started eating everything he could, like a madman. The sun rises and sets, the moon rises and sets, time passes, and another day and night has passed. No. You can't just eat vegetarian food. Even if Meng Huai didn't sleep and kept eating, he couldn't keep up with his digestion. Not only was his stomach always empty, but it also affected his growth. You have to find a way to get a piece of fresh meat. That's a good tool for fishing yourself. He even began to miss the tingling and numb feeling of being stung by scorpions and centipedes. How about we go catch a rabbit first? This is the best way Meng Huai can think of. Just as rabbits burrow, he can dig holes. That day he saw a large group of rabbits more than 100 miles northwest of the big oak tree. But these rabbits are not so easy to deal with. As he slowly walked towards that end, Meng Huai felt a little troubled again. There is a large area of yellow fruit trees in that place, and the fruits on them look like apples, but they are golden in color. This yellow fruit is sour and sweet, tastes very delicious, and can also strengthen the spleen and appetite, fill the stomach and quench thirst. It is considered a very good food. But when Meng Huai went there for the first time, he had just arrived under a tree, picked up some fallen fruits and ate a few, when he was attacked by a group of rabbits. I was really beaten by a rabbit. This group of rabbits are covered with long yellow hair and have a pair of large, long, flame-like furry ears. When the ears are not erect, they droop to the shoulders below like an ancient hat. When they are straightened up, they are actually firmer than donkey's ears. What's even more amazing is that these red-eared rabbits are so big that most of them are more than 1 meter tall. When running, it lands on all fours. When stopping, it sits with its 2 shorter front paws bent, like a meditative person, or a cute pug. But if you are deceived by their appearance, it will be terrible. Meng Huai was severely punished the last time he came. At that time, he was sitting under the huanghua tree, eating fruit happily. A few red-eared cuckoos came over and made a coo, coo sound to him, while stomping their feet, bang, bang, paw while calling. The rabbits told him, go away, this is our territory, our fruit. Meng Huai said to them, there are still so many yellow fruits. What's wrong with me eating some? But the group of rabbits ignored him. I guess he couldn't understand what he was saying. Not only did they coo and squeak even more loudly, They even stood on tiptoe and stomped their hind legs on the ground as a warning to him. "What are you doing? You didn't plant this tree. Some wild fruits that you rabbits eat, but why can't I, old Meng, eat them?" Seeing that several rabbits were already preparing to pounce, Meng Huai became a little annoyed. "I want to eat some wild fruits, and you rabbits are going to stop me. What do you want to do? Even rabbits dare to bully divine beasts. Ah. Hee hee." Meng Huai took 2 steps forward and yelled at the red-eared rabbits a few times, trying to scare them away. This really annoyed the group of rabbits. One of them was a red-eared rabbit with a tuft of long gray hair on its head. It jumped hard and landed in front of Meng Huai. With another jump, like a kangaroo, he kicked his legs forward and directly kicked Meng Huai in the face. Ouch! Oh my gosh! Meng Huai didn't expect that these rabbits were not timid. Not only was he not scared away, he even dared to attack. He was hit hard on the face without paying attention, and it hurt as if he was hit twice by a boxer. The other red-eared rabbits did not hesitate and jumped over. One kicks with its hind legs, another scratches with its front paws, and another bites with its 3-lobed mouth. The teeth of the red-eared rabbit are not small, they are 3 centimeters long. What's more terrifying are the 6 large front teeth, which are 4 or 5 centimeters long and extremely sharp. The lightest consequence of a bite to Meng Huai was to pull out a lot of hair, but more often it tore off pieces of skin and flesh. Ah. Although it's not fatal, it hurts. Plus there were too many rabbits. Oh. In particular, a few clever guys specifically bit Meng Huai's butt, balls, nose, and ears. That's too much. I didn't think about what to do with these rabbits. But they really took advantage of the situation. Meng Huai was so angry that he started shaking his body around, first throwing the rabbits down, then opening his mouth wide and biting the nearest red-eared rabbit. Bang! He closed his mouth, his upper and lower teeth collided, and he didn't bite anything. These rabbits were surprisingly agile. I'll bite again. Bang! No bite again. I'll bite. Bang! Still no bite. I'll step on you, I'll step on you, I'll step on you to death. Puff, puff, puff. There was only the sound of hooves hitting the ground. The rabbits were hopping around so fast that not a single one was stepped on. I'll bump into you. After saying that, Meng Huai dragged his heavy body and quickly rushed towards the 6 or 7 rabbits standing under the tree watching the show. There was a loud bang. There was no rabbit with blood flying all over it, only Meng Huai with a bloody head. There is no rabbit waiting for the rabbit, but there is a beast lying over there. Meng Huai got up dazed and looked up. Those red-eared rabbits just now actually climbed up a tree. Climbed up a tree. Climbed up a tree. I remember rabbits can't climb trees. How did you get up there? Meng Huai was really speechless. But the facts before him told him, wild red-eared rabbits, especially those in this woods, can definitely climb trees. Because now they are lined up in a row, like little birds, standing there with red eyes, looking down at him. Just as Meng Huai raised his head to look at the tree, the red-eared rabbit with a little gray hair on its head turned over and stood up again. It shook its yellow fur, ran to Meng Huai, and kicked him hard on the back of his butt. Bang! Ouch, my ball! Damn it, kicking here again. How many times have I been hurt here? Will it still work in the future? Hold head high. A sharp pain spread from the back to the scalp. This stupid rabbit almost made Meng Huai lose everything. I'll hit you to death. Meng Huai was so angry that he rushed over. But the gray-headed rabbit turned around and crawled into a hole. I dig. Meng Huai can also dig holes. The nose and hooves in particular are very powerful. He is also a good digger and can dig very deep in a short time. But when he was digging this hole like mad, the gray-headed rabbit had already crawled out of another hole. It ran over lightly and stood behind Meng Huai, who was digging a hole with his butt sticking out. It smiled silently with its garlic-like mouth. Then, he kicked him hard in the butt. Hold head high. Half of Meng Huai's body is still in the rabbit hole. The sudden attack caused Meng Huai to kick his 4 hooves and shake his head in pain, and he quickly retreated from the cave. The private parts are injured and I can't fight back. He had no choice but to run away in a panic under the gaze of a group of red-eared rabbits. That time, he was completely defeated in the battle with the red-eared rabbit. Humph. That's a thing of the past. At this time, Meng Huai encouraged himself. In fact, it was only 5 or 6 days ago. Now I have grown to over 500 pounds. I am the boss of this forest, right? This time, I must eat fruit and rabbit. Meng Huai made up his mind again. After preparing himself mentally, Meng Huai felt a little more relaxed. How old am I now? Suddenly, he remembered that this physical body of his was born not long ago and was not even a month old. I'm still a baby. I should be carefree, right? Hey, what does a baby look like? Who knows? At least you shouldn't think too much. You should just do whatever you want to do. Thinking of this, he immediately ran into the mud pit and started rolling around. It feels so good to roll around in the mud. When Meng Huai ran to the yellow fruit forest again, he was so excited that he even sang. Dada, life is about eating fruit. Beep, beep, it's time to eat fruit. Ahaha, let's talk, let's eat the fruit first. Life should be lived like this, it is very interesting, with setbacks, there will be turning points. Oh, no. You can't just eat vegetarian food, you have to eat some meat, and some rabbit meat. So Meng Huai changed the lyrics. Eat fruit, eat rabbit. Eat fruit, eat rabbit. He pretended to be a baby, sang songs, and ran happily into the yellow fruit tree forest. It took Meng Huai 2 hours to run to Huangguoshelin. He ate almost everything edible he came across along the way. Ah, where's the rabbit? Why are they all gone? Meng Huai originally wanted to have a big fight with this group of red-eared rabbits right away. But when I got here, I didn't see a single rabbit. Hey! Then I won't be shy. Meng Huai began to use his extremely sensitive nose to sniff everywhere on the ground. Naturally, there were not many fruits on the ground, and there were not even a few fruit cores. After eating them casually, he began to look for rabbit holes. Each rabbit hole stored a lot of food. Haha, it's just as I expected. After digging nearly 1 meter deep, Meng Huai finally found the place where the red-eared rabbit stored food. I'll eat it. This is your compensation for hitting me last time. Meng Huai put his mouth directly into the pile of food and chewed it in big mouthfuls. There are all kinds of hay, beans, grass seeds, and tubers that look like sweet potatoes but have blue hearts. They are delicious. There were also a lot of yellow nuts, about 80 or 90 kilograms, which he ate to his heart's content. Eat another one. After eating everything in this hole, Meng Huai was still not satisfied, so he used his nose to find another hole. He used his nose and hooves together, digging and scratching, and soon got a lot of food. They are all mine. Eat some first to fill your stomach. He used these as his snacks. Ah. Why did this rabbit bury its babies in the soil? Meng Huai was surprised. He just found another rabbit hole, which was covered with hay and dust. The rabbit even made the entrance of the hole as level as the ground nearby for camouflage. But I didn't expect that when I opened it, there were 5 or 6 little red-eared rabbits inside. I'm not afraid that the little rabbit will suffocate to death. Meng Huai naturally didn't know that this was a common practice of mother rabbits. This could protect the baby rabbits from natural enemies and also keep the newborn rabbits warm. Am I eating? Meng Huai's animal nature made him want to open his mouth wide and eat these meatballs. Still not eating. However, he couldn't bring himself to eat them. These were 4 little rabbits that had just opened their eyes and had no fur yet. They were all chirping at him. They were so pink and tender, and completely defenseless. But this body really wants to eat. His mouth had already started to drool, and even when Meng Huai was struggling in a daze, the mucus was dripping onto the chubby little rabbits that had not even grown any hair yet. I really want to chew you up and eat you as big meat soup dumplings, he thought. Forget it. But in the end, Meng Huai turned his head away. I, old Meng, don't need this little bit of meat. After saying this, he used his nose to dig up some soil, covered the nest of rabbits again, turned around and walked forward. Let him fight with the big rabbit and then eat the meat. He has no psychological barriers. But he still couldn't eat these little rabbits, which looked like newborn babies, alive. Squeak. A loud, rat-like scream was heard. Coo, coo, coo. Many rabbits seemed to be irritated and were shouting angrily. What's going on? After eating the food stored in 4 rabbit nests, Meng Huai, with a bulging belly, was attracted by the sounds and quickly ran towards the direction of the sounds. When Meng Huai ran 700 or 800 meters and reached the edge of the Huangguosha forest, he saw an unforgettable scene. In front of the tree, on a football field-sized patch of short grass, rabbits and snakes were fighting everywhere. Meng Huai saw at a glance the gray-headed, red-eared rabbit that had hit him last time. Its opponent was a python that was as long as a car, definitely more than 4 meters long, and about the same thickness as a telephone pole. There are yellow spots on the gray-brown body, which look like eyes and are very scary. But the gray-headed rabbit was not afraid at all. It saw an opportunity, opened its mouth, and bit the white belly of the yellow-eyed black python. It rolled over on the ground in so much pain, then opened its bloody mouth and turned to bite the red-eared rabbit. The gray-headed rabbit is so flexible. It dodged with a single bounce. Then, it swung its butt and rushed forward again, biting the black python's neck. The black python was not to be outdone. It retracted its body and rolled towards the gray-headed rabbit. It probably wanted to use the entanglement skill to strangle the rabbit. Can a rabbit beat a snake? Meng Huai was shocked. This group of rabbits actually started a fight with a group of snakes. Is this the rhythm of the snake-rabbit battle? How dare the rabbit? The black python kept twisting its body, trying to wrap itself around the gray-headed rabbit and strangle it to death, but the gray rabbit was very experienced. Huff, huff, huff. While biting the snake's flesh, it used its strong and powerful legs to kick around continuously at such a fast speed, like a shadowless kick, making it impossible for the black python to retract its body. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The black python's neck was bitten by the gray-headed red-eared rabbit, and its body was scratched by the rabbit's claws, but it did not give in. Instead, he rolled over and over, trying to wring out the ashes like he was twisting a towel. The red-eared rabbit does not have canine teeth and its claws are short. Although it caused damage to the yellow-eyed black python, it was not fatal at all. After 3 rolls and 2 turns, the gray-headed rabbit could no longer bite. As soon as the black python broke free, it turned around and prepared to escape. But the gray-headed rabbit won't let it go. Squeak. The black python had only taken 2 steps when the gray-headed snake bit its tail again. It had no choice but to turn back and fight with the gray-headed rabbit. Are rabbits so powerful in combat? Meng Huai wiped a cold sweat in his heart. If I were to encounter such a big snake, I would have to avoid it. Fortunately, I didn't try to be stubborn last time. What's more, this time there are so many rabbits out together. I will definitely run as fast as I can and as far as I can. Meng Huai sighed when he saw these 600 or 700 rabbits fighting in groups of 3 or 2 with 100 or 200 yellow-eyed black pythons. Unfortunately, the rabbit only relies on its agility, so the damage it caused was not that serious. As a bystander, Meng Huai saw it very clearly. On the battlefield in front of us, almost all the yellow-eyed black pythons were injured, but few died. There were not many red-eared rabbits injured, only 5 or 6, but quite a few died, more than 20. Once a red-eared rabbit is bitten by the black python's fangs or entangled, it will be difficult for it to survive. Humph. Meat-eaters are vulgar. How can we allow you meat-eaters to bully us vegetarians in broad daylight? After saying something nonsensical, Meng Huai rushed out. Hold on, rabbit brothers, let me help you. He ran and shouted, but the rabbits couldn't understand his shouting. Meng Huai's first target was the gray-headed opponent. This snake was big and had a lot of meat. Brother Grayhead, I, Old Meng, am here. After saying that, Meng Huai opened his mouth wide and bit the snake's tail. Crack. The snake's bones were broken. Baji, baji. He swallowed the entire section of the snake's tail in 2 mouthfuls. The snake was writhing madly in pain, dragging the gray-headed red-eared rabbit along on the muddy ground, slapping it up and down. Hold on, brother. I'll come again. Meng Huai took another bite. This time, with a few bites, it bit off half of the snake's body. Then, without caring about anything else, he just lay there and started chewing. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The yellow-eyed black python is very tenacious and has not died yet. It didn't move and tried to escape, half of its body was broken, and running away would mean death. Let's fight. It's better to die one by one. The black python, aroused by its ferocity, turned around and bit the gray-headed rabbit's waist. No matter how the gray head moved, it would not let go. Squeak. Grayhead couldn't help screaming in pain and opened his mouth. But this rabbit was also cruel. It lowered its head again and bit the neck of the yellow-eyed black python again. If you don't let go, I won't let go either. Let's see who dies first. The rabbit and the black python were in a stalemate. Meng Huai was happy. He moved forward a few steps, opened his mouth and ate half of the remaining body of the black python. After eating half of it, the snake, which was more than 4 meters long, was only more than 1 meter long. I don't know whether it's dead or alive, but the big mouth is still biting the gray head tightly. Then, Meng Huai didn't care anymore. He left. Left. Just let the black python and the red-eared rabbit bite each other. Anyway, rabbits are vegetarians and don't eat snake meat. Meng Huai said something. He wandered over to another red-eared rabbit entangled with a snake and said to it, "Brother, here I come." After saying that, he opened his mouth wide and started eating from the tail again. In the end, it had eaten 2 meters of the 3-meter-long snake, leaving more than 1 meter, leaving the red-eared rabbit and the yellow-eyed black snake in a stalemate. In this way, Meng Huai wandered around the entire battlefield, eating and drinking his fill. He even ran to the bushes nearby and pooped 5 times. The battle between the snake and the rabbit lasted until midnight. It's not because it's too dark to see the end. Both the yellow-eyed black python and the red-eared rabbit are nocturnal animals and can still be active at night. It was because after Meng Huai ate nearly 80 large snakes, the yellow-eyed black python's front line collapsed and they retreated in a hurry. After the poisonous snake left, Meng Huai looked extremely different. "Brother, this time, I'm here to help you." Meng Huai was still a little frightened when he saw a group of tall rabbits with silver-white eyes surrounding him in the dark. I don't know whether these rabbits understood, or whether they also saw Meng Huai killing and eating snakes. It is more likely that they did not smell the scent of Meng Huai eating rabbits. After a burst of coo, coo sounds, they gradually dispersed. "Oh, I'm scared to death." Meng Huai wiped the non-existent sweat from his head and breathed a sigh of relief. Hundreds of rabbits with extremely powerful combat power coming together, even if they couldn't eat him, they could at least beat him half to death. Haha, it's okay now. This is my battlefield. This is my trophy. Looking at the empty battlefield, Meng Huai stood proudly and shouted excitedly. I can eat as much as I want. Faced with more than 80 broken snakes over 1 meter long, 5 complete snakes about 4 meters long, and more than 70 red-eared rabbits about 1 meter 60 or 70 tall. Meng Huai started eating like crazy. It's good as long as it's edible. With the sound of hum, hum, Meng Huai quickly ate the broken snake. This thing doesn't have much meat left if you take away its head. They began to eat the spiders, centipedes, and scorpions that were attracted to the ground. He ate these as a snack and digested them as he went along. After picking up these sesame seeds, Meng Huai started to eat the 5 big snakes. Each of these snakes weighs more than 200 kilograms. Only after he finished eating all these did he feel truly full. He gathered the snakes' heads together, arranged them in a circle, with their fangs facing outward, to make a simple protective circle, and then Meng Huai fell into a deep sleep. No ferocious beasts came to disturb us. Ordinary tigers, leopards, jackals, and wolves would not directly go into a snake den with so many yellow-eyed and black snake-like auras. Even if the smell of blood is strong and attractive to them, it won't work. Predators are the most sensitive to danger in this world. He slept until noon the next day. After waking up, Meng Huai went to the bushes to take a shit again. After coming back, he was conflicted. What should I do? Should I eat or not? Looking at the red-eared rabbits piled up in front of him, Meng Huai was thinking. We fought side by side yesterday, right? Am I going to eat them today? In fact, the real reason was that this red-eared rabbit had a furry body, a round face, and was very pretty. It looked like a little loli. It was really a little cute, and he really couldn't bring himself to eat it. I heard that there is a tradition of sky burial on the plateau. Coming from heaven and earth, returning to heaven and earth, this is the only way to reincarnate soon. Today, let me, old Meng, come and pray for your salvation. This will also preserve our friendship. After saying that, Meng Huai tore open a rabbit and started chewing it. It's really strange. After he prepared himself mentally, he no longer felt any burden when he ate. This red-eared rabbit meat is also a good thing. It can cool the blood and detoxify, replenish the middle and strengthen the qi, and also enter the liver, spleen, and large intestine meridians. It is just right for Meng Huai, who ate a lot of snake meat yesterday and was somewhat poisoned. It's delicious. It tastes sweet. Meng Huai exclaimed as he ate, no wonder those snakes came here to hunt us collectively. There's just too little meat. It looked like a big furry ball, and it was not small in size, but it just couldn't eat anything. A big red-eared rabbit weighing over 100 kilograms only weighs 60 to 70 kilograms of food. Well, fortunately, there are quite a few. The land was filled with the smell of poisonous snakes, and so many of their companions had died, so the red-eared rabbits were unwilling to come here. This also allowed Meng Huai to pick up an advantage. Otherwise, if the gray-headed creatures discovered that Meng Huai was eating one of their own kind, they would definitely go berserk. Then he shouldn't even think about getting away with it. Even so, in the evening of the same day, as the snake head gradually shriveled and the smell of the venomous snake weakened, the smell of rotten and fermented red-eared rabbit meat spread out, attracting many uninvited guests. Tigers and leopards naturally disdain to eat carrion, and there were many black crows, ants, centipedes and the like, and even a few wolves came. At this moment, opposite Meng Huai, 7 wild wolves with long brown hair and white heads were staring at him. Meng Huai looked at them, and they also looked at Meng Huai. The white wolf walked out tentatively, dragged away 4 rabbits, and then ate them in the woods. 7 wolves are not easy to mess with. Wolves are extremely powerful creatures, especially wolf packs. Meng Huai thought for a moment, then looked back and saw that there were still 30 or 40 rabbits left, so he ignored the wolves that were silently eating the meat. It's better to eat first. To be honest, Meng Huai really deserves to have the innate ability to eat. He eats meat faster than 7 wolves. The easily digestible tender rabbit meat seemed to need no time to stay in his stomach and intestines. He could keep simmering it in his mouth. After eating, he would run to the bushes nearby to defecate, and his stomach would be empty again. He only had to run back and forth once before he could continue stuffing food into his stomach. What a pig! He eats so much. The 7 wolves looked at Meng Huai in surprise. They had only shared 4 big rabbits, and they were so full that they couldn't eat any more. Brother, let's kill this pig. The white-headed wolf with a scar on the left side of his face stared at Meng Huai dimly and spoke softly. Don't be impulsive. The largest wolf in the middle quickly warned, this thing is too big. We have plenty of food now, so there's no need to take risks. I just saw such a big piece of meat dangling around, and I was envious. The rotten-faced wolf bared its sharp fangs, stuck out its long blood-red tongue, and stared at Meng Huai with greedy eyes. Second brother, staying alive is the most important thing, don't cause trouble. The leader wolf originally wanted to rest for a while and eat more later, but when he saw Meng Huai, who was awakened by his second brother's murderous aura and was looking over here, he immediately changed his mind and said to the 2 of them, let's go. Just leave like this. Rotten-Face Wolf was a little dissatisfied. Of course not. Each of you pulls a big rabbit and takes it back to the nest. Okay, big brother. Rotten-Face Wolf nodded with satisfaction. Have you chosen yet? The boss asked after he had chosen a rabbit that weighed more than 100 pounds. All right. All right, big brother. Walk. At the command of the leader wolf, the 7 wolves dragged the rabbit and ran away. Hold head high. Meng Huai roared and stood up. Now that you're full, do you want to take it away? You ate 4 and took away 7 more. All of a sudden, you want to kill 11 of me. Meng Huai felt distressed. Put it down. Meng Huai yelled. The 7 white-headed wolves ignored him and continued running forward without even turning their heads. Stop. Meng Huai got angry and chased after him like a madman, raising a cloud of dust and leaves. The 7 wolves couldn't run fast while dragging the heavy rabbit, and Meng Huai was about to catch up. 7th brother, throw your rabbit to it. The 7th one's rabbit is the smallest. The 7th brother did as he was told, and the rabbit weighing more than 80 kilograms was left on the road that Meng Huai was moving forward. There are still 6. Taking 6 away is not a small number. Meng Huai was still chasing after them, put them all down. Although they didn't understand what he said, the red pig still chased after them, which made the 7 white-headed wolves unhappy. Stop. At the boss's command, the wolves stopped. After they put the rabbit down, they immediately turned around, bared their teeth, and surrounded Meng Huai. At this time, Meng Huai felt that he was a little reckless. These 7 wolves are from the same family. He was about 1.23 meters tall and only about 1.56 meters long, but his shoulders were very broad, like a cow's back. His limbs were sturdy and powerful. Especially the head with white hair, it doesn't look like a wolf. When you look at it up close, it looks a bit like a tiger, with particularly large canine teeth. Woo, woo. The 7 wolves bared their fangs and neighed, threatening Meng Huai together. Hold head high. However, he couldn't show weakness and roared. You are strong, and I am not bad either. Put it down. Meng Huai suddenly took a step forward, his eyes sharp, like a lion's roar. A huge sound wave rushed straight towards the wolf pack. Woo-woo. 7 wolves didn't expect that the mutant wild boar in front of them would be so violent. Feeling Meng Huai's sharp gaze that was as real as a substance, they were all shocked, and the youngest, the 7th brother, couldn't help but take a step back. However, the boss was very calm. It shouted to Meng Huai, there is still a lot of meat, and you can't eat it all. If you don't finish it, the rabbit meat will go bad. Let us eat some for you. Yohu, a wolf, and it can talk. Meng Huai was very surprised when he heard it. Why does this thing look a bit like the neighbor in my hometown in my previous life? I can't finish eating all the vegetables I grow. Do you want to take some back to eat? I raised more chickens than I could eat, so you secretly killed them and ate them. Why? How can this make sense? Get out of here. Meng Huai was completely furious. Die as far away as you can. Meng Huai hates these people the most. I'll give you some, but you still want to take more. It seems that there are still some crooked reasons for taking it. There was a chill on the corner of his mouth and he looked at the other person with cold eyes. If the other wolves weren't so numerous and powerful, Meng Huai really wanted to go up and tear them to pieces right now. Damn you pighead. For many years, wild boars have been the wolves' food. The red wild boar dared to yell at the wolves, and the 7 wolves were immediately furious. Brother, let me go. When have we, the wolf pack, ever been insulted like this? Let me tear this rampant pig into pieces. Since when will we wolves be bullied by you wild boars? Ouch. Seeing that the boss had no objection, the white-headed wolf with a rotten face let out a loud roar and pounced first. Meng Huai exerted force with all 4 hooves, pushed hard, and instantly bounced up, directly hitting the head of the rotten-faced wolf. Boom. It was like the sound of a huge bell. The rotten-faced wolf didn't even make a sound, and fell from the air like a pool of dead meat. Its neck was broken and it fainted. Ah. The other wolves were startled and stepped back, looks of disbelief on their faces. You know, the white-headed wolves are known as copperheads and iron necks. Unexpectedly, the rotten-faced wolf, who ranked second in the wolf pack, was defeated by the red mutant wild boar in just one collision. The biggest wolf took a glance at the rotten face whose leg muscles were still twitching unconsciously, and thought quietly in his heart, should I fight or not? Brother, the other party is just a wild boar, you have to avenge my brother. The other white-headed wolf with one ear missing seemed to be a brother of rotten face. He cried bitterly when he saw his brother being killed. Every day in the forest is a life and death struggle, and the white-headed wolf is not lacking in bloodiness and courage. After the initial shock, the wolves were stimulated by the smell of blood. They all tensed their muscles and looked at Meng Huai with cruel eyes. The leader wolf glanced at his subordinates who were all ready to make a move, then looked at the amount of food in front of him, and finally made up his mind. Ouch. Line up. Kill. After saying that, it jumped out first. Having just killed the rotten-faced wolf, Meng Huai felt that this group of wolves was not that scary. Oh, you're looking for death. Seeing the wolves rushing towards him, he shouted and rushed towards them at a faster speed than before. Meng Huai, who weighed 500 or 600 pounds, rushed over, howling. Although the wolves were not afraid, they did not dare to fight back and all dodged left and right. Seeing that he didn't hit the wolves, Meng Huai turned around and charged towards the wolves again without slowing down. But the white-headed wolf was too agile and avoided it with just a slight jump. Time after time, Meng Huai couldn't run into them. The wolves didn't dare to pounce on Meng Huai, and the situation remained in a stalemate. I can't go that fast. Meng Huai realized his shortcomings. We can only strike back. Because of its huge size, it consumes a lot of energy. It will be out of breath after running for a long time and cannot fight for a long time. He made up his mind and pretended to be tired while running and slowed down a bit. The white wolf was fooled, especially the smallest one, who was even more anxious. Lao Chi thought he had found an opportunity, so he accelerated and bit directly at Meng Huai's neck. Meng Huai tensed his muscles, and with a whoosh, he turned his head sharply and broke Lao Chi's waist with an extremely fast collision. Ouch! The seventh brother immediately became unable to move and lay on the ground howling in pain. The enemy's screams completely aroused the ferocity in Meng Huai. He shook his head violently, opened his bloody mouth, and bit directly at the neck of the other white-headed wolf. The second one. Crack! There was a teeth-grinding biting sound, and before the wolf could react, its neck was broken. Hey, kill another one! With an extremely ferocious look in his eyes, Meng Huai ignored the pain of his hind legs and back being bitten by other wolves, turned around and used his nose to nudge the wolf that had lost an ear. It's good to be big and strong. This time, the one-eared wolf was pushed up into the air, and with a crack, its waist was broken. When Duer fell from mid-air, he landed heavily on the ground with a bang. Blood was coming out of his mouth and nose, and he was breathing out more than he was breathing in. He was probably dead. Haha, little guys, have you seen the majesty of Master Meng? Die. Meng Huai fought more and more fiercely, showing his heroic spirit. He shook off the two white-headed wolves that were biting him, jumped high, and smashed into the leader of the white-headed wolves. This wolf was indeed no small beast. It just pushed hard with its front legs, stood up, and dodged. Meng Huai did not chase after it. He turned back and bit the front leg of a white-headed wolf that was eating his flesh behind him. Then, he pulled it forward and pushed his shoulder back, squeezing it to the ground. With a series of crackling sounds, the wolf's ribs were broken and it lay on the ground howling. He licked the blood at the corner of his mouth and said, "Delicious." Meng Huai felt furious. He didn't think about anything else at the moment, and was just thinking about killing the remaining two wolves. Seeing that 5 of his 7 brothers were dead or injured, the leader wolf was filled with anger, but also a little fear. Its eyes were filled with flames of hatred, and it howled as it wandered around Meng Huai. Meng Huai grinned at it. Are you still crazy now? All of you, die. The thought flashed through his mind and he shot away again. The wolf leader dodged again, but Meng Huai's real target was not it. You still want to sneak attack me? He turned back and smashed into the waist of another white-headed wolf that was following behind, breaking it. Unfortunately, he was exhausted after fighting for so long and his reaction was slow. The wolf, whose waist was broken, turned its head and bit his neck. The wolf's fangs were sharp. Although the wolf was seriously injured, there was a vicious look in its eyes and it would never let go even if it died. Ouch! The white-headed wolf leader saw this opportunity, jumped over, opened his mouth and bit Meng Huai's throat. Let's fight! When the sharp white wolf fangs were about to cut off Meng Huai's throat, Meng Huai had no choice but to exert force with his front legs and raise his head desperately, and finally managed to dodge. Then, he rolled on the ground, moved aside, and looked at the white-headed wolf leader with red eyes. This beast is so cruel. Meng Huai could feel that there was a piece of flesh missing on the right side of his neck, and it felt cool when the wind blew. Fortunately, the wolf on the ground had a broken waist, poor aim, and too much flesh on its neck. Otherwise, the throat would definitely not have been able to escape the attack of the two vicious wolves, and if the trachea artery was bitten, it would have been really over. But now, his situation is not good either. Meng Huai's attacks were basically all on his head. After injuring his neck, he had difficulty lifting his head, and it was difficult for him to bump, bite, or arch. The white-headed wolf leader in front of him seemed to have noticed this as well. Woo-woo. It bent its hind legs slightly, pawed hard with its front legs, and rushed forward again. A cold light flashed in Meng Huai's eyes, but he did not move. Instead, he contracted and tensed all the muscles in his body, slightly tilted his body, and used his left shoulder to meet the wolf's mouth. Ah! Enduring the pain, at the moment when the wolf bit his shoulder, Meng Huai pushed forward with force and pressed the wolf under him. There is no other trick. His hooves aren't that flexible. He could only use his weight advantage to pin the wolf down. Ouch! The moment it was pinned down, the wolf realized that he had been tricked. The pig was not as weak as he thought. Its facial expression changed continuously, but then it showed murderous intent. I'm going to bite you to death and eat you, and it opened its mouth and bit and chewed randomly. The wolf's teeth are scary, they gobble up the food like a wolf. The meat on Meng Huai's shoulder seemed to have entered a meat grinder, went into the wolf's mouth, and was then sent into its throat. Ah! The pain of having his flesh torn apart and eaten made Meng Huai sweat all over and grit his teeth. Are wolves so powerful? You can eat my meat like this. Meng Huai had a ruthless nature in his bones. He refused to move away, but instead stuffed his white shoulder blade into the wolf's mouth. Eat, 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 I'll give you Master Meng's meat. I wonder whether your mouth is bigger or my bones are bigger. I'll choke you to death. A life and death struggle, with blood and flesh flying everywhere, especially the sound of the wolf's fangs grinding against its own bones, crunch, crunch, which makes people's scalp tingle just listening to it. But Meng Huai was also bloodthirsty at this time. I don't want my left shoulder anymore. He took the left shoulder blade and stuffed it directly into the white-headed wolf boss's throat. To die or not. Meng Huai's heart was beating like a drum, his breathing was rapid, and sweat was pouring down, but he didn't hold back for a moment. The wolf underestimated Meng Huai's strength and weight. With the weight of 500 or 600 kilograms pressing on it, it really couldn't turn over. If you can't turn over, you can't run away. He couldn't run away. Meng Huai couldn't spit out the meat and bones blocking his mouth and throat. Chew, chew, chew. With its throat blocked, the mutant, majestic white-headed wolf was suffocated to death. When it was dying, its eyes were wide open, as if it had never expected that after eating meat all its life, it would be choked to death by meat and bones. Seeing that the leader wolf twitched a few times and had no breath, Meng Huai was still worried, so he opened his mouth and bit off its throat before he gave up. Oh! Just after biting the leader wolf to death, Meng Huai felt himself attacked again. When he turned his head, he saw that old Seven, whose waist was broken, and another wolf had crawled up behind him at some point, opened their mouths and bit his butt twice. Looking for death. Meng Huai was furious. You will die too. He simply rolled over on the ground, pinning down the two wolves and suffocating them to death. After the two wolves stopped twitching, Meng Huai lay on top, panting heavily. This time it's really a matter of life and death. Now that he relaxed, he no longer had the strength to move. This place smells too bloody. I'm afraid it will attract other predators. After just a short rest, Meng Huai stood up. System panel open. Because of his injured neck, slow eating, and weak protection, he did not choose to eat the food bit by bit, but instead turned on the system. A blue light flashed, and Meng Huai saw that his condition was only 15% left. He quickly bit the prey in front of him and started the system exchange. Bite. 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 As the prey disappeared one by one, the sounds of successful redemption were heard one after another. By the time all 7 white-headed wolves and more than 30 red-eared rabbits were exchanged, Meng Huai's status had become 9%. His vision was blurry, his consciousness was unclear, and he was dizzy and about to collapse. But the universal point has become 417 points. Without hesitation, Meng Huai immediately started clicking frantically on the plus after his physical condition. Wave after wave of mysterious energy passed directly from his sea of consciousness into his body, filling every cell of his and strengthening every muscle and bone. His body was slowly expanding like a balloon. When the universal points reached 7, Meng Huai's physique became 421, his height became 196 centimeters, his length 353 centimeters, and his weight reached 638 caddies. It's better to leave first. Without even having time to admire his own strength, he ran forward. The bloody smell was too strong here, and the wounds on his body, especially on his neck, had not fully healed. If there was another group of wolves or snakes, he would not be able to defeat them now. We'll need to find a safe place first. One day later. When Meng Huai came back again, he was very sad. Because this place is empty, there is nothing left. Even some of the smelly meat and bones were eaten up by something. When can I eat so happily again? Meng Huai was really reminiscing about the feeling of eating meat to his heart's content just now. Unfortunately, in order to save myself yesterday, I exchanged all the red-eared rabbit meat and white-headed wolf meat with the system. Look again. Meng Huai sniffed and began to search again on the battlefield of yesterday. There were still some big ants, small scorpions, and other creatures on the ground that had not escaped. 2 hours later. Now these ants, centipedes, and other things are not enough to eat. And that red-tailed scorpion is too poisonous. Meng Huai was wandering southwards, his mouth swollen, thinking to himself. After walking another 30 or 40 miles, we will reach the territory of those spiders, right? He didn't dare to go home directly through the territory of the red-eared rabbits. The smell of eating rabbits was too strong on his body, and he was afraid of being besieged by hundreds of rabbits. If he went north, he was afraid that he would reach Qingying Lake and be punished by the old monster, so he had to take a detour and go south. I want revenge. Meng Huai looked at the sky ahead and spoke loudly, filled with indignation. I'm going to hunt those damn spiders. He is hungry again. After saying that, Meng Huai sneaked to the vicinity of the blue widow spider's nest. This time, he did not go directly to the inverted big bowl on the Snake Hill battlefield, but came to the place where he was ambushed by Elisa Lam last time. Hey, the webmasters here are still in the trees, but they can't trap me. As soon as Meng Huai arrived at the big rock, he saw a spider the size of a washbasin weaving a web there. He went up to it and bit it in his mouth. Crack, puff. Just like swallowing a juicy watermelon whole, I ate a spider. The other blue widow spiders hesitated for a moment when they saw the enemy coming, then all lined up and started spraying silk. But the silk they temporarily sprayed out was not enough to trap Meng Huai, who now weighed more than 600 pounds. Come on, come on. Give Master Meng some more cotton candy. He shouted while eating. As long as it's not a head or nose, you can come as you please. As he grew up, Meng Huai ignored the spiders that flew down from above with silk threads hanging on them and attacked his back. The bristles on the back have grown out, although not much, they are of some use. The 2 blue widow spiders that had just landed were still hanging on his hair when he turned his head and ate them into his stomach. Many of the young and strong spiders had gone to the huge new nest at the Snake Hill. There were only a few old spiders in these big trees. But although these spiders are old, they are not weak at all, and are even particularly cruel and cunning. Go. Kill this pig. A spider with several broken legs roared and, together with a few old sisters, began to attack Meng Huai's vulnerable parts such as the ball behind his buttocks and his head and eyes. Humph. I'm prepared. This time Meng Huai learned his lesson. He sat directly on the ground, protecting his vital parts. Then, he twisted his body left and right, eating the poisonous spiders that kept rushing towards him one by one. Weave a web. Cover it. Another big spider gave the order, and 40 or 50 old blue widow spiders spit out dozens of thick silk threads in an instant and began to cover Meng Huai in a crosswise manner. Ha ha. Delicious. These big noodles are not sticky and are smooth, just like eating noodles. He laughed and ate the spider silk bite by bite. Those old spiders didn't understand what Meng Huai said, and they continued to do things their own way, spinning silk desperately. After spitting out all the silk, those who could not spit out any more rushed directly to Meng Huai. No matter whether you can get to him or not, as long as it touches his body, the mouthparts will immediately pierce over and inject venom. Humph. An ant trying to shake a tree. Many parts of Meng Huai's body were blackened by spider fluid and spider venom, but he still killed them one after another coldly and ruthlessly. Hold on, old sisters. The backup kids are here. Seeing the spiders all over the mountain running towards them quickly, an old spider that was hit in the nose by Meng Huai and had its intestines broken and bleeding but was not dead yet lay on the ground shouting. This is our food. We will definitely win and kill it. We can definitely kill this pig and let the kids enjoy it more. Come on, sisters. Countless old spiders were screaming. Come on. Come on. Come on, all of you. Not sure if it was because he was annoyed by the endless spider webs, or because of the blue spider's venom. At this moment, his body, head, and face began to turn blue and black. Meng Huai's thinking reaction gradually slowed down, but also became more extreme. His eyes gradually became dull and ferocious, just like the white-headed wolf that he had eaten not long ago. Although he didn't say anything, Meng Huai was thinking. Haha, you guys have been wanting to kill me for a long time, right? Last time you injected your venom into my head, trying to turn me into a fool. You even wrapped me up with a white but smelly and disgusting net, making it impossible for me to move, and you could eat my flesh and drink my blood. Oh, for this, you are so brave that you are not afraid of death. Are you guys who spin webs to hunt others some kind of heroes? Ha ha ha, come on together, today I will kill you despicable guys who only know how to use the internet and poison even if I have to die. A large amount of blue spider venom gathered in his body. Meng Huai was really confused and started talking nonsense. Die. 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 Crazy Meng Huai is much more dangerous than usual. The blue widow spiders here in the big rock have been completely eliminated. Even the old spider lying on the ground and howling like an old witch was eaten by Meng Huai. The army of spiders that rushed over from the snake hill also began to weave webs, some rushing towards him. Kill. Bite. Net it. Stun it. Poison it. Eat it. There were extremely iron-blooded sounds everywhere. Each spider was following suit. This was a rare big fat pig. How could they let go? What's more, weaving webs and hunting is the nature of the blue widow spider. This group of guys, even after every estrus and mating, the female spiders can't help but get excited and kill and eat the male spiders. This is their love. The kind of love that doesn't allow you to have a self. You, everything you have, including your body, must belong to it, and even merge into its body. Meng Huai, who had been poisoned and whose color had turned from pink to blue-black, was now like a ruthless killing machine, mechanically hunting down every enemy that approached. Finally, when about half of the spiders that came to support from the snake mound were killed, the blue widow spiders became frightened. Although they are hateful and ferocious, they are not stupid. They won't die infinitely. Seeing that they failed to hunt Meng Huai, they began to retreat slowly. It can be said that it was Meng Huai's luck. It just so happened that today, the leader of the Blue Widows, Lan Linger, wanted to eat the sweet cat-head leopard meat, so she took the most elite troops in the tribe to hunt those leopards. The spider army that came this time not only lacked many of the strongest spiders the size of millstones, but also lacked a core commander like Lan Linger. Humph. This pig got a good deal. When Lan Linger came back in the evening and heard the report, she cursed angrily. Of course, this is all later. At this moment, Meng Huai, who had already been poisoned, seemed to have entered a mysterious and ethereal state. His body was still in front of the big rock, eating the spiders bite by bite, but his consciousness had already entered a wonderful world. This world is like the legendary heaven, surrounded by clouds and mist, with extraordinary fairy air. In the hazy air, blue phoenixes are flying and cranes are calling. Going further, we came to a bright and shining palace, which was in the shape of a round pagoda. Walking in, the agate inlaid ceiling is dazzling and glittering, and the colored glaze on the ground is smooth and flat. As soon as I took a step forward, a fragrant breeze blew. Another step forward, and a sweet rain began to fall. Take another step forward, and you will cross 1,000 miles and arrive in front of a jade couch. On the jade couch, exotic flowers and plants competed for beauty and splendor. In the middle of the flowers, there seemed to be a person lying. His shadow was hazy and unclear. Who is it? Meng Huai felt familiar with it. Just as he was about to take another step forward to see it more clearly, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, as if it had been chopped off. Ah! In the illusion, Meng Huai held his head and shouted, "Hold head high." In reality, he was screaming with his head on the ground. The pain woke Meng Huai up. He raised his head, looked around, and found that he was still next to the big rock. The blue widow spiders around had been eaten by themselves. His stomach felt bloated and a little bloated. After eating several thousand blue widow spiders in one go, it would be strange if you weren't full. Leave you something to think about. After Meng Huai finished speaking, he started to poop on the big rock. The poison ate so much that his feces were not even black. Instead, they glowed green. A little bit of water mixed in it flowed onto the boulder, burning the granite that had existed for who knows how many years until it sizzled and bubbled. Humph! Our feud is settled. Meng Huai shouted at the spider nest on the other side of the snake hill. From now on, we will keep out of each other's way. In his opinion, hatred was formed here and should be avenged here. Eating so many spiders this time can be considered as a way to vent my anger. From now on, he will no longer take the initiative to seek revenge. But if a spider gets into my hand, I'll be hungry. Thinking of this, Meng Huai started walking back. At this moment, he was very relaxed. Before this, no matter what, he hated the blue widow spider. He did not have this feeling about the piranha plant because he had already killed it. Not to the wasp ant colony, because he had already fought several rounds with the anthill army, and both sides suffered damage. 4 spiders. Because it was the spider that hurt him first, but he has never been able to retaliate. How can you not react when you're being bullied for no reason? If a person cannot let his enemy feel pain, he will feel unfair. If one is unhappy, his mind will be blocked, and if his mind is blocked, he will get sick. Even if he does not get sick, it will affect his liver, gallbladder, spleen, and stomach. This is Meng Huai's personal experience. Just take now for example. After he had taken revenge and figured it out, the liver area was no longer congested and he was in a very good mood. Not only did he want to sing, he also wanted to eat more. Forget it, forget it. I won't sing anymore. I need to find something to eat quickly. I'm hungry again. After saying that, Meng Huai ran towards the red fruit tree. The red fruits were gone long ago, so he naturally didn't want to eat any more red fruits this time. I smelled it last time. There is still a magical medicine south of the red fruit tree. At that time, I didn't have the strength to go, but now is a good time to go and take a look. With a weight of over 700 kilograms, Meng Huai is now very confident. His nose twitched and he followed the smell, running all the way south. I thought the spiritual fruit was not far away, but I didn't expect to run 300 or 400 miles in one breath. When I got there, I didn't see any spiritual fruit, but a big mountain. This mountain is so strange. Why does it look so much like a human head? Whose head is so big? Besides, this place still feels so dangerous to me. Looking up from the bottom of the mountain is rugged and steep, towering into the clouds, covered with thorns and with no way forward, and pine and cypress trees towering into the sky. There is nothing magical about this, many mountains are like this. There is a canyon on this mountain, and no one knows how it was formed. It is bottomless and shrouded in clouds and mist. Even though the sun was rising and shining brightly, the valley was still dark and nothing could be seen clearly. If you listen carefully, you will hear that there is a stream in the valley, and water in the stream is flowing. And the fragrance of the fruit came from this valley. Anyone there? Meng Huai was very scared when he walked into the valley. But he really couldn't resist the temptation of the fruity fragrance. It's good stuff. Just by smelling a little bit of the scent, he felt as if all the boils, swellings, heat, and pain in his body had disappeared, and his whole body felt relaxed, as if his bones and marrow were cleansed. There was no one, so I came in. Even though this was a purely natural wilderness without any traces of human intervention, he couldn't help but ask. It seems that the only way to be polite and relax is to ask. This place gave him an extremely insecure feeling. Even though what he saw at this moment were green locust trees, spotted bamboos, white orchids, and green pines, a beautiful scene, he still instinctively felt frightened. the deeper you go, the dimmer the light becomes. This kind of darkness is not black, Meng Huai is not afraid. The darkness here seemed to be an obstructed darkness, layers of fog, so thick that it blocked all light and his sight. The mountains are high and there is no road, the valley is deep and foggy, vines block the way, pines and cypresses wave, clusters and layers of them, dark, swaying, mysterious and unpredictable, really scary. Pa, wah, sha. There is sound, and the mountain is quiet. It's okay, I just scared myself. Listening to his footsteps echoing in the valley, Meng Huai comforted himself softly. The spiritual fruit should be just ahead, I'd better walk faster. Although he said this, his body still walked slowly and cautiously unconsciously. In this valley, stepping on the thick rotten leaves, Meng Huai walked forward for more than 20 miles before he reached the place where the fragrance was emitted. Is this the spiritual herb? With the faint light coming through from above his head, Meng Huai looked ahead in confusion. Picture. I saw an area in front of me, about 200 square meters in radius, all covered with fertile black soil, but not even a single weed grew. In the middle of the black soil there was a grass, more than half a person tall, with 18 green leaves that did not stand upright, but rather lay in a lotus shape, clinging closely to the ground. In the center are 3 cylindrical flower stems that shoot up to the sky. At the top of the flower stem there are spike-shaped flowers in 3 colors, green, red and yellow, distributed according to the 3 elements of heaven, earth and moon. It really looks like a rare magical herb in the world. But it doesn't look like it. Because this grass looked too ordinary, with no auspicious light and no exotic beasts guarding it, it just grew on the ground, like the dogtail grass that can be seen everywhere on the roadside. A magical herb, with no protection at all, but it has grown for such a long time without being picked. It seems reasonable, but it always makes people feel a little indescribable weird. Seeing such an unguarded treasure in the unfamiliar Black Valley, Meng Huai was not a naive person, he was careful. He did not come directly to the spiritual herb, but walked around it 7 or 8 times, exploring it bit by bit. Soon, the black soil was covered with footprints, and he even carefully pulled out a leaf of the grass. The surroundings remain the same as before, with no changes. It's different from what I expected. That's it. He just feels a little uneasy. In his opinion, there must be some danger. The normal way would be if there was a giant python guarding him, allowing him to fight fiercely before eating the hard-earned spiritual herb. Is this thing fake? Or is there some mechanism underneath that will suddenly explode and swallow me up as soon as I pull out the spiritual herb? I have to doubt it. Let me dig a little deeper into the ground. After saying that, he lowered his head and started digging the ground. There are no rotting corpses or white bones here. He was prepared for the countless corpses of wild beasts buried underground. But after digging for about 5 or 6 meters and even reaching the white stones under the soil, we still didn't see anything. What Meng Huai didn't know was that the white stone was actually the petrified bones. But the skeleton was so big that he couldn't see the whole thing, so he didn't know what kind of bones it was. The mountain in front of him was just his head. The valley was nothing more than a deep knife mark on the white bones. Forget it. It seems that I am overthinking. Maybe I am the favorite of God and the son of destiny. This is what God has prepared for me. After searching for a long time and still finding nothing, Meng Huai could only convince himself in this way. I don't know if there are any requirements for eating these 3-colored spiritual herbs. Does it need to be taken with other spiritual herbs, or refined into spiritual medicine? When he stood in front of the grass again, Meng Huai thought. Even if there is, I don't know. After saying this, he faced the reality. It's still more cost-effective to eat it directly. Smelling the refreshing fragrance, Meng Huai opened his mouth wide. He took a bite of the 3 talents flower and chewed it carefully in his mouth. Baji. It doesn't taste good. In addition to being a bit sweet, it is also a bit salty. This strange taste is rarely found in other grasses. But it's definitely not bitter. It doesn't look poisonous. The grass stalks are also tender, eat them too. The grass stems only have the smell of green grass. After eating them, your body will feel cool and refreshing, which is a good feeling. Eat more leaves. These leaves are not delicious, they are very bitter, 10 times bitterer than bitter gourd. But Meng Huai didn't know the value of it. He could only force himself to swallow the 18 leaves, following the principle of rather eating wrong than missing out. The roots and rhizomes cannot be spared either. After saying that, he dug out the taproot again. The roots of sansai grass are not bad. They are as thick as a white radish and taste similar to watermelon. They are sweet and juicy and are very thirst-quenching. Just after he finished eating the main root and the whole grass gathered in his stomach, Meng Huai's body made a buzzing sound and reacted. His entire body, from the inside to the outside, suddenly felt like it was on fire, burning from the Baihui point on the top of his head to the Yongquan points on the soles of his feet. But it doesn't feel uncomfortable. Instead, it feels warm, like being in the amniotic fluid of the mother's womb. Ouch! It's broken. But 3 minutes later, Meng Huai's stomach suddenly started to hurt. He wanted to poop. Poolah! There was a loud bang. Bang, bang, bang. And with a bunch of loud farts. Walala! There was another sound of water. Meng Huai couldn't bear it any longer. Before he even walked out of the black soil, he started to shit and piss. What's wrong with me? This grass shouldn't be poisonous, right? This time, Meng Huai had never excreted before. He felt that he was not only excreting the dirt in his gastrointestinal tract, but also the hair, flesh, blood, bones, heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys. As more and more were expelled, the poisons that had previously accumulated in various parts of Meng Huai's body, the scars on his skin, the nodules in his muscles, the bruises in his bones, the fire in his heart, the inflammation in his liver, the dampness in his spleen, the heat in his lungs, and the cold in his kidneys were all slowly dissipating. It feels so good. It feels like I've been cleaned inside and out. Haha, old Meng, have started a new life this time. Meng Huai felt like he had been reborn. Hurry up and leave. After eating the tricolor grass, Meng Huai still felt that there was an unexplainable danger. He woke up from his excitement instantly and immediately turned around and ran out of the mountain stream. This sense of urgency even made him not think about exploring whether there were any other treasures here. Human cognition is limited, and this is even more so for Meng Huai, who traveled through time and space without any systematic learning. Meng Huai didn't notice that in the dark, when he just ate the sansai peiyuan grass, a tiny, sesame-like fluffy seed was eaten into his stomach. This seed is the real, magical herb that exudes an unusual fragrance and attracts Meng Huai. The seeds were shiny and not at all afraid of the acid in Meng Huai's stomach. After confirming that Meng Huai's body had been cleansed of its essence and marrow, and had improved, it directly penetrated his stomach wall, merged into the blood, and followed the blood flow to Meng Huai's brain. Suddenly, a very dazzling yet extremely short light flashed, and the seed entered Meng Huai's sea of consciousness. Then, with a bang, the spirit seed exploded and broke free from the seed shell. After the explosion, the spirit seed did not reveal its seed core, but instead a drop of water containing countless indescribable substances appeared. This water is also magical, immediately absorbing the energy of the seed shell. With energy, it began to change and combine. Soon, it became a tadpole-shaped monster with a nose and eyes. Then, the tadpole monster looked around and saw a confused 9-headed red pig in the sea of consciousness. He laughed silently, swam his tail, and swam over quickly. At this time, Meng Huai had not yet walked out of the mountain stream. Ouch! Suddenly, my head ached, as if something had exploded inside. Is there any side effect from eating the 3-color spiritual grass? I ate too much, I have too much energy, do I have high blood pressure? You have to walk slowly. If you have high blood pressure and fall, it's very bad. If my blood vessels burst, I'll have a cerebral hemorrhage and then a stroke and hemiplegia. No one will take care of me in this damn place. That disabled system can only connect but can't cure diseases. Wouldn't it be pitiful for me to be paralyzed here alone? His mind seemed to become independent and he began to think uncontrollably. Of course, this is what Meng Huai really thought at this time. His speed immediately slowed down. Hold head high. Another scream. The severe headache caused Meng Huai to become paralyzed. He was no longer able to move forward and fell directly to the ground. The tadpole monster in the sea of consciousness has begun to bite the mindless nine-headed pig. Hold head high. Bang. When the tadpole monster bit him again, Meng Huai suddenly fainted from the severe pain. His body tilted and he fell straight to the ground. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha. After Meng Huai fell down, a ghostly laughter came from the mountain stream, which was creepy. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Another burst of laughter came, and faintly someone could be heard saying, "Fate, fate, 300 years, 300 years, ha 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 ha." I wanted to seize the body of an ordinary monster, but I didn't expect to encounter a baby divine beast. Ha ha ha, this is really my good fortune, Han Mengxian. I, Han Mengxian, was a brilliant man throughout my life, looking down on the land of China. In order to seek immortality, I came to this place where the three tribes meet to seek opportunities, but was plotted against and died in this mountain of bones. I am so unwilling and unhappy. Fortunately, God has given me another chance. Rise. With a loud shout, a dead but not decayed corpse with a childlike face in the mountain stream exploded and turned into countless seeds. These seeds are much smaller than the previous one and cannot be seen with the naked eye. There are spider-like hairs on the seeds, which glow yellow. After the fluffy seeds flew out of the mountain stream, they scattered like dandelions, without any pattern. Then, a flash of light appeared above Meng Huai's head. All the seeds flew over immediately like iron filings meeting a magnet. After coming into contact with Meng Huai, it melted like snowflakes, sank into his body, and entered his sea of consciousness. In the sea of consciousness, countless yellow spots of light began to gather towards the tadpole monster little by little, condensing like a 3D printer, gradually creating shoulders, chest, abdomen, hands and feet, and finally sculpting eyes, ears, mouth and nose on the tadpole monster's head. It looked exactly like the corpse in the mountain stream before. The sky is clear and the air is pure, the three lights are bright. In the golden room, the three talents are born alone. When a person is born, the soul begins to transform, and when life and death are reversed, the soul descends. Death is yin, life is yang, the more essence of things you use, the stronger your soul will be. The soul is strong, the thoughts are not dead, the gods will shine again when they rely on people. The little yellow man was muttering to himself, reciting the Chongqing sects, the great dream of impermanence and the secret method of possessing the body. The rumbling of the building's pillars, the clatter of the internal strife, the wetness of the soft jade and the warmth of the fragrance, the dimness of the coldness. I think about it when I walk, and I think about it when I sit. The wind blows the wine curtain, and the cold condenses the tea smoke. What is the joy of life? Nowhere is my hometown. Thinking of tea, thinking of wine, thinking of love, laughing at you, laughing at me, laughing at my dreams. When I woke up, I didn't know where I was. Only in my dream did I hear the sound of the sheng. The moving branches create chaotic shadows, and the blowing flowers send out distant fragrance. In a place where there is no hope, there is no sadness after leaving. When the false is made true, the true becomes false, when the true is made false, the false becomes true. The universe is vast and unfathomable, all living things have no form, but humans have form. In the dark night I walked in a dark cave, with my back bent and my head lowered, my eyes streaming. I dreamed about the person in my dream, but it is hard to know who I am. After mumbling a lot, the little yellow man yelled at the sea of consciousness. A stick of incense, a pillow of yellow rice, a life like a dream, a lifetime of mirror image. Open. Transfer. Change. With this shout, the little man suddenly exploded and no longer had any shape, but turned into a big spot of light. The light spot pounced directly towards the nine-headed little beast in Meng Huai's sea of consciousness again, and drilled in through the hole it had bitten before. The nine-headed beast was originally pink, but now it had a yellow spot on its body. And as time went by, the yellow dot gradually became bigger and bigger. The originally pink nine-headed beast seemed to be re-dyed. Of course, in Meng Huai's opinion, the whole process is more like a computer virus clearing the original programs and files in the computer. You must know that this is just a nine-headed little beast created by Meng Huai using his soul power. It was not the original nine-headed mythical beast. What's more, the original nine-headed beast was only a few days old and did not have much intelligence. Now it was the nine-headed red pig that Meng Huai recreated using its memory fragments. It had never been able to see its true nature, and now it was even more dim and groggy. Even if it is eroded, it does not know how to resist. Then, in a flash, yellow covered its entire body, and the nine-headed red beast turned into a nine-headed yellow beast, and the shape of the nine-headed yellow beast could no longer be maintained. After the 9 heads turned yellow, they began to melt. Soon, they turned into a ball of water. Then, they began to reassemble and shape themselves, gradually turning into the shape of a person. It's like rewriting a new system and loading new files. However, this process is much more difficult than clearing the original information and is very slow. These are the changes that can be seen in the sea of consciousness. As for Meng Huai, ever since he fainted, he felt that he had come into the body of the 9-headed little beast in his sea of consciousness. But this body was no longer under his control. Logically speaking, I am occupying the body of the 9-headed beast. Although I didn't take the initiative, it can be considered a form of possession. Now someone else is trying to take over my body. Is possession so popular? What can I do now? Meng Huai now felt like he had come to someone else's home. He could see, hear, and feel, but he could not move at all. When there was a little man in front of him laughing, shouting and yelling, he couldn't move at all. When the 9-headed beast began to melt, he gradually showed some reaction. When the little beast was completely transformed into water, he was finally able to move in the water. He was both in the water and not in the water, as if he was in an unknown space. While the water, under the guidance of a mysterious force, was shaping all the information about Han Mengxian, Meng Huai was like a bystander, watching him and taking over the body of the 9 heads. Could it be that possessing a body means using your new information to overwrite and replace the original old information? Meng Huai looked at the various information that continued to emerge in this sea of consciousness and made his own understanding. What level of cultivator is he? This was the first time in 2 lifetimes that Meng Huai had experienced a cultivator up close. His spirit is so strong. Meng Huai could feel that Han Mengxian was recording his information in his sea of consciousness like a fast-running burner, and he had no way to stop it at all. He could only passively watch the movie and see this man's life. There is no one else in this movie but only one protagonist, and that is Han Mengxian. Because this is just his own memory. After a period of fog, Meng Huai saw a small town called Qingshui. There was a family in Qingshui town, surnamed Han. They ran a medicinal materials business and were considered the richest people in the area. The family loved each other and lived a happy life. But who would have thought that when Han Mengxian was 4 years old, Han Mengxian's mother, the mistress of the Han family, suddenly fell ill. Although the Han family used countless precious medicinal herbs, they still couldn't save her. Han Mengxian's mother lay in bed, coughing and gasping for more than 3 months, suffering from all kinds of torture and pain. In the end, she still vomited blood and died. Although Han Mengxian's father was heartbroken, such a large inner house could not be left without a woman to look after it. So, in the 2nd year, his father remarried and married a woman from another big family in town, the Qin family. If there is a stepmother, there must be a stepfather. At least that's how Han Mengxian understood it. From then on, Han Mengxian felt that his life became increasingly difficult, especially after a woman named Qin gave birth to a younger brother, Han Mengxian, for him. No one hit him. How could such a wealthy family and such a lady from a noble family hit others with their own hands? But he just felt aggrieved. I just feel uncomfortable. I just feel a kind of anger for no reason. As for the reason, he was still young at that time and he didn't quite understand. He knew that he was always shrouded in an invisible shadow in this family. He can no longer freely control his own things, including his own body. In Han Mengxian's memory, there were always people controlling him, restricting him, and doing things for his own good. In fact, as time went by, as he grew up, and as he was alone in the house listening to his father and his wife and son laughing more and more, he felt that he was being separated from the Han family. That's the home of my father and his children, not my home. A child of 7 or 8 years old sitting outside the hall felt a chill in his heart as he watched the lively scene. He knew he had no home of his own. This kind of nothingness is very strange. It is not a nothingness in reality, but a nothingness in the soul and a nothingness in identity. He had nowhere to tell, no one to tell, and no way to tell. The Han family is the richest family in Qingshui town. They have no shortage of money, power, or material things. The father has a lovely wife and young son. The family lives in harmony and there is a lot of joy in this home. But Han Mengxian was not present in the joy. When his family was happy, no one paid attention to him. He is in this house. But it is outside this home. This is a disregard that goes beyond all hatred. Han Mengxian always thinks so every time she looks at the family of three interacting intimately over there. He lives in depression every day. Over time, he developed a deep-seated hatred for his closest relatives. In particular, when the younger brother was 6 years old, he actually stole something from Han Mengxian. Although it is not very valuable and does not even have much commemorative significance, it is his, but it was snatched away by Han Mengxian. Why? This is unreasonable. It's even more unfair. But he has to endure this injustice in this family and cannot take it back. As for asking my father for help, it would be of no use at all. Even though his father was a man of high caliber, loving and capable of teaching, he finally gave Han Mengxian a severe reprimand and told him to be a good brother. Your younger brother is still young, so you should give in to him in everything. This incident completely caused Han Mengxian's hatred to explode. But he has always been patient and smart. After this, he suppressed all his dissatisfaction and became even nicer to everyone in the family, including his stepmother, his younger brother, and those power-hungry servants. But, of course, he wouldn't swallow this. He had been looking for an opportunity to take revenge, an opportunity to solve the problem once and for all. In the winter of that year, the second year, it was snowing heavily outside and the weather was extremely cold. Even the 9-acre reflecting lake in front of the house was covered with a thick layer of ice. On the 20th day of the 12th lunar month, his father went out to work, and Qin was busy preparing New Year's goods and receiving visitors. Only Han Mengxian and his younger brother were playing. Weijia, can you skate? Standing by the lake, Han Mengxian said to her brother with a smile. No, brother. Han Mengxian, who was wearing a thick mink coat and playing in the snow, answered. Ice skating is fun. But it's too dangerous. Just stand on the shore and watch your brother play. After saying that, Han Mengxian slid out. Ouch. Ha ha. It's so fast. It feels like the wind. Han Mengxian went down to the lake by herself, sliding, laughing, and making excited noises. How could a child of just over 7 years old resist watching others having fun while racing? So, not long after, Han Mengxian also ran up. Haha, brother, you better be careful. Got it, brother. Hee hee, this is really fun. The servants passing by were all moved by the deep affection between the two brothers when they saw them playing happily, and especially when they heard the elder brother's concern for his younger brother. Brother, you skate close by, I want to skate farther away. You're sliding on the shore, don't come over here. Look how powerful I am, I'm flying. Han Mengxian particularly emphasized awesome, you and me, far and near. No. I want to go too. After saying this, without waiting for Han Mengxian to respond, Han Mengxian also rode towards the center of the lake. The cold winds of the past few days had already frozen the lake water solid. The ice was very thick and could easily bear the weight of a child. As luck would have it, in the middle of the lake, there were several wooden sticks tied together with soft branches, which were now frozen into the ice. If you look carefully, it's not that hard to find, but if you don't look carefully, you can't see it at all. What's more, even if you see it, you may not care. If you're not a caring person. Don't follow me. Han Mengxian said to her brother gently. I don't. I want to play there too. How can children be so obedient? Even though he was not allowed to go, he insisted on trying. Han Mengxian didn't say anything, just smiled at him again, and continued to slide forward, just passing by the branch. But Han Mengxian, who followed closely, was not so lucky. Crack! The ice surface cracked, and a hole as large as 3 or 4 square meters appeared. Plop! Han Mengxian fell in. Ah! The 7-year-old boy panicked and screamed. In the middle of this big lake, there was heavy snow falling from the sky, the vision was blurry, and there was no one around. The freezing cold water directly attacked his young body, making him tremble all over as if he had been electrocuted. He waved his hands in the icy water, trying desperately to climb onto the ice, but as soon as he touched the edge of the ice, it began to break. Grab a piece, break a piece, grab another piece, break another piece. He didn't give up and tried his best. But it was all in vain. His efforts only made the hole in the ice that was swallowing him bigger. After gulping down 2 mouthfuls of the icy lake water, his face turned blue, his hands became numb, and his whole body felt like it was being pricked by needles. Ahem, brother, save me, brother, save me, ahem. He was choking and coughing, and could only keep calling out for Han Mengxian. Han Mengxian stood not far away and did not answer. Instead, she stared blankly at her brother struggling in the lake, as if she was frightened, with an indescribable smile on her face. Save. Still not saving. He is somewhat contradictory. Actually, he's not that bad. Han Mengxian thought at that time. But he took what should have belonged to me. That's damn it. In an instant, boundless hatred appeared in his eyes again. Forget it, I'm just a child, I don't have that much ability. Let me shout for you. After saying this, Han Mengxian had a smile on his face, but he was shouting, help, help. Someone has fallen into the water. Although the sound was not loud, it was quite hoarse and cracked. It doesn't matter if you can't hear it, as long as you can hear it, you can understand the anxiety of the person who is shouting. Elder brother. Elder brother. Brother, save, save, save me. Han Mengxian doesn't want to die yet. He prayed over and over again. Han Mengxian was calling someone vaguely, her eyes were looking at her brother, but her body did not move. The lake water soaked Han Mengxian's winter clothes, and the clothes on his body became heavier and heavier. At this moment, the wet coat was like the hand of a water ghost, pulling him towards the bottom of the dark lake little by little. Seeing that Han Mengxian floated up less often and sank more often in the water, Han Mengxian finally moved. Someone come quickly. The second young master fell into the water. My brother fell into the water. He stood by, waving his arms, raising his voice, and shouting at the top of his lungs towards home. Now someone heard it. What? A female voice like thunder rang out from the house. My child. Just as Han Mengxian heard her stepmother's voice, she saw a figure in red jumping up from the backyard, and then, stepping on the roof, coming over as if flying in the air. This scared him. It's really urgent. What if this person is really rescued? Looking at his brother floating up again, he shouted. Brother, don't be afraid. I'm here to save you. After shouting, he jumped directly into the ice hole. Plop, plop. Then, he clawed around in the icy water with his hands and especially with his legs, kicking desperately. He used all his strength, not caring what he hit, but to others it looked like he was desperately trying to save someone. Finally, with his efforts, Han Mengxian floated away under the thick ice and in the clear lake water, and then sank completely. Help! Mother, leave me alone. Save my brother first. Seeing Qin running over, Han Mengxian splashed in the water and shouted. Qin's eyes were filled with anger and her pretty face was flushed. She first pulled Han Mengxian up and threw her to the servants who had rushed over, then jumped directly into the water to save Han Mengxian. After taking the first breath, the warrior held his breath for 5 minutes, but still did not find his son in the ice. Everyone retreat to the shore. After Qin ordered everyone to retreat, he immediately began to break the ice in the lake one palm at a time. Bang, 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 bang. Hearing the sound that sounded like an explosion and seeing Qin's domineering skills, Han Mengxian was shaking like a sieve. Hurry up and bring a blanket to the young master. His nurse saw him like this and thought he was frozen. In fact, only he himself knew that he was scared. This is a huge mistake. He didn't expect that Qin was such a skilled warrior. If this woman knew something and hit me with a palm, I would probably be shattered like the ice chips. When he thought of this, every bone in his body ached. In fact, he was worrying too much. Because, not to mention the servants, even what Qin saw was that he was risking his own life to save his brother. Not surprisingly, Han Mengxian died. They were choked to death and frozen to death. When Qin finally fished him out, his body was blue and his muscles were stiff, but he had a smile on his face, as if he was smiling at someone. When Han Mengxian looked at him, his corpse smiled at Han Mengxian. Han Mengxian smiled at the lifeless corpse. There's nothing to be afraid of. Isn't that what happens to people who freeze to death? At that time, he thought of it. All these made the Han family have an illusion. Han Mengxian loved his brother very much. Didn't you see that he was smiling at his dead brother with affection? Even Qin dispelled the last bit of doubt she had about him. Next, in Han Mengxian's memory, he had a warm family life again. Even his subsequent life experiences made Han Mengxian sigh countless times. Killing him was the right decision. Without Han Mengxian competing for my luck immediately became ridiculously good. In the second year after Han Mengxian's death, he was reading by the lake when an immortal who was playing in the mortal world discovered his aptitude for cultivating immortals and brought him back to the Chongqing Gate. Of course, it is not so easy to become an immortal. One still has to go through many tests, especially since Changshengmen is a relatively orthodox sect of immortal cultivation. But none of these can stop him. Because he is a pure person. So pure. I'm not a bad person. All the evil things I did were forced by others. I had no choice. I can't help it. Don't blame me. This is the environment. Everyone is like this. Unlike others, he did not use these two sentences as slogans to fool others. But deep in his soul, he really thought so. Anyone who thinks he only does things that harm others is totally wrong. For someone who is truly rational, he will only do what is in his own best interest. For example, the immortals of the Chongqing sect like disciples who are honest, kind and friendly, so he is the kindest and most helpful person in the entire sect. There is a fundamental difference between the two. What should I do if I have someone like this around me? Meng Huai frowned as he looked at Han Mengxian, who put on makeup to go out and kill people and steal treasures at night, acted like a good boy in front of her elders during the day, and always snatched resources and opportunities from her fellow disciples. It seems there is really no good solution. Meng Huai was very unhappy with this feeling. He could only endure the discomfort and continue to watch Han Mengxian overcome all obstacles, from a menial disciple to an outer disciple, and after a strong competitor from the same sect was killed by a demonic person, he entered the inner sect without any suspense. Snort. The world is turbid and the way of heaven is unfair. Meng Huai was very angry when he saw that Han Mengxian, who had disguised himself as a demon and killed his senior sister, had actually passed the test, and he couldn't help but curse. Forget it, this is all in the past, it has already happened, and I can't change it. It's better to follow him to the inner sect to learn the real immortal cultivation method. After cursing, Meng Huai sighed and comforted himself. The Chongqing sect has a grand name and a long history. It was once quite powerful, but has now declined. It is no longer considered a top sect, but at most a mid-level or even lower-level sect. What I need most now is to learn the knowledge of cultivating immortals. I don't know if this kind of sect has any profound cultivation methods. After the decline of Chongqing sect, many secret methods of cultivation disappeared. Even as a sect of cultivating immortals, the main focus now is to teach the menial disciples and outer disciples martial arts, and also impart some knowledge on cultivating internal energy to lay a solid foundation. Meng Huai couldn't practice these martial arts, such as the eagle claw. He only had one hoof, so how could he catch something? The true heritage of Chongqing sect is still in the inner sect. Xiang Tian Fu Yuan Qi, a book that has been passed down for thousands of years, is a high-level skill that all inner sect disciples and elders must learn. Study. Take every opportunity to learn. This was what Meng Huai was thinking at the moment, so even when Han Mengxian took over his body, he did not take any action. What to do if someone takes over my body? The most important thing is that Meng Huai hasn't figured out how to resist yet. He doesn't have much knowledge about cultivating immortals. While Meng Huai was daydreaming, Han Mengxian followed the martial arts master Xian Qingzi into a secret room. Under the guidance of this old man, they began to bathe, burn incense, kowtow, kneel, perform rituals, sit in meditation, and calm their minds. I can finally learn the real cultivation method. Han Mengxian's heart was extremely uneasy. Even when I recall it hundreds of years later, it is still the same. The Dharma Transmission Pavilion is a first-class place in the Chongqing sect. Today, under the influence of magic power, although there is no color outside, the inside is filled with colorful mist and the sun and moon are shining, giving it the appearance of a pure immortal residence. Xian Xingzi is the elder who teaches the Dharma of Chongqing sect. It is hard to say how powerful his magic is, but his appearance is definitely the best in the world, with white hair and a childlike face, a handsome figure, and he is spotless. Haha, I can finally see what the method of cultivating immortals is in this world. Meng Huai was also very excited, he also wanted to cultivate immortals. He still had 3 important things to do, one was to avenge the 9-headed beast, one was to spank the 2 women, and the other was to seek justice from the old monster in the lake. Each of these 3 things requires him to have strong strength. You'll see it soon. Seeing that Han Mingxian's mentality was gradually calming down and he was about to reach the requirements for teaching the immortal arts, Meng Huai was as excited as a child waiting to open a birthday present given by an adult. Just as he was thinking this, Xian Xingzi, who was sitting on the high platform, swung his wide robe left and right, and his sleeves of clean wind swung around in the pavilion. The entire Dharma pavilion seemed to be closed, and suddenly there was no sound at all, and it became quiet. Meng Huai suddenly became solemn, and like Han Mengxian who was sitting in the audience, he stared at the stage intently. Xian Xingzi smiled slightly and said, "The Tao that can be spoken of is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The true Dharma and the great Tao leave no trace of form. If you write it down, it will be wrong. So do not memorize the words, but enter into them right now, pass them on from mouth to mouth, and point directly to the essentials. Disciples, please listen carefully." There was a loud roar that shocked everyone. Han Mengxian and Meng Huai listened attentively. The Xiang Tian Fu Yuan Qi is the foundation of longevity. Xiang means to imitate, to emulate, and to learn. Heaven is the sky, the earth, all things, and the great way. Imitation of the heaven, observation of the way of the heaven, and adherence to the way of the heaven, that's all. Fu means to help. Yuan means the origin, the basis of life. Qi means truth, the movement of life. Human beings are shaped like Pangu, and are the innate body of Taoism. There are 14 meridians and 365 acupoints throughout the body. The Mingmen is the place where the moving Qi is connected, and the Sanjiao is the messenger of the Yuan Qi. The Mingmen stores the essence and spirit, and is the house of water and fire. It contains real water and real fire, which is the mechanism of endless life. The 4 Qi of Zong, Ying, Wei, and Yuan are related to the Yin and Yang Qi of the human body, and the Zheng Qi is the Zong. It is visible and invisible, it is the main fire but not fire, kidney Yin and kidney Yang, true Yin and true Yang, primordial Yin and primordial Yang. There is contention but no contention, it is 1 and 3, therefore, Xiang Tian Fu Yuan, the first thing is to consolidate the foundation and nourish the Yuan, consolidate the innate, and nourish the acquired. Having said that, the Dharma teaching elder Xian Xingzi suddenly looked up into the void, frowned, and seemed puzzled. He stopped explaining and started to calculate something. "I can't. Do you have such great ability? Can you predict that 300 years later, when the 9-headed little beast is possessed by another, there will still be someone like me secretly learning?" Just a moment ago, Meng Huai actually saw the stars twinkling and divination sticks flying in the eyes of the old Taoist priest, which scared him. Alas! Man proposes, God disposes. After a long time, Xian Xingzi retracted the gleam in his eyes, sighed, looked at Han Mengxian in the audience, and said something incomprehensible. These words frightened Han Mengxian, who had something to hide, so much that he broke out in a sweat. It was only thanks to his strong willpower that he managed to control himself and not lose his composure. He forced himself to look up, looked at his teacher and asked softly, "Elder, what's wrong? Today's cause, tomorrow's result. Who can understand?" Xian Xingzi said something incomprehensible again. Then, he closed his eyes and activated his power. Suddenly, his whole body glowed, and a huge tortoise shell appeared on his back, with ancient cracks flashing on it, sparkling. But soon, with a pop sound, the light pattern shattered, and Xian Xingzi spat out a mouthful of blood. "Elder." Han Mengxian immediately became nervous and sat there shouting with concern. "I'm fine." After taking a breath, Xian Xingzi said, There is always someone stronger than you. But the Dharma cannot be passed on to the ears of others, and the way cannot be passed on to non-humans. The righteous Dharma of our Chongqing sect cannot be passed on to evil demons and heretics. Han Mengxian, come forward. Hey! When Han Mengxian walked up to him and knelt down, Xianxingzi roared, stretched out his hand, and a white light flashed into his head. Han Mengxian's face showed an obsessed look. Ha! Another red light flashed by, and after it did not enter Han Mengxian's sea of consciousness, Xianxingzi looked at him and said to him in a very weak voice, I have used up my magic power to imprint Xiang Tian Fu Yuan Qi into your sea of consciousness, which is considered to have fulfilled my duty to pass on the law to you. Thank you, Elder. Han Mengxian's face immediately showed gratitude. At the same time, I also tell you clearly that I have planted a restriction on your consciousness. Ah. Elder. Han Mengxian widened his eyes in surprise. Don't worry. It won't do you any harm. It is just a restriction on the Xiang Tian Fu Yuan Qi technique, which prevents the evil demons from searching your soul and reading your memory when you are alive or dead. It's a kind of protection for you. At the end, Xianxingzi emphasized his tone. Yes. It is a gift from an elder, I dare not refuse it, and it is useless to refuse, Han Mengxian replied helplessly. You go ahead. When Han Mengxian said goodbye and walked to the entrance of the Dharma teaching pavilion, Xianxingzi said softly, take care of yourself. Han Mengxian paused, without paying too much attention, and returned to his cave. Hey! Although I didn't see the process of teaching the spell, maybe it would be okay to see the process of you practicing the spell. Meng Huai still felt a little regretful that he didn't get to see the senior master explain the magic just now. You can't be without thoughts and memories, right? Seeing Han Mengxian making preparations for training in the cave, he began to feel happy again. Too bad things didn't turn out like this. After Han Mengxian returned to the cave, he began to purify the place, body, mouth, and mind. When the mind begins to enter into tranquility and silence, and then into concentration, his consciousness sank into the sea of consciousness, trying to interpret the spiritual consciousness of Xiang Tian Fu Yuan Qi left by Xianxingzi. But when Han Mengxian touched that divine memory again, bang! His whole head exploded. This is certainly not the case of Han Mengxian's head exploding 300 years ago. Instead, it was the Han Mengxian in the memory that exploded. The loud noise caused the entire sea of consciousness to tremble. What's going on? Why did your head explode when it was perfectly fine? Meng Huai didn't know what was going on. His face was full of doubts. After Han Mengxian died, he read his sealed martial arts memory again, and was also judged as an evil soul search. Ah. Even worse is Han Mengxian. This explosion consumed more than half of his remaining soul power. Although he had great magical powers and powerful spiritual awareness when he was alive, he has been dead in the White Bone Mountain for nearly 300 years. There was only a little spiritual light left, and he relied on his rich knowledge of cultivating immortals and his strong willpower to set up this trap. He used the spiritual energy in the black soil to give birth to a 3 talents Peiyuan grass, attracted spiritual creatures to come, and then used the seeds of thought to parasitize and take over their bodies. These arrangements and actions had already consumed his soul power to the point where there was little left. Now his orderly process of taking over another body was interrupted by Xianxingzi's seal, and his soul power was even less. No. We can't delay any longer. You must first seize command of your body. Looking at his soul power gradually dissipating, Han Mengxian changed his decision and gave up the idea of copying all his memories at once. Isolate the memories, and keep those things for yourself to think about slowly later. Part of Han Mengxian's memory began to sink. What manifested itself in the sea of consciousness was that a lot of yellow liquid was flowing out of the central human-shaped sculpture that represented the control center. The liquid was like water droplets of varying sizes, floating around the sculpture. Seize! Han Mengxian shouted loudly, and his sea of consciousness vibrated. All his soul power surged together, starting from the soles of his feet, slowly revealing the details of the statue like liquid solidifying. When the statue turns into Han Mengxian's appearance, it means that the possession is successful. As Han Mengxian's statue appeared bit by bit, Meng Huai began to feel uncomfortable, the soul of the nine-headed little beast was long gone, but Meng Huai's original aura was always there. After being possessed by Han Mengxian, he felt that his soul was being torn apart and assimilated bit by bit, and his spiritual consciousness and soul power were becoming less and less. Oh! That's too much. It's not a pleasant feeling to be torn into pieces. It feels even worse to be forcibly implanted with something that doesn't belong to you. Do you really think I'm a pushover? Meng Huai was very indignant. You want to kill me? You want to clear my mind? Does my life have an easy life? It's been difficult to live in this life and in the past. Besides, after all, I also come from the era of information explosion. Do you think I don't have enough in my head? Let me show you. Hey! Meng Huai roared, no longer hiding himself, and released everything in his consciousness. Suddenly, countless Chinese characters, mathematical numbers, English letters, and even computer programming languages appeared in his sea of consciousness and attacked Han Mengxian. Ah! What's this? What is this? Suddenly, a huge amount of information poured in. Han Mengxian's mind became confused, and he began to scream in his sea of consciousness. 1 + 1 = 2. Do we need to prove it? It's so simple, why is it so mysterious? What's the Goldbach conjecture? 1 is yang, 0 is yin. 1 and 0, these two numbers can actually decompose and combine everything. There is no such thing as possessing a body in the world. Possessing a body is a false proposition. Who said this? Who? Who proved it? Even if I copied my memories, it would be the reappearing me, not the original me. So who am I now? Where did I go? What is the relationship between the current me and the old me? How should the current me view the old me? How should the old me view the current me? As various opinions collided, Han Mengxian fell into nothingness and started shouting and yelling like a madman, and his limited soul power was rapidly consumed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Meng Huai quickly mobilized his own strength and took control of the control center of his sea of consciousness back into his own hands. After repeated considerations, he once again reshaped the center into the appearance of a nine-headed beast. Because when he was learning from Han Mengxian's memory, he knew that the most basic thing in cultivating immortals is the harmony of nature, spirit, and body. His current body is that of a nine-headed beast, and it would be best if his soul were also that of a nine-headed beast. Meng Huai doesn't want to become half-human, half-demon, or half-human, half-demon. He is still thinking about achieving great things in the future. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the spiritual light of the nine-headed beast has dissipated. Even if his appearance is in my sea of consciousness now, it is still my spirit. When I have achieved enough cultivation and can transform into a human, I will see if I should change it. Meng Huai said this to himself. When Meng Huai gradually gained control of his sea of consciousness, Han Mengxian was still talking nonsense. Who is it? Who am I? Who am I? Why have I worked so hard all my life? Even if I take over the body, what can I do? Why do I feel like I've forgotten a lot of things? Han Mengxian, who looked a little ethereal, was in great pain, holding his head and thinking. How come there are so many things that seem so important, but I can't remember them at all? He began to bang his head hard. Mother. Father. Younger brother. Senior sister. Taoist companion. A cultivator should be ruthless and give up desires. How can he be fussy, indecisive, and care too much? Thinking of this, Han Mengxian returned to normal. But at this moment, he no longer looked like a human being. Instead, it had only a big head, with two sharp claws hanging from the yellow head. Seize the body. Han Mengxian's round head looks like an oversized yoga ball, with red eyes and jagged fangs. It is indescribably terrifying. Live again. The monster Han Mengxian roared and pounced towards Meng Huai. Maybe it's because insidiousness and cunning are buried in his bones. Even at this time, he still did not forget to take the yellow energy ball containing his previous memories in order to strengthen himself and fight again. After the yellow energy balls were connected to the bottom of the monster head, Han Mengxian looked like a strange centipede without legs, or a big-headed beanworm. I'm going to eat you. He roared and pounced over. Huh. That's what I thought too. Meng Huai, who had seized control of the Sea of Consciousness and directly transformed into a 9-headed beast, glared and said to Han Mengxian. Suddenly, there was a fight in the Sea of Consciousness. Iron hooves versus sharp claws, fangs versus huge mouths. One is a true mythical beast with a broad body, 9 heads, and a big mouth, charging forward majestically. One is a fake immortal ghost that is as thin as a snake, has a big head and a human face, and is sinister and cunning. A beast vowed to tear the ghost in front of it to pieces. A ghost was determined to swallow the beast in front of it. For a while, the two of them fought back and forth, and it was difficult to tell who would win. Han Mengxian couldn't win the battle after a long time, and he couldn't help but feel anxious. Hey! He roared, gathered his soul power on his teeth, and extended the fangs by more than 10 centimeters. He shattered the energy ball under his body and added it to his hands, making them look like 10 daggers, flashing with cold light. Then, he rushed towards Meng Huai with his fangs and claws bared. I'm going to tear you apart right now. His 10 fingers were like knives, stabbing straight into Meng Huai's shoulders. Die. Meng Huai was shocked when he saw Han Mengxian's appearance that was neither human nor ghost. He kicked his 4 hooves and leaped forward, thus avoiding the fatal blow. So cruel. After running a few steps forward, Meng Huai felt a burning pain from his lower back to his buttocks. When he turned his head, he saw that there was not only a bloody mark on his butt, but also black smoke was coming out of it. There is a toxin on his claws that is extremely harmful to the soul. Hold head high. Meng Huai opened his eyes angrily and howled at the enemy. Where are you running to? Han Mengxian took the initiative with one move, so he didn't give him time to rest and recuperate, and pounced directly on him again. Humph! Too arrogant. The angrier he was, the calmer he had to be. Meng Huai calmed his mind and his brain raced. When Han Mengxian pounced on him, with a whoosh, he suddenly stretched out his neck, opened his mouth wide, and attacked the string of yellow balls. I bite. Meng Huai took Han Mengxian by surprise and bit off her snake-like body that was swaying continuously below. But Han Mengxian is also cold. Even though the wound on his lower body was bleeding yellow and the severe pain made black sweat break out on his head, he didn't say a word and even scraped off Meng Huai's left ear during this confrontation. Snort. Snort. The two men each groaned in pain, and without saying anything else, they turned around and rushed towards each other again. This time. Meng Huai's goal, bite off your left paw. Han Mengxian's goal, to blind your right eye. You wish. Meng Huai anticipated Han Mengxian's attacking left hand, twisted his body and deflected a little, but the big mouth still went straight for his left shoulder. Han Mengxian seemed unaware. He did not pull back his left hand. Die. But the moment Meng Huai bit him, he bared his fangs and attacked Meng Huai's face. The long fang was aimed right at Meng Huai's eyes, and was about to penetrate into Meng Huai's brain through the eye sockets. Han Mengxian was ready to exchange an arm for Meng Huai's life in an instant. How could Meng Huai make him happy? He arched his nose upwards with force, pushing Han Mengxian's chin flying out. He didn't hurt my eyes, but I didn't have time to bite his claws off. With a bang, Han Mengxian's upper and lower teeth collided with each other, making a loud noise. But he did not pause at all. When he was hit by Meng Huai's nose and flew backwards, his left claw bent into an eagle claw and took away a piece of flesh from Meng Huai's face. Court death. The sharp pain on his face, where black blood was sizzling, made Meng Huai furious. I ate you. He wanted to swallow the monster in front of him in one gulp. While Han Mengxian was still flying, Meng Huai pushed back with all 4 hooves, flew forward, opened his big mouth and bit Han Mengxian's body which was floating slightly backward. Snort. Han Mengxian groaned and was forcibly stopped from retreating. I'll use the ears-filling wind move on you, and I'll kill you. Instead, he took advantage of the pulling force of Meng Huai's mouth and suddenly turned back, and stabbed Meng Huai's ear holes with his claws. Get out of here. Seeing this, Meng Huai shook his neck and threw Han Mengxian away again. After Han Mengxian landed, she did not attack. Meng Huai also stood there and looked at Han Mengxian coldly. Click, click. He was still chewing Han Mengxian's body in his mouth, as if he was eating half a snake. Han Mengxian was left with only a head and 2 claws again. Although he did not suffer any serious injuries, he also lost a lot of soul power. He looked at the 9-headed monster pig in front of him with grim eyes. I didn't expect this divine beast cub to be so difficult to deal with. It doesn't look like a cub, he thought to himself, it looks more like an experienced hunter. What Han Mengxian didn't know was that Meng Huai had been experiencing the most brutal battles in recent days, encountering poisonous snakes, spiders, and even monkeys, ants, and hungry wolves, and each time he was on the verge of life and death. There is no way to retreat. Han Mengxian had no other choice. He didn't have another chance. His body had been blown up by himself in order to have enough spiritual power to support him in taking over another body. If he fails to seize the body this time, it means that he will be left with nothing. Not only will his consciousness dissipate into thin air, but the memories and experiences he has worked so hard to accumulate will probably become the nourishment for others' growth. Han Mengxian doesn't have the kindness to contribute. Then fight to the death. Return. Han Mengxian exerted force suddenly and pulled back some of the energy balls that had not been chewed up by Meng Huai. The energy balls had the mark of his spiritual consciousness on them, so even if they were scattered, he could still control them through secret methods. Is this still possible? Meng Huai was also a little surprised when he saw it, his eyes widened, thinking of a solution. After Han Mengxian gathered the yellow energy ball again, this time it did not transform into a body, but turned into a large black hook with barbs. The big black hook was hanging directly under the head. Even in this process, he secretly broke up most of the memory imprints in the energy ball, retaining the mentality of, if I can't get it, you can't get it either. What a pervert. Meng Huai looked at the head in front of him with 2 eagle-like claws and a large black tail spike, and couldn't help but think. Does this person in front of me think that nothing else matters, and that these sharp claws, tail stingers, huge mouth, and fangs are the most important things to him? Otherwise, why did he become like this in his sea of consciousness? Meng Huai was deeply moved. The key is how to deal with this weird thing. He thought rapidly. But Han Mengxian did not give Meng Huai any time to think of a countermeasure. He glared and rushed over. The lack of a body also had some impact on Han Mengxian. His speed was not as fast as before. Meng Huai relied on his flexibility to dodge left and right, and occasionally used his long mouth to launch a sneak attack. The battle has begun again. But they are still evenly matched. Stinky pig, stop hiding. Come and fight with me. Han Mengxian shouted while attacking. Monster, if you have the guts, take off your stinger. Look at you now. There's not even a place on your body where you can bite. How can Master Meng beat you? Meng Huai raised his nose again and answered. This sea of consciousness is Meng Huai's home court. Han Mengxian had not yet gained control of this body. Seeing that his soul power was being consumed more and more without any replenishment, he could not help but become more anxious. His eyes rolled and an idea suddenly occurred to him. You and I have been fighting for too long. I don't care, but your body can't bear it. You will starve to death. Han Mengxian said suddenly. Is this true or false? After just a slight hesitation, another piece of flesh was taken away, and Meng Huai quickly dodged again. Of course it's true. Seeing Meng Huai taking the bait, Han Mengxian slowed down his attack and continued, I have been in this body for nearly 3 days. If I don't get out, this body will either starve to death or die of thirst. Really? Meng Huai was a little skeptical and asked again, but I can't just let you kill me like this, can I? Would you like to share a body with me? There can't be 2 tigers in one mountain. If they stay here together, they might as well reincarnate early. Han Mengxian naturally disagreed and said with a sneer. That's it, isn't it? You can't let me live and you die, right? I'm not that kind. Han Mengxian said, but we can't both lose, right? What shall we do? Meng Huai curled his lips and said. You are the spirit of a pig demon, right? Come and fight me. If you win, all my memories will be yours. If you lose, your body will be mine. Neither of you will suffer a loss. Han Mengxian mistook Meng Huai for a pig demon, and added, "My memory contains hundreds of years of my cultivation methods and experience, which will be of great use to you." "Your memory? Where is your memory?" Meng Huai was very interested in this. "Here." As he spoke, Han Mengxian condensed an energy ball that contained many little figures, all of whom were demonstrating various spells. "Let me take a look," Meng Huai said and took a step forward. As soon as he got there, he opened his mouth and bit Han Mengxian's head without saying a word. Meng Huai's eyes were dark and sharp, as if he was saying, "I'm not a pig, do you still want to lie to me?" Han Mengxian also smiled calmly. He did not dodge or block with his claws. Instead, he swung his tail hook and pierced directly into Meng Huai's back. Then, using the tail hook as the pulling point, he had to get behind Meng Huai. Meng Huaiqing knew that his current 9-headed body could not bite the monster on his back, and he would be bitten on the neck and other vital parts by the monster. So he immediately lay down and started rolling around before Han Mengxian's big mouth reached his spine. "I'll crush you to death," Meng Huai thought. Snort. Han Mengxian had already bitten out with his big mouth, but in the process of swinging, he did not bite Meng Huai's vitals, but bit his leg. He had nothing to worry about. Battles are always changing rapidly. While his mouth was still on the enemy's leg, Han Mengxian used both claws to thrust into Meng Huai's throat. "Let me bleed your pig." How could Meng Huai let him penetrate his throat? The neck shrank hard, and the already thick and short neck was suddenly filled with layers of flesh. Although this injured his neck, it did not cut his throat. Meng Huai didn't even shout, he just used his nose to push against the big head. The huge impact force broke Han Mengxian's front teeth and knocked him out. Puff. 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 With 3 sounds, Han Mengxian's claws and tail hook were pulled out of Meng Huai's body, just like forcibly pulling out a fishhook, scraping off a lot of flesh and blood. "Hold head high." In an instant, a lot of burning wounds appeared, which made Meng Huai annoyed. He ran towards Han Mengxian regardless of everything and gave him a brutal collision. That's not all. His left front hoof just stepped on his tail hook, but Meng Huai didn't bite it off. He just kept stepping on it while pushing it with his head and nose, just like a child playing with a ball tied to a rope. Meng Huai was happy, but Han Mengxian couldn't stand it. The injuries on his body were relatively minor, but what was more important was that he could not bear the humiliation, being treated as a ball by a pig. How could this always proud man endure this? Okay, you forced me to do this. I didn't mean to do this." Han Mengxian, who was furious, suddenly gathered all his soul power, and with a bang, he exploded, turning from a solid body into a virtual body. Although a direct confrontation between the spirit and soul would only result in hurting the enemy by 1,000 and injuring ourselves by 800, we can't afford to worry about that now. Han Mengxian turned directly into mist and enveloped Meng Huai in an instant. "What is this? We don't have to devour each other anymore." The feeling of having a layer of gauze on his body made Meng Huai feel very strange. "Hold head high." But when the yellow mist enveloped his entire body, all of Meng Huai's pores suddenly felt a sharp pain. "Hold head high." Then there was severe pain in all the skin cells. "Hold head high." Then, Meng Huai felt as if all his skin had been peeled off and it was no longer his own. What's going on? Meng Huai didn't know what kind of secret technique this was, so he endured the pain and kept thinking. How is this a bit like forcibly overwriting and replacing one file with another? He didn't have much knowledge about cultivating immortals, so he could only use his computer knowledge from his previous life to understand it. Is there any file lock or something? Faced with this attack that was on a completely different level, he really had no way out. It was useless to bite the mist with his teeth. It seems not. Looking at the sea of consciousness, which was like a pond, less than 2 acres in area, and empty as far as the eye could see, Meng Huai sighed. What should I do? What should I do? Meng Huai was being skinned and having his tendons and bones replaced. He was in great pain and very anxious. Be calm, be calm. He forced himself to calm down. He wanted to replace me and I didn't want him to. Then I must establish an inseparable connection with the sea of consciousness. This small pond is dry now, because our thoughts are the original water. Meng Huai thought quickly. What should I do? Should I lose this little consciousness and return to the original state when I was born? But how can I ensure my conscious autonomy? Losing yourself is definitely not acceptable. Is there anything that can protect my spiritual light from being extinguished? After thinking for a long time, Meng Huai still couldn't think of any solution. How did this monster protect its spiritual light by turning into mist? You can only think in reverse. It's here. Meng Huai looked up and saw a larger seed like a dandelion in the mist. It was emitting light and controlling all the particles that made up the mist. This may be the origin of the monster. Smash it. Since he couldn't protect her anytime soon, Meng Huai just threw it in. Don't even think about protecting yourself. Hey! Meng Huai stared at the light spot for a while, then suddenly jumped up and opened his mouth to bite it. Han Mengxian was truly frightened at this point, and quickly stopped attacking Meng Huai and dodged away. Is this pig a ghost? How did it recognize my precious child? This dandelion seed-like thing is the human seed among the 3 seeds that truly bloom and bear fruit from the 3 talents of heaven, earth and man. The human species can store all the information about a person and bury it in the sea of consciousness of the great monk. If a cultivator dies unexpectedly, his body will be separated from the sea of consciousness, releasing his stored magic power, soul power and memories, just like the cultivator's second life. Han Mengxian used a lot of means and paid a lot of price to obtain the seed from Chang Shengmen. This is also the reason why he was able to lie in wait for 300 years after his death. Of course, the grass that Meng Huai had eaten before was just a fake spiritual grass, created by Han Mengxian by collecting the energy and vitality of all the vegetation in the surrounding black soil. A spiritual herb with the name of 3 talents, and such great efficacy takes thousands of years to grow. It is not easy for Meng Huai to discover it and eat it without anyone else noticing. He discovered my vital point. This is really your Achilles heel. How could Meng Huai let him go? Then I won't be polite. He rushed forward. Han Mengxian quickly mobilized all of his soul power to gather the mist and protect it around the 3-talent seed. Because it was gathering so quickly, one could even see the yellow light connecting the particles in the mist and the glowing seeds like a thread. It's useless. Meng Huai shouted loudly and pounced on him again. Now the mist has become thicker and is gradually becoming liquefied. Although its protective power has been greatly enhanced, it has also made it easier for him to bite. Now it is truly soul-tearing and spirit-shattering. Even Han Mengxian, who has practiced for hundreds of years, cannot endure it. But Meng Huai ignored his cries of pain, and instead bit the dense fog and seeds that were dodging left and right. With every bite, Meng Huai felt that the 9 pink beasts in his sea of consciousness grew a little bigger, Han Mengxian grew a little smaller, and moved a little slower. Stop it, you pig. I'm willing to share my body with you. Han Mengxian shouted. Humph. Too late. At this time, Meng Huai naturally would not agree. At this moment, the contrast between Meng Huai and Han Mengxian was like a little wild boar and a big watermelon. I still have a lot of experience in cultivating immortals, which will be of benefit to you. I can swear to the heavens that I will not hurt you in the slightest and will help you. Seeing that his delaying tactic was useless, Meng Huai bit him again. Han Mengxian said his real idea, when you become strong and capable, help me find a body, and I can take over and leave. This. Meng Huai was really moved when he heard him say this. The oath of heaven naturally has an extremely strong binding force on cultivators, and it can be believed, and he is exactly in need of such guidance. Is this my grandpa? God thinks the system I was given is too disabled, so he gave me an old grandfather. Meng Huai thought. This will only benefit you and me, with no harm. Seeing that Meng Huai was still hesitating, Han Mengxian added fuel to the fire. Yeah. Of course. If you think about it, you will know that this is good for both you and me. Han Mengxian really wanted to scold him. Are you a pig? Can't you even distinguish such a simple relationship of interest? But I don't want to. As Meng Huai was speaking, he suddenly stretched out his mouth and bit off half of the real light emitted by the seed. After swallowing it, nearly half of Han Mengxian's mist disappeared. Are you a pig-brained person? Ah, what are you thinking? Will you seek benefits and avoid harm? Will it maximize profits? You damn pig. Han Mengxian is in a bad mood. He didn't expect that he would meet such a fool, who was completely unreasonable. Oh, I just don't want to. What do you say I should do? After Meng Huai finished speaking, he opened his mouth and bit it again. In fact, he didn't know why, maybe he just didn't like Han Mengxian's character from the bottom of his heart. Although Meng Huai is not a very good person, he still has a bottom line. Okay. Okay. It looks like this can't end peacefully. Then you can try my last trick. After Han Mengxian finished speaking, the human seed that represented everything he had began to shrink, and the mist also gathered towards one point. The huge force caused the entire space to begin to distort, and even the scattered white light became crooked. Are you going to self-destruct? Meng Huai didn't expect that this man who always cherished his life would be so decisive. When he was sure that he had no chance of survival, he would immediately destroy everything. But his sea of consciousness is so small that he can't hide. With a loud bang, the seeds exploded. The rolling waves pressed towards Meng Huai, crushing him in an instant, and then rushed towards the surroundings of his sea of consciousness, even dispersing a black cloud in the sky that was shouting revenge, revenge, revenge. Hold head high. It hurts. The kind that's shattered to pieces. Meng Huai in the sea of consciousness completely dissipated, leaving only a little spiritual light brought from the previous life, standing still in the center of heaven and earth amid the hurricane-like wave of soul power. Hold head high. What a headache. The kind where the brain is crushed. Meng Huai in the white bone stream felt a headache before he even realized it, and couldn't help but make the sound of a pig being killed. Hula. Crash. Puff, puff, puff. The pain was so severe that he peed and farted all at once. It was only after 3 full hours that the impact in the sea of consciousness finally stopped. After being impacted back and forth by the soul power that was like air waves, the sea of consciousness became larger, like a lake. In particular, now the soul power was still raining down in spots, causing small splashes of water in the sea of consciousness, making it very restless. 3 hours later, the sudden rain stopped and the lake became calm. Meng Huai's spiritual light emerged again, gradually attracting the droplets of thoughts in his sea of consciousness, and regathered them into the shape of a 9-headed little beast. The sea of consciousness is also very different from before. When the consciousness body composed of Meng Huai's spiritual light took shape, there was still extremely deep water in the sea of consciousness. Snort. Ha! The newly generated 9-headed beast suddenly opened its eyes and roared twice at the sea of consciousness, no longer in animal language, but in human voice. The roar sent out an invisible wind that blew over the water surface, causing waves, and stirring the entire sea of consciousness, making it lively and alive again. Only after his sea of consciousness began to move did Meng Huai's consciousness truly return to his body. Ah! He yawned and stretched as if he had just woken up. Haha, now this body is completely mine. Before, I always felt a kind of inexplicable distance between myself and my body. From today on, I have become a true 9-headed beast. Meng Huai took 2 steps forward, jumped on the spot, shook his head, opened his mouth, and felt the perfect fit between their bodies. He was very excited. Let's get out of here first. After the excitement wore off, Meng Huai shuddered. There seems to be something strange in this valley. That feeling of danger still lingered in his mind. He quickly put all his strength into his 4 hooves and ran forward quickly. After leaving the valley, Meng Huai felt better and looked back at the towering mountains and the dark mountain stream. This place is not something I can explore right now. Anything that comes out of it is beyond my ability to deal with. Feeling the still gloomy and demonic atmosphere inside, Meng Huai made a judgment. Besides, I'm still very hungry now, so I need to find something to eat quickly. After saying that, he turned and ran away. Meng Huai did not choose to return the same way. He had no home anyway, so he could just go wherever he wanted. After coming out of the valley, Meng Huai walked eastward. Why go east? He smelled a strong fishy smell over there. It should be another group of snakes. I'm so hungry. Let's go eat some sanzi or youtiao or something. That's not bad either. Although he thought so, he didn't run very fast, but instead went into a forest. As Meng Huai walked, he ate some grass roots, leaves, centipedes, scorpions, and small ants. He's so hungry, he needs to eat something first. After swallowing a spiritual herb, especially after possessing Han Mingxian's body and gaining a lot of knowledge about cultivating immortals, he also needed to sort out his thoughts. Now Meng Huai has some understanding of this world. There are 4 major races in this world: humans, demons, monsters, and dragons, as well as countless smaller races. Just tens of thousands of years ago, the demons wreaked havoc on the world, and were driven out of the world by the joint efforts of humans, monsters, and dragons. Now, only humans, monsters, and dragons remain, each occupying one side. The human race, with the cultivation sex as its core and the cultivation dynasties as its wings, intimidates the world. The dragon race, with blood as its bond, occupies the 4 seas, the great rivers and lakes and their surrounding areas. The demon clan occupied the wild land and established the empire of 10,000 demons. The 10,000 demons empire has 1 emperor and 5 kings, who rule all the unruly demons with iron and blood. The empire of 10,000 demons is dominated by demons, but each demon is different. The demon race is different from demon beasts, and demon beasts, ordinary beasts, and wild beasts are even more different. Many powerful demons will pass down their bloodline after they have achieved great accomplishments. These descendants are born with intelligence, similar to humans, and far surpass humans in terms of physical strength. These are the demons, the powerful and arrogant demons who also call themselves the Holy Tribe. In addition, all monsters, including spiritual beasts, intelligent and domesticated, fierce beasts, powerful, violent, and bloodthirsty, and mortal beasts, those with spiritual power but who have not yet started to cultivate, are servants, slaves, and even food of the Holy Clan, and are not considered part of the 10,000 monsters empire at all. As for ordinary wild beasts, they have no intelligence, only instincts. If their bodies have no spiritual energy, or if they have no special functions, then they are not even qualified to be food for the saints. I am still in the stage of growing up, and there is no spiritual energy in my body. Am I just a beast now? This was a little hard for Meng Huai to accept, as he felt that he was already very capable. Forget it, let's take a look at the cultivation knowledge first. According to Han Mingxian's memory, the levels of human cultivation are body refining stage, qi refining stage, foundation building stage, golden elixir stage, nascent soul stage, spirit transformation stage, refining void stage, fusion stage, and Mahayana stage, after which one can transcend tribulation and become an immortal. The monsters are divided into 12 levels. Monster Level 6. Level 1 Demon Beast, intelligent, able to communicate, strong and powerful, equivalent to the early and middle stages of Qi training for human cultivators. Level 2 Demon Beast, can perform magic and magic, can transform and simulate human speech, late stage of Qi training for monks. Level 3 Monster, refined horizontal bone, able to speak human language, early and middle stages of foundation building. Level 4 Monster, Dantian liquefaction, late stage of foundation building for monks. Level 5 Monster, Shenjiaodan, early and middle stage of monk's golden elixir. Level 6 Demon Beast, Demon Dan Huan Yuan, late stage of monk Jindan. Demon Cultivator Level 6. Demon Cultivator Level 7, transcends the calamity and transforms into a congenital Dao body, and the cultivation speed is accelerated. Early and middle stages of the nascent soul cultivator. Demon Cultivator Level 8, break the pill to become an infant, break the body and become an infant, and teleport, late stage of the infant. Level 9 Demon Cultivator, completely sheds the beastly appearance and is indistinguishable from a human cultivator, cultivator's spiritualization stage. Level 10 of Demon Cultivation, the nascent soul becomes the primordial spirit, and the true body is returned to the void, refined void realm. Demon Cultivator Level 11, return to the original nature, beginning to master the magical power, fusion realm. Demon Cultivator Level 12, skilled in using magic skills, the mana and body have the conditions to become an immortal, Mahayana realm. Afterwards he overcame the tribulation and became an immortal. Of course, these are just the classifications of the demon race by humans. I don't know how powerful the enemies of the 9-headed beast are. Meng Huai searched in his memory. After a moment, he was startled. Is the Northern Demon King so powerful? Han Mingxian's memories of the northern demon king Meng Xiong only included a few vague impressions of hero, surrender, and top powerful, and he had no idea about his realm. That may be true. Brother Giotto, it's not easy to avenge you. After the black cloud of the nine-headed beast's obsession with revenge was dispersed, it instead merged into Meng Huai's consciousness. Now in Meng Huai's mind, there was no black cloud shouting the words, revenge, revenge, over and over again. Because revenge has now automatically become Meng Huai's deepest desire and obsession. What realm is the dragon race in? Meng Huai searched Han Mingxian's memory again. So awesome. Based on Han Mingxian's limited impression of the dragon clan, he knew that although pure dragons were rare in number, they could transcend the tribulation and transform as long as they were born. When they grew up, they would basically have the cultivation level of a spirit transformation, and with a little practice they could reach the void refinement realm. Even many extremely old dragon kings may have already passed the tribulation of becoming immortals and reached the legendary immortal realm. They are both divine beasts. Why is there such a big difference between them? Meng Huai felt very sad and angry when he thought that he was clearly a cub of a divine beast, but now due to degeneration and disability, he was not even an ordinary beast. With such a huge gap, how can I get back at the old monster in Chengying Lake? Meng Huai felt helpless when he thought about being beaten for no reason and having no way to retaliate. Don't be afraid, I still have the system. The system will help me. Meng Huai closed his eyes while comforting himself. Turn on the system. After a flash of blue light, Meng Huai saw his system panel again. System panel. Name, Meng Huai. Race, nine-headed beast cub, disabled. Meng Huai was happy at the first sight. That's right. I am just disabled now. The degeneration seems to have been cured by the magical herb. My 8 heads should grow out slowly, right? When the time comes, wherever I go, people will recognize me as a divine beast at a glance. I guess no one will think I'm a pig anymore. Meng Huai was always called a pig by others, and he felt very resentful. If my divine beast bloodline is restored, it should grow very quickly. This is very crucial. Connector position, center, normal, left 1, left 2, left 3, left 4, right 1, right 2, right 3, right 4, vacant. Status, 100%. Physical fitness, 545, height 254 centimeters, length 457 centimeters, weight 825 caddies. Now I am more than 2 meters tall, more than 4 meters long, and weigh more than 800 kilograms. I have the body of a bull. It looks like I'm getting close to my goal of 1,000 kilograms. Soul power, 308. After absorbing Han Mingxian's soul power, even though most of it has dissipated and there is not much left, it has increased my soul power from over 80 to over 300. This brother Han is really awesome. What are the benefits of soul power? If nothing else, my reaction abilities are definitely stronger now, and my awareness of my surroundings is sharper. For example, if you use your mouth to bite a mosquito flying in the air, you can only catch it once or twice out of 10 times based on your instinctive muscle reaction. But now it's different. I can clearly judge the flight path of the mosquito, and I can bite it to death 8 out of 10 times. The remaining 2 times were because my body couldn't keep up, not because of my conscious misjudgment. It seems I need to strengthen my physical training. Meng Huaibian lowered his head and bit a grasshopper that was almost the size of a palm, his mouth full of juice as he thought. Cultivation, none. Skill, none. Skills, none. Innate magical power, can eat, a lot, primary glutton. Universal points, 7. System level, no level, upgrade to 999 universal points, limited time offer. System function, connector. It's such a pitfall. The most important thing is that there is nothing good about upgrading such a stingy system. If I have that universal feature, I might as well use it somewhere else. The most important thing now is to find a way to get started and begin practicing. What should I do? What should I practice first? Although he did not learn the profound techniques of the Chongqing sect this time, he did learn some martial arts practiced by people in the martial arts world and some Qigong techniques practiced by those who practiced immortal cultivation according to Han Mingxian's memory. Should I cultivate my body first, or should I cultivate my qi first? Meng Huai was a bit troubled. As for physical training, all Han Mengxian knew were the methods used by martial artists to strengthen their muscles and bones. As for qi training, he only knew the most basic and popular qi training methods. It's not something profound or wonderful. Only this most basic thing made him feel a little uncomfortable and he didn't want to practice it. Will I suddenly get lucky and obtain a powerful martial art like the beginning of chaos, the innate freedom, the self-transformation, the divine elephant, the prison-suppressing 9 dragons pulling the cart, the phoenix nirvana, the eternal life and immortality divine art heart method? Ha ha ha, if I could learn a technique like this, wouldn't I be able to become a saint right away? Then I will be able to quickly avenge myself and dominate the world, right? When Meng Huai thought about this, he was filled with questions. My body now looks like a 9-headed beast, more precisely, it looks like a red wild boar. This thing has fists, palms, and claws. Can I train with my hooves? I guess my big thick legs can't kick it, right? It's all meat. I can't lift it that high. Take another look. These offensive martial arts are suitable for human practice. For my pink piggy body, I'd better find some techniques to protect it first. He had no choice but to immerse himself in his sea of consciousness again to search for Han Mengxian's memories. Han Mengxian is a cultivator, and he has been practicing true qi since he entered the immortal sect. After that, as his magic power became more and more profound, he had his own spiritual power to protect his body, so there was no need to practice too many protective techniques in the martial arts world. Ha! Got it. An hour later, Meng Huai finally found a martial art that suited him to practice, Iron Body Kung Fu. Meng Huai sorted out the contents of Iron Body Kung Fu. I understand that although the name of this exercise is not very impressive, it can strengthen the muscles, bones, skin and flesh, and make the joints flexible. It can not only strengthen the body and enhance explosive power, but also make the whole body as hard as iron when practicing. The fact that the iron body skill was chosen by a smartman like Han Mengxian and was used as one of the main skills he practiced before entering the inner sect must have its magical aspects. Just the fact that it can enable ordinary people, especially martial artists, to transition to practicing Taoism is magical enough. Iron Body Kung Fu is said to be a set of Kung Fu, but in fact it includes the Kung Fu of Iron Head, Iron Throat, Iron Neck, Iron Arm, Iron Leg, Iron Crotch, Great Strength, etc. It is indeed a good Kung Fu with one Kung Fu for multiple uses. It is even the foundation of cultivating immortals and practicing qi, emphasizing training muscles, bones, and skin externally, and breathing internally, refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit into emptiness, emptiness and mind merging. Mind returns to attract qi, when qi reaches the point of strength, mind and qi communicate with spirit, and then achieving the state of unity of all things, unity of man and nature. Why does such a high-level technique have such a name? It's not domineering at all to say it out loud. Meng Huai was first dissatisfied with the name. No. I'm going to change it for him. It's called Huanyuan Vajra Kung Fu. Haha, that sounds much better. The technique is still the same, but now that he has come up with a good name, Meng Huai is so excited that he jumps up like crazy. Ah. There is also the qi guiding technique that assists the iron body technique. Meng Huai studied for a long time and saw a practical one, which made him even more excited. This is great, it turns out to be a technique that can conceal one's realm. It's best to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger. From now on, when we, old Meng, go out and make our own way, we can also slap other people in the face, ha 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 ha. Meng Huai started to fantasize again, completely forgetting that he was now a pink pig. Grind it again. After all, these two skills are for humans to practice. You still have to take the essence and discard the dross before you can use them for yourself. Meng Huai kept thinking while talking. He almost ate up the large piece of turpentine in front of him. But his consciousness was not on the ground at all, but sank into the sea of consciousness again. After selection, and in accordance with the principles, Meng Huai changed the movements, integrating the iron body skill and the qi induction technique together, and named it Huanyuan Qi Vajra skill. This name shows that it is a top-notch technique. In fact, this is the best choice for Meng Huai. Because he has a system. This system, called connector, is very low level, but it is still a system after all and can be upgraded using universal points. When Meng Huai uploaded the cultivation knowledge and Huanyuan Ichiva Dragong that he could remember in his sea of consciousness to the system panel flashed blue light and changes occurred. Cultivation, none. There is no change in cultivation. Gongfa, Huanyuan Ichiva Dragong, not yet started. Oh my god. Seeing this, Meng Huai wanted to curse again. System, why can't I use universal points to upgrade my skills? Meng Huai asked angrily. System, intelligent voice interaction is turned on, and 1 universal point will be deducted every day. Be a human being. I asked a question, and you haven't answered it yet, but you're deducting my money first. Looking at his universal point which had changed from 7 to 6, Meng Huai's eyes turned red. The system mechanically replied, rules are rules. Meng Huai, what's the rule? I paid every time, and I also paid a handling fee every time I exchanged. Am I not your customer? Now I am asking a question about usage, not asking anything else, and I have to pay a fee. System, my rules are the rules. The cold voice came again, and there was nothing else to say. This thing is so irritating. Meng Huai really wanted to dismantle this system. Unfortunately, he can't. Meng Huai had no choice but to return to the original question, then tell me, why can't my mental method be upgraded? The system said disdainfully, are you stupid? Meng Huai was furious, what kind of service attitude is this? The system said coldly, you are so stupid. Didn't you see the words, not yet started, behind the technique? Meng Huai, it can't be used if you haven't gotten started yet. System, you haven't even entered the door, how can I give you a promotion? Oh my god. There is some truth to this. Meng Huai calmed down a bit, is it possible to improve after getting started? System, naturally. Meng Huai, then how do I get started? System, you ask me about your own skills. You are such a waste, what use are you? Meng Huai cursed the system in his heart. All the universal points have been deducted. Meng Huai thought about it and decided to ask more questions. Meng Huai, how many universal points are needed for the first upgrade of the technique? System, according to the technique, the higher the level, the more. Meng Huai, where is my Huanyuan Ichiva Dragong? What level is it? System, the yellow level Kung Fu in the mysterious world. Meng Huai was a little disappointed, so low. Can I upgrade? System, yes. Meng Huai, that's good. You definitely need to use universal points to upgrade, there is no doubt about that. Meng Huai, how many universal points are needed to upgrade the yellow level skills after getting started? This is very important, he has to save money now. System, 10 o'clock. Meng Huai was happy, it's very cheap. System, the yellow level Huanyuan Ichiva Dragong has a total of 99 levels. Level 1 increases level 2 by 10 points, level 2 increases level 3 by 20 points, and level 3 increases level 4 by 30 points. And so on. Oh my god. It's too early to be happy. I feel a little dizzy. I'm not good at math. How many universal points do I need to upgrade this thing to level 99? Why do I feel like it's an astronomical figure? Also, there is something wrong with the level of this technique. Meng Huai was puzzled. System, I remember when I uploaded Huanyuan Ichiva Dragong, it was only divided into 9 levels. How come yours has become 99 levels? Who randomly divided my skills into different levels? The system said calmly, I divided it. Meng Huai was so angry that his nose was burning with anger. Why? You didn't give me so many levels just to charge more, did you? The system is ruthless, my rules are the rules. Meng Huai once again had the urge to dismantle this crappy system. He was so angry that he didn't want to look at the system again. Meng Huai directly closed the system panel, and then, angrily, he ate rosin for another half an hour. He felt a little more comfortable when he was half full. It's not enough to just have Han Mingxian's memory, you have to practice it. He stood still in the open space. Lie on the ground with your limbs, close your eyes slightly, press your tongue against the upper palate, eliminate distracting thoughts, concentrate your mind, relax your whole body, breathe naturally, and start practicing. Just as he entered into a state of meditation, he heard a puff sound in the air, and a little air came out of Meng Huai's lower abdomen. This little bit of qi was like a newly lit flame. It didn't move around, it just burned there, making him feel comfortable in his entire stomach. Is this the feeling of qi? It's much faster than the cultivation genius Han Mengxian. It took Han Mengxian 2 hours to enter into a state of meditation and find the sense of energy. Could it be that I, old Meng, am a super genius in cultivation? He became proud again. He did not consider the magical power of the nine-headed beast itself, nor did he think that this was because he possessed the knowledge and cultivation experience of Han Mengxian, a high-level cultivator. At this moment, he was just redoing the most basic skills. Meng Huai was lucky to have turned into a four-legged beast like a pink pig. If he had turned into a snake or an ant, it would have been difficult. Because pigs and humans are so similar, even more than 95% of them are the same. Apart from the fact that they do not have human hands and feet and their mobility, their body structure and even their meridian composition are very similar to those of humans. Therefore, at this moment, Meng Huai's practice was very easy. Follow the sutra. After laughing, Meng Huai immediately changed his mind. Use your mind to drive the qi to the perineum, lift your anus with force, and again send the qi upward through Tsugu, Zhongji, Guanyuan, and Shimen. In one breath, it opens up 6 major acupoints and returns them to the Qi-Hai acupointment. Hiss. Meng Huai took another long breath, and exerted force suddenly, opening up the 6 major acupoints of Yinjiao, Shank, Navel, Xiaowan, Jianli, Zhongguan, and Shanguan before he stopped completely. Meng Huai did not follow the normal route of opening up the 12 main meridians when practicing Qigong, but started from the Ren meridian, which is known as the Sea of Yin meridians, among the 8 extraordinary meridians. He knew his advantage. What was the innate magical power of the nine-headed beast? It was the ability to eat. What this body is best at is eating and sleeping a lot, so you should first open the acupoints such as Shank, Shanguan, Zhongguan, and Xiaowan to make your intestines and stomach more unobstructed and magical, so as to enhance your talents. What's the harm in a bad system? As long as my body is strong, that's all. What's more, Guanyuan point and Qi-Hai point are essential for cultivation, and they can also cure consumptive disease and emaciation, and strengthen the body, which is definitely worth it. After the 12 acupoints were opened, Meng Huai first let out a series of loud farts, then defecated and urinated. He felt that his body was extremely unobstructed. Hold head high. After a shout of excitement, he began to eat and drink like crazy again. There are dozens of acres of pine-scented grass here, with well-developed root systems and dense growth. Most of them are 2 or 3 meters tall, with broad leaves, crisp and juicy stems, and a very strong pine scent. At this time, many pine-scented herbs are still blooming with chrysanthemum-like flowers. The leaves are emerald green and the flowers are golden yellow. It is a breathtaking beauty at first glance. Oh, it's really delicious. I can even feel that this grass can provide some spiritual power after I eat it. Unfortunately, I met Meng Huai. He was only thinking about eating at the moment and couldn't see the natural beauty of flowers and plants. It's just too little. He ate up 30 or 40 acres of grass in just 3 days, just like a harvester. But I'm still hungry. Rosinka should have the effect of stimulating appetite, and Meng Huai has a very strong digestive ability. He ate, digested, and defecated at the same time, but he never felt full. After eating the rosin, Meng Huai relied on his magical nose to find another sea of grass. He didn't know what kind of grass it was, but he knew that it was more than 3 meters tall, with oval leaves, thick texture, and especially high in water. It tasted like watermelon rind, sour and sweet, and especially delicious. It also has small purple flowers. Meng Huai didn't care what its original name was, and now he just called it perilla grass. This place is much bigger, with several hundred acres of land. It's just right for me to open up my Ren and do meridians. Meng Huai ran around the edge of the grass and didn't smell any ferocious beasts. He then marked the surroundings in the way wild animals do and went into the sea of perilla grass. Snort. Ha. Hey. Roar. Bang, bang, bang. He ran to the center of the sea of grass and first used his teeth to gnaw off a large area, an area as large as a football field. Then, instead of practicing chi, he used his nose to push hard and his hooves to dig desperately, and dug a big hole in the ground that was as big as 5 or 6 houses and 3 or 4 meters deep. Then, they practiced running, jumping, and violently ramming in the big pit. In the following time, when Meng Huai was hungry, he would eat the perilla grass around him, and after eating, he would start practicing the Huan Yuan Ichiva Dra Gong. This kind of martial arts method, which uses hard skills as an entry level, is very difficult to practice. Because you have to endure that pain all the time. It can even be said that pain is good. There is also a kind of tiredness coming from inside the body. Your body clearly tells you and keeps proving it to you, allowing you to feel the fatigue at any time. This unreasonable feeling of fatigue will wear down the practitioner's will and discourage his or her ambition. Do you believe or disbelieve what your own body tells your brain? It is always difficult for people to submit to others, but it is very easy to submit to themselves. Advanced techniques will allow you to achieve twice the result with half the effort, and you won't suffer. Why are you practicing such low-level stuff? It's useless. It's a low-level technique. Even if you practice it, you can't destroy the world. You will still be bullied. You practiced for 10 days, but it's still not as good as someone who practices advanced techniques for an hour. Why are you still practicing this? Even if you succeed, you still can't beat others. The end point you've been working so hard to achieve is just the starting point for others. Stop. Go find advanced skills, find a master, and find a backer. Do you believe that a good backer can save you 10 years of hard work? Don't be silly. Success is not like this. Everyone wants to succeed, and everyone is running in the same direction. If you want to be more successful than others, you must take shortcuts. Don't practice anymore. Go find the secret book. Go treasure hunting. Even if you can't find any magical secret method, you can still find a magical herb or a bottle of magic pill, and you can fly into the sky. During the past 10 days, there was always a voice in Meng Huai's mind telling him to give up, to stop, and to find new skills and elixirs. I'm not going. Meng Huai is a bit stubborn. I just want what I can get. Meng Huai said stubbornly. Ah. After saying that, Meng Huai began to ram the earth wall frantically with his body. Bang, 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 bang. Even his own butt was not spared. Time flies like an arrow. In this way, time passed little by little, the surrounding perilla grass decreased little by little, the training pit became deeper little by little, the pit walls became harder little by little, and Meng Huai gradually lost a lot of weight. It cannot be said that he is thin, but rather slender yet strong. His originally round body now looks very strong, especially his shoulders, back, waist and buttocks, where muscles have already been revealed. There are downsides too. Meng Huai's red body seemed like pig skin had turned into cowhide, tight and extremely strong. But the hair is gone. Although he didn't have the bristles of an adult wild boar, he did have some long and hard hairs. But now, many places are hairless. Because of the crazy training in the past few days, he had rubbed off all the hair on his body, especially on the impact parts such as the top of his head, shoulders, waist and buttocks. It used to be a pink little beast, but now it has turned into a bald pig. It looks a bit funny. He himself looked quite funny. Inhale gently, exhale long, and the tip of your tongue won't bounce. The breath is even, flowing through the whole body, and the dantian is full of qi and stretching upwards. Adjust from bottom to top, squeeze from the middle to the bottom, use your heart strength to turn your qi into qi. After practicing external skills for more than 10 days, Meng Huai's skin felt slightly cracked and stinging. This is the body reaching its limit. He decided to slow down and start focusing on cultivating his internal energy. His practice posture is different from others. After all, his body was still that of an animal, and no one could sit as straight as he should, and he couldn't even face the sky with his 5 hearts facing upwards. In addition, the training these days was really tiring, so he just lay down on the ground with his back facing the sky. One breath in, one breath out, in an instant, inhale with the mind sinking into dantian, exhale with the mind soaring upwards, hidden dragon entering the sea, is for my use, borrowing flowers to offer to Buddha, chi circulation, 5 horses collapsing the groove, pushes with both palms, white crane spreads wings, crosses in front of the chest. Using his hooves as hands, Meng Huai lay in the big pit and practiced the exercise very well. After the woodcutter finally returned home, Meng Huai stopped practicing dynamic exercises and switched to static exercises. On a clear night, the stars are shining and the sky is clear. Especially the moon rising from the east, even if it is only a crescent, it still sheds light like water, shining on this endless land and this vast forest. Likewise, it shone on the basil grass, on the big pit, and on the bald pig, in the pit that was motionless like a sculpture. The next day, Meng Huai did not practice martial arts or walk, but directly used his supernatural power, eating. He harvested the remaining basil like a giant sickle, and ate it all. Burp, it feels so good. After Meng Huai burped, he took a look at his masterpiece, smiled, and turned to run to the east. Behind him, hundreds of acres of land were clean, as if they had been harvested by a harvester. Will the words Meng Huai grow next year? He thought as he ran, and his expression seemed to show that he was very sure of this. After all my fertilizer for the past half-month has been put into this. Meng Huai was really thoughtful and wrote his name on such a large piece of land with feces and urine. After passing the sea of perilla grass, you will enter the pine and cypress forest. This place is actually a good place to go. Not only are the pines and cypresses evergreen, there are also many wild flowers. From time to time, the wind brings the fragrance of flowers, and it is even comfortable. But Meng Huai had no mood to appreciate it, because he was beginning to feel hungry again. Eating grass all the time won't make you full. Especially when I practice martial arts every day, I have to eat both meat and vegetables. Meng Huai glanced at his 6-foot waist, especially his belly, which didn't seem so round anymore. He even felt a little sad. A fat pig brings prosperity to the family. Now the pigs are not fat, what should I do? I'm being influenced by someone. I am obviously a divine beast, why do I always think I am a pig and not a pig? Meng Huai shook his head, expelled the red pig's appearance, visualized the majesty of the 9-headed beast, and quickened his pace. After passing the pine forest, the ground gradually sunken and came to a huge basin. Meng Huai continued to walk downhill for 18 miles. There was no bottom, but he had already arrived at the place with a strong fishy smell. Looking around, I saw many kinds of trees and shrubs in clear layers, of different heights but without affecting each other, of different colors, densely packed, a scene full of vitality. There might be a snake den in this place. If there is a snake, you have to fight. Meng Huaxian glanced at his system panel. System panel. Name, Meng Huai. Race, 9-headed beast cub, disabled. Connector position, center, normal, left 1, left 2, left 3, left 4, right 1, right 2, right 3, right 4, vacant. Status, 100%. Physical fitness, 712, height 331 centimeters, length 598 centimeters, weight 1078 caddies. Soul power, 313. Cultivation, none. Gongfa, Huan Yuan Ichi Vajra Gong, beginner, plus. Skills, none. Innate magical power, can eat, a lot, primary glutton. Universal points, 6. System level, no level, upgrade to 999 universal points, limited time offer. System function, connector. I have achieved my small goal and successfully gained 1,000 kilograms. Next, my goal is to head towards the 10,000 gene monster. Meng Huai was extremely excited and set a goal for himself. Hey! My 10,000 gene monster body will start from eating these snakes. Call. A cold wind blew, and a few clouds floated in the sky. Suddenly, there were lightning, thunder, and heavy rain. But Meng Huai didn't care at all. He hummed and snored, and started to look forward. Well. What's going on? Why not? After walking around in the woods for a few times, Meng Huai could clearly smell a faint fishy smell in the air, but he could not find any trace of a snake. The average height of the trees in this forest is about 70 to 80 meters. It is no exaggeration to describe them as towering into the clouds. Just above Meng Huai's head, a dead wood stick suddenly opened its eyes, slightly opened its mouth, and made a chirp, chirp sound, as if a bird was calling. After the sound was heard, a larger stick on another tree also opened its eyes and made squeak, squeak, squeak sounds as if in response. Then, the whole forest seemed to come alive. The dead tree above was croaking, and the dead leaves, stones, and tree roots on the ground below seemed to all move, making a tick-tick, tick-tick, tick-tick sound that most people could not hear at all, and would not care about even if they heard it. Meng Huai sensed some movement and raised his head to look around. The branches were still branches, the leaves were still leaves, the stones were still stones, and the woods were still woods. It seemed that nothing had changed. What's going on? Why do I always feel like something is spying on me? Meng Huai looked doubtful. Hey! He turned around suddenly and looked back, still saw nothing. Ha! He turned back again and stared straight ahead. I see you. He wanted to cheat. Unfortunately, apart from the chirp sound like birds and the tick-tock sound like raindrops, nothing was found. Hallucinations. Is this a sign of my lack of love and insecurity? Meng Huai began to have wild thoughts. I guess he's hungry. He finally found a plausible reason. Let's find something to eat first. Not finding the snake, Meng Huai had to lower his head and start eating grass and roots. There's a lot of moss here. It has a nice fragrance and is delicious. There was thick green moss on the ground and branches, like a small blanket. When Meng Huai lowered his head, the eyes hidden in the woods opened again. The largest pair of eyes stared at him coldly, while the rest, concealed by various colors, slowly approached him. There were nearly 100 pairs of red eyes surrounding Meng Huai from top to bottom and from left to right. Chirp, chirp. On the ground, the wooden stick hiding behind Meng Huai's but sent out a signal at some point. Hiss. The one on top with the biggest eyes opened its huge blood-red mouth, stuck out its long forked tongue, and squeezed out the sound. This seemed like a signal to attack. The wooden sticks, stones, and dead leaves on the ground closest to Meng Huai suddenly bounced up and flew towards Meng Huai. When they were in the air, they opened their big mouths. There were more than 60 sharp teeth in their mouths. Each tooth was as long as an adult's palm and curved inward, like rows of white barbs, flashing cold light, which was very scary. They bit Meng Huai's butt, shoulders, and neck respectively. Snort. Meng Huai snorted coldly. I've been waiting for you guys for a long time, a bunch of stinky lizards, you still want to make trouble. He rolled on the spot to avoid the attack, then turned around and bit the dead leaf. With a crack, the lizard's neck was bitten off by the huge bite force. However, when the remaining sticks and stones saw their companions being killed in one move, they not only did not retreat, but they hissed and became even more ferocious. The stick bounced again, this time not aiming at his balls, but heading straight for his larger butt cheeks. Stone quickly crawled forward 2 steps and bit dead leaf's ear before Meng Huai retracted his mouth from his neck. Kick backwards. Meng Huai used a martial arts move called back kick to kick the wooden stick over. At the same time, both ears flew together, the 2 big ears suddenly stood up and slapped Shitu in the face. Wooden stick turned over and stood up, constantly spitting out air, as if analyzing the information in the air. Suddenly, it discovered a fighter plane. The power of Meng Huai's ears was still not very strong. Although it made a loud noise when it hit Shitu-'s face, it did no harm. Shitu took the opportunity to open his mouth and bite his big ears. Seeing this, Mugen exerted force with his strong limbs, and his sharp teeth and claws attacked Meng Huai's stomach again. Fortunately, Meng Huai's ears were also tempered, and at the moment of being bitten, he secretly used his true energy to protect his ears, so they were not bitten off by the poisonous lizard. His ears hurt, and Meng Huai couldn't help but get angry and snorted coldly. He didn't care anymore and exerted force to free his head. A large part of the ear was torn apart, separated up and down, and blood was dripping. Such a ferocious appearance frightened the stone and stick so much that they were stunned. Die. At the moment they were stunned, Meng Huai roared and used a brutal collision to knock the stone several meters away. The stone hit the tree with a bang, and many leaves dropped from the tree. The tree's waist was broken, and blood foam flowed from its mouth and nose. It was obvious that it was dead. Another trick of old pig looking for food, the nose, mouth, and teeth were pushed forward together, not caring whether it hit the hardest skull of the lizard. With a pop, the head of the wooden stick was cracked. He simply stretched out his long mouth and sucked out the brain of stick in the green blood. Chirp, chirp, chirp. All the ironclad lizards in the entire forest were shocked by the bloody scene before them and were howling wildly. But they did not receive the attack order from their leader, and they did not dare to attack, so they could only circle in the spot. This group of mutant lizards should be the same family as chameleons. They constantly change the color of their bodies according to the different things under them and the different backgrounds. There were 3 large lizards in the tree, but they were very calm. Their bodies are covered with golden hard scales, without any omissions from head to tail. They are round and protect themselves like the scales of Ming Guang armor, looking very majestic and domineering. Especially the largest one, with 2 slightly protruding lumps of flesh on the top of its head, and a calm expression, as it watched everything expressionlessly. Hiss. When Meng Huai started to tear the belly of stone, a golden-armored lizard blinked its thick eyelids and cried out. The banded lizards on the tree responded with a tick-tick sound randomly, and then, like dumplings, they pounced directly towards Meng Huai. The red iron-armored lizards on the ground ran as fast as they could, but they all rushed towards Meng Huai. Meng Huai, who had been paying attention to the enemy, suddenly looked up and said in his heart, "Here they come." He quickly pressed his forehooves against the ground, stood still, and began to practice the Huan Yuan Ichiva Dragong. You can't escape by running. The moment you enter the encirclement, you can't escape. At this moment, he could only withstand this wave of attacks. His power surged from inside to outside, his whole body swelled up, and his skin instantly hardened and blackened, like steel. Bang. Pa. Boom. Puff. Various noises continued, like someone hammering iron. At least 10 iron-banded lizards rammed into him, some with their heads, some with their claws, and some with their powerful tails. These basically did not cause any harm to Meng Huai, but they also caused his limited internal energy to be rapidly consumed. This is only the first wave of impact, there aren't many left. We need to practice harder. After this, the skin that had just hardened began to soften, as if the air had been released. The hard skill was broken. But I have more abilities than just this. Hold head high. The dragon shakes its body. Meng Huai roared and shook off the copper-armored lizards that were biting him. The pig's nose is up to the sky. When he raised his head, he pushed the 2 lizards that were still falling up another 5 or 6 meters. In the air, the lizard was killed by the sudden force. With 2 puffs, it fell to the ground not far away, rolled around, and could no longer move. The big pig descends the dragon. It suddenly jumped up, stomping around with its 4 hooves, stabbing with its fangs, and picking up the lizards crawling on the ground with its big mouth, it bit them one by one on the neck. After a few clucks and bangs, he killed 3 big lizards. Chirp, chirp. The sound of the golden-armored lizard was heard again in the tree. Transfiguration. Are you Transformers? You can transform. Meng Huai was a little confused after hearing the order from the golden-armored lizard. But the lizards did not hesitate. They immediately curled up their bodies like springs and bit their tails with their big mouths. The hard scales on their heads, necks, backs and tails immediately bulged upwards, like iron and copper cones, making it impossible for the enemy to bite them. The banded lizards in the distance also had their scales raised. Some were fiery red, some were emerald green, in strips and segments, like various ribbons, very beautiful. The defense is even more amazing. But its speed was much slower, and it could only crawl towards him like a big gecko. This is going to be difficult. Meng Huai tried it with his teeth. I can't bite it. These raised scales are impossible to bite. Bull tramples. He stepped hard on the armored lizard lying on the ground. There was a loud clang, sparks flew, and the lizard's hooves hurt, but it didn't even move. Come again. The 1,000-pound weight. Meng Huai roared and jumped up, trying to use his weight of more than 1,000 pounds to smash the lizard to death. Puff. His body touched the scales, making a dull sound. Ouch. He was hurt, but the lizard was fine and even winked at him. Just as Meng Huai was hitting an armored lizard, a lizard the same color as leaves slowly moved behind him. Then, it suddenly jumped out, and bit him on the butt while he was not paying attention. Just when Meng Huai was taking a breath, he was bitten hard. Hold head high. He screamed and ran away. You have to run. If you can't hurt the enemy can still hurt you. If you continue fighting, you will die. Meng Huai said run and ran. The four hooves moved together at such a fast speed that all the dead leaves on the ground flew up. Bang. Bang. But with a few bangs, 4 copper-armored lizards, each 6 meters long, much larger than other lizards, and green all over, jumped from the tree to Meng Huai and blocked his way. Our prey, still trying to escape. You're going to die here. Meng Huai, who was only 4 meters long, hurried to a stop, narrowly avoiding crashing into their huge mouths with barbed teeth. More copper-armored lizards stood up behind him, forming a formation and surrounding him. Hiss. Where did the wild boar come from? How dare you come to our territory and act wildly? They shouted at Meng Huai. I said I came in by mistake, do you believe me? Can you let me go? The copper-armored lizard obviously didn't understand what Meng Huai said. They were all sucking and spitting out their fiery red tongues, testing each other. Hiss. They roared and surrounded Meng Huai even tighter. Seeing this situation, Meng Huai simply didn't bother to be polite. What are you calling me? Whether it's release or beating, give me a straight answer. The copper-armored banded lizard is particularly intelligent. They didn't understand what Meng Huai said, but they could feel what he meant. You still dare to challenge us? Court death. They changed color immediately. With a hiss, they rushed over together. When they were almost up to Meng Huai, 2 of them bit Meng Huai's neck directly, and the other 2 stretched out their sharp claws to grab his stomach. Hold head high. Meng Huai screamed and ducked to avoid it. I'm leaving. Then, it jumped up with its hind legs, flew over the lizard's head, and ran quickly to the south. His action was somewhat unexpected, so the banded lizards failed to react. However, they were naturally aggressive and extremely ferocious, so how could they let go of their prey just like that? Chase. At the command given by the golden-armored lizard on the tree, all the copper-armored and iron-armored lizards came chasing after it with red eyes. Thanks to Meng Huai's long legs and the lizard's short legs, the flexibility of this group of lizards is far inferior to his. After leaving the lizard forest and running for another 3 or 4 miles, Meng Huai saw an open space and stopped. Humph, I came here to find food in the first place. Now that the food is delivered to my door, how can I just run away? Meng Huai just felt it. Although there are many mutant lizards, the iron-armored and copper-armored lizards do not pose much threat to him. You guys fell into the trap, didn't you? When the lizard followed, it would naturally give up the state of protruding iron and copper armor. At this moment, when it arrived here panting, Meng Huai's eyes lit up. Right now. Meng Huai counterattacked, raised his head and bit the banded lizards running in the front. It's you. You chased me so hard. You should die first. With fangs, heavy hooves, and the combination of both, Meng Huai killed a copper-armored lizard in an instant. Then he turned and ran. Hiss. The lizards that had just arrived from behind were furious when they saw their companion's corpse, and they all sped up to catch up. This time it's you and you. When the fastest few lizards in front broke away from the main group, Meng Huai turned around and killed 2 more. Keep running. When Meng Huai saw the copper-armored lizards break away from the main group, he turned around and killed them. In this way, they ran and killed all the way, and soon all the obviously powerful copper-armored lizards were killed. After killing the last copper-armored lizard, Meng Huai stood still. Are you stupid? All those higher than your level are dead, how dare you go up there? Meng Huai sneered as he looked at the iron-armored lizards that were swarming towards him from behind. In fact, this is the bloodthirsty nature of lizards. As long as they set their sights on prey, they will definitely get it. Hiss, hiss. Looking at the group of iron-banded lizards pouncing towards him with their long tongues stretched out, Meng Huai would not tolerate them. He did the same thing and killed all the lizards like walking a dog. System, start the exchange. There were 50 or 60 lizards chasing after them, but they were far from all the lizards in the lizard forest. Meng Huai didn't dare to choose here, and ate it slowly, bite by bite. He turned on the system exchange. The meat of this mutant lizard is full of spiritual energy. Especially this copper-armored lizard. I don't know if it's a first-level monster, but one can be exchanged for 180,000 energy points, which is almost the same as a spiritual fruit. Meng Huai was overjoyed and quickly went back to collect the corpses of the striped lizards. Hoo. One lizard after another disappeared into Meng Huai's mouth. Ding, ding, ding. One universal point after another arrived. After all the harvests were completed, Meng Huai's universal points reached 461 points. Upgrade your skills. Meng Huai clicked the plus behind the technique. -10. -20. -30. -40. -50. When it reaches -90, there are only 11 universal points left. Meng Huai quickly checked his physical condition again. A burst of blue light flashed by, and Meng Huai looked at his system panel. Status, 80%, slightly poisoned. Lizards are poisonous. Fortunately, I have a healthy body. Physical fitness, 713, height 331.5 centimeters, length 59.8 centimeters, weight 1080 caddies. Soul power, 313. Cultivation, none. Gongfa, Huan Yuan Ichiva Dragong, level 9. My technique has reached level 9, why is my cultivation still 0? I'm not even a level 1 monster now. This doesn't make sense. When Meng Huai saw this, he really wanted to ask the system. But now I only have one universal point left. Turn on voice interaction and it will immediately become 0. Meng Huai was reluctant to leave. This is a lousy system. I can't get anything out of it. I'd better not ask. He endured it. Skill. 1. Passive skill, Iron Skin level 3. 2. Active skill, Fine Iron Skin level 3, consumes true energy and forms a protective layer on the skin. Universal points, 1. What is this? I upgraded so much and you gave me 2 iron skins. Also, this is a skill I already had, right? Ah, it appears here, does that mean I can use universal points to upgrade? Hey, this system really doesn't miss any opportunity to make money. Meng Huai was so angry that he wanted to curse again. But as soon as he took a step, he felt dizzy and weak all over. The lizard's venom has taken effect. Meng Huai shook his head. Hiss, hiss. Another burst of lizard calls was heard. Oh my god, this big guy is coming. Meng Huai was shocked when he saw 2 golden armored lizards, more than 10 meters long and as big as a small truck, rushing towards him like sharp arrows. I can't beat him. He made a judgment in an instant. Run. Run. This was his only thought at the moment. Meng Huai lowered his head and suddenly rushed forward. Then, he paddled hard with his front hooves and kicked hard with his hind hooves, running quickly into the deeper valley. It is impossible to go back the same way. There were at least dozens of enemies blocking the way ahead, and he couldn't defeat them all. Behind the 2 monitor lizards that were more than 10 meters long were a number of banded lizards that were 4 or 5 meters long. All of them moved their limbs quickly and chased after Meng Huai. Among them, a golden armored lizard was particularly ferocious. While running, it seemed to be hungry, so it turned its head and bit a smaller iron-banded lizard. Ignoring its wailing, it continued to chase it while eating. In this way, after half an hour of chasing and pursuing, Meng Huai still did not escape. Crash, crash. There is the sound of running water ahead. You can't run here. Seeing the enemy getting closer and closer, Meng Huai guessed that there might be a river ahead, so he quickly turned around and ran to the east. He wouldn't dare swim with the banded lizard. Lizards are known for their iron claws that float on water. I definitely can't swim faster than them. If I'm caught in the water by them, I'll definitely drown. So where do I run now? Where can I hide for a while? Go east. The west is not a good option. Meng Huai came from the west. To the north, there are lizard pursuers. To the south, there is a big river, and the only option is the east. Meng Huai accelerated and ran towards the east. This place is on the edge of the basin. The temperature was high, and the terrain was low in the southeast and high in the northwest. There were many clouds and heavy humidity, and there was a lot of fog when the temperature was high. When the southeast wind blew, heavy rain began to fall again. But the rain did not stop Meng Huai at all. He continued to run forward with a huff and puff. Of course, the group of ringed lizards behind him did not stop either. They all spitted out their tongues and chased after him desperately. Hey! Brother, don't come here. I've already admitted defeat, and you're still chasing me. You're just not giving me face. Meng Huai was shouting as he ran. But none of the lizards behind him answered him, and even the two golden-armored lizards seemed to have discovered something and began to speed up. Brother lizards, don't be too ruthless. Show mercy to the animals when you can. Leave a way for me, so we can meet again in the future. Everything should be done in moderation. Being a lizard, you should be content. Lizards have a measure for life and a limit for being a lizard. I will treat you the same way you treat me. Be careful, I will come back and bite you one day. There are always higher mountains and higher lizards. Don't be too arrogant, or I'll come back and eat you up when I'm stronger. Meng Huai didn't care whether the lizard could understand him or not, he just kept talking nonsense. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, the ground was getting more and more wet, weeds were growing everywhere, and it was muddy. Every time Meng Huai's 4 legs stepped on the mud, they would sink a little, and gradually, they became less flexible. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Seeing Meng Huai running towards a wetland ahead, the golden-armored lizard quickly warned him, don't go any further. If you go any further, you won't survive. What did you say? Meng Huai looked at the group of lizards in front of him and stopped, so he also stopped. The smaller golden-banded lizard said, Porco Rosso, it's dangerous ahead, don't go any further. Then you'll let me go? Meng Huai asked back. The larger golden-banded lizard didn't know if it understood what Meng Huai said, and continued, come out of the swamp. Let's fight, and the winner will decide life or death. Meng Huai's eyes turned and he looked carefully at the group of monitor lizards of all sizes standing on the edge of the swamp. TSK. Do you think I'm stupid? He didn't dare to take on the golden-banded lizard's mouth and claws head-on. Because he saw that the 2 golden lizards looked good, but their scales, claws, and fangs were all covered with densely packed black insects, which were extremely tiny. If there were not so many of them and they were not all piled up and wriggling together, they would not be visible at all. It's extremely poisonous. It's still the kind that can be parasitic. These little bugs felt extremely dangerous to Meng Huai. It seemed that if he was infected by these black bugs, he would be dead, even if he had a strong resistance to poison. He looked into the swamp and didn't sense any danger. I just felt a slight tingling in my legs and feet. You're afraid your skin will be corroded by this black water, right? Haha, but Master Meng is not afraid. He thought the lizard's skin couldn't stand the water here. Just watch it here. I'm leaving now. After saying this, he turned around, spread out his arms and walked towards the dense grass forest. There were wild flowers and weeds everywhere along the road. Meng Huai ate as he walked, feeling much more leisurely than before. The golden-armored lizard stood beside the black water with a group of lizards. They lined up in a row as if they were standing on the edge of a ditch, all staring with golden eyes flashing red light, looking at Meng Huai in front of them. Many people are impatient and so anxious that they walk around in circles. But no one dared to step into the Blackwater swamp. It seemed as if the area ahead was a forbidden area for them. When Meng Huai's figure was completely submerged in the grass, the golden-armored lizard reluctantly made a few chirp sounds to urge him. Hearing the sound, all the banded lizards turned around and went back, although they were reluctant to leave. Amid the heavy rain, fog rose in the Blackwater jungle. It's not white fog, it's black fog. The surroundings gradually became hazy. I can't see the road clearly. In the darkness covered by black fog, Meng Huai walked forward cautiously. There are all kinds of mosses close to the ground, which give all kinds of strange-looking trees a strange green coat. What was even more terrifying was the water, which was so turbid that you couldn't even tell what water looked like. It was like water and mud, neither liquid nor solid. It was flowing, but it didn't flow like water, it was like syrup. Floating in the black water were various dead animals, including some fish that were either poisoned or stranded, flopping around trying to survive. But here, death is inevitable. No fish can escape the assassination of black water. Can swamps form in forests? Meng Huai used to believe that swamps were all located near ponds, lakes, and rivers. He didn't expect that there were some in this big forest too. This also broke his cognition. Hurry up and leave. I can't sink into that with my big weight and small hooves. As soon as he realized that he had entered a swamp, Meng Huai quickly lay down on the ground with his belly touching the ground, and then immediately began paddling his forehooves towards the edge of the blackwater jungle. We can go out soon. After nearly 4 hours of effort, Meng Huai finally saw the northwest edge of the blackwater swamp. Wow. A few crows flew by, startling a group of swamp sparrows, which also took off. Suddenly, the quiet blackwater jungle seemed to become lively. The crow's sudden scream startled Meng Huai. I looked around, but didn't see any danger. Unlucky. He cursed and started swimming towards the swamp again. What Meng Huai didn't realize was that there was a real behemoth running rampant, uprooting mountains and trees, rushing towards this side from the depths of the swamp. It was so fast that it jumped over 30 or 40 meters in a jump, and in the blink of an eye, it was almost in front of Meng Huai. Gugwa. There was a loud bang, shaking the earth. Quack. With another jump, he landed about 2 meters in front of Meng Huai, staring at him with eyes like headlights. Oh my God, where did such a big toad come from? Meng Huai, who had already run to the edge of the swamp, was so frightened when he saw the toad in front of him, which was as big as a small armored vehicle, that he trembled all over. There is such a species of toad. This giant toad had a small protruding horn on its head, and its body was 3 or 4 meters long. It was more than 1 meter tall when it sat there. The milky white belly with black spots is okay, but the yellow back with spots is ugly. Not only is it very rough, but it is also covered with large and small poisonous bumps, which is disgusting at first glance. Quack. Seeing that Meng Huai did not move, the one-horned toad opened its mouth and shouted again. The mouth, which was as big as a bathtub, was filled with extremely sharp teeth as long as fingers. Quack. This one-horned toad was glowing with a faint luster, its mouth was blood red, its eyes were dark, and it seemed to be adhering to the principle of, I will not move unless the enemy moves. After calling, seeing that Meng Huai had not run away, it sat there, staring at where he was like the god of death. I can't move. I heard that toads can only see moving things, not stationary things. Is that so? At this moment, the rain has stopped, but the clouds are still there and the wind is even stronger. The sky was filled with wind and clouds, like a huge army coming and going. Another strong wind blew, and the sea of clouds gradually dispersed. In the thin places, a ray of afternoon sunlight came down, shining through the layers of leaves, which was very dazzling. The wind blows the leaves, the shadows of the trees dance, the sunset glows, and it is colorful and beautiful. It is a picturesque scene. But in this picturesque scene, a toad and a pink pig are facing each other. Good boy. How do we fight this? Looking at the huge toad, Meng Huai's heart trembled. I felt like his mouth could swallow me right up. From the aura of the one-horned toad, Meng Huai could feel that this toad was a real monster. Don't move. Don't move. Even though 5 or 6 leeches had crawled onto Meng Huai's stomach, biting him and sucking his blood, he still didn't dare to move. In his previous life, Meng Huai, who loved watching Animal World, knew. Although the toad's eyes are big, they only react to moving objects and cannot see stationary objects. The toad will not eat a stationary big grasshopper, but it will inevitably eat a flying mosquito, no matter how small or fast it runs. It's good to know more. It can save lives at critical moments. This is Meng Huai's hope of escape. He is very grateful for the documentaries he watched in his previous life. After arriving in this primeval forest, Meng Huai discovered that this was much better than learning those empty-headed things. Quack, quack. The one-horned toad was able to handle this confrontation with ease. It even has time to prey on wild birds flying by. The big tongue, like a red chain, just rolled up and swallowed a bird as big as a rooster into its mouth. It didn't even spit out the feathers and just swallowed it. After eating a few birds, Meng Huai still didn't move. The one-horned toad seemed impatient and turned around to crawl into the woods. "Oh, I was so scared. Hurry up and go. Hurry up and go. There is a big lizard in the west, which cannot be defeated. There is a river in the south, I don't know how big it is, it's not easy to go. There was a swamp and a toad in the east, so there was no way out. Meng Huai had to go north." As soon as Meng Huai turned around, he heard a loud roar from behind. Quack! The one-horned toad did not give up Meng Huai, the big meatball, but instead used a strategy, hid himself, and waited for Meng Huai to make a move. As Meng Huai Gang took a step, it immediately jumped out from the grass. "Hold head high." Meng Huai was startled and howled. It was too late to play dead now. He did not dare to hesitate, and ran away with all his might. Quack, quack. The one-horned toad screamed and chased after him. Meng Huai runs fast, while Toad crawls slowly. But the one-horned toad's hind legs are extremely strong and it can jump. Each time he jumped, he flew more than 30 meters. It only took a minute of chasing before they were less than 40 meters away from Meng Huai. Quack! The unicorn-horned toad jumped again and landed directly behind Meng Huai's butt. Although there was still a distance of 4 or 5 meters, it opened its big mouth and its long fleshy tongue shot out, like a javelin with a rope, and directly nailed Meng Huai's butt. Hold head high. First there was a sharp pain, as if my butt was stabbed with a stick. Then it was as if he was tied by a thick rubber band, connecting Meng Huai's body to the tongue of the unicorn toad. Go to hell. It was also because Meng Huai was too heavy, weighing more than 1,000 pounds, while this one-horned toad only weighed 700 or 800 pounds. In addition, Meng Huai had been rushing forward, so his forward inertia was also great. Buzz. It was like a big cart pulling a small cart, with the long tongue acting as a steel wire connecting Meng Huai and the one-horned toad. The one at the back braked, while the one in the front accelerated, suddenly tightening the long tongue. When the unicorn toad was unable to steady itself, Meng Huai in front of it was heavier and stronger, so it was carried and rolled in the woods. Come with me. How could Meng Huai miss this opportunity? He quickly exerted his strength again and ran faster, just to prevent the toad's feet from touching the ground. Leaving you with no leverage. See what else you can do. Meng Huai thought as he ran. But the one-horned toad is not stupid. When it realized it couldn't pull the prey into its mouth, it immediately retracted its tongue. It only rolled forward a dozen meters, knocked down a few small trees, and then stopped. It's hard for a toad that's turned over to get up again. Before the toad could get up with its belly facing upwards, Meng Huai turned his head and pounced towards it. Hey! He gave it a brutal charge towards its belly. Under the impact of such a huge force, the unicorn-horned toad urinated with a puff sound, and a lot of water squeezed out from behind its buttocks. Come again. Meng Huai bumped into it again. The wild boar is rising to the sky. He also used his nose to push the unicorn toad away. The boar subdues the tiger. After the unicorn toad landed on the ground, Meng Huai instantly jumped onto it, rode on it, opened his big mouth and bit the toad's right eye. Quack! The unicorn toad finally landed on all fours, and with its two hind legs, it pushed the ground hard, holding Meng Huai's upper body with its head, and gave him a shoulder throw. Ouch! Before Meng Huai could bite its eyes, he couldn't hold on with his hooves and fell flat on his face. Swoosh! When Meng Huai rolled over, the blood-red tongue of the unicorn toad stabbed at him like a bamboo stick. Hold head high. The stick hit Meng Huai's belly, causing him to scream in pain. Is there any internal organ damage? Meng Huai thought. He smelled a slight smell of blood in his mouth and nose. But he didn't have time to think. After the one-horned toad stuck to Meng Huai again, it pushed the ground with its 4 claws, retracted its tongue, and pulled Meng Huai into its big mouth. Meng Huai struggled a few times, getting mud all over his body and mouth, but he couldn't get free, and he became annoyed. Humph! That's too much. He simply stopped scratching the ground, and with a wow, he rushed straight towards the one-horned toad. "I'll knock you away again." Meng Huai used the brutal charge move again and rushed towards the one-horned toad. When the one-horned toad saw Meng Huai rushing towards it, it did not dodge. Instead, it lowered its head slightly, retracted its hind legs, and then, with a sudden force, it flew straight towards Meng Huai's head. Bang! The moment the two huge objects collided, there was a thunder-like sound, as if there was a car accident. Quack! The one-horned toad didn't expect that the red pig had such great strength. He also didn't expect that his one-horned horn, which was invincible and no one in the swamp could withstand a hit, would not be effective this time. After it landed, it sat there with a look of confusion in its eyes. "Hold head high." Meng Huai wasn't much better. He screamed, took 5 or 6 steps back, and sat down on the ground. He felt dizzy and had stars in his eyes. Is this toad's head so hard? How do we fight this battle? Is this thing a toad? Why is toad's head so hard? I'm afraid that's what the bull head is like. Meng Huai was hit so hard that he began to doubt his life. Swoosh. It was the one-horned toad that reacted first. He shot out his tongue again and delivered another heavy punch to Meng Huai's head. Meng Huai groaned and his eyes turned red. "Why do you keep hitting me? After all, I weigh more than 1,000 pounds, and I have practiced hard. Can I still be bullied by a toad like you?" Meng Huai, who has the fierce temperament of the 9-headed beast in his bones, decided to fight to the death with this ugly toad. He was dragged towards the huge mouth again. This time he did not resist or run forward. Instead, he slowly wrestled with the one-horned toad and slowly consumed its strength. "Turn it over for me." When he was dragged to the toad's mouth, Meng Huai used his long nose to exert force and flipped the toad over with its 4 legs facing the sky. The one-horned toad was pushing hard backwards and easily flipped its body over. "I'll bite you to death." Then, Meng Huai opened his mouth and bit its white belly. Puff! Tear off a chunk of meat. The unicorn toad had blood oozing out of its belly. Quack! The unicorn-horned toad felt pain and retracted its tongue, struggling to turn over. How could Meng Huai make it happen? It pounced straight forward, but couldn't find the toad's throat, so it aimed at the part below the mouth, and without hesitation, took another bite, directly tearing off a large piece of meat from the unicorn toad. Goo! Perhaps because its vocal cords were injured, the unicorn toad's call is not as loud as before. "I'll kill you while you're sick." Then, Meng Huai's mouth rushed towards the unicorn toad for the 3rd time, trying to rip it open. The unicorn toad will certainly not lie down and wait to die. It banged its head hard against the ground, and the large lump of skin on its head broke instantly, revealing a bone-white horn the size of a little finger. Bang! After being knocked again, the 2 eyes of the one-horned toad shrank quickly, and the entire frog head seemed to be dried up. The white horn became watery and glowed green. What is this? The first time Meng Huai saw it, he was shocked and didn't dare to take a 3rd bite. He tensed himself, alert and focused. After the white horns turned green, a green drop of water the size of a fingernail appeared with a buzz, spinning around and heading straight towards Meng Huai. Hold head high. Feeling that the water droplets contained enormous energy, Meng Huai did not dare to hesitate. He directly mobilized all the internal energy in his body, concentrated it on the tip of his tongue, stretched out his tongue, rolled it, and wrapped it with his tongue. The moment my tongue touched the green beads, I went numb. This water drop is highly poisonous. Goo! The one-horned toad, which was able to manipulate the bead, let out a cry. The horn flashed green light, and the bead began to pull Meng Huai's tongue into his stomach. Meng Huai quickly practiced the Huan Yuan Ichi Vajragong, and used his true chi to hold the bead. He used another trick called tongue turning the world, and pulled out the bead that had already reached his throat. Goo! As the unicorn-horned toad exerted its power, the green bead flew into its stomach again. Ah! Meng Huai yelled, and with some force, he pulled the bead back. Goo! Ah! Goo! Ah! An alien toad and a cub of a divine beast started pulling at the green bead. All that is consumed is energy. I saw the toad that was as big as a small cart and the red pig that was as big as a calf, both emitting white steam and gradually shriveling up. It's time to accumulate strength. Meng Huai thought to himself. Humph. Old Meng is not afraid of this. He was well aware of how fat he was. The unicorn toad felt a little regretful. It had been careless and had been seriously injured in the abdomen, so it was thinking of using its horn to remotely control the poison ball and give Meng Huai a fatal blow. The impact of magic was difficult for ordinary beasts to withstand. But it didn't expect that Meng Huai had also practiced it. At this moment, the situation reached a stalemate and entered the stage of loss. It knows that it is injured and cannot exert force for long, and it also knows that it does not have that much reserve. But it still couldn't bear to give up the energy poison ball it had cultivated for many years. Goo goo. It is also decisive. With a hardened heart, he let out a loud shout, and all the poisonous spots on his back exploded instantly. The venom inside turned into energy, which was absorbed by the white horn and transferred to the green water droplets. Hold head high. This time the force was so great that before he knew it, the water droplet broke free from Meng Huai's tongue and went into his stomach. Poison you to death. And then I'll eat you. The one-horned toad's eyes glowed red as he thought darkly. Hey! Good timing. Who knew that this would be exactly what Meng Huai wanted? Shenlong Zhanzhuang. Originally it was Fat Pig Zhanzhuang, but Meng Huai thought it sounded bad, so he changed it to a more elegant name. Meng Huai immediately roared, spread his forehoofs to shoulder width, his hoofs half closed, his eyes half closed, his tongue against the roof of his mouth, relaxed his whole body, and breathed naturally. He concentrated all the energy in his body into his iron stomach, and began to use the most powerful organ in his body to digest the energy of this poison ball. What is the talent of the nine-headed beast? Yes, I eat. When Meng Huai first tasted the energy contained in this green poisonous water droplet, he decided to absorb it all. Buzz. Red and green lights emanated from Meng Huai's body. The red light was outside and the green light was inside, constantly flashing and assimilating. At the beginning, the two were evenly matched, but gradually, because the red light was the home field, the green light was constantly swallowed up. The red light became stronger and stronger, and the green light became weaker and weaker. Pa! At the moment the green light completely disappeared, the small white horn on the toad's head also broke off. When the wind blew, it turned into powder and disappeared into the air. Quack! The one-horned toad turned into a hornless toad and roared, shaking the entire Blackwater swamp. There was an unknown number of creatures rustling away in the grass. But this shout also consumed its last bit of strength. The unicorn toad kicked its 4 legs and died. Ah! Why bother? Meng Huai looked at the toad that looked like it had been dried in the sun and sighed. Deep down, he didn't like this way of absorbing other people's energy, not only because it was dangerous, but also because it made him feel uncomfortable psychologically. It seems that it is the influence of my past life. Everyone has compassion. I won't eat you. Meng Huai stared at the one-horned toad in a trance. It's all shriveled up, there's not much meat to eat, and it's covered with lumps and wounds that look like burst abscesses. A bit disgusting. I can't bring myself to say it. Quack. Meng Huai was startled when he heard the faint sound of frogs responding from deep in the Blackwater swamp. Are there any other toad monsters? He was startled. I can't fight now. Meng Huai quickly retracted the thought. What to do? From the sound, this toad monster is much more powerful than the one-horned toad. I want to leave. Meng Huai turned quickly and ran north. Hurry up. Don't let the toad monster catch up with you again. Not long after Meng Huai left, a black toad that was more than 3 times larger than the unicorn toad came here. It took one look at the shriveled corpse of the unicorn toad lying there and immediately became furious. Quack! 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 It howled wildly at the northern sky for 2 or 3 hours, but it seemed to be hesitant about something and ultimately did not chase out. Finally, after screaming enough, the black toad dragged the unicorn toad back to the depths of the Blackwater swamp with boundless hatred. Meng Huai faintly heard the earth-shaking cry. He didn't dare look back and ran as fast as he could. After absorbing the energy of the one-horned toad, Meng Huai felt as light as a swallow and his running speed was much faster than before. 2 hours later, he arrived at the edge of the basin. He did not hesitate and began to climb a long slope about 7 or 8,000 meters high on the north side of the Blackwater Swamp. After climbing for 50 or 60 miles, we finally reached the top of the hill. After coming up, I found that this seemed to be a plateau meadow. The hillside no longer had the dense and boundless tall forest below, but only a few large trees growing here and there. The rest of the area was mostly covered with grass that was an average of 6 or 7 meters high. Meng Huai looked up and saw in the distance a large tree with feather-like leaves and golden flowers. He ran over quickly, sniffed around, and when he found there was no danger, he lay down under the tree to rest. Hee. It hurt so much. Nothing comes without a price. Although Meng Huai had absorbed all the energy of the green bead that contained the one-horned toad's 100-year power, it no longer moved around violently. But the poison of the entire alien toad also remained in Meng Huai's body. In addition, Meng Huai was frightened, and his body did not have time to absorb and decompose the energy, so he started running quickly. By this time, the poison had already taken effect on him. The burning pain in the stomach was good, but what was even more terrifying was that Meng Huai's entire body was now glowing a perverted deep red. It itches me to death. The whole body, including the eyelids, teeth, and genitals, is extremely itchy. Uncomfortable. But he didn't dare to catch it. There is no way to catch it. His muscles were stiff at the moment, and his hands and feet were not under the control of his brain, especially his back, from the tailbone upwards, the lumbar vertebrae, thoracic vertebrae, cervical vertebrae, and even the back of the head. The entire spine was shrinking, like a wooden stick bent by fire. Am I going to break my spine with my own muscles? Is there such a tragic thing in this world? Meng Huai stuck his butt out and held his head high, like a dead goat, or like a big C, and fell under the big tree. This tree is extremely tall, more than 80 meters tall. This height is nothing in the forest, but in this patch of grass, it stands out. This tree in particular has almost no leaves. The yellow flowers cover the entire tree, which is bright and dazzling, and also very fragrant, which can relieve pain, soothe the nerves and help sleep. Meng Huai, whose back muscles were tense, gradually relaxed and fell asleep under the comfort of Huang Jinshu. The Huanyuan Jinqi cultivated in his body was circulating unconsciously, repairing his body. Before falling into a deep sleep, Meng Huai swore, "Next time, I will never eat toads unless I'm starving to death." Maybe it was because Meng Huai had a faint smell of toad venom poison on him. A leopard ran past him, looked at him, snorted a few times, and then ran away quickly. It is not a fool. The wild boar in front of it is not only big but also poisonous. It can't be eaten even if it takes the trouble to kill it. Why bother to provoke it? Wild animals are the most cautious about their lives and will not do stupid things. Meng Huai slept for 2 days and 2 nights. On the 3rd day, when the east was getting light, he woke up refreshed. Ah! The first thing I did when I woke up was to howl at the rising sun. There was an indescribable joy in his voice. With the help of the one-horned toad's years of skills, Meng Huai opened up his Ren and Du meridians under the golden tree. Unravel the hidden heavenly immortal secret and reveal the source of the mystery. The floating clouds disperse and the blue sky remains, the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. Spring goes and autumn comes again, but autumn goes and spring comes with 1,000 miles of progress. The true self must be seen and laughed, and the nature must be preserved and not lost at every step. The flowers of the golden tree were so pleasant that they enlightened the little red pig, and he even wrote a poem. The level is not high, but there is a little bit of Taoism and Zen in it. Be good to your body, and your actions are your life. Fortune and misfortune can be reversed, so don't decide before the result. Well, he wasn't done getting excited yet. The 9 are boundless and share the son of Yao, and death and life in vain are not one. I can't hear the pure and profound sound, my eyes are stained with wine and my stomach is as dark as lacquer. After Meng Huai recited Guanqiu's The Hard Road to Travel, casually, he laughed. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, old Meng, don't care about that. I'll eat even if there's no music. After saying that, the pink little beast began to eat the grass that was 5 or 6 meters high. How terrible. It's edible, it's really terrible. Meng Huai kept drawing circles with the golden tree as the center. Wow wow. Wow wow. I was startled by a flock of vultures flying by in the sky. The grass was too high, and the vulture couldn't see the red pig clearly, but the dense weeds were now circling and disappearing. The beginning is a point. Then there is a small circle. Then there is a big circle. The lush green grass has all disappeared. The yellow and black soil was exposed, like a black plaster that was constantly growing on the green body of the grassland. Yeah. Yeah. A group of vultures that flew by unintentionally were startled and almost fell down. Is that a pig? That's too cruel. Not to mention eating, he even went to poop under that beautiful golden tree. What are you doing? What are you trying to do by peeing directly on the roots of a tree? You want to sting the only place where birds live around us to death. Even the vultures eating the carrion couldn't bear to watch. They didn't fly away, but circled over Meng Huai, cursing at him. Who are you scolding, damn bird? Meng Huai understood the bird language, looked up and cursed back. Didn't you see that our Lao Meng was fertilizing the golden tree? This was indeed his true thought. I am repaying the golden tree, and you guys, a bunch of birds, dare to scold me. Can't tolerate it. Meng Huai started cursing at the flock of birds while eating. A red pig and a group of vultures, one below and one above, started to curse at each other. What they didn't know was that an extremely brutal battle had just ended more than 40 miles away from Meng Huai. It was also a grassland, where grew a kind of green grass with broad leaves, fresh and juicy, which had a refreshing fragrance when chewed. In the grass, there was a bison, of huge size, more than 5 meters tall, more than 7 meters long, and weighing almost 4,000 kilograms. This bison is covered with black hair and has 2 white horns that are more than 1 meter long and curved like full moons. It looks very domineering and majestic. Only its right corner was broken. Without the tip, only half is left. This white-horned bison should have been the old bull king of a herd. After losing the competition, it was driven out by the new leader and could only wander alone on this grassland. This kind of wandering bull has strong fighting power and bad temper. It is particularly dangerous to meet it in the wild. At this time, the white-horned cattle lowered its head and nibbled on the delicious grass leaves, eating happily. Woof! Suddenly a dog barked in the bushes. The white-horned ox shook its ears, raised its head and looked around, but didn't see anything, so it lowered its head and continued eating. Oh! There was another low growl of a dog. The white-horned ox was frightened and stopped eating grass. Instead, it looked towards the source of the barking dog. Moo! The white-horned bull roared into the bushes, trying to scare off the invading enemy. Oh! After a few more rapid barks, the pack of dogs accelerated and rushed over. Moo! Seeing that it was a wild dog that was attacking, the white-horned bull did not hesitate and ran away directly. Ah! A gray wild dog that had been lying in ambush rushed over first and bit the right hind leg of the white-horned cattle, slurp, biting off a large piece of meat. Moo! The white-horned bull howled in pain. Moo! The trapped white-horned cattle could no longer run. It could only stop and lower its head to fight. This white-horned bull was once the king of cattle and has no lack of courage to fight. Moo! It let out another loud roar and charged directly at the greyhound. Oh! The dog made a sound like a goose and quickly dodged. The huge white-horned bull hit nothing. The white-horned bull continued to rush forward, trying to trample the wild dogs to death. But the wild dogs ran too fast. It simply can't catch up. After running more than 10 laps at a rapid speed, he didn't hurt any dogs, but he was exhausted and out of breath. Seeing that more and more wild dogs were surrounding them, the old bull king didn't dare to fight anymore and had to turn around and run away again. But as soon as it turned around, the pack of wild dogs came out from the bushes and began to harass it again, biting the ball swinging behind its butt. Moo! 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 That's its weak point. The white-horned bull was frightened and angry, so it had to turn around and butt them. But the wild dogs scattered at this time, barking, and disappeared into the deep grass. When the white-horned cattle try to run again, they will come out again and bite its butt and thighs. In this way, back and forth, it didn't take long before the white-horned ox was tired and sweating all over, exhausted. Ah! While the white-horned bull was catching its breath, the gray wild dog jumped out from the grass and bit its left nose. The nose is the weak spot of all cows. Moo. The old bull king had his nose grabbed and could only scream, not daring to struggle. Woof woof. Woof woof woof. Almost at the same moment, 3 wild dogs nearby jumped out. They bit the right nose and both sides of the white-horned bull's face respectively. Moo. Both sides of his face and nose were bitten by the sharp teeth of wild dogs. It hurts. At the same time, a white wild dog with black spots took this opportunity to rush forward. Woof. It attacked from behind and bit off the white-horned bull's tail in one bite. Then, right next to it, in front of the white-horned bull, he shared the food with the other 2 wild dogs. I enjoyed the meal very much. Moo. The white-horned bull was in so much pain that its entire body exploded. The tail is gone. Behind the bald buttocks, there was a bowl-sized scar that was bleeding, and the white tailbone could be seen inside. The old bull king also wanted to resist and kicked back hard with his hind legs. But it's of no use. Those wild dogs are quite clever. Seeing that the white-horned bull was still struggling, the 4 wild dogs in front that had bitten the bull's nose and mouth winked at each other and pulled forward together. Moo. The nose and mouth were bitten and torn. The severe pain makes the old beef muscles tremble. I have no strength left in my body. Woof 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 woof. After a few barkings, a wild dog took advantage of the white-horned bull's inattention and bit the old bull king's anal sphincter directly. They used a unique skill passed down from their ancestors, wild dog anal digging. How could this piece of tender meat withstand the knife-like teeth of a wild dog? Moo. The white-horned bull's butt was torn apart. Woof woof. Then the wild dogs acted just as they had rehearsed. You jump and I jump, taking turns, biting the wound on the back of the white-horned bull. Blood was flowing out. What's even more cruel is that after pulling out the intestines, these wild dogs ate them on the spot without hesitation. Does it hurt? It hurts so much. Moo. The white-horned bull was trembling all over and wailing with tears in its eyes. Even at this moment, its entire hind half was out of its control. But the pain still came in waves. Moo. Even though a large piece of its rectum was eaten when it was taken out of its butt, it still didn't want to die. The white-horned bull kept twisting its body. It wants to break free. It wants to survive. But the wild dogs cooperated very well. The 4 wild dogs in front held its nose and mouth tightly, while the wild dogs behind began to tear the white-horned cattle's flesh into pieces and eat it in big mouthfuls. Wild dogs have sharp teeth. Tearing the skin and flesh of the white-horned cattle is like tearing seaweed. With one bite, you either eat a piece or tear off a strip. Cow intestines are the first choice of wild dogs. Several dogs' muzzles moved forward along the wound little by little, and finally reached into the white-horned cattle's stomach. Some wild dogs began to tear the flesh under the thighs of the white-horned cattle. Not only did they eat the balls that the bull had hung there, they also bit open its stomach. Because of the weight, the large and small intestines in the cow's stomach were squeezed out through the torn belly, gradually appearing and hanging on the body, like ripe red and purple grapes, with a cruel and strange beauty. Woo-woo. The wild dogs were not polite at all. They picked the meat grapes and ate them raw, one bite at a time. If they were lucky enough to pull out the cow intestines, the long intestines would be a great delicacy. They would eat them like noodles, slurping them into their mouths. They purred while eating, looking very excited. Bang. This kind of pain is really unbearable. The white-horned bull could no longer support itself and fell down. Moo, moo, moo. At this time, what else can it do except scream? Wild dogs just like and are good at this method of hunting. They do not bite off the neck or throat of large prey, but choose to hunt by dissecting the abdomen and digging out the anus. Even though it seems extremely cruel, it is the simplest and most efficient. Woo, 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 woof. After the white-horned bull fell, all the wild dogs began to eat. They cried happily and started eating from the cow's stomach. In this way, a cow weighing several thousand pounds was eaten alive. They were really eaten alive. It was not until a wild dog accidentally plucked the bull's heart that the white-horned bull finally died and was freed. It, once the king of cattle, had its eyes wide open with long tear marks hanging from the corners of its eyes. I wonder what it was thinking before it died. This group of wild dogs are called wild dogs, but they don't look like dogs at all, or even like ordinary wolves. Each one is more than 2 meters tall and over 3 meters long. Except for a few exceptions, most of them are covered with milky white fur with brown spots. They have thick tails with dense fur, which is often held upright high, and when they run, they look like flags fluttering in the wind. Although they only weigh 400 or 500 pounds, they are extremely powerful. It only takes a dozen of them to hunt a white-horned bull. Even if it is a little old, it is still a majestic bull that once was the king of cattle. Even the leader doesn't have to come to the rescue. After a few dog barks, a leader who was 3 meters tall and 6 meters long came running over with more than 20 tall wild dogs. There is a strict hierarchy among wild dog packs. Except during battles, when food is available, the leader and those with high status and strong fighting ability should eat it first. But the most basic rule will also be followed: everyone eats the meat. Every wild dog, regardless of status, can get some meat. These 40 or so wild dogs are the main fighting force of this tribe. They gathered here and ate beef happily. Although there is a lot of meat from the white-horned cattle, the wild dogs in this tribe are numerous and have a large appetite, not to mention that they have to take the meat back to their own homes, where there are pregnant female dogs, injured dogs, old dogs, sick dogs, and pups. These family members also need to live and eat. Mama. Mama. The leader who was eating suddenly heard the cry of a vulture. He looked up and saw a vulture hovering not far away. Is there any food over there? The sight of vultures circling is always a good sign for wild dogs. Woof woof. The leader shouted a few times and ordered the greyhounds to tear the white-horned bull into pieces and carry it back to the kennel. He then led 8 of the strongest wild dogs and rushed towards the golden tree like the wind. The wild dog leader's goal is to steal food from vultures or other beasts. Whatever the vultures eat, they can eat, as long as it is meat, fresh meat or carrion. Moreover, they are not afraid even when facing lions and leopards. After Meng Huai had eaten his fill, he lay down under the golden tree, cursing the group of vultures while checking his system panel. A blue light flashed, and the system panel appeared. Name: Meng Huai. Race: 9-headed beast cub, disabled. Connector position: center, normal, left 1, left 2, left 3, left 4, right 1, right 2, right 3, right 4, vacant. It's still just one head. I don't know when the other heads will grow out. Hey, life is hard. Status: 100%. Physical fitness: 998, height 399 centimeters, length 698 centimeters, weight 1372 caddies. I already weigh over 1,300 pounds. Not bad, not bad. It's just that the comparison between height, length, and weight seems to be different from before. Meng Huai is not good at math, but he can feel it. Also, my physical condition has grown rapidly all of a sudden. What's going on? A little confused. Soul power: 315. Cultivation: none. Why is there still no cultivation? I can kill a level 1 monster, so why do I still have no cultivation? This is unreasonable. I can't figure it out. Hey, it won't work without a master to teach you, you have to figure everything out on your own. Meng Huai is a bit stubborn. Gongfa, Huan Yuan Ichi Vajra Gong, level 18. My technique has been upgraded by 9 levels. Is all the energy of the one-horned toad's green bead used for this? Is it because I opened up my Ren and Du meridians and improved my skills that brought about the changes in my physical condition? That should be the case. System, you profiteer, I can still upgrade and grow without you. Meng Huai was still very excited about this. Skill 1. Passive skill, Iron Skin level 5. 2. Active skill, fine iron skin level 5, consumes true energy and forms a protective layer on the skin. Protection has been strengthened again. Good thing. Good thing. Innate magical power, can eat a lot, primary glutton. Universal points, 1. System level, no level, upgrade to 999 universal points, limited time offer. System function, connector. It's still lacking a universal point. Meng Huai looked at his lonely universal point and sighed. I don't know if this tree can be exchanged with the system. If it can, hee hee. System, start the exchange. Meng Huai opened his mouth and bit the big tree. System, intelligent voice interaction, 1 universal point will be deducted every day. Looking at his universal point becoming 0, Meng Huai was too lazy to curse. System, start the exchange. The system's voice was extremely cold, unable to redeem. Well. Meng Huai exited from the system. A little disappointed, but not too disappointed. If the system could even exchange this big tree, then Meng Huai could do nothing and just go around looking for mountains and trees. Never mind. How can there be such a thing as a free lunch? I'll just have to rely on myself. Meng Huai encouraged himself. Snap. Something fell on Meng Huai's face. What is this? It's hot. Bird poop. If pie doesn't fall from the sky, then bird shit will fall from you. Yeah. A shrill bird cry came from overhead again. Oh my god. You bunch of vultures are throwing bird shit at me and now you're scolding me. Is this golden tree yours? I'll take a bite to taste it, what's wrong? Meng Huai was speechless. He just bit a tree, so why did they treat him like this? Stinky bird, come down if you dare. Meng Huai stood up and shouted at the group of vultures. Dumb, dumb, dumb. The vulture responded with a series of unpleasant curses. Meng Huai was extremely angry. He didn't care whether the birds could understand him or not, he just cursed at them. Oh. Oh. When it was only a few hundred meters away from Meng Huai, 2 goose-like calls came from the mouth of the leader with black and yellow fur. The 8 white wild dogs received the signal and quickly dispersed. They formed a tight encirclement and advanced forward. When they arrived at the golden tree, they found no rotting corpses, only a red pig barking at the group of vultures. This situation is a bit strange. The wild dogs hesitated. They all stopped and looked at their leader. Woof woof, woof woof. The black and yellow leader was decisive. He just took a quick look and saw no other ferocious beasts, then he made 2 quick noises. Superior. The wild dogs were also ferocious. Upon hearing this, they rushed forward without hesitation. At this time, Meng Huai also smelled the blood on the wild dog. What is this? When I turned around, I saw a group of wild dogs as big as calves. Is this the foreign aid you invited? Seeing the pack of wild dogs approaching, the vultures above their heads screamed even louder. You stinky birds, you have no moral principles. He roared and ran back to the golden tree, trying to hide behind it. A wild dog without ears had already run to Meng Huai. It didn't attack either, just looked at him coldly. I bite. Frightened by the stare of the wild dog, Meng Huai opened his mouth and pounced on the provocative earless wild dog. Oh, oh. The pack of wild dogs scattered a few steps. It's over. This frightened Meng Huai so much that he broke out in a sweat. The wild dog was too agile to bite him. Whoa whoa. As if he had tested the reaction speed of the prey in front of him, the black and yellow leader immediately made a low, heavy oh-oh sound, and took the lead in attacking Meng Huai. The wild dog's greatest ability is to dig anus. Thanks to the fact that Meng Huai watched a lot of Animal World in the past, he had heard about the abilities of wild dogs and hyenas. This actually saved his life. There was a wild dog with yellow hair on its head. It took advantage of the moment when Meng Huai turned around to bite his ear and actually went around to the back of his butt, opening its mouth to bite his butt. You can't be anally groped. This is what Meng Huai fears most. His iron crotch skill has not yet been fully practiced, so he cannot withstand the attack of the wild dogs. If he was bitten in the anus, his intestines would fall out immediately and be pulled 3 to 5 meters away by the dogs and eaten in front of him. Thinking of this, Meng Huai's buttocks felt sore and tight. He immediately sat on the ground and began to stretch his head left and right to deal with it. I have plenty of strength, I will use you up to death, Meng Huai thought. But his idea was still too simple. Wild dogs are extraordinary, full of wisdom and skills. Seeing that Meng Huai was sitting still and didn't dare to move in order to save his butt, they suddenly became unbridled. Woof! The earless creature let out a loud roar and rushed towards him from the front. Meng Huai had no choice but to open his mouth wide and bite it. But taking advantage of this opportunity, 6 wild dogs on both sides pounced on him and bit him each. Too cruel. Meng Huai cursed in pain. Too cunning. Each of the 6 dogs tore off a piece of Meng Huai's flesh. It was as if it was well trained. It did not pester or hesitate. After biting off Meng Huai's meat, it immediately turned around and left, and started eating nearby. The act of eating your flesh right in front of you can scare away any timid prey. At this time, many animals have been paralyzed by fear. They will lie there, trembling all over, unable to move, and can only be slaughtered. But Meng Huai is not like that. Hold head high. He has an indomitable spirit in his bones. Shameless. He was so angry that he cursed. There were suddenly 6 bloody holes on his body, and his passive iron skin skill could not stop the wild dog's teeth. He didn't even have time to activate his active skills before his flesh was bitten off. These wild dogs are abnormally fast. That's it. If you keep attacking me bite by bite, I'm afraid I'll be eaten up. How to deal with it? Fine iron hide. Meng Huai immediately activated his true qi, causing the qi in his ren and du meridians to spread out, tightening the skin and flesh all over his body, closing the wounds, reducing the bleeding, and protecting his entire body. Crack. This time, the wild dog's teeth scratched his fur, leaving white marks on Meng Huai's body, but failed to tear his skin. Hee hee. While the wild dogs were still in shock, he snorted coldly, turned his head to the left and bit off the waist of a wild dog, and turned his head to the right and bit off the neck of another dog. Ouch. Ouch. The one with a broken waist was lying on the ground wailing, but Meng Huai ignored it and attacked the 3rd wild dog directly. Here's a triple kill for you. But the wild dogs were too alert, and when he turned his head again, they all ran away, whining. Are you afraid? I just want to scare you. After saying that, Meng Huai lowered his head and bit the belly of the dead wild dog. With a puff, he bit its stomach and burst it into pieces. Blood spurted everywhere and the dog's intestines were still hanging in his mouth. You want to eat me, but I can eat you too. I'll eat you for you to see. Ouch, oh my. Meng Huai was just planning to eat a wild dog in front of them to scare them away, but who knew that the leader with black and yellow ring patterns would pounce on him directly. This leader was no ordinary person. He actually broke the true qi on his neck directly, and the dog's fangs pierced his flesh. This is also a monster. Hold head high. It hurts. The pain from the wound on his neck went straight into his brain along the spinal nerves. If he hadn't opened up his ren and du meridians and protected his cervical spine, this bite would have probably broken his neck. I'll kill you. Meng Huai was annoyed. One was because of the pain, the other was because of the anger. I have practiced hard for so long, but I was easily hurt by a dog. I can't stand this. He directly used the nose to the sky move on the leader. After I push you away, I'll bite you and cripple you if you don't die. The idea is good, but the wild dog leader is too smart. At the moment when Meng Huai's nose came over, he stretched out his hind legs in the air and kicked his nose. With the help of force, he flew into the air. There was no injury at all. I'll go. Are you a dog or an antelope? There's actually this trick. With a bang sound, Meng Huai bit the air and it hurt his teeth. Woof woof, woof woof. Woo woo, woo woo. A woo, a woo. The dogs barked in unison. The wild dogs cooperated very well. They didn't even wait for their leader to land, and didn't care whether the leader lived or died. They just did what they had to do. Some are probing, some are luring the enemy, Some are desperate, and some are sneak attacks. The leader didn't care about any false courtesy. After landing, he rolled over, ignoring the dust on his head and face, and once again took the role of attacking, pouncing on Meng Huai's head. For a moment, Meng Huai was overwhelmed and at a loss when faced with such a ferocious and organized pack of wild dogs. But he will not be weak. Often, surrendering and being weak may seem harmless, but if you take a step back, you will die. Without the momentum, anyone can and will want to do something to you, and they will suck you dry and kill you. Come on. You dogs. Come together. If you have the guts, go ahead and fight Master Pig. Meng Huai barked at them wildly. Unfortunately, these wild dogs could not understand Meng Huai's language. Of course, even if I understood him, I would not pay attention to him. Woof woof, woof woof. They still mainly used guerrilla warfare, biting Meng Huai's true energy and flesh one bite at a time. The little red animal sitting on the ground had teeth marks all over its body except for its butt. There were also many wounds of varying depths. These were caused by the strongest wild dog leader. The wounds were turned inside out and bleeding continuously, which was very scary. It was also thanks to the fact that Meng Huai had eaten a lot in the past few days that he had stored enough energy to support his body's protective true qi. Otherwise, it might have been eaten by this group of wild dogs. Is this thing a dog? Too fierce. It's even more powerful than a wolf. Meng Huai cursed inwardly. What should I do? What should I do? This energy won't last long. There are still 7 of them alive and kicking. How do we fight them? After unexpectedly killing 2 wild dogs, Meng Huai attacked several times, but apart from biting a mouthful of their fur, he didn't hurt any of them. Especially this leader whose fur has black and yellow rings on it, the color of a bee. It really didn't even hurt a hair of its. Meng Huai was very upset. Is it true that my skills are too low level? Why can't I beat a few dogs even though I have mastered the basics of cultivation? What's even more infuriating is that the IQ of these dogs is not lower than mine. Meng Huai pretended to get up several times and then pretended to escape. But none of these dogs took the bait. Not only did they never succeed even once, they all seemed to have disdain on their faces. Fuck you, I used to be a human. Shouldn't IQ crush them? Why do you feel like you can't compete with me? He is very depressed. I need to intensify my training. The pain on his body and the predicament of being surrounded made Meng Huai more determined to become stronger. But how do we get out now? The current predicament is difficult to deal with. Meng Huai is bigger than these wild dogs. But why is there so much fat? Wild dogs are basically all muscle and lean meat. I don't have big canines and sharp claws yet. Wild Dog is a truly talented lightweight killer, while Meng Huai looks like a foodie. He, ang, hulu hulu. Meng Huai fought back and shouted, wanting to talk to these wild dogs to see if there were any conditions that would allow him to be let go. But after chattering for a quarter of an hour, the group of wild dogs only responded with a few unclear words of woof, oh, woof, and continued to attack him desperately. Beasts are beasts. They don't know how to communicate at all. Meng Huai was howling wildly in his heart, filled with grief and anger. Meng Huai has good endurance. But this pack of wild dogs had better endurance and attacked in turns, and he gradually became overwhelmed. The wounds on his body were increasing, and his internal energy was gradually insufficient. Even an ordinary wild dog could bite through his skin. Although not too deep, it was still tearing the flesh. I can't. It can't just disappear like this, can it? My flesh is going to be eaten by these dogs. Meng Huai was very dissatisfied. Cannot. After saying that, he began to gather his true energy, gathering all of the little remaining true energy behind his buttocks to protect key parts such as his anus. The moment he contracted his true energy, 4 pieces of flesh were bitten off from his body. When? After a loud noise behind his butt, there was a crunching sound of teeth rubbing against each other. A wild dog really found an opportunity and bit his butt directly. Meng Huai shuddered, and was glad that he had made the right decision. The joy of not being anally raped even outweighed the pain in his body. Woof woof, woof woof, woof woof. The dogs started barking again. Without the obstruction of true qi, it would be easier for them to tear Meng Huai's flesh. The smell of blood became stronger, directly stimulating every dog, making them red-eyed and attacking more fiercely. Bite this red pig to death. Tear him apart. Cut his body into pieces, take out his intestines and heart, and keep his liver for me. Especially the black and yellow leader, who jumped and pounced on Meng Huai, opened his mouth and bit off a piece of flesh from Meng Huai's neck. Hold head high. It hurts. Meng Huai was furious, shouting in his heart, "Let's fight." Turning around, he bit the black and yellow leader's hind leg just as it jumped down from him and was still in midair. With a crack, it bit off its left hind leg. Oh, oh. The yellow and black leader was injured and let out a low roar. It was also cruel. It did not run away like other dogs. Instead, it turned its head and opened its mouth to bite Meng Huai's face. Hold head high. Being bitten on the face caused Meng Huai's facial muscles to contract unconsciously and he cried out. He was relieved and failed to remove the wild dog leader's leg. Oh, oh, oh. The black and yellow leader was injured, and he dragged his legs to the side, shouting orders as he ran, "Kill! Let's go together. Tear this pig alive for me." Woof woof woof, woof woof. After receiving the order, the remaining 6 dogs barked and rushed towards Meng Huai. This time, it's different from before. They bite harder, deeper, and hold on tightly. 6 gray and white wild dogs bit Meng Huai's shoulders, belly, and buttocks respectively, and hung on his body like 6 big dog intestines. Snort. Well done. Seeing the wild dog give up its advantage of flexibility, Meng Huai was overjoyed while enduring the pain. He first turned his left head and bit 2 on his left shoulder and belly to death. He turned back and bit the wild dog on his right shoulder. His 3 companions were bitten to death by the huge red pig in front of him. The earless wild dog and the remaining 2 wild dogs quickly let go of him, tucked their tails between their legs, and ran away crying, "Oh, whoa, whoa." Woof. Meng Huai was just about to take a breath when the black and yellow leader came over and bit him on the butt. Protect her. With a sudden start, Meng Huai immediately gathered all his true energy behind his butt. Hiss. Even now I can still feel a burning pain there, and hot blood is flowing. I guess it was bitten. Oh my god. Meng Huai was really scared after being ambushed here. He didn't want to be unable to poop, and he didn't want to become her. Court death. Then there was rage. Then, he was desperate. Brutal charge. With his eyes wide open and a grunt, he charged directly at the wild dog leader, who was not much smaller than himself. Not only did it knock it away, it also ran after it and kept poking the black and yellow waist with its nose. With a crack, the black and yellow leader's waist was finally broken. I still feel unsatisfied. Meng Huai rammed the dog's head hard again. Bang, bang, bang. After a long time, blood foamed from the mouth of this arrogant wild dog leader, his eyes bulged out, and it was obvious that he was dying. During this period, One Ear's 3 dogs were also busy. They kept making woo-oh sounds and biting Meng Huai's body. But Meng Huai is crazy. He was only concerned with killing the black and yellow leader and didn't care about the injuries on his body at all. It was also because Meng Huai practiced the Huanyuan Ichiva Dragong and gained the passive skill of Iron Skin that his skin and flesh became stronger. In addition, his skin was thick and he had a lot of fat, so even though the 3 wild dogs took away a piece of his meat, making him look extremely miserable, they still couldn't open his stomach. If the anus or intestines are not removed, there will be no fatal injuries. After killing the black and yellow leader, Meng Huai became a little more sober. Humph. You overestimate your own abilities. He turned his head and saw the wild dog that wanted to tear open his stomach. All of a sudden, he became ferocious again and acted recklessly again. He didn't use any strategy, and didn't even think about shaking them off. Instead, he opened his mouth wide and started biting the 3 wild dogs. Ah, ah, ah. Woo, woo, woo. Hee hee hee, woof woof woof. The killing between the 2 was like crazy. No one cares about any countermeasures or strategies. It is the most primitive animal nature, the most real confrontation, either you die or I die. As a result, it was naturally Meng Huai, who was larger in size, who won a tragic victory at the cost of nearly 100 wounds on his body, a torn nose, and half of his tail broken. As the sun sets, the sunset glows on the golden tree, giving the brilliant yellow flowers an intoxicating red glow. It seems that this tree, which has stood here alone for many years, begins to feel shy as night is approaching. The most wonderful thing is the grass. Although a large area of it was destroyed by Meng Huai and the wild dogs, a little further away, it is still green and fragrant. I don't know if my tail can grow longer. As a divine beast, it's too ugly to have only half a tail left. After a fierce battle, Meng Huai started to eat, and he sighed as he ate. The smallest of these 9 wild dogs weighs 300 to 400 kilograms, which is just right for Meng Huai to eat after the battle. I saw him open his mouth wide, tear the dog's skin with his teeth, put his nose into the dog's stomach and started sucking. After sucking up the soup, he began to eat the meat with a clucking sound. Soon, a wild dog entered his stomach. Meng Huai was particularly thrifty, and even licked the dog's skin and bones clean. After finishing one, he started eating the other one, still drinking the soup first, then eating the meat, and finally licking the bones. Humph! Don't even think about eating it. If you dare to come down, I will bite you. Meng Huai, who was eating the earless food, saw the group of vultures flying lower and lower, and he screamed wildly at the sky. He ran back and forth twice and dragged all the uneaten wild dogs to his front. For Meng Huai, being able to eat is happiness. Having his favorite food, he was so happy that he hummed. The best should be saved for last. Looking at the wild dog leader who had caused him the greatest harm, Meng Huai grinned, then unceremoniously reached into its stomach and used his nose to dig back and forth, searching. No. How could there not be? Meng Huai looked puzzled. This wild dog leader must be a monster. How come he doesn't have anything special? Thinking that the one-horned toad has a horn, I didn't expect that this wild dog is actually nothing good. It's a bit unreasonable. There's not even a dog treasure. Meng Huai searched carefully in its stomach and intestines. Forget it, forget it. It's too hot, it's more important to eat. If we don't eat now, the meat will go bad. Meng Huai was disappointed after searching for the treasure in his stomach for a long time and couldn't find it. He could only start eating again. After taking the first bite, Meng Huai's eyes widened. It turns out this meat is a treasure. It's delicious. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Could this wild dog have eaten some magical medicine? The meat of the black and yellow leader is not only dense and full, but also has a delicate and smooth taste. Unlike other dog meats, it also has a medicinal aroma. It's delicious. After just one bite, Meng Huai couldn't stop. Is this meat a panacea? Are there any special effects? After eating it, will my tail grow back? Don't waste it. Meng Huai even licked the meat off the bones clean. Meng Huai was satisfied only when there was only a pile of dog hair and 9 dog skulls left under the golden tree. He jumped up and bit off a piece of golden tree flower, chewing it in his mouth. Relieve the greasy feeling. The scent of flowers suppressed the bloody smell that rushed straight to his head. Meng Huai sat under the golden tree, put his tongue against the upper palate, looked straight ahead, relaxed his whole body, and breathed naturally. In his sea of consciousness, an image of himself appeared, with the blue sky above his head, the earth under his feet, the mountain behind him, the giant tree in his arms, and standing tall between heaven and earth. He began to practice the Huanyuan Ichi Vajra Gong. You have to practice. The meat of the black and yellow wild dog leader was very nutritious. So much so that after eating, Meng Huai felt his blood vessels bulging, veins exposed, his throat swollen and sore, his nose burning, and his head dizzy. It seemed that he had taken too much and felt a little irritated, so he could only practice Qigong quickly to digest it. Buzz. After Meng Huai practiced his Qi, the fiery energy gathered in his body began to be guided into his meridians little by little, filling his Ren and Du meridians, and making the Huanyuan Qi, which was originally the size of a hair, become the size of a wool thread. It's better to just eat it directly. Much stronger than those that absorb unicorn toads remotely. It's much more affordable than the system exchange that makes a profit from the price difference. Meng Huai sighed. There is not always killing on the grassland. To be precise, if the predators here are full, they will hardly take the initiative to hunt anything. Even if you pass under a cheetah, it will just sleep on its own and may not pay any attention to you. You can't see anything through the grass, but if you listen, you can feel that there are all kinds of animals eating their own food everywhere. There are mice, rabbits, snakes, bison. Crickets are chirping, mice are croaking, rabbits are gurgling, cows are mooing, some are rustling, some are shaking the earth. It is so lively. There are flowers on the ground, but it's too dark to see. At this time, it's best to raise your head. The starry sky is brilliant. The sky in this place seems to be so low that you can pick the twinkling stars with your hands. What a charming night. Unlike others, who practice like crazy and completely forget about life, Meng Huai still knows how to enjoy himself. At the very least, he is willing to appreciate beauty. For Meng Huai, happiness is to have enough food and drink and not be disturbed by anyone. Perhaps the smell of the wild dogs here has not yet dissipated, so no animals come here to cause trouble. In this relatively quiet and peaceful place, Meng Huai had a sound sleep. Ha! I knew it. The next morning, Meng Huai just woke up and jumped 3 feet high, extremely excited. It's amazing. He turned his head and looked at his body. After a night, the broken areas yesterday had basically scabbed over. Even the hair on his body that had been worn off during his previous training had grown back quite a bit over the night. Although the hair wasn't too hard, it did look quite furry. Is this the effect of the black and yellow leader meat from yesterday? Meng Huai didn't expect that the meat of the exotic wild dog would have such benefits to the body. Maybe it will heal in 2 days. The kidney qi is sufficient, the sores are healed, the whole body feels warm and full of strength. Ouch! He shouted and rushed into the bushes not far away. He sniffed and, relying on his excellent sense of smell, began to look for scorpions, centipedes, snakes and other animals that were about to rest after a night of eating. My spleen and stomach feel better, but I get hungry easily. Let's have breakfast first. Chewing a grass snake that was more than 1 meter long, Meng Huai complained while pouting, it's getting worse and worse. The fried dough sticks for breakfast have shrunk. I used to eat ones that were 2 or 3 meters long. And this scorpion, with a yellow body and a black tail, is transparent and shiny. The color looks good, but it's not toxic enough. It's like eating fried buns without salt, it tastes tasteless. Well, he is quite particular. Unlike others, who eat by the meal, Meng Huai eats by the day. Without the meat piled in front of him, Meng Huai would have to eat it all day long. Sometimes it eats this grass or that flower, sometimes it eats poisonous snakes, scorpions, rabbits, etc. When night fell again, Meng Huai ran to the golden tree and fertilized it again. After looking up at the flowers that seemed to be blooming forever as brilliant as gold, he turned and walked north. According to his speculation, he should be able to go down to the platform from the north, and then return to the big oak tree. That place would be safe for him and there would be enough food. Alas, why didn't those wild dogs come to seek revenge? Meng Huai, who still felt hungry even after eating grass all the time, was now walking, eating, and thinking. Why didn't you leave after waiting for this day? He was waiting for the pack of wild dogs to come and take revenge. Kill a few more. Even for this, Meng Huai was well prepared. Having gained so much energy last night, he did not use that energy to open other acupoints, but instead concentrated all the energy on the acupoints around the perineum acupointment to practice the Huanyuan Ichiva Dragong, which was also the focus of training. Humph. With the iron crotch skill and sufficient qi, I don't believe anyone can dig my anus. Meng Huai is very confident. Of course, he was so confident because he knew that the black and yellow leader was dead. Things in the world are very strange. For example, when we speculate about the future, good things don't work and bad things always work. After walking about 10 miles north from the golden tree, Meng Huai suddenly felt a tense atmosphere around him. Is there something going on? Meng Huai pricked up his big ears and shook them constantly, listening carefully. He seemed to hear the barking of a dog again. Could it be that the pack of wild dogs really came? He concentrated on guessing. Oh, I'm not afraid of anyone who comes this time. Feeling the energy filling his body, Meng Huai felt confident. I'm a divine beast weighing nearly 2,000 pounds, why would I be afraid of a few dogs? With a good appetite and plenty of wild dog meat to nourish him, Meng Huai gained at least 500 or 600 kilograms in weight during that day and night. Meng Huai felt something rushing towards him quickly. He smelled it and found it was a wild dog, so he felt relieved. In this colorful wilderness, the scenery along the way is so beautiful. Holding his head high, he sighed deeply. Bring it on. My dish. In the darkness, he saw a dog rushing towards him from the south. After Meng Huai luckily protected his butt, he rushed out like an invincible warrior. Paw. But as soon as he ran into the bushes, he was slapped in the face by a yellow palm. His head turned directly to the right, and his body tilted towards the southwest due to inertia. Just a few steps ahead. Paw. He was slapped to the left by another black palm. Hold head high. Meng Huai was confused. What's going on? What's going on? After struggling forward a few steps, Meng Huai finally managed to steady himself. He was extremely surprised and looked back, only to see two big dogs, one yellow and one black, standing there staring at him. Woof. The dog, which was taller and taller than Meng Huai, and had a golden body without a single stray hair, barked at him. Did you kill the little leopard? Although it was still the barking of a dog, the information it contained seemed different, allowing Meng Huai to understand what he meant without relying on the animal language function granted by the system. Woof. Another slightly smaller dog, about the same size as Meng Huai, and completely black, also barked. Damn it. How dare you, you stupid pig, hurt my child? Before Meng Huai could say anything, the black dog started cursing, and it looked even angrier than the yellow dog. Who is Little Leopard? Meng Huai asked. You are still pretending. The one with black and yellow stripes is my child. The black dog's eyes were already blazing with anger. Tell me, why did you kill the little leopard? I see. The matter is very clear. The wild dog leader He Huang is probably called Little Leopard. The yellow dog and the black dog are the parents of the wild dog leader. They must have sensed the death of the little leopard and followed Meng Huai's scent to seek revenge. Oh my goodness, what level of monster is this? It can actually speak. Damn, it can't be a level 3 monster, right? Although Meng Huai is very powerful now, he doesn't think he can defeat a level 3 monster. It's really a level 3 monster. I'm really done for now. His eyes were darting around, and he was already trying to find a way to run away. Woof woof. Woo woo. But after listening to a few more sentences, Meng Huai felt that they were not like the third-level monsters. The language of the yellow and black dogs was not so fluent. They kept barking, but their meanings were just simple. It could not be said that they could really speak. What should I do now? Meng Huai was a little conflicted about whether to fight or run. Meng Huai was thinking about this, and the two dogs became annoyed. The two of them are born different species. Although his IQ has not been high, he is able to absorb spiritual energy, feel the spiritual energy, strengthen his physique, strengthen his bones and body, and as he lives longer, his intelligence also improves. Therefore, they have their own longer-term pursuits. The black and yellow dogs passed the position of wild dog leader to their most proud child, the little leopard. They stopped caring about worldly affairs and concentrated on exploring their cultivation. The little leopard went hunting all night yesterday and has not returned this morning either. By the afternoon, the wild dogs were in a panic. They sent out spies to explore along the way. Finally, they found the blood and hair left by the leader under the golden tree. The leader was killed, and the wild dogs thought they could not defeat the enemy, so they hurriedly informed the old leader and his wife. The black and yellow dogs then realized that their son, the little leopard, was dead. They were furious and had chased him all the way from the wild dog den to here until now. Normally, the black and yellow dogs were looking for the murderer of their child, and they wanted to kill the beast with one blow once they arrived. But they didn't expect that they would see this mutant red boar weighing more than 2,000 kilograms. Especially after feeling the surging power hidden in Meng Huai's body, they instinctively felt that this red wild boar was not easy to deal with. So, I started to ask a few questions. But Meng Huai just stared at them and ignored their questions. This made the yellow and black dogs, who had always been respected, very dissatisfied. Woof. The black dog growled and suddenly straightened its claws, as if it was about to attack. His eyes were like copper bells as he looked at Meng Huai. Tell me quickly, why did you kill Xiao Baoer? Hold head high. The ferocious aura of the wild dog king was overwhelming. Meng Huai could feel the threat, but he did not retreat. He knew that at this moment, he could not retreat at all, let alone turn around. If he turned around and showed weakness, he would die immediately. He roared at the second dog and said, "It was it that came to kill me. I was defending myself. Life and death are common." The yellow dog king took a step forward, stared at Meng Huai with sharp eyes and said, "But the little leopard is my child, I have to help it seek justice." Then come on. Facing such an intelligent monster for the first time, Meng Huai looked at it with his eyes piercing. How could he be timid when the enemy came to kill him, no matter how powerful he was? Upon hearing this, the yellow dog king's eyes turned cold. Let's get to the point. No matter how powerful this wild boar is, we have to kill it today. After eating the meat of this mutant red pig, maybe I can make further progress in my cultivation. This is another little thought of this wild dog that has lived for hundreds of years. Ouch. The yellow dog king glanced at the black dog queen, roared loudly, and pounced forward first. Seeing the yellow dog flying towards him, Meng Huai stared at it with his round eyes. Hey! I'll kill you. He exerted force and gave it a nose-up move. But he missed. The yellow dog was extremely fast and flew right past Meng Huai, taking the opportunity to grab him with its claws. This claw left a bloody mark on Meng Huai's face, with bones visible and red flesh turned out. Snort. Meng Huai snorted coldly, using his true energy secretly. His muscles tightened, his front legs jumped forward, and his hind legs kicked back to lengthen his body. Then, the hind legs moved forward in an instant, the front legs retracted, the body was arched, then opened suddenly, straightened like a spring, and shot towards the yellow dog at a very fast speed. Do you think my super physique is for nothing? The moment the yellow dog landed, he bit its tail. Ouch. The yellow dog king made a mistake, and the price was that his tail was bitten off. It really didn't expect that this big red pig weighing more than 1,000 kilograms could be so fast. Like a tiger, it just bowed twice and came right after. Is it the reason why I have rarely fought in the past 100 years? Huang Quan reflected. The couple were the local overlords, and all the tigers, leopards, and wolves in their territory had long been wiped out by them. For many years, even for hunting, they were not used for fighting. Buzz. The yellow dog used his internal energy to seal the wound on half of its tail, so that the tail stopped bleeding. Then, he bared his teeth, as if in protest, or more like a smile, and called woo-woo to Meng Huai. Hold head high. Meng Huai also yelled at it, with blood and a few dog hairs still hanging from the corners of his mouth. When the yellow dog king saw the blood and hair at the corner of the red pig's mouth, his eyes spewed fire. The black beard on its mouth trembled, as if it wanted to swallow the pig in one bite. But it won't act recklessly. Woof woof. Woo-woo. The yellow dog barked and moved around Meng Huai, sometimes in front, sometimes behind, sometimes left, sometimes right, testing him. This trick is really useful. Although Meng Huai's eyesight was good, he was indeed a little unable to keep up with the speed of the yellow dog king. If you can't keep up, then don't follow. He slowly slowed his breathing and began to hold his breath. The whole person seemed to have calmed down, but the bulging muscles in his body were all tense, and the huge power contained in them was ready at all times. If you dare to come up, I will bite you so hard that if you don't die, your stomach will burst and your intestines will burst. Wild dogs are fierce by nature, daring to fight, brave, but also smart and not reckless. This is especially true of the yellow dog king who has lived for more than 300 years. Perhaps it saw through Meng Huai's plan. The yellow dog did not approach him, but just howled around him and pretended to attack. No way. You want to drain my energy? Meng Huai thought. Haha, this stupid dog. You're running, and I'm standing still. I'm afraid you'll be the first to run out of strength, right? Woof. The yellow dog king also realized this. After seeing that the red pig was not harassed and was not even very nervous, it could no longer bear it and began a frontal attack. Break! The Yellow Dog King pressed his steel claws against the ground, and with all four legs exerting force, he rushed directly to Meng Huai, opened his mouth and bit Meng Huai's nose. Delusion. There was no way Meng Huai would let it do as it wished. He twisted his neck to avoid it, then moved his mouth forward and bit the Yellow Dog King's neck. The Yellow Dog King didn't seem to expect Meng Huai to move so quickly. When Meng Huai bit it, it actually hesitated for a moment. Seeing this, Meng Huai was secretly delighted. Bite off your neck and see if you die.